Chapter 341 Killing the Third Prince. Perhaps losing the head essentially cuts off the vertigo? The moment the monk's head exploded, a big Buddha seal shot up. The Buddha seal flashed with golden light, and there were bursts of Sanskrit sounds. But this Sanskrit sound was a bit strange and seemed to be threatening life. However, Suhi ignored the palm seal and condensed the foreign minister's turtle mountain into a solid body, slamming into the big Buddha seal. With a roar, a mountain god seal fell from the sky, spinning around, and crashed onto the monk's body. Power times 6. There was a muffled sound as the mountain god seal was stamped on the steps in front of the main hall. The steps were as stable as Mount Tai without any damage. But the monk sandwiched between the steps and the mountain god seal couldn't bear to look directly at it. The mountain god seal dissipated, and a mass of flesh and blood squirmed and hurriedly tried to recover. But at this moment, the heavenly punishment above its head fell like rain. Suhi roared and used soul sacrifice to tear through the monk's body, but failed to tear out the soul. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. In terms of realm alone, the monk is above him. Soul sacrifice can tear other people's souls apart, and then punch them out to deliver the most powerful blow to the soul during its lifetime. But if the enemy's realm is lower than your own, at the very least, you have to be at the same realm. Suhi could only imprison monks at the third level of heaven treading. The heavenly punishment was gone, and there was no foreign object in front of it. Only one alms bowl remained. This was a storage artifact, and it should be of a high grade. Otherwise it would have been destroyed in the heavenly punishment. The mark on the alms bowl has dissipated. The 4 dice fell, jingling and jumping on the alms bowl. Alms bowl times 2. Unfortunately, there was nothing stored in the copied alms bowl. Suhi poured out the contents of the original alms bowl. Scripture times 3. Baby-like herbs times 5. A pile of top-quality spiritual stones times 2. So poor. I heard that both Buddhist golden bodies and Dharma images consume a lot of resources. This monk does not have a golden body, and the Dharma images generally consume little. How can he be so poor? After no response for a long time, a fairy sword thrust out from the hall, then retracted instantly, and then Qianqianzi came out completely. Her sword also has a detecting effect, feeling the death of the outside world. He looked at the alms bowl and scripture spiritual stone on the ground. Qianqianzi's eyes narrowed. Don't touch the scriptures. Monks in the Buddhist world are different from Gujingjai. Monks in the Buddhist world are best at deceiving people's hearts. The scriptures are hidden traps, and they will transform others invisibly. The Buddhist world is all-encompassing, and they never care about their origins. As long as they are talented, they will not refuse. Suhi turned around and transformed into his true body as a peacock. A ray of true phoenix fire fell on the 3 scriptures, burning them up in an instant. Qianqianzi. Dot! I'm just saying it's possible. Not certain. As long as we don't look at it, we'll turn it over to the master of Gujingjai. Maybe we can find out the weaknesses of the Buddhist world. Suhi blinked. Yes. Is it necessary? He didn't speak, but Qianqianzi had already understood what he meant. It's so annoying to chat with these princes. Suhi's eyes were all too familiar to her. I had this feeling when talking to the golden dragon Mingxian before. It was easy to explore the ancient monk's cave, get a treasure, and show it off. Mingxian boasted, but his eyes were confused for a while. Just like that. Shouldn't this thing be gravel for paving the road? It makes people want to pull off her dragon scales. The look in Dragon Turtle's eyes at this moment was the same, to attack the Buddhist world. Why do you need to specifically look for their weaknesses? Isn't it a matter of one claw to reach the level of equality? Suhi laughed loudly. I'm sorry, Fairy. I have little knowledge and experience. I will have more experience in the future. Fairy, do you know what this is? Suhi gestured to the baby-like spiritual grass in front of him. Qianqianzi frowned with a bit of disgust. This is returning primrose. You take the baby from the womb and plant grass on it. But you must ensure that the fetus does not die and cannot leave the mother's body until the mother gives birth. She has sucked enough primrose. The fetus is of innate origin, and after childbirth, the fetus dies tragically, and the primrose grows. It is repeated again and again until it blooms and bears fruit. And the fruit produced contains the innate aura, which is a little help to the 5th level path to the sky. Such things were planted with 5-bot at the same time. It was indeed a shame for the monk to die. Suhi was silent for a moment. Is this grass a fairy? Qianqianzi shook his head. This grass has not yet taken shape, and it will continue to harm people. I can't do that kind of thing. Besides, I will never have the chance to knock on the immortal gate after reaching the 6th level of the sky. If you want to harm others, you can't keep him. A flame fell from Su-hee, and Wu-bot and Primrose simultaneously let out a baby's miserable cry. But under the Phoenix divine fire, the cry had turned into ashes before it even rose. Su-hee returned to the true form of the Dragon Turtle clan, and the foreign minister's space took away the alms bowl. The remaining alms bowl and spirit stone were useless, so he turned to give them to Qian Qianzi. Qian Qianzi smiled and was not polite. She and Ming Xian are true friends. I have become accustomed to the habits of the 4 spirits. The 4 spirits like to collect treasures, but they are all real treasures. It was only natural that Su-hee should look down on this poor monk who was already at the 5th level and was still using his alms bowl at the 3rd level. If you take one away, it's probably a rare item for your collection. But she doesn't mind. She happened to be at the 3rd level of heaven, and she had been trained in Gu Jingzhai over the years, so she just happened to refine this alms bowl into her fairy sword. After the two of them divided the spoils, Su-hee raised his head and looked up at the sky, where blood curses were surging in the distance. The 3rd prince is actually approaching here, and he can feel his aura increasing step by step. This is the success of the advancement. The 5th step into the heaven. The enemy is coming. Fairy, go back to the hall first, or leave here. I'll go meet him. Qian Qianzi nodded. I will go above the clouds. There are palaces and treasures suitable for my realm. Xianwang Cave Heaven is probably just like the legend. It is a place to cultivate disciples. Many areas have similar functions. Different realms have different activity areas. Different cloud layers in Baiyun Palace adapt to different realms. But the earth is a mixed place. The place Qian Qianzi was sent to was suitable for the 3rd level of Tiantai. I just wanted to try to search for treasures while I was just starting to fall below. The treasure was found. Half a wonderful palace. But I almost got stuck here. It's better to go back first. There are more fellow Taoists gathered. It's not too late to explore the land again. Qian Qianzi hit several talismans on his body, disappeared, and walked away with his sword. Su-hee shook his body, stretched out his limbs, and his feet jumped out a lot. His body has shrunk, and his movements have become much more agile. This agility alone has invisibly increased his combat power. Su-hee watched Qian Qianzi leave and escape into the clouds. The water beneath him rolled over, and he split the water and went straight up to the sky, looking in the direction of the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince seemed to be aware of it, and at the same time raised his eyes to look at Su-hee. One person and one turtle looked at each other. With the right look. He is the person he is looking for. They both ducked and rushed towards each other at the same time. There was a flash of light in the 3rd prince's eyes. As expected, the dragon turtle had not broken through, and was still at the 1st level of open heaven. But the body has become much smaller, and he may have swallowed the snow lotus, which has a slight tempering effect on the physical body. It's a pity that chewing peonies cannot improve your realm, so it is wasted. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. As long as the dragon turtle was still at the 1st level of open heaven, no matter how he improved, there was a limit, and he could be killed. But it's only tens of thousands of miles away. One person and one turtle can pass by in the blink of an eye. The 3rd prince shook one arm, and a spear appeared. He jumped forward and stabbed Su-hee. The aura of the 5th level of Tao Tian came out, and the clouds in all directions stirred, forming a vortex with him as the center. With majestic pressure, he stabbed the oncoming dragon turtle with a spear. Death! The 3rd prince shouted violently. The spear penetrates the body like torn paper. Is it so easy to kill the dragon turtle in the 5th level town of Tatian? Just as a suspicion flashed through the 3rd prince's mind, there was a roar above his head, and a mountain god seal crashed down. Doppelganger. The dragon turtle is above your head. It was only the clone that was pierced by a gun in front of him. No wonder it's only about the size of more than 10 feet. The 3rd prince roared angrily, and swung his spear towards the mountain god seal. But the spear was bitten by the dragon turtle clone, making him unable to pull it out for a while. After only this moment's delay, the mountain god seal has already crashed down. The 3rd prince simply threw away his spear, and punched the mountain god seal like a cannon. The fist seals met, and there was an explosion. The mountain god seal was shattered. But the 3rd prince spit out a mouthful of blood. Unable to control his body, he was hit downwards by the mountain god seal. His face turned pale, and when he stepped on the ground, the shadow of the blue bird appeared. Just as he regained control of his body, he raised his head and looked at Su-hee. However, a dragon head poked out from the void and bit his calf with a click. There was a crisp sound and a tearing sound. And the entire leg was torn off by the Tao-Tai method. A spiritual snake flashed under him and disappeared. The dragon turtle's spirit snake and turtle body can be separated. Mean! The third prince cried out in pain, rolled around in the air holding his thighs, and screamed several times. But no dragon turtle took the opportunity to attack. When his plan failed, he stood up, stood on the blue bird with one foot, and jumped straight to kill Su-He. Passing by his clone, he instantly grabbed the spear, shook his arm, and the domain clone exploded. The clone explodes. The third prince's eyes darkened, and he flew out in an instant. He remembered clearly the last time the clone exploded and turned into a portal, and the ghosts were wreaking havoc. Still trying to trick me. The third prince stepped out, and the clone instantly dispersed. But instead of turning into a netherworld passage, it turned into a sea. The realm can be divided into clones, and the clone can return to the realm after being dispersed. The vast sea enveloped him, and the third prince's movement slowed down in an instant. He felt that the area was filled with gloomy energy, as if he had entered a phoenix tomb. The domain changes as the master's realm. Psychology and circumstances change. Since a large amount of Yin energy was absorbed from the phoenix tomb, the area has become gloomy, like a sea of death. A ray of light flashed across the third prince's body, but he focused his semi-finished domain on the spear, jumped forward, and shot towards the sea below him. The vast sea exploded with a roar, and the waves surged into the sky. The third prince jumped in, wanting to rush out from the bottom of the sea and be surrounded by Su-He's domain. But at the bottom of the sea, a hole in the netherworld opened, and countless ghosts came up against the water, waving their remaining swords to kill the third prince. This magical power is here. Looking at the ghost rising into the sky below, he was surprised. This ghost is much more tyrannical than when it was sealed in the Imperial Palace. And there are actually several fourth-level beings that can reach the sky. The third prince jumped up and out of the water, with the ghost chasing after him. These ghosts have no consciousness and no fear. They will slash when they rush towards them. If they fail to hit, they will explode immediately. Even the fourth-level ghosts are like this. However, the self-explosion of these ghosts did not damage the dragon turtle's territory, but instead made the place's Yin Chi more abundant. Damn it! Dragon turtle! You don't have any shame in hiding, but you dare to fight with me. The third prince was extremely aggrieved. He is at the 5th level of the sky. Until now, I haven't even seen the true form of the dragon turtle. The heavy rain on the vast sea suddenly turned into a huge force and came down with a crash. Every drop of rain is like a sword, flying down. There was a cold light in the third prince's eyes, and the spear shot up into the sky with a swipe of the spear. Break the realm first, otherwise you will be consumed by ghosts in the realm. The realm is wonderful, and the only one who can break it is the realm. But this is for ordinary people. As long as the power is strong enough, there is nothing that cannot be broken through. Break all laws with one force. Besides, he still has half-finished products. The third prince condensed half of his true energy into a spear and stabbed it into the sky above the realm. With a loud noise, Su-He tore open the territory and jumped out. The third prince looked up to the sky and laughed, the laughter just leaving his mouth. A mountain god seal crashed down on his head, and a muffled sound knocked him back again. Su-He stepped out of the waves and bit into the falling figure. The third prince reversed his position, adjusted his body and thrust his spear, and with endless killing intent, he stabbed the dragon turtle directly with the spear. Su-He tilted his head and bit down on the spear, crushing it with a click. The third prince's face tightened. A finger tiger fell out, put it on his fist, and punched Su-He. However, he saw the dragon turtle turn around to avoid the fist, slapped it with his claw, and hit his arm with a crack. A sound. The arm folded in response. The third prince's expression suddenly changed. This turtle is wrong. This physical body is at least 4 to 5 times more powerful than before. The effect of the snow lotus on the body of the divine beast far exceeds that of the monks. Is this the reason why the dragon turtle's figure suddenly shrank? Give me back 4 snow lotuses. He was unwilling to give in. But Su-He lowered his head and bit him. The green light in the mouth flashes. And it is still a gluttonous way of eating. There was a look of hatred and a cold light in the third prince's eyes. And he didn't even want to avoid it. Instead, it came head on. If you want to eat, I'll feed you enough. He looked ferocious. Su-He's eyes flashed, and he instantly transformed into the true form of a peacock. Boom! The third prince exploded with a bang. He couldn't dodge Suhi's attack for a while, so he rushed forward and chose to self-destruct. He chose to self-destruct as soon as the battle began. But he was a courageous person. This distance will kill you. But at the moment of the explosion, a peacock chirped in my ears, and a voice came. The end of the world! The magical power of the Phoenix clan is so close to the end of the world that the enemy won't get even half a step closer. It is a magical power similar to repulsion, which can expel enemies instantly. Suhi turned into the true form of the peacock, and the dragon turtle's vast sea domain naturally dissipated. It was clear below. A flash of starlight flashed, and the third prince returned from resurrection. He saw the whole world shining with golden light, and saw a golden sun above his head. A wounded peacock in the bright sun. The peacock seemed to be smiling at him. Is the dragon turtle dead? A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and then he dismissed it instantly. Just now, the self-destruction did not kill the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned into a peacock body and pushed him away. This peacock only had skin damage and was not killed instantly. Damn it! At the moment of his resurrection, the sun-like phoenix true fire had condensed into a javelin and came across. The third prince had been prepared for it. Before he self-destructed, he knew that he might face endless attacks after his resurrection. At the moment of resurrection, a bronze mirror was already in front of him like a shield, facing the real fire spear. Bronze mirror resists flame gun. The third prince formed a seal in his hand and continued to fight. Before your illness kills you, kill the injured peacock's true form first. Forming a seal in his hand, he soared into the sky, only to see the phoenix true fire spear instantly shoot through the bronze mirror, pierce into his chest, and explode with a bang. The third prince had just been resurrected and was very weak. Half of the body was blown away. I didn't feel any pain for a while, but my mind went blank. Why is this dragon turtle's phoenix true fire so powerful? This is not the intensity of real fire that the first level of Kaikion can master. He was stunned for a moment. Suhi had transformed into the dragon turtle's true form, and a celestial smite fell, turning his exploded body into ashes. Then he lowered his head to look down at the third prince, jumped down, and the mountain god's seal arrived as promised. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the third prince vomited out a mouthful of blood and was knocked away. The dementia in his eyes suddenly turned into disbelief. He looked at Suhi, whose broken chest made him unable to make a sound. But a spiritual consciousness rushed up. Why? It's just a dragon turtle at the first level of Kaition. Only open one level of heaven. He reached the 5th level of the sky, and even swallowed a snow lotus. Suhi responded with consciousness. I ate 5 bot of your snow lotus. 5 bot for each body. The third prince was startled. Suhi had already jumped up. The blue bird under the third prince reunited. He barely controlled his body, bent his hands into claws, and grabbed it with one claw. The blue bird under him screamed, and one of its claws shattered. A huge eagle claw shot out of the body, tearing the air and heading straight towards Suhi. This was in Xianwang Cave Heaven. If it were outside, this claw could tear through the space and appear directly in front of Suhi. Suhi's foreign minister Guishan flashed out of the way and hit the eagle's talons with his head. There was a loud noise, and the eagle's talons were shattered before he rushed down. The third prince below grabbed him with one claw and ran away. But at this moment, a spiritual snake suddenly appeared, biting one of his legs with its gluttonous food method, and tore out the blue bird underneath him. With a scream, the third prince fell to the ground. But he saw a dark cloud shrouding his head, and heavenly scorpions falling down, one after another falling on his broken body. Instead of killing him immediately, he slashed the source along his body and directly hit his natal star. In the space where the natal star was placed, several dark thunder and lightning flashed, and a star exploded. The third prince's face was ashen. Suhi had a mountain god seal fall from the sky, and was about to kill him for the final time, when the shadow of a 3-legged tripod suddenly appeared on the third prince's body. In the 3-legged cauldron, Emperor Luan took a quick look and struck Suhi with a palm without saying a word. Suhi roared, and the mountain god seal turned around, turning into an arc and hitting the shadow. But it penetrated the shadow and shot into the air. Emperor Luan struck down with a palm, floating like the wind, but Suhi seemed to have fallen into the 9 nether hell. The entire turtle was pressed to the ground by the wind from the palm. The magic machine cannot be used, and there is nowhere to hide. Suhi gritted his teeth, between life and death, feeling that his body was strange. A phoenix feather actually shot out from the peacock's body, appeared on the dragon turtle's true body across the underworld, and smashed Yuan Emperor's palm into pieces with a sweep in the air. It was the phoenix feather that fell on his peacock when Feng Chaofei hid on Su He at the phoenix tomb, and used Su He as a cover to enter the phoenix tomb to offer sacrifices to the jade. The phantom of the three-legged cauldron rose into the sky to confront Feng Yu. The Emperor Luan raised his eyes and said, "Sure enough, someone is paying attention to this." Knowing that there was no chance that the dragon turtle would not be protected, he said in a deep voice, "Let him go. I will lose to you." There was a loud thud. Before Emperor Luan could finish his words, a mountain god seal suddenly struck down, beating the third prince to a pulp. Then came a heavenly punishment that wiped out all traces. Destroy the corpses without leaving any trace. After finishing everything, Su He looked up at the Shanha cauldron. "What did you say?" Chapter 342. The other half of the hall. "What did you say?" 3 words echoed on the empty ice field. Doubt? Irony? In the mountain and river cauldron. Emperor Luan glanced at Su He and paused for a long time, as if he wanted to see him clearly. Then the entire illusory mountain and river cauldron disappeared. "Bah! Shameless!" Toad's voice sounded in the middle of Su He's brows. "Kitty boy! Advance! Open the sky! Open the 7th heaven! Kill him! What's the point of beating him up? Let's go and kill him!" The Toad was indignant. It's so shameless to be crowned the Emperor of the Imperial Palace and personally attack and kill a dragon turtle that is no more than 30 years old. "Okay," Su He replied. The Toad cursed for a long time and quietly crawled out half of its head. After making sure that the ice field would not harm the soul beast, it jumped out, rubbed Su He's forehead towards Feng Yu above his head, and asked in a low voice, "This Feng Yu, is that its Sundra aunt? She's quite a nice person." It waved to Feng Yu. "Hello, Aunt, I am Suewa." Feng Yu didn't say anything, but instead spontaneously ignited without fire, turning into ashes and dissipating. Toad. Dot. "Does our aunt have a problem with toads? Is my aunt weaker than One Emperor?" Toad asked in a low voice. "One Emperor is just a shadow. But she is the real Feng Yu. She dissipated after just one blow. She obviously can't beat her." Su He gathered a sailor and flicked the Toad's finger. "Emperor Luan also used the mountain and river cauldron. But my aunt has no use for anything." Toad covered his head and squatted down. Su He's voice rang in his heart. "Nonsense! I saw Emperor Luan and Huang Zu fighting with my own eyes. My aunt will definitely not be able to defeat Huang Zu. But when you say it so openly, do you really think that my aunt can't hear it?" In the clouds at an unknown height, Feng Chaofei slowly opened his eyes, disdain flashing in his eyes. "How awesome am I that I need your little turtle boy to compliment me?" However, her spread feathers were completely inconsistent with her eyes. She turned her head and looked deep into the clouds, where the Fengwang Palace was gathering. Feng Chaofei snorted coldly. "A majestic emperor cannot afford to lose. Right? Take action against a junior in person? If your son fails to live up to his expectations, should you blame others?" Court death. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. She spread her wings and stood up, with the sycamore tree following closely behind her. "That white dragon! Help my aunt to suppress the mountain and river cauldron!" The phoenix flapped its wings and flew away. The direction Feng Chaofei was looking was within a palace. Emperor Luan slowly opened his eyes. The minister below lowered his head and said nothing. He was in a meeting just now. Emperor Luan suddenly sacrificed the mountain and river cauldron, and a thought flew across the sky. Everyone saw what happened. The third prince was killed by the dragon turtle in front of Emperor Luan, cutting back the roots and shattering the natal stars. There is no possibility of resurrection, including the eldest prince, who was captured by the dragon turtle a few days ago. 2 of the 3 princes of this dynasty have already been captured by the dragon turtle. No wonder Emperor Luan ignored it and took action himself. At this moment, the palace is as silent as cicadas, and you can hear a needle drop, as if nothing had happened. Emperor Luan put the mountain and river cauldron aside and said, "Everyone, please continue. Shuaiqing, how many people from Yao Gui have come in?" The middle-aged man in brocade robe saluted and said, "Your Majesty, there are 33 Xin Wang tokens from the Demon Ancient Guard, but only 26 people have come in. Now 14 of them have gathered. 8 have lost contact, and the remaining 4 have been found. The traces of the former prince have been lurking and being followed." Emperor Luan nodded. "We are in such a hurry that we can gather these people together. Let them first find out where the people in the Xianwang realm are, and then try to find out the Baiyun Palace, and find out who the master of the palace is, and what his habits and hobbies are. Your Majesty, take your orders." The middle-aged man in brocade robes cupped his hands and said, "In most areas of Xinhuang Cave in the outside world, even the owner cannot be found. Just come in and slowly collect information. If you can get the owner's preferences and habits, it will be of great help to the cave." He also asked about various things, arranging the defense against Xinhuang, the docking of allies. There were so many things. After all this was arranged, he looked at the commander of the Yaogu Guard again, lowered his eyes and asked, "Chuaiqing, tell me about the investigation of the Yaogu Guard." Feng Chu knew what the former emperor was asking, and bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Yaogu Guards only detected the aura of the previous 9th prince at the moment they came in. There is no definite information yet. 110,000 years ago, the emperor was in chaos, and the people were in dire straits. The former emperor rose up and took the throne. But the 9th prince of the previous dynasty was a great talent. If it had not been for the rebellion of the former emperor, he would have won the throne. And I am afraid he would have been able to clean up the officialdom and rectify the atmosphere. It just takes longer. Unlike Emperor Luan, who overthrew him and started over, which one fled to the Sea of Stars when Emperor Luan ascended the throne. And now he actually appears here?" Emperor Luan turned to look at the prince below and said with a smile, "I heard that someone in the court used to call him the deposed prince. Then, as the true prince of the court, do you want to know him?" The prince bowed and said, "The names conflict with each other. I also want to meet this emperor's uncle, but I'm afraid he won't be his match." "Father, can I ask the teacher to give me personal guidance?" The teacher he was talking about was the head of the Imperial Academy's palace and the crown prince and tutor. His status was equivalent to that of the 3 kings and 3 princes. Emperor Luan looked at the prince with interest and nodded. "Yes." Didi-yo-yo. A dice fell from the sky and landed on a ring. It was something left behind by the 3rd prince after his death. And it was also a storage device. Even though they are evenly matched, they also have advantages. The storage equipment will not be destroyed casually. Suha Buddha's coat also killed many people, but not a single dice fell. At that time, either Suhi's method of cutting back the source was not enough to kill him, or else with one slap, even the ashes were gone, and nothing was left. Toad jumped over and picked up the ring. After death, the light was extinguished, and the restriction on the ring had no owner. It was rushed away by Suhi's spiritual consciousness. When he tipped it outward, 4 or 5 kinds of finger tigers with different characteristics fell out. The dice rolled over, and the number of finger tigers suddenly increased. Suhi put it away politely and asked his wife to sacrifice it and give it to Yaya as a gift. That little girl likes to fist her most when something happens. There are also many elixirs, some of which Suhi recognizes, and some of which he does not. This kind of thing is of little use to Suhi. Now Suhi prefers to swallow the treasures of heaven and earth. Refining medicine is too wasteful. There are still a lot of bits and pieces, but I am not very lucky today. Only 3 pieces of forging materials and an exquisite small bronze mirror have quality points. Toad sorted the treasures into categories. Suhi looked at the bronze mirror, and with a movement of consciousness, he controlled the bronze mirror to float in front of him. This thing gave Suhi a somewhat familiar feeling, a bit like the horns of a dragon turtle, which could store talismans. Suhi was thinking. A talisman appeared on the bronze mirror, and a ray of light shot out and fell on Suhi. There is no sense of crisis. This is a blessing like talisman. A slight feeling can improve luck. But Suhi's expression dropped. With this rune falling on his body, Suhi's whole head glowed with luck. It's like a precious light rising into the sky. This light is naturally very beautiful in other places. But in the Xinhuang Cave sky, what is the difference between it and a living target? The 3rd prince didn't shine before. Increased quality? Is this what dice are for? Trick the master? Suhi turned around, transformed into a peacock body, and threw the dragon turtle backstage. The true phoenix fire on his body shrank and remained only in his body. The flames licked the wounds caused by the 3rd prince's self-destruction. This kind of injury can be completely healed in just half a day. Putting away the toad, Suhi turned to look at the clouds behind him, where a monk was stepping down. The leading monk, with the Buddha's light shining behind his head, came towards Suhi clapping his hands. Bang, bang, bang. This 3rd prince, I have noticed that he has been unhappy for a long time. But I am bothering fellow Taoist. Buddha realm. Buddha's son, Yuan Xiang. Behind him were 4 monks, one of whom was the 5th level Tatian, who had chased Qian Qianzi before and then escaped. Do you want to fight? The toad has already burrowed into the center of Su-hee's brow. The black and yellow cave's sky is special. The soul beast will break the rules here at any time. It cannot take action it will unless it has no choice. 4 are at the 5th level, and 1 is at the 4th level. Among them is the Buddha, who has condensed a golden body. There is no chance of winning. Logically speaking, Buddhist disciples should align themselves with the 3-phase monks. Fellow Taoist, do you still want to fight with me? Yuan Xiang chuckled. The poor monk is not the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince has just entered the 5th level of the heaven. But the poor monk has been immersed in this realm for thousands of years. Immersed for thousands of years. How can it be compared to the ordinary 5th level of stepping on the sky? The toad emerged from between Su-hee's eyebrows and tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. Is your talent so poor? The calm Yuan Xiang was suddenly stunned. And even his smiling face froze. His face twitched. Isn't it normal to be immersed in the 5th level of Tatian for thousands of years? But he saw the toad curling his lips in disdain and shrinking back to the peacock's mind. No wonder the 3-phase great monk, who is also a disciple of the Buddha, has almost reached the 7th level of heaven. This man is still wandering around the 5th level. Yuan Xiang shook his head. Senior brother Sanxiang is 1,000 years older than me, so it is natural that he should be the first in cultivation. Toad tilted his head and blinked. So at 1,000 years, you will be able to reach the state of the 3 phases now? Yuan Xiang. Dot. He sighed deeply and looked at Su-hee. The power of words, and words is beyond the power of a poor monk. I came today just to establish a good relationship with fellow Taoist Su-hee. He clasped his hands together and bowed. Fellow Taoist, can you hand over the girl from before to the young monk? This girl is destined to my Buddhist sect. Yuan Sheng was ignorant and only thought about a big palace. There are countless treasure halls in the Xianwang cave. But there is only one such woman, and that is the soul imprisoned by senior brother Yuani in Dongnan Mountain. There is a peculiar Taoist rhyme deep in the woman's soul, which directly points to the essence of the Tao. If it can be obtained, the path of cultivation will be smooth. Su-hee nodded. Yuan Xiang looked happy, and then heard Su-hee say, She should be with Master Sanxiang now. Why don't you go to Sanxiang to ask for it? Or go directly to Princess Yunming's? After all, that woman is her protected. This is not sincere. Yuan Xiang looked regretful, shook his head and said, I have a good relationship, but the donor is stubborn. I hope that after the poor monk can persuade me, the donor will realize his mistake and correct it. As Yuan Xiang spoke, he suddenly flashed and struck Su-hee with a palm. F.O. Lien! A palm comes, filled with compassion and compassion. The world is suffering. All living beings are suffering. It is better to go back. Road. Su-hee's eyes narrowed. The 3rd prince has just entered the 5th level of heaven treading, and has never been on the path. Every move is still the same as before, but the power is doubled. But Yuan Xiang's palm carries his own great power. This is right. Why are you being pretentious? Where does the good relationship between Su-hee and the Buddhist world come from? No one who is beaten to death is unjust. Su-hee jumped up, and the real phoenix fire spurted out, turned into a spear, pierced the sky, and crashed into the Buddha's palm. A collision caused fire to fill the sky, and the phoenix true fire bypassed Yuan Xiang and attacked the 4 people behind him. Yuan Xiang didn't seem to notice it. He still took the palm print and attacked Su-hee directly. Su-hee jumped into the body of a dragon turtle, roared one after another, and the mountain god seal flew up against the sky and hit the palm print. Double, triple. The 6-fold mountain divine seal erupted, but only shattered 5 fingers of the palm print. The palm suppressed it, and the foreign minister Guishan appeared on Su-hee's body and hit the palm print with his head. There was a collision, like hitting a star head-on. The whole turtle flew backwards, hit the ground and slid out against the ice sheet. It finally stopped after smashing 7 icebergs in succession. The palm print made by Yuan Xiang also shattered. Su-hee had a sweet taste in his mouth and spit out a mouthful of turtle blood. But as soon as he spit it out, the toad had already jumped out and waved his claws to take it away. The normal behavior of a monk is to never let his blood flow outside. Enough! Su-hee shook his head and stood up. Sure enough, the 2nd heaven has to be opened. I wonder if Huangzu will come to Xianwang Cave Heaven. If you come, go to Huangzu to learn the hexagram as soon as possible. Su-hee surged up and climbed out of the iceberg. He couldn't beat Yuan Xiang, but it was absolutely impossible for Yuan Xiang to kill him, especially since the 2 of them were already separated. Outside, The three monks behind Yuan Xiang who were at the 5th level of heaven reaching the sky waved their hands together to scatter the Phoenix True Fire. Only the 4th level sky reaching monk had the Phoenix True Fire accidentally fall on his body, and his skin and flesh instantly burned. "Senior brother, save me!" He poured out his true energy, tried his best to break the Phoenix True Fire, and shouted towards the Prime Minister. Yuan Xiang turned around and sighed softly. "Junior brother has little experience." He chanted a Buddhist chant, grabbed the real fire with one hand, turned around and hit Su He with several palms. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Su He dodged the Buddha's palm, turned into a peacock and fluttered its wings. He was about to make a strategic retreat, but his eyes lit up, and he suddenly swooped down. Yuan Xiang was stunned for a moment and jumped to chase after him. "Evil barrier! This is the land of my Buddhist sect. If you dare to rob it, you will fight to your death. This is not the usual. You are destined to me." In Buddhism. But with a few palms, the ice field explodes, and there is a lake underneath. But there is half a hall sitting at the bottom of the lake. The rules of Xianwang Cave Heaven that were broken by him should naturally belong to him. The dragon turtle didn't want to be shy and plunged into the lake. He immediately transformed into a dragon turtle body and rushed into the hall. Yuan Xiang chased after him, imitating the dragon turtle, and crashed into the hall, but was bounced back by the hall and popped out of the water with a bang. "He can't enter this hall." The junior brother caught up behind him, and Yuan Xiang took a step forward. "Senior brother, it's such a big hall. It's half a hall, or more than half, and the other half is in the canyon. We can't enter." Monk Yuan Xiang looked at the main hall and remained silent. Somehow, he could sense that this hall must be extraordinary. "Form up and protect. Just wait here for the dragon turtle to come out. Then kill him immediately." Yuan Xiang looked cold. "Yes, senior brother." The four monks sat in 4 directions, forming a formation to cover the main hall, staring at the main hall like a dead man with murderous intent. In the main hall, Su He was stunned. The dilapidated hall seemed to have been split open with a sword. But the water from the lake outside never leaked in. There are 87 stone statues in one corner of the main hall, sitting or lying in random postures, as if they are holding a Taoism conference. Su He had seen the stone statues: Senior Shichun, Senior Zhanxiu, Senior Naming, Akaji Boy. Everyone in Qianjiang is indeed here. But there are only 20 or 30 people in Qianjiang. But there are 87 stone statues here. Are these 2 people Junlan and Fairy Junlan? So they were not originally the same person? Were they just siblings in this life? Su He looked around. My heart trembled inexplicably. 87 living statues, including those who drink, sing, and play the piano. None of them seemed to take death seriously. However, this kind of freedom and ease made Su He somewhat at a loss as to what to do. He turned to look at the place where his previous life's body was parked in by Ling's hexagram. There was no body there, just a pool of water. One side of the pool was missing, but the water squirmed but did not flow out. The empty hall was empty except for the pool and 87 statues. The immortal lord back then didn't leave a single word. It seemed that this place had been abandoned, and it seemed that it had been destroyed by someone, and all traces had been erased. The only difference is that the little Master Gua kept jumping as soon as he entered the inner world of Su He, and the charm of Yusher Gua was constantly absorbed by the little Master Gua. The Master Gua is here. Su He was silent. The Earth and Water Master. Take risks but go smoothly. It seems to be elaborating on these seniors, who have entered reincarnation with their bodies. Or maybe, with the Master Gua here, they can take risks and go smoothly? Su He looked at these stone statues and lowered his head slightly. "Thank you for your help in surviving. Su He is back." No one in the hall answered. This hall has been deserted for an unknown period of time. Only Shi Gua performed his duties step by step. Su He looked around. Although it was only half of the hall, it was still very large. It is at least 3 or 4 miles long and wide. If you add the other half, it will be even bigger. The cutting place is neat and smooth, and it is really cut open by a sword. The humanity of the sword must be extremely high. So half of the hall falls in the canyon, and half falls in the lake here. It was cut off by the sword. But the outside water could not flow in through the cut. The water flow condensed at the cut, like a wall of water, blocking even the sight and consciousness. Su He scratched his claws, and the water in the pool rippled, without any abnormality. Through the skylight, you can see the monks forming a large formation on the lake, and sealing off the entire lake. They have to wait and see. waiting for Suhi to fall into the trap. Suhi could see outside through the skylight, but could not see inside. Suhi was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Senior, I'm Suhi. I'm coming back today. Is Senior still here?" There was no response in the hall. Only echoes. After a long while, Suhi said again, "Senior, I need to learn from the Master's hexagram. If it is in the way for you seniors, please stop me." There was no response. On the contrary, the small Master's hexagram in the inner world became more and more cheerful. For fear that he would forcefully stop it at the next moment. He took a deep breath and searched in all directions, but could not see where the Master Gua was. It's just that Xiaoshu Gua is constantly absorbing it secretly. If the hexagram is not revealed, no one can find it, no matter how high the Taoism is. The Master's hexagram should not have much influence on the reincarnation of your seniors. Didn't Yu Qianjiang succeed in reincarnation? He just doesn't know whether the remaining seniors have successfully reincarnated, and he doesn't recognize them. Or they are still in reincarnation. He was silent for a moment, then walked towards the stone statue and slowly lay down under it. The waves flow slowly beneath you, nourishing your body. The little Master Gua beats happily, constantly absorbing the charm of the Master Gua. He released all the treasures in the foreign minister's space, the storage bag, and the third prince's ring. As expected, the second heaven opening artifact will be completely condensed. The hexagrams are enough, but the origin of the world is not enough. I wonder if absorbing all these treasures can completely condense the second Kai Tian artifact to support Kai Tian. He was worried, and suddenly his heart moved. He raised his head through the skylight and saw a dark light coming from outside. It was a phoenix feather that had been refined into a messenger flying sword, and it was shooting towards this side. It was slow, followed by a group of treasure hunters. That Feng Yu came straight towards the palace in the lake, and Monk Yuanxiang's expression had completely changed. Somebody is coming. Feng Yu. He snorted and grabbed Feng Yu. A green light flashed on the phoenix feather, instantly knocking him back. The chasing monk suddenly burst into laughter. "Hey! Isn't this a Buddhist disciple from the Buddhist world? Still trying to intercept someone midway with a flying sword? What's wrong? Buddha?" Someone joked. "Can't you see the storage bag on the flying sword? I don't know how many treasures are contained in the bulging bag." "That's right," someone echoed. "It's so difficult for the flying sword to fly, and it comes from the top. There must be someone powerful who got the treasure, but was on the verge of death. So he had no choice but to pass it on to his disciples. Such a treasure belongs to everyone who deserves to see it. Not bad. Not bad. If you can refine a phoenix feather to make a flying sword, you can say that you are one of the top 10 powerful figures in the Xianwang realm. Maybe it's the Imperial Palace." Everyone laughed and chased him all the way. The flying sword had fallen to the ground, but there was no way to escape. Unexpectedly, there are 5 monks here. Just as he was secretly resentful, he saw Feng Yu passing through the formation and diving into the bottom of the lake. The moment he shot through the formation, a hall suddenly appeared, and the flying sword went straight into the hall. Everyone was silent and looked at Yuan Xiang. Chapter 343 Sword. The flying sword that had been chasing for an unknown amount of time flew into the formation of Buddhist disciples in the Buddhist world. It is inevitable to make people daydream. For a moment, everyone looked at Yuan Xiang with doubt in their eyes, and then looked at the formation below with even more doubt. Yuan Xiang was silent for a moment. "This is a matter in the Buddhist world. I hope all of you Taoist friends will have a good relationship." A big man named Xiong Biao came out and said with a laugh, "I'd like to have a good relationship with Buddhism. Such a big palace can only be built by a few bald monks. I'm afraid I can't take it. Let me help you." "Not bad." A wretched old Taoist walked out, looked at the palace across the formation, and licked his lips. "I also want to have a good relationship with Buddhism." The atmosphere became subtle for a moment. Yuan Xiang's face darkened slightly. He looked around and saw everyone's expressions, and found that most of them had this purpose. Most of these people don't even dare to show their true colors, and use tricks to cover up their aura and appearance. I don't know which corner popped out, relying on the strength of the crowd, but daring to jump around and provoke in front of the Buddhist world. Is the Buddhist world really so weak that anyone can step on it? He recited the Buddha's name and kept talking. In the main hall, Suhi rolled his eyes, and the rays of good luck on his body shone through the skylight, shining like a heavy treasure. The monks outside instantly became silent and looked at Yuan Xiang. "Want to eat alone in the Buddhist world?" Yuan Xiang's face darkened. "This is the glow on the dragon turtle." Sao Discord. Looking back, the monks all around were already ready to make a move. There were more than 30 monks who came with Feng Yu, but they only had 4.5 monks. Yuan Xiangdao called out the Buddha's name and said in a deep voice, "You all think that there is a treasure in this place, but the poor monk will not say much. I hope you will not regret staying here." The war between the Buddhist world and the Dragon Turtle clan depends on how many people dare to participate. He paused for a moment and then said, "But if you are willing to listen to the advice, you might as well go and explore elsewhere. Walking 110,000 miles from here, you will find a valley. The ice and snow in it are not like what should be found in the world. And there are also various. It is protected by a large formation. You may wish to explore a little bit." After he finished speaking, no one took any action. Yuan Xiang sighed and recited the Buddha's name. "Monks do not lie." In the main hall, Sui glanced disdainfully. His consciousness left the skylight, and no longer paid attention to the outside world. Turning to look at Feng Yu floating in, he recognized it at a glance as Feng Chi's feathers. I don't know why Uncle Chi sent him a message, and why he was flying so slowly. Sui's consciousness fell on him, and a majestic yet playful voice came from his feathers. "To my city, Lord. Fly!" Sui's eyes lit up immediately. Ya. After the surprise, Sui's scales immediately stood up. No! That girl came to Xianhuang Cave. Who gave her a Xianhuang token? There are too many tokens, and there is nowhere to give them. Sui gritted his teeth and almost rushed out, but looked at Feather, but suppressed his impulse. It should be fine. This is Uncle Chi's Feng Yu. The little guy should meet Uncle Chi. Although Uncle Chi is relatively weak, Bai Zhe is still ranked 10th behind Uncle Lei on the list. But there shouldn't be any problem protecting Ya. Sui's spiritual consciousness swept over Feng Yu, and a storage bag fell from the prosthetic eye. The word, Su, on it was 3 parts beautiful, 3 parts cold, and 94 parts awe-inspiring. This was done by Su Huanyan. Last time he rebuilt Changyu Mansion and sorted out the items. This thing is temporarily stored at Ji Feishua's place. Did the little girl meet Ji Feishua? Sui became more and more relieved. As long as Ji Feishua doesn't beat her, there won't be any danger. Sui opened the storage bag, and a bag full of origin stones fell out. It's not a universal source stone, but an source stone produced by Sui's own suppression, and only he can use it. Sui laughed. When I fell asleep, my wife and daughter brought me pillows. The consciousness took the origin stone and escaped into the inner world. The toad, who was observing the second heaven opening artifact, turned around and said, "Where did it come from?" Ya. Sui replied. Even if they blocked each other's synesthesia and memory, he and Toad still had a clear understanding of each other, and often complex things could be explained in 2 or 3 words. Toad's eyes lit up. "My mate is here too? Doesn't that mean that Emperor Yi can't ascend the throne, and he can't lose his career?" "Wow, haha." He somersaulted, and the orphan croaked. After calling out, he looked at Sui and asked with a bit of worry, "Is it safe?" "Ji Feishua," Sui replied. Toad nodded and looked at Sui with contempt. "You are in seclusion. What are you doing standing there in a daze?" "My mate has come in. A little weak turtle, and may not cause any trouble. If something happens to Ya, even if she calls Daddy won't be able to protect her. And Mr. Frog can't afford to embarrass this person." Sui. Dot! He stopped talking, and his consciousness fell on Xiaoshigua, and he slowly circled Tai Mountain with Xiaoshigua. The toad jumped up and stood on the hexagram, as if flying in the hexagram, circling with the hexagram, carefully observing the mountains and rivers in the inner world. The first opening of the sky was almost passive, but the second opening of the sky was not like this. As a soul beast, he has not forgotten his part-time job of assisting Sui. Where should the cannon be mounted? Where should the painted shadows of mountains and rivers be dragged down from the sky? The toad should plan for himself. Sui was immersed in practice and could not extricate himself. In the outside world, Sui is located 110,000 miles away, in the valley mentioned by Yuan Xiang. Everything here is covered with ice and snow. The raging wind whipped up countless piles of snow, hitting people's bodies with ecstasy and eroding their bones. Not even a monk would easily enter such a desperate situation. But the valley was not quiet at the moment. Figures appeared one after another. Looking at the center of the valley, a large formation emerged there. The formation looks like a rolling ball of air. At a glance, it seems as if it is about to fall into an abyss and cannot extricate itself. Several people surrounded the formation, but they never broke into the formation or left. "Fellow Taoist Feng Yi, Don't you want to break into this formation? A black fox looked at the young man dressed in a young man's shirt beside him. If the little girl is not mistaken, this formation is the Xinyuan of the nobles. Right. The black fox is also a mythical beast. But it is neither close nor far related to other mythical beasts. He doesn't fight for the treasures in the heavens. He keeps to his own territory and rarely goes out. They have never participated in the grievances between the Emperor's world and the mysterious world for thousands of years. The Fengyi mentioned by this black fox is the son of King Zhennan. Fengyi smiled, shook his head and said nothing. Xinyuan is the Emperor. But what does it have to do with him? Just hear its name, but not see its form. Perhaps the father understands. But after the fall of the father, what will be left of the Zhennan Palace? During these days, there were constant rewards in the Sun Palace, and other people became more respectful when they saw him. But he could not feel the faint sense of alienation. When your grandfather passed away, did your father feel the same way? He thought quietly, and saw two people rolling out of the formation in embarrassment. One master and one servant. But they also have the aura of a royal palace. Especially the young man dressed as a young master. His aura is extremely pure. But he doesn't recognize it. The world of Emperor Feng is so big that there are countless masters hiding in the corners. Just like Emperor Luan. How many people knew about it before the incident happened? Fengyi was about to say lo. But the master and servant, who fell out, felt ugly and left in a hurry. After walking far away, the servant whispered, Young master, is this formation left by our ancestors? There was a bit of confusion in the young man's eyes. The formation must have been left by our ancestors. But it has been changed by others. It is even more murderous and extremely weird. If I hadn't followed my father to learn Xinyuan since I was a child, I would have died in it. The servant asked in a low voice. The old slave looked at it and saw an ice sculpture in the center of the formation, which seemed to be a woman. Could it be that the ancestor left a sinking abyss to protect the ice sculpture? A large formation like Xinyuan's would basically not be repeated, since it has protected the ancestor's return path. It will not appear anywhere else. The young man shook his head. I don't know. Let's meet my father first, and inform him of the situation here. My father has led away a group of Luan Emperor's lackeys. I don't know what the situation is now. The two stopped talking and walked away. In the valley, everyone looked at Xinyuan, thinking deeply. A light flashed in Fengyi's eyes. He had a big battle a few days ago. The dragon turtle attacked the ancestral land and took away a large formation. Although the palace didn't say what formation was lost, Xinyuan's presence here forced him to think more. Dragon turtle? Dragon turtle used Xinyuan to seal the treasure inside? Fengyi resisted instinctively. Ever since his father lost the Jiangua because of the dragon turtle, He had become the #1 enemy of the Zhennan Palace. Fengyi had studied it through various means. The dragon turtle is not incredibly strong either. But the important matter of becoming emperor was ruined again and again. The Dong'an Mountain experiment was disrupted by him. His father attacked Yunmingzi. Jiangua also fell into the hands of dragon turtle. Not to mention the previous battle at Fengzhong. At any time, there is an irresistible combat power of the dragon turtle. But the role of the dragon turtle cannot be ignored at any time. This time there were even rumors that Emperor Luan's arm was blown off by the dragon turtle. That guy seems to have this kind of luck. There is the protection of heaven and earth in the dark. If you have high moral character and high status, you will not be afraid of changes. Even if it really triggered a war between Xianwang and the emperor, he would not be afraid. During the battle at Fengzhong, Xianwang did not use all its strength. And many sects and aristocratic families did not show up. It's like being crowned emperor. None of the 6 ministers, military generals, or aristocratic families were dispatched. What was originally a sure thing turned out to be a Buddha's coat. This is luck. Luck is the most unreasonable thing. Often comebacks come from adversity. The dragon turtle is likely to have good luck. So don't let it go lightly. To move the dragon turtle, you can only take advantage of the situation and not be reckless. Fengyi looked into the distance. Monk Yuan Sheng came in a hurry and took away the Buddha Yuan Xiang. Do you really think others don't know? The dragon turtle is there. Right. Fengyi's eyes flickered. To suppress the dragon turtle, I'm afraid Monk Yuan Xiang alone is not enough. He should be given more strength. Or hire someone to break this formation. Fengyi is plotting, and dragon turtle is practicing. He was familiar with the road, and his consciousness was absorbed in the master's hexagram, and he guided the master's hexagram around Tai Mountain. This surprise was the 5th hexagram that he absorbed. He gradually discovered that each hexagram had its own temper. Just like the little Master Gua, it travels smoothly and smoothly, rotating smoothly and smoothly around Tai Mountain. The absorption speed is only an ordinary speed. If it flies like a roller coaster, the speed of absorbing the Tao Yun of the Master Gua is 3 to 4 times stronger. So he was addicted to it and didn't know how long it would last. People were coming and going outside on the lake. Yuan Xiang had solved the formation and simply let it go, allowing others to explore. Someone began to bombard the lake bottom hall. Su He glanced slightly and saw that there were 2 more monks and many people from the imperial palace were moving around. At this moment, the Shirgua has not condensed, but the dark shadow of the barrel has already appeared on the fort. The first time I used 2 hexagrams to condense the Kaitian artifact. This time I used 3. Less than 3. The master's hexagram was only half condensed, and the barrel had already appeared. Unsurprisingly, the hexagrams needed to condense the heavenly artifact are becoming more and more numerous every time. A shadow appeared, and the toad jumped up. With a wave of his paw, the source stone turned into a river and rushed toward Tai Mountain. It was already flying in the air, and was refined by the power of the world, turning into pure energy and pouring into the barrel. The barrel is visibly condensed. Su He's speed of absorbing the master's hexagram increased even faster. The more condensed the Shirgua is, the more refined the cannon will be. There are incomprehensible lines appearing on the fort. 1 day. 2 days. As time goes by, the barrel becomes more solid. There are already SHLs eager to jump into the barrel. The people guarding outside the hall finally couldn't bear it anymore, and the tentative attack a few days ago turned into a bombardment with all their strength. There is an eternal theorem in the monk world. No matter what kind of formation or what kind of protection, as long as the strength is enough, it can be smashed and obliterated. He couldn't find a way to break open the main hall, so he used force to overcome skill and kept trying. Since this hall can be cut open by others, it is certainly not invulnerable or invincible. The sudden attack fell towards the main hall. Su He raised his eyes and glanced at the hall. He ignored the noise around him and closed his eyes again and immersed himself in practice. The broken mouth sword intention will not automatically counterattack. Attack the broken mouth. In the bombardment hall, the wretched Taoist's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted. The main hall was cut off with a sword, and there was a faint sense of sword intent flowing through the cut. Previously, everyone was afraid of counterattack and did not dare to test easily. At this moment, the wretched Taoist puppet was squeezed away and accidentally hit the gap. The sword intention never fought back. At the same time as his voice fell, attacks were already hitting the gaping water wall. In an instant, the water wall was filled with colorful colors, and the water wall swelled up and down again. The expression of the Yuan Xiang outside suddenly changed, and he attacked the water wall, but there was a breath coming out from inside, and the dragon turtle was opening the sky. Kill! Hit in. The monk's face completely darkened. The dragon turtle's first level of Kaitian was already able to kill the 3rd prince, who had just entered the 5th level of Kaitian. If the 2nd level of heaven opens, even he is not sure of suppressing the dragon turtle. What treasures are there in this hall? Yuan Sheng said that half of the main hall made the dragon turtle shrink in size and double its attack. This larger half of the hall allows the dragon turtle to reveal its aura of openness. Never let him open the sky. Yuan Xiang hit the water wall with a big Buddha seal. Seeing this, the others immediately increased their attacks. I just thought that the ban would be broken and some treasure would be released. The roar spread throughout the hall. 100,000 miles away, in the canyon, beside the fairy ice sculpture in the formation, the fairy sword buzzed and trembled, as if it was being attacked. The sound of the sword sounded, and the formation was swayed. The continuous formation was transparent for a moment, and outsiders looked in. Ice sculpture? People? Su Huanyan! Feng Yi recognized him instantly. This ice sculpture is the wife of the dragon turtle. Next to dragon turtle was a camel, and King Jinan could check it out clearly. This woman is here. Break through barriers and push limits? Feng Yi's face darkened. As expected, the one the dragon turtle took away was Shen Yuan. Don't let this woman break through the obstacles. Husband and wife are one body. And if Su Huanyan advances, the dragon and turtle's luck will definitely be stronger. Even if she couldn't break the formation, it would still interrupt her process of breaking through the limits. Breaking the limit and narrowly escaping death. Even though he was the Prince of Jinan, he never thought of breaking the limit. If you interrupt the process, this woman will definitely die. It can immediately reduce the luck of dragon and turtle. Feng Yi stood up with a roar. Feng Huang! Everyone! Break the formation! He let out a long roar and punched Shen Yuan. But his purpose was not to break the formation. Instead, the wind of his fist exploded within the formation, and a huge roar echoed in all directions. But this sound did not reach the formation. There are still various formations blocking Shen Yuan. Feng Yi waved his hand, and another punch exploded within the formation. At this moment, the fairy sword beside Su Huanyan seemed to be attacked, and there was another sword cry. The formation surrounding her body started to move, and the sound of fists roared in. The ice sculpture in the formation seemed to be damaged. A burst of snowflakes flew past, and a small crack appeared between the eyebrows. Su He opened his eyes and looked at the attacks that continued to fall on the water wall, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Ever since the statue of Qian Jiangzhenwu was erected, his premonition was incredibly sharp. Is there going to be a problem in Kaikian? Without thinking too much, he said H, low to the toad, and his consciousness escaped into the dragon turtle inheritance space. Landing on the back of the heritage dragon turtle, he merged with his heritage shadow and looked at the runes on Bai Ling's body. There are 3 major runes on Bai Ling's body. One of them is hexagram. The other 2 Su he could not look at originally, and when their eyes fell on him, they became dizzy and unbearable. But now there was one of them. Although they could not understand it, they did not make them dizzy anymore. Sure enough, inheritance is related to realm. It was not the time to study this at the moment. Su He looked at the hexagram runes and said silently in his heart, Sister Clan, open the second heaven. I have a bad premonition. Can you give me some advice? Bai Ling's runes can normally be used once a year, unless Su He asks about something beyond the scope, who calculates things that are beyond his own realm. Replying at that time will be much slower. The runes were left by Bai Ling, but Su He's inheritance palace is in Su He's body. All consumption is provided by Suha. The runes flashed and turned into a scene. In a valley, someone was punching the formation with punches. A huge sound followed the sound of swords falling onto the ice sculpture. There are fine cracks in the ice sculpture. Su He suddenly opened his eyes and breathed heavily. He looked towards the water wall ahead. People outside were bombarding the water wall, and it seemed that he could still hear the sound of swords. I see. This water wall is connected to the Su Huanyan fairy sword. Suiwa! Open the sky! Su He said in a deep voice. The toad emerged from between his eyebrows, blinking and wondering. Are you crazy? Su He chuckled lightly. Yes. Crazy. Kaitian. Killing people. Problem occurs. Su Huanyan? Toad thought for a while and asked. No one else can use Su He. Why don't you go to Phoenix Nest to contact the Phoenix clan? Su He shook his head. We contacted him as soon as we were teleported. We can enter the Phoenix Nest. But the blue bird is not here. Are you afraid? Su He asked. Toad shook his body and was full of energy. Isn't it because the Kaikion divine artifact has not been completely condensed? What's so scary? The master's hexagram is dangerous and smooth. It's really abnormal for you to condense it completely. You can't say this. It's more reasonable to take such risks. Although it was speaking like this, it had already pulled out a phoenix feather from Su He's outer space. He slapped him a few times and shouted at the top of his lungs. Help! That turtle boy is going to die. Feng Yu didn't react at all. Either Feng Qi has cut off all contact with this Feng Yu, or Feng Qi is trapped somewhere and cannot be contacted. Su He smiled, pressed his tortoise claws on Feng Yu, and said, Sister, save Wan Yin! The phoenix feather broke through the air and turned into a ray of light and escaped outward. Yuan Xiang, who was attacking the water wall outside, instantly threw out a large net to cover Feng Yu. Su He didn't care at all. Feng Yu is so powerful that even those people can't stop Yaya from using Feng Yu to send messages. What's more, it's his biography. The only problem is, I don't know where Ji Feishu is and how long it will take for the flying sword to pass. Su He was silent for a moment, and his consciousness plunged into the inner world. Toad, open the sky. Chapter 344 The Underworld. Su He's consciousness completely fell into the inner world. I happened to see a cannonball automatically jump into the barrel. Look! Is it time to open the sky? Su He smiled. Toad rolled his eyes at him. This was a normal reaction, just like the labor pains before childbirth. Labor does not mean you can give birth immediately after labor pains. Only when the unbearable state of mind is reached, and the heaven opening artifact cannot help but automatically open the heaven is the best time. The perfect sky can be opened, and the mountains and rivers painted on the boundary beads can be drawn more into the inner world. The toad suddenly stopped talking. Damn it! 70% of the Turtle Boy's landscape painting has been pulled into the inner world. And only 30% is still outside the boundary bead. Even if you keep your eyes closed, you won't make any mistakes. So he didn't say any more, and climbed up Tai Mountain step by step, heading towards the gun mount. With every step he took, his connection with Mount Tai and the entire inner world deepened. In the past, Sui rarely completely controlled the inner world, but allowed the inner world to grow completely freely. Connecting to the inner world, Sui is the master. The whole world moves according to his will. The second level of heaven was about to be opened. But this was the first time that Sui opened the sky completely independently. He took a deep breath and slapped his paw on the gun mount. The wheels roared into the air, and Sui took the cannon to the sky. Behind the toad is a toad carrying a box of cannonballs. Behind the toad is a vortex formed by the power of the world. In the whirlpool, the origin stone is broken into pure essence and pours into the cannon barrel and into the cannonball box. Jumping out, you are already on the lichen of the inner world. Kaikion fights against chaos. Bomb chaos. The chaos within the boundary pearl is different from the chaos in the outside world. There is no comparison in terms of strength and weakness. Chaos here is too weak. But in terms of grade, Sui always felt that the chaos within the boundary pearl was the real chaos. When the consciousness falls into chaos, it really feels like not being able to discern the four directions. All things returning to emptiness. And all things being born. Open the second heaven. Replenish the inner world. Expand the inner world. And gather the power of the world. Not only a quantitative change, but also a qualitative change. After opening the second heaven, Gui Yuan is no longer a simple blend of true energy and world power. The power of the world and the true essence can be separated with a single movement of the mind. Instead, a new kind of true essence is born. Just like when rice and water were mixed together, it would turn into porridge. Everything is different. There is no lead on the barrel. Sui put his claws on it and mobilized his whole body's true energy to flow into the boundary pearl, falling on the barrel through the conscious body. Suddenly, boom, there was a loud noise, and the cannonballs that jumped into the barrel of the gun blasted out, drawing a thin line, and blasted into the chaos, exploding with a loud noise. In an instant, tsunamis, volcanoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes erupted simultaneously, as if rushing into a chaotic place on the edge of chaos, where all rules became arbitrary. It looks like a cannonball, but it is actually a heaven-opening artifact. Okay! Sui did not look at the evolution of chaos. His eyes fell on the barrel of the cannon. There was no tendency for the cannon to be unable to withstand it. Come again! Toad instantly took out a cannonball and filled it. Sui's claws vibrated, and there was another loud noise. A second SH.L struck the same spot, shattering the tumbling chaos with one shot. In an instant, it turned into a clear sky, and a huge mountain surged out. Just as it was about to surge into the inner world, it suddenly collapsed. Sui and Toad were shocked at the same time. Is this a failure in opening the sky? There is only one opportunity to open the sky in each level. Once the world has started, it can never stop, no matter whether it is successful or not. If it fails, it can only condense the third heaven opening artifact and open the third heaven, which will always be one less heaven than the same kind. Toad gasped. Theoretically speaking, Sui's second heaven opening artifact is composed of 3 parts. The moment the frame is condensed, it can be used as a hammer to blast away chaos. There should be no such thing as a failure to open the sky. A turtle and a frog looked at each other and saw the collapsed mountain turning into a stream of pure breath pouring into the inner world. But instead of replenishing the inner world, he plunged into the underground cave and rushed into another world along the river of Een. Exploded with a bang. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and a thunderous sound echoed in Sui's mind. A real portal is formed in the lake of Eenley. But it is just like the original cave entrance without any modification. The Een energy stored somewhere roared into the portal. The opening of the second stage is not to open new mountains and rivers, but to completely open up the world condensed by the lunar calendar. Open the sky! Sui shouted. The toad immediately filled the cannonballs, and Sui blasted chaos one after another. The earth, lakes, and mountains took shape, but then collapsed and turned into pure essences, all rushing towards the portal. As the source poured in, Sui's momentum surged, rushing into the lake through the water wall and shooting to the surface of the water. The monk who was bombarding the water wall was stunned for a moment. A knowledgeable person will turn around and leave as soon as his complexion changes. Dragon Turtle. There is a dragon turtle opening the sky in the main hall. The thieves in the Buddhist world are determined to be thieves. After thinking about the peacock corpse, they now think about the dragon turtle, and even coerce them to attack together. The person who was kidnapped and attacked Fengzhong last time is gone. As soon as he left, he heard the Buddha's call from Yuan Xiang. Where are you going? Fellow Taoist Anan? I have warned you all. Don't regret it. What happened today? Do you think you will be safe if you leave? Those who attacked Fengzhong a few days ago were all killed. The Xianhuang realm has been marked, and many people have been liquidated in the past few days. Zuan Huangji is not the good old man it once was. The man's face darkened, but he didn't listen to what Yuan Xiang said and jumped to leave. But he saw Yuan Xiang had a compassionate look on his face, shook his head, put his hands together, and made a swastika seal, which turned into a mark and fell on Anan. A murderous intention flashed in his eyes. Do you think I'm kindly reminding you? Buddha is threatening you, he shouted loudly. Anyone who escapes today will be hunted down in the Buddhist world to the end. Everyone's expressions changed. Is this a compassionate monk? Boom! There was a cannon blast and chaos exploded. Come here, Suhi shouted to the toad. The toad jumped on the gun mount and controlled the cannon. Suhi jumped down. His consciousness rushed into the inner world and went straight to the underground world of Yin power. Stepping in from the door, the scenery in front of you changes instantly. There are mountains and water here, but there is no sun above your head. There is only gloominess, not lifelessness, but the pure Yin Qi. If the world above is the world of the sun, this place is the world of the underworld. Not even a little bit of yang energy. As soon as Suhi entered, the light shone brightly, like a god entering the underworld. Opening the second heaven did not expand the inner world, but completely opened up this world of Yin energy. As soon as Suhi came in, he immediately connected this area and became the master. There are no secrets here. The inner world here does not have an up and down structure like the original one, but it really comes together. It's like the world of Yang and the underworld. The underworld depends on the Yang world for its existence and cannot be independent. But at this moment, the mountains and rivers of the underworld are in chaos and the rivers collide. This is not what a complete world should look like. As soon as Suhi stepped on it, the earth rose and turned into mountains, and the rivers merged into long dragons. The rivers here are all from the past Yinchi rivers. With a little guidance, they gather together and turn into the only big river in this world. They are coiled like an umbilical cord, rushing and flowing to the invisible place. This river water is somewhat similar to the yellow spring of Tanxi, except that it is not as sinister and has pure Yin power. The sound of toad bombardment came from outside. The source poured in one after another, and the underworld continued to expand, until it is the same size as the inner world above. The boundary bead trembled, and Suhi's conscious body raised his claws, tearing down a piece of the painting and falling off, turning into a glacier rising in the underworld. The cold is so cold that it freezes even the soul. The glacier and the earth are embedded and completely integrated. Suhi raised his claws and tore it apart again, and another continuous volcano fell down, and faint green fire spurted out. Looking at it now, it really looks like the underworld. His inner world is indeed different from other dragon turtles. There is no dragon turtle that can talk about the world of Yang and the underworld. There are no rumors of the underworld in this world. That's not right either. The invisible place in the Phoenix tomb. Taizu made it clear that it was the Netherworld passage. Putting this aside for the moment, Ji Feishu has said that all the secrets in the Xianhuang cave can be revealed. After dealing with all the matters in front of me, I went to find her. Suhi roared, swung his claws and tore it apart. And the last image on the boundary bead fell down, turned into an island, floating on the earth. But it doesn't have the fairy spirit of the fairy family, but has a ghostly atmosphere. Tear off the last piece of the painting. The entire world bead buzzed and trembled, as if some special switch had been activated. It spun faster and faster, incredibly fast. Then, there was a click, and something was knocked open. Around the boundary pearl, there is a cloud of black and yellow rising, squirming and connecting with the meridians of the whole body. Dantian? Suhi suddenly looked confused. It was a consensus that the mythical beast had no Dantian. In other words, the Dantian of the mythical beast has turned into a world pearl. But Suhi had clearly formed a new Dantian at this moment. And the boundary pearl was like the legendary monk's golden elixir, floating and spinning in the Dantian. As the world bead rotated, A kind of true energy that Suhi had never experienced grew out. It flows throughout the body along the meridians and assimilates the original turtle element. Suhi remained motionless. Breathe! Breathe! The whole dragon turtle was lying on the ground. Motionless. The momentum is rising steadily. And roaring sounds are heard from time to time in the body. It is the toad that is still bombarding chaos. The Yuan Xiang who was attacking the water wall outside had completely fallen into madness. The appearance of the Dharma appeared behind him. But it was not a bodhisattva and arhat, but a wild boar with jagged tusks. The boar's bristles were as golden needles. And he roared and hit the water wall with his head. A big bag bulged from the wall of water. At this moment, the sound of a toad came from inside his body. It's the limit! While Suhi was circulating his true energy, he separated a ray of consciousness and sank into the inner world. Then, the toad was shot out and exploded in the chaos. But it could no longer refine the chaos. This is the limit of the Kaitian artifact. To open up the chaos of the inner world. A heaven-opening artifact can only be used once. Once it is developed, it will be ineffective against the chaos of the inner world. It's as if chaos has adapted to it. Come back! Suhi called out. And the toad, somewhat disappointed, controlled the cannon to return to the inner world and land on Mount Tai. Disappointment? Toad curled his lips. For the first time, the witch who opened the sky stood across the sky. Opened the sky with his pen, and painted hexagrams in the chaos. He blasted away the chaos, opened different heavens, and formed different terrains. The second time was far less exciting than the first. Suhi smiled. The first heaven is the foundation. It is created from scratch, so it is naturally different. He stepped into the inner world in one step, and a large number of origin stones scattered into the underworld. This was his true second heaven. Whether it is strong or not is directly related to future conduct and combat power. Looking at the inner world that has gradually fallen into a stable state, Suhi let out a long sigh. You guard this place while I go kill people. Toad looked up and saw that the dragon turtle retreated, and its consciousness dispersed little by little and disappeared. It's like walking into a fog. It's actually a bit domineering. Suhi opened his eyes and woke up. Moved his body. Felt the infinite power in his body. And grinned. I looked outside through the skylight. At this moment, there are still 20 people there, attacking the water wall one after another. Suhi counted and found that there were 11 people in the 5th level of Tashishin. Among them, the two at the top are both bald donkeys in the Buddhist world. One was the former Buddha's Yuanxiang, and the other Su he didn't recognize. But the word, devil, is written between his eyebrows. This is the lucky man who participated in the Battle of Fengzhong and survived. Suhi adjusted his breath, spit out the mountain god seals, and lightly smashed them on the ground of the hall one by one until 5 were smashed, increasing the power of the next 1 to 6 times. It dug its 4 claws into the ground, then dug back, and the whole turtle turned into a cannonball and rushed out of the hall, straight into the sky. Everyone who attacked the hall saw a flash of black light in front of their eyes, followed by a golden light. The mountain god seal was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly struck down, and before Yuan Xiang could react, he and the Dharma Prime Minister were smashed onto the main hall. Suddenly attacked, Yuan Xiang only had time to hold up the Fa Xiang to the maximum and tried his best to block the mountain god seal. But there was a roar. The Dharma Prime Minister let out a shrill scream and exploded. The mountain god seal was not damaged by the exploding Dharma, and it was not even lifted off. The golden dice flashed, and it was printed. Boom! It was printed on Yuan Xiang's chest. And with a click, the bones and internal organs were crushed together. The mountain god seal has never dissipated. Instead, it turned into suppression, suppressing Yuan Xiang's chest. Suhi roared, and the heavenly punishment fell from above his head. The lightning in the bucket group was much more solid than before, and it fell with a crackling sound. Yuan Xiang's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. No! He thought that when the dragon turtle opened the second heaven, he might not be able to suppress it. But he just couldn't suppress it. The dragon turtle can escape in his hands. Not like this. Evil! How dare you! With a loud shout, the monk with the magic word on his head threw a monk over, hit the heavenly punishment, and intercepted the heavenly punishment. He had a symbol in each hand and struck it hard. A noise turned into golden light and struck Suhi. Suhi turned his head and roared. Roar! The divine power suppressed the sound of the cymbals and boomed back, hitting the golden cymbals. A pair of cymbals suddenly started to tremble. The monk couldn't hold it anymore, and the cymbals flew away. One round went to the bottom of the lake, and the other came straight towards Suhi. But Suhi slapped him down with his paw. It was as if the flywheel turned into a golden light and cut through a 4th level skywalker. The 4th layer couldn't even dodge, so it was smashed by a symbol instead of being cut in half, but exploded with a bang. A ray of starlight fell, and he came to life again. He didn't even dare to say a word, turned around and ran away. I just regret that the master taught me too few escape techniques. And there is no blood shield technique. No one cares about a person who is only at the 4th level. The demon monk took advantage of Suhi to play the symbol and shouted loudly, "Demon conquering formation!" Immediately all the monks gathered together and formed a large formation to suppress Suhi. "Subdue the devil? Surrender yourself?" Suhi roared, and a moon-destroying sword appeared above his head, slashing down the same person with 2 chaotic blades like rain opening up the sky. Instead of slashing the same person with one slash, instead, they struck one blow after another, like a continuum, vowing not to give up until they killed someone, including Suhi himself. The foreign minister Guishan on Suhi's back shone with precious light, blocking the chaotic blade. He jumped down and hit Yuan Xiang with his head before the demon-suppressing formation was formed. Yuan Xiang was struggling to open the dice with his hands and seals when he saw the dragon turtle charging towards him. His already pale face instantly turned to deathly ashes. "Dragon turtle! Enemies can't be reconciled." Base. A chaotic blade floated past and struck right through his mouth, leaving all the rest of his words unsaid. Suhi smashed his fallen head with a claw, and a heavenly punishment fell. Yuan Xiang, who was already a pile of rotten flesh, instantly turned into ashes. Even the bag on his waist turned into fly ash, and many treasures in the bag were scattered on the ground. "The dice are coming." Suhi casually threw everything in through the skylight of the hall. All this happens in an instant. The demon-suppressing formation above the head has been formed. The spiritual mountain appears, Vajra's angry eyes, and rays of Buddha's light shine towards Suhi. The impact on the turtle I was like the Milky Way falling from the sky and hitting it. The formation set up by a few 5th level heaven-reaching monks and a few 4th level heaven-reaching monks were quite powerful. Suhi snorted. "Compared to the Phoenix Tomb, it's much smaller." At that time, 500 Arhats set up a large formation, which was much more powerful than this. Suhi stood in the center of the formation, and a sound of divine power swayed in all directions. Several monks at the 4th level of skywalking suddenly had their souls damaged and stood stunned on the spot. If he hadn't been in the formation, this sound would have seriously injured him. They used the large formation to block the divine power. But at this moment, the chaotic blade struck again outside the large formation. A hail of knives rushed into the formation and struck the monk on his head. Boom! Boom! There was a burst of sound, and several of the 4th level sky-stepping soldiers were instantly killed by the sword. The monk with the magic word between his eyebrows put his hands together and recited the Buddha's name. "Ling Shan!" The great hall rose up in response, absorbing the spiritual power of the fallen monk, and shrouded it in the formation, blocking the chaotic blades. Suhi roared and bit into the great palace. Gluttonous eating method. Click! Dashyung Palace was bitten off a big bite in response. But the demon monk didn't care at all, and instead smiled. At the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, a burst of Sanskrit sounded from the mouth. This voice actually wanted to transform him out of thin air. Suhi roared, his divine power overwhelming the sound of Sanskrit, and he wanted to spit out the fragments of the great hall. But he couldn't do it. The demon monk recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha! How can it be that the things of Buddhism are swallowed by the donor when he wants to, and vomited when he wants to? The donor is destined to be my Buddha. He murmured and chanted the Buddha's name. The suppressed Sanskrit sounds rose again in my mind. Suhi saw a cold light in his eyes, clapped his paws, and a swastika appeared above his head. With a Sanskrit sound, the Mahavira Palace turned into golden light and shone into the swastika. This is the seal of Gu Jingjai. In terms of identity, Suhi and Yunli are now Buddhist arhats from the ancient Jingjai Zheng'er Ba Sutra. The demon monk frowned slightly and pointed his halberd. In the demon-suppressing formation, King Kong glared angrily and struck at Suhi at the same time. Suhi roared, stepped forward, and hit the Vajra with a turtle SHL with a roar. The whole turtle was driven into the ground. Suhi came out and shook his head. This blow gathered the magical power of all the monks in the formation. But it was not as simple as superimposing each other. Breaking the formation by brute force alone is a bit troublesome. Suhi stepped on the ground with a claw, A portal to the underworld opened, and ghosts swarmed out. Since I want to succumb to the devil, I will succumb to you as much as possible. Ghosts poured out, and the demon-suppressing formation required no control. King Kong's angry eyes struck him down with one blow, scattered and hit the ghosts directly. Suhi took advantage of King Kong's attack, turned around, and the mountain god seal struck forward. Crash on the main hall. With a muffled sound, the mountain god seal spread out. The palace is intact. A faint smile appeared on the demon monk's face. This treasure hall gathers the vows and magical powers of the monks. How can it be easily broken through? The dragon turtle is very clever in releasing ghosts, dispersing the power of the array. But he doesn't know that the array subdues demons. Every time a demon is subdued, the power increases by 1 point. He chuckled, then saw the dragon turtle open its mouth, and another mountain god seal came up. Feeling the power of the mountain god seal suddenly doubled. The demon monk's expression changed slightly. He controlled the formation to attack Suhi, only to see the dragon turtle open his mouth and issue another mountain god seal. Power times 3. Then the 4th. Then the 5th. With a click, the hall shattered into pieces as he was stunned. The demon monk's expression changed drastically. Chapter 345 The Power of Time. The Mahavira Palace is broken. The demon monk's expression changed greatly, and he stretched out his hand to make a golden symbol fly towards him. He slapped the golden symbol with his palm, and the golden symbol suddenly grew in size, supporting the formation above the formation, blocking the chaotic blades. One round turned into a flywheel, running rampant in the demon-conquering formation. Spin and slash towards Suhi. Fellow Taoists, if you don't come to help me with your fists at this moment, why don't you wait for the dragon turtle to escape and kill them one by one? Following his words, an iron rope came down. The monks in the emperor's world didn't need to think too much and took action directly. There were also other monks who turned around and left. The monk sneered. You think you can escape? If you attack the dragon turtle's retreat, will the dragon turtle spare you? If you don't suppress the dragon turtle here, it won't even be able to get out of the Xian Wang cave heaven, or he will kill them one by one. That's right. Finally someone gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The demon monk's face was filled with joy. Amitabha, fellow Taoist, you have conquered the demon today, and your merits are immeasurable. All you have to do is enter the rebirth position and input your true energy. All Dharma in the world are Buddhist Dharma, and the great array of the Buddha realm can be driven regardless of the true essence or the power of the Buddha. Having made up his mind, the monk jumped in, outputting his true energy, and the power of the formation instantly increased. You still haven't united yourselves to defeat the devil. The monk turned around and shouted. The monks who were resisting the chaotic blade gritted their teeth and rushed into the formation. Stuck in the formation's eye, true energy surged in. Suhi roared in the formation and slapped the golden symbol that was attacking him on the ground with one claw. A mountain god seal hit him, and the golden symbol shattered instantly. The expressions of the monks in the formation changed instantly. This round of symbols couldn't block the mountain god seal, nor could the one above the head. The golden symbols were shattered, and the chaotic blades entered instantly. Didn't they crash into the center of the chaos blade from the edge? Looking up, he saw monks joining forces to form a series of Buddha seals and falling on the formation. There were also monks from the imperial palace, and iron ropes lay across the formation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, increased their true energy output, and mobilized the angry-eyed King Kong to completely suppress the dragon turtle. However, he saw a field spread out on the dragon turtle, and in an instant water flooded Lingshan Mountain, and the entire formation fell into a vast ocean. The ghosts summoned by the dragon turtle are at home in this realm where Yin forces are raging. Suhi bit into a ghost, sacrificed the soul. Soul sacrifice takes away the soul and Yuanling, and then plays them out. That soul and Yuanling can deliver the most powerful blow before birth. This is a general who is on the 4th level of the sky. Half of his armor is broken. Suhi swallowed the ghost in one gulp, and then spit it out. Song Lang slashed it out with one strike, as if thousands of troops were charging straight into the formation. With a slash of the sword, an angry-eyed Vidra was killed. Everyone, increase your true energy! The monk roared like a lion and rushed towards the ghost below through the mouth of King Kong. The sound rippled through, and several 2nd and 3rd level ghosts standing in the sky turned into powder in an instant. It works! The monks immediately tried their best to increase the output of true energy. At the same time, he raised his head and said happily, Master, continue. As long as these ghosts are dispersed, You can concentrate your strength. Before he finished speaking, his eyes were already split open, and he saw the group of monks forming seals falling. But they did not attack Suhi. Instead, Buddha seals sealed them in the formation, turning everyone into the energy source of the formation. But the monk broke away from the formation in an instant and ran away. Also leaving at the same time was the monk from the imperial palace. The monk in the formation had his hair pierced through his crown and roared, "Ball thief! How dare you harm me?" The monk looked back and glanced. "Amitabha, if you use your body to defeat demons, this poor monk will build a golden pagoda for you." He said that and turned around to leave. The dragon turtle has reached an unstoppable state, and the demon-conquering Vajra formation can only be set up by 500 arhats. Even if it takes less than 500 arhats to trap the dragon turtle, it would still require 500 monks. Even if it's 500 at the first level of the sky, or even the demon transformation realm to make up for it. There are not enough people, and the formation is incomplete. The dragon turtle cannot be trapped. They were just struggling to the death. The dragon turtle would break the formation sooner or later, so it was natural for him to escape. Fellow Taoists, be kind and righteous. He recited the Buddha's name and heard a voice behind him. Fall? Then there was the sound of the iron rope falling. The monk suddenly turned around and saw that the iron ropes across the formation broke and fell one by one. At the same time, the momentum of everyone in the Feng Palace suddenly weakened. The monk's surprise is not trivial. Dragon Turtle has found a way to target the Imperial Palace, so he could acquire the magical power of Feng Wangding. But how could Feng Wangding publicize such a thing to the outside world? It's too late to cover up. He raised his eyes and looked into the formation, and saw that Su Hanhai's domain instantly shrank, turning into an identical dragon turtle, charging into the formation and detonating itself. It's just the self-destruction of the domain clone, but its power is not compared to the ordinary self-destruction of the 4th level. Without the formation presided over by the monk, the demon-subduing formation was not only vulnerable, but it also tore a hole in such a self-destruction in an instant. Suhi jumped out, transformed into a peacock, flapped his wings and flew away. He immediately caught up with the fleeing monk, returned to his true form as a dragon turtle, opened his mouth and blasted away with a mountain god seal. The demonic monk clasped his hands together, and the Bodhisattva's Dharma appeared behind him. A palm hit, and the palm was immediately shattered by the mountain god seal. The monk's eyes narrowed, and he felt a little regretful. You shouldn't give up on the formation. But who would have thought that the guys in Fengwang Palace were useless at all, and that the iron rope would be dropped? He took out a golden bowl, made a sea-collecting demon shape, and threw the bowl towards Suhi. The golden bowl was hit by the mountain god seal and hit nowhere. Suhi jumped up. He opened his mouth and bit into the gluttonous food. A string of Buddhist beads on the monk's body exploded between him and Suhi, pushing him back and galloping away. But at this moment, there was a roar of a turtle, and a whirlpool happened to block his way to escape, and he was instantly swept into it. Supernatural power. Bai Ming, if it weren't for the peacock body's true energy that hasn't had time to transform, Hao Yue would be more useful. As soon as Bai Ming got involved, the mountain god seal had already crashed down, hitting the ground along with Bai Ming with a bang. The surrounding monks and monks from the Imperial Palace suddenly dispersed like birds and beasts. Suhi raised his head and roared, blasting out a blood curse and shooting it at everyone. The toad came out directly from Suhi's eyebrows. He raised his hand and fired a shot. A large net opened and instantly caught the two monks, and they fell to the ground together. It wanted to search again. Suhi frowned. Come back! Xian Xianzi was by no means aimless. It was better for the toad to stay at peace in the Xianwang cave. Otherwise, the toad would have taken action if he was trapped just now. The toad snorted, lowered his head, and burrowed into the center of Suhi's brow again. Suhi jumped down and blasted the mountain god seals toward the ground one after another. When Suhi fell, the demon monk was already half disabled, suppressed under the mountain god seal, and unable to move. He looked up at Suhi and recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha, poor monks should not leave the formation. If we don't break away from the main formation, we may be able to achieve great results by joining forces with casual cultivators and conferring the title of palace monks. As he was talking, he saw a toad appear between Suhi's eyebrows with a pipe in its mouth. He made a sound and spat in his face. Are you thinking that Mr. Frog doesn't exist? Is it difficult for Master Frog and Turtle Boy to break your formation? Pooh! Suhi was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. Su Huanyan didn't know what was going on over there. But a scorpion fell, and struck the demon monk directly. The monk recited the Buddha's name. Amitabha. If the donor does too many unjust things, he will die. If he looks back, crack, with a sound of heavenly execution. The sound disappeared. It's Uncle You. Toad took over and cursed. Then jumped up to put away the alms bowl and the scattered treasures. Suhi turned his head and cast 2 mountain god seals and 2 heavenly punishments to kill the 2 monks in the toad net. He turned around and flew towards the main hall, passing by the formation, and looked at the monks in the formation nodes with a cold light in his eyes. The heavenly punishment above his head fell like rain. No! A woman's eyes flashed with shock, and she hurriedly shouted, Bellow Taoist Dragon Turtle! We have all been deceived by the bald donkeys in the Buddhist world. Suhi's eyes are filled with murderous intent. What does it have to do with me whether he cheats or not? Crack! The heavenly punishment struck her head, but it didn't kill her with one blow. Until the Chaos Blade and Tian Shu fell at the same time again. A monk whose movements are restricted in this way, even a 5th level monk, has no chance to resist if he is not trapped and has no chance. Suhi kills people. The toad collects treasures, and the clouds and flowing water flow. After Toad had collected the treasure, Suhi had already landed at the break in the hall. He touched the water wall with his paws, and carefully understood the meaning of the sword. With a flick of the sword intent circulates. Suhi immediately turned his head and looked at the place 100,000 miles away, where the sword response came from. Su Huanyan also came to Xianwang Cave, but he didn't know where Xianwang Ling came from. Go back and check what treasures this girl has in her storage bag. Suhi was thinking wildly. His heart skipped a beat when he looked at the main hall, and he whispered in a low voice, Seniors, I'm sorry. I can use the main hall. He dug his claws under the main hall, pushed his body hard, and the 3 or 4 miles of the main hall was instantly carried by him. With Suhi's current state, even a large mountain could be easily carried. This hall is obviously unusual, but it has not sunk to a terrifying level. Otherwise it would have sunk into the center of the earth. The water beneath Suhi turned over, and he carried the hall and flew towards the response point of the sword intention. The toad was stunned, and it was only when Suhi flew far away that he realized what was going on. He jumped back to Suhi's sea of consciousness. This is its true home, and even if it dies outside, it can be resurrected from here. Resurrection is complicated though. 11,000 miles. At Suhi's current speed, it would not take long to carry the main hall on his back. Halfway through, he had already followed his senses and found the valley. The Xinyuan formation was rolling in the valley, and a young man was attacking the formation in the air. The young man sensed this and looked up. When he saw Suhi coming to the temple, he turned around and left without any hesitation. It shot into the sky instantly, and turned into a golden light that disappeared instantly. But at this moment, a sword light shot out from Xinyuan's formation, and Su Huanyan's fairy sword shot out and rushed out in an arc. The weapon spirit condensed, sitting on the fairy sword, looking like a shrunken Yaya, chasing Feng Yi up to the sky. Suhi threw himself down from the main hall and turned into a peacock, with Ji Yu using his skills to chase after him. After turning into a peacock, the space outside the boundary pearl also transformed into Dantian. At the same time, Feng Yuan changed. Every time Suhi flapped his wings, his speed would increase exponentially, and the scenery below him had completely turned into a shadow. Jumping to catch up, he saw Su Huanyan's fairy sword being knocked away by Feng Yi's spear. This sword is very powerful, but its owner is still weak, and the true energy and sword energy stored in the sword are not enough to support it to compete with the 5th level of the sky. Feng Yi saw the peacock flying towards him, and was about to run away. But Suhi had already turned into a dragon turtle, and a mountain god seal suddenly hit him. Damn it! Feng Yi's face darkened. He was almost there. He almost failed to interrupt Su Huanyan's breakthrough, and cut off the dragon turtle's luck. Just a little less. Feng Yi's spear shook and crashed into the mountain god seal. The mountain god seal and the spear exploded at the same time. With the power of the explosion, Feng Yi was about to run away, but he heard a frog croaking and a large net bag came down from above his head, forcing him to change his path. However, Suhi had transformed into a peacock and rushed forward. The bright moon fell down at the same time as Tian Sha, and flew all the way. The dragon bird god's true essence changed, and the bright moon became more useful. The bright moon was in the sky, and in a heavenly killing formation. The fairy sword suddenly rose up and flew towards Feng Yi. A crisp voice came from the side. Me! Me! Su He turned his head. On Su Huanyan's fairy sword, there was only a palm-sized weapon spirit raising his hand and shouting, signaling Su He to use her. The fairy sword that condenses the weapon spirit will naturally not be used by anyone except the owner. But Su He is not included in this category. Su He flapped his wings, and the immortal sword escaped into the heavenly killing formation, replenished with Su He's true energy. The immortal sword rang out and instantly penetrated Feng Yi. Feng Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the magical power and the great formation that enveloped him, he knew that there was no way to escape. Looking at the sword that had been slashed at him again, he knew that there was no way to survive. But there was a smile on his lips. Grinning. He didn't take the great formation surrounding him seriously at all. We met. Disgusting smell. The little sword spirit sat on the fairy sword, frowning and letting out a clear sound of disgust. Follow the fairy sword to kill Feng Yi. Feng Yi raised his head, and a horn appeared between his eyebrows. The light flashed and exploded. He blew himself up. Su He turned around and returned to his true form as a dragon turtle. He searched in all directions, but no stars were found. Feng Yi was not resurrected, but Su He knew that he was not dead. This is the secret feeling of dragon turtle. Yuan Zun? The single horn between Feng Yi's eyebrows is like Feng Yiju. It falls on the soul. This person also incorporates the characteristics of the Yuan Zun clan. But Feng Yiju was resurrected wherever he died. Feng Yi self-destructed here. Can he be resurrected elsewhere? Su He's consciousness scanned all directions, but found nothing. He's really gone. Go back, Su He said in a deep voice. Turned around and grabbed the fairy sword, retracted the toad and spread its wings and flew towards the valley. The valley was covered by a large formation, and the situation inside could not be seen. Those who had attacked the formation together had long since fled. Can Ling Su remember the breath of those people? Su He asked. Ling Su is the name of Su Huanyan's fairy sword. He didn't call it this name originally, but later he took a look at some picture book in Changyu Mansion and decided to change his name. The little weapon spirit nodded and raised his head. No one can escape. That's good. Su He's voice was as cold as ice. Aye, your master. Then start naming and killing. As he spoke, he tried to touch Xin Yuan with his paw, but the formation did not fight back. Ji Feishue was very reliable and knew how to open the back door for him. Su He immediately rushed into the formation. The center of the formation was filled with ice and snow. Su Huanyan's snow sculpture stood quietly, his clothes still fluttering in the wind. Even the ice sculptures, standing here, are so beautiful that they are as beautiful as a painting. They are so beautiful that it is unbelievable. Where the immortal sword was previously, there was ice slag on the ground, attacking the water wall of the hall and shattering the immortal sword and ice sculpture. At this moment, the fine cracks on Su Huanyan's body have begun to slowly recover. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su He sensed a hint of danger from her. It wasn't that Su Huanyan was going to attack him, but after Su Huanyan breaks out of his SHL, is there any way to hurt him? This is nonsense. Su Huanyan has only reached the limit of the second level of heaven. This retreat is to break this limit, but he refuses to enter the third level of heaven. Even if he really reaches the third level of heaven stretching, it is impossible to hurt him. He can't be hurt even if he stands still and is hit. Putting away the strange feeling in his heart, Su He asked Xiang Xianjian, Did you cut off the hall that I carried over? If so, Su Hua was his enemy in his previous life? So bloody? The little weapon spirit on the fairy sword blinked, not knowing why. She saw the main hall where Su He came, but she didn't sense any hostility. Me look! The fairy sword pierced out of the formation with a sound and flew towards the main hall. Su He was startled and jumped out to catch up. However, he saw that the fairy sword had already shot toward the main hall with a flash of light. It arrived in a moment, but it did not stop or conflict with the main hall. Instead, the sword pointed its tip and entered the main hall. Su He followed closely. I saw the fairy sword floating up and down in the hall. Not only did the hall not fight back against the fairy sword, but it was filled with a bit of joy. The main hall has emotions and a wonderful feeling. This hall must have been used as a magic weapon for sacrifice. And it even once had a weapon spirit. Su He looked at the fairy sword and asked, Do you have any memory? The little weapon spirit emerged, shook his head, and looked at Su He with his big eyes blinking. I am only older than you. The sword was from Su Huanyan's previous life, but the weapon spirit was cultivated by Su Huanyan himself. It was condensed only a few years ago, so it is impossible to have any memory. At most, It is just instinctive likes and dislikes. He secretly said it was a pity. Then his eyes lit up again. This hall did not take the initiative to attack the fairy sword, and was very friendly. So it shouldn't be a problem for Su Huanyan to come in. He could not find a safer place than the main hall for the time being. Do it as soon as you think of it. There is no time to delay. He immediately returned to the valley and entered the formation. A stream of water gently rolled up the ice sculpture. Daughter-in-law, I will take you to a safe place. He muttered something and flew up. But Su Huanyan's voice sounded in his mind. Husband, long time no see. He almost somersaulted down the road, his eyes sparkling, and he looked at the ice sculpture in surprise. Are you awake? However, Su Huanyan made no sound again. She was disturbed at a critical moment and almost caused a disaster. However, He arrived in time. At this moment, he was convinced that it was He who came over. He reluctantly said a voice, which was already the limit. After speaking, he fell into silence. He asked several times, but there was no reply from Su Huanyan. He probably guessed it, and muttered in a low voice. Yes, long time no see. Don't worry. I will bring the other half of the hall over in a moment and put it together. The water flow swept Su Huanyan's movements, and the formation outside moved accordingly. He led her to escape into the hall easily, not because of He, but because the hall itself did not stop Su Huanyan. She has permission to come in. The ice sculpture was placed on the other side of the hall, leaving the stone sculpture and landing at the farthest end. He turned to Ling Su's immortal sword and said, Those stone sculptures are all my benefactors. Don't disturb them, let alone chop them into pieces. Approximately the same as Yaya in appearance. This sword spirit is somewhat naughty. The sword spirit snorted at him and dived into the fairy sword. The sword made a sound and landed next to Su Huanyan with a thud. A flash of ice flashed across the sword, and it turned into an ice sculpture along with Su Huanyan. The meaning of ice and snow filled the air. Main hall. Then, there was a gentle sword cry. And He actually understood the meaning of the sword cry. Who has time to play around with you? I still want to help the master advance. He was speechless. Yes. Yes. You are an immortal sword who has a serious business. He walked out of the hall with a smile, got under the hall again, carried the hall on his back, and flew towards the canyon where the other half of the hall was. Arrive in a moment. Flying in the air and looking down. The canyon is deep and long, as if there is a concentration of sword intent. A strange feeling arose in Suhi's heart. Wasn't this canyon cut out with a sword? The main hall was originally here, and then Tantai Immortal came in and split the main hall in half with a sword. One half fell into the cut canyon, and the other half was blown away and fell into a lake tens of thousands of miles away. The more I think about it, the more possible it becomes. Suhi carried the hall on his back and fell into the canyon. He leveled the ground and lowered the hall. He adjusted the posture of the two halves of the hall and docked them together. The hall seemed to have magnets, attracting each other, crashing into each other, and fitting perfectly. From the main hall, a toad exclaimed, Hack! Suhi ducked in and saw the pool of water in the connected hall squirming as if it had been activated. A piece of land appeared on the surface of the water, like the one where corpses were parked. There was a shadow slowly appearing on the ground. That shadow was the image of Suhi in his previous life. It was the same appearance Suhi had seen in by Ling's divination, with a lot of hair missing and lying quietly on the ground. A strange Taoist charm came out from the shadow. Suhi could feel that this was not some kind of treasure or formation mechanism. It's just that the body of the previous life has been lying here for too long. The Taoist rhyme is imprinted in the hall and is indelible. The phantom and the ground collapse have not yet completely condensed. The toad next to him looked on dumbly. Suhi looked around and saw that the two halves of the hall were connected and the sword marks were slowly merging. As the main hall merges, the shadow of Tao Yun becomes clearer. A flash of light flashed in my heart. No wonder the hall was chopped into pieces. But it didn't attack the fairy sword, and even showed a hint of joy. When you cut off the main hall, you were not actually attacking it. You were just destroying the main hall to prevent the rhyme mark from appearing. Right. I don't know how many great powers will peep at me with such a brand. The main hall is still continuing to fuse. And when the main hall is completely integrated, the mark will be completely revealed, which should immediately alert all the powerful people in Xianwang Cave Heaven. Suhi's breathing became heavier, and the toad beside him had already recovered and said quickly, Don't wait for the condensation. Suck him. Isn't it a matter of course that the marks left by the previous life should be absorbed in this life? Suhi licked his lips, stepped forward, opened his mouth and sucked in. The long whale sucked the water, and the brand moved, as if it was about to be sucked away, but was grabbed by the main hull. Suhi didn't believe in evil, so he opened his mouth and inhaled again. But the brand remained the same. It feels like jelly in a bottle, and you can't suck it out. The brand is still integrated into the main hull. The hull is not complete, and the brand cannot come out. Suhi shook his head. The main hull needs to be completely integrated. The toad stopped talking. Then wait a moment. You can feel it. The fusion speed of the main hull is not slow. It won't take too long. I'll consolidate my realm. Before the main hull merges, you call me. Suhi said in a deep voice. The Queen of Heaven has not truly consolidated her realm. Under normal circumstances, she should have been in seclusion for 10 years. If nothing happens in Xinhuang Cave, Suhi plans to stay in seclusion here for a period of time, which can protect Su Huanyan and consolidate his realm. He thought wildly that his consciousness had been split into two, and he used half of his true energy to circulate, and half sank into the dantian in his belly. The dantian was growing vigorously, and new true energy was constantly growing and flowing throughout the body along the meridians. Suhi jumped over his dantian and entered the inner world. He turned around and came to the underground cave. He looked at the entrance of the cave that seemed to lead to another world. He thought about it and waved his paw. The entrance of the cave turned into a portal. On the portal were two ancient seals, Netherworld. This is what it looks like. Suhi, as the master of this side, wrote down his name himself. Then the constitution of heaven is the law, and the world of Yin Power is Netherworld. Suhi smiled and entered the world of Yin Power. This place was truly Netherworld, and the aura was already between the Phoenix Tomb and the Netherworld Passage. If there are ghosts, they should be able to live well here. Suhi thought for a while, and a bold idea came to his mind. He tried to open a Netherworld Passage here, but with a thought. The Netherworld Passage actually appeared here, but no ghosts ran out rampantly. Maybe the atmosphere here is similar, and not as attractive as the earthly world. Suhi's consciousness landed at the entrance of the Netherworld Passage, and when he grabbed it outward, he caught a demon-transforming ghost. With a wave of his paw, he immediately closed the Netherworld Passage. The ghost fell into the world of Yin energy, did not disperse, and had no special behavior. It just wandered aimlessly. There is nothing strange, as if this place is still within the Netherworld Passage. The inner world must be open to the third level of the sky in order to hold living beings, if the rules are sufficient. With gentle stirring, even the simplest living creatures can be born from the ocean, and then evolve step by step, completely independent of the outside world, and completely form a unique biological system. But it was still early for Su Heli to leave, and he had just opened the second level of heaven. I don't know if it's dozens more for the third level of Kaitian. Hundreds of years? Suhi suddenly laughed. It took a long time from the first opening of heaven to the second opening of heaven. But it was actually only 30 years. For the mythical beast, it takes 30 years to sleep. It's a pity that the dragon turtle can't laugh with his arms akimbo. He quietly opened the Netherworld Passage, grabbed two ghost objects, and placed them in his Netherworld world. While sorting out the laws brought by Kai Tianqing, he observed the three ghosts. But these three guys are ignorant and have no intelligence, and can't see anything abnormal. They are not really living beings, nor do they bring pressure to the inner world. Instead, his actions stirred up the Yin energy of the underworld and touched the laws of this place. Suhi sorted out the rules and became a little more relaxed. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a toad's call came from the bottom of my heart. Come! Suhi's consciousness instantly jumped out of the inner world and opened his eyes. I saw that only the last trace of the cracks in the main hull was left unhealed. Suhi was lying on the edge of the pool, staring intently at the crack in the hull. The moment it healed, the Dalian brand from the previous life instantly released its brilliance. However, before the brilliance could unfold, Suhi opened his mouth and sucked it in. The entire Taoist rhyme turned into a ray of light and fell into Suhi's mouth. The murmur of the Tao Te Ching resounded in my mind. Therefore, the wind will never end, and the rain will never end. The Tao always does nothing but does everything. A force flowed into Suhi's body along Dalian, but he was not required to absorb it. This force was separated from him by a layer of film and could not be absorbed. Suhi's eyes narrowed. Is this the power of time? He acted recklessly once in the Feng Tomb, repairing the cracks in time and space ignorantly, and was penetrated by the power of time. If it weren't for Feng Chifei's death, he would have died. At this moment, the power of time reappeared. But it did not impact the body like the last time. Instead, it was as moist as a stream. And for a while, the whole body became soft. Sui's feet gave way, and he fell into the pool. I suddenly woke up, jumped up, and heard a voice in my ears, and became excited. Uh-huh. It really works. People who are not from this world are not subject to the time limit of this world. This sound. Bai Ling? Chapter 346, Ancient Times. Who is Bai Ling? This is a pretty good name. I like it. The voice came again. And as soon as I heard the voice, I knew that it was a different woman. Although the voice was as pleasant as a bell, you could tell from the cheerful and strange tone that this was a living treasure. Suhi sat up straight. Sit up? Suhi looked down and saw that he sat up. He is not a turtle body at this moment, but a human body. This body is so familiar, especially after Qianjiang transformed into a human body for a while. He has dreamed back to his previous life more than once, jumping up and down. In his previous life, he was a virgin. Don't look any further. We have pulled you from the future to the present, and now the two bodies are merging. Only when the fusion is complete, you will return to your future appearance. This is your present, your past life. The playful voice came, and Suhi looked up. In front of him was an indescribably beautiful woman, but somewhat slovenly, with a big pancake around her neck. While eating the cake, each of Suhi's left and right hands controlled a formation. The formation was so complicated that when Suhi fell on it, his mind felt like it was going to explode. Sister clan, Suhi murmured softly. This is Bai Ling. Bai Ling, who is in a human state, is obviously beautiful, but he is willing to fall into depravity. He throws himself into the mud pit, which is a habit that cannot be tolerated. Nibbling big cakes, sucking fingers. The golden sword horse sits casually, and even has a pair of bare feet. The woman's eyes lit up, and she looked Suhi up and down, as if she had discovered a new world. Not bad. Not bad. Call me sister when we meet. I'm optimistic about you. You are so sensible. If you have any wishes, tell me. I don't guarantee that you can realize it. Suhi. Not. Wait. The future. Now. Fusion. A woman who looks very much like Bai Ling. Suhi looked around. He was still in the main hall, but there was not a single stone statue in the hall. His eyes naturally fell on the woman's hand, which looked familiar. According to Bai Ling's divination, it was this hand that pulled out his hair and petrified the 3 phases of his previous life. Suhi took a deep breath. Taiku? An illusion? Or traveling against the current of time? Is it too ancient? The woman who looked exactly like Bai Ling was slightly startled. A little lonely. So it turns out that you were reborn so late? I am too ancient. Her eyes lowered slightly, and her voice sounded a little distressed. Then I am at a disadvantage? I should let you call me Grandma. Suhi. He had a mouthful of noise stuck in his throat, but he didn't know how to spit it out. That's wrong. The woman suddenly raised her head. You didn't call me sister, but clan sister? So in the next life, I won't be a human being? People rarely use the word clan sister. Did you just react? Suhi looked at her, and a strange thought arose in his heart. This woman is no longer acting. Nor is she an illusion. She has reached the 2nd level of Kaitian. You can still tell whether she is an illusion or not. This is Taiku. Bai Ling also had a past life? Don't say that the woman in front of you has nothing to do with Bai Ling. It's strange that this kind of character is not Bai Ling. The woman came closer with a strange look in her eyes. So, what will we be in our next life? Dragon turtle, Suhi replied. The woman blinked, with a look of disbelief on her face, and finally laughed out loud, spitting cake all over the floor. So I made a turtle? No. Having an afterlife means that you will die in this life. So there will be no mental fluctuations. Right. This is Bai Ling. The woman opposite was sitting on the ground, her whole body looking a little limp, but her eyes were getting brighter and brighter, as if she suddenly became interested in being a turtle. Suhi said nothing, looking down at his hands. He was used to the dragon turtle climbing, and he subconsciously wanted to climb out of the pool. I wagged my tail subconsciously, only to realize that there was no tail left to wag. Humans are just cheap people. When I became a dragon turtle, I missed my human body, but I am not used to it when I regain my human body. This awkward feeling can only be solved after the dragon turtle body merges with the human body and the dragon turtle body is restored. Suhi suddenly raised his head. Senior. Sister. If I merge with my previous life, wouldn't it be impossible to resurrect my previous life? Then what should I do with all the things I experienced when I was resurrected in my previous life? What should I, Ji-Fei-Xue, do? Resurrection? The woman was startled. You are not from this world. You have no trace of this world. How can you talk about resurrection? How can you be resurrected? Suhi jumped up, shook his head and said, No, I must be resurrected. Although I have no memory, I must have some experiences. The woman listened to his gestures and explanations for a long time before bursting into laughter. The more she laughed, the happier she became. She made Suhi laugh incomprehensibly and then said, You are not from this world and are not restricted by the laws of this world. Come back today and merge with your previous life, and then go back naturally. All laws cannot restrict you. As long as the conditions are right, you can jump in time and go back to a certain time in the past. Isn't it normal for some fascinating and wonderful stories to happen? It was just that the conditions for traveling through time were a bit harsh and difficult. So much so that she emptied her family fortune, emptied her palace, and had to work to pay off her debts before she succeeded. Suhi was stunned for a moment, and his mind went blank for a moment. There is only one thought in my mind, so Ji-Fei-Xue's husband is either my previous life or myself? Traveling to the past, teasing Ji-Fei-Xue, and then returning to her own world, leaving Ji-Fei-Xue alone year after year until he breaks out of his SHL, until he becomes the dragon turtle, and participates in the Dragon God Festival? Scumbag? This word popped into my head for no apparent reason. The beautiful woman in front of him waved her bare hands in front of his eyes. Are you stupid? Or maybe you have been a dragon turtle for a long time and suddenly returned to the human body, so you are not used to it? Suhi smiled bitterly and shook off all the thoughts in his mind. The enchantress didn't know how long she would wait for him. No wonder she teased him on the first day they met and forced him to sign the marriage contract after only a few meetings. He looked up at the woman in front of him, raised his hands and asked, Dare you ask the fairy's name? The fairy waved her hand casually. We don't have a name. We just have one name from beginning to end. Baiyin. Baiyin? A name inherited from Bai Ling. Immortal Lord? Suhi asked softly. He didn't feel any aura from Baiyin. In fact, Baiyin was playing and talking with him to maintain the operation of formations and rituals. However, Suhi didn't sense any spiritual power, as if everything was gone. It's fake. It's just that the light and shadow effect is average. Even though he is merging his previous body at this moment, and is not the real body of the dragon turtle, his vision is still there. Having lived with Ji-Fei-Xue for such a long time, Suhi could be considered excellent in terms of knowledge alone. Baiyin patted his chest, causing Gao Dao to tremble wildly, and said proudly, We, the Immortal Lord. Suhi's eyes flickered slightly. The Immortal Lord was worthy of pride. Chaos is also something to be proud of. He raised his hands and asked, May I ask the Immortal Lord, why are you calling me this time? When can I return? Baiyin glared at him. Call me sister? After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud. Calling you back is just an experiment. Isn't this an attempt to condense your true spirit and embed it in this world so that you can be reincarnated and come back to life? Let's do an experiment to see if there is anything in the future. If you are there, it means I succeeded. Now that we have succeeded, we are indeed very powerful. She stood up with her arms akimbo, circled around Suhi twice, and nodded frequently. Not bad. Not bad. It's no problem. The integration is very fast. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Wait for your body to be integrated. And stay in this era first, imprint. Stay in this era for a while. Help me do a few experiments. And then let me speculate on the future direction. Suhi frowned slightly. Sister Clan, am I not afraid of changing the future here? Baiyin burst into laughter, and smiled extremely happily. Young man, what makes you think that I am the one who is afraid of disturbing the future? Suhi was silent, and Baiyin and Bai Ling were probably the ones who wanted to get away with it. He shook his head. I'm afraid of disturbing the future. Baiyin immediately came over. Afraid that your little dragon is gone? Suhi is ashamed. She is not young. Baiyin patted his shoulder. Don't worry. According to what you said, she is also a person. And her existence is like the brightest star in the world. No matter how the future changes, she will never have an accident. And how do you know is what we are doing now not the real past? She looked at Suhi, laughed, and whispered in Suhi's ear. Little clan brother. The past with your participation is the real past. Only with your participation can you have the future you want. Suhi blinked. His mind was full of confusion, and he couldn't understand. After thinking for a while, he asked, Sister, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know Tantai Immortal Lord? I always feel that this clan sister is unreliable. How can I mess around with time? Compared with finding a wife, it is more reliable. According to Su Huanyan's temperament, the Tantai Immortal Lord should be much more stable. Bai Yin's eyes lit up. Chao Tantai. I recognize you. She was the one who broke into the Yuanzun clan and snatched your body back. The first person to discover you was not us, but the Yuanzun clan. What? In your era? Is she still alive? Suhi nodded and shook his head. This time it was Bai Yin's turn to be stunned. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes flashed. Has he been reincarnated too? Suhi nodded. Bai Yin immediately took Suhi's hand and jumped out of the pool, landed on the steps, and pressed him down on the steps. His eyes flashed with gossip, and he said thiefly, Tell me, what will Xiaolingzi's identity be in the next life? Suhi was silent for a moment, a little hesitant, a little shy, and said, my wife. Quiet! You can hear the needle drop. Suhi looked up and saw Bai Yin's stunned expression, as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world. After a while, he murmured, Bing. Bing Tuozi. Are you married? She suddenly realized something. No. Don't you have a white dragon? A canoe? A watery person? Suhi. That's not how this word is used. Bai Yin waved his hand. Don't worry about those details. You are still a turtle. Is Bing Tuozi a turtle too? What kind of luck did the Dragon Turtle clan have? 2 immortals reincarnated into dragon turtles? Suhi shook his head. She is a person of pure blood. She is a swordsman. Water type. But she should become ice type soon. Bai Yin didn't have any surprises. If Bing Tuozi didn't melt into ice, what else could it be? He looked at Suhi with admiration in his eyes and raised his thumb. Awesome. A dragon, a swordsman, and you, a turtle, are still alive and well. We have tried our best to send you to reincarnation. Is it to make you test like crazy on the edge of death? She exhaled. What about me? Even foreign tribes are in trouble. Will the elder sister of the Dragon Turtle clan let it go? Suhi's eyes widened. Don't make trouble. When I was born out of my SHL, my clan sister had been dead for 6,000 years. He even molested me several times. But this kind of thing must not be said. Bai Yin blinked. His expression was a little dazed, and he said in shock, I died again? After all, he was both an immortal and a dragon turtle. How could he die so easily? How old am I? Who killed me? Is it the Yuanzun clan again? A murderous intention flashed in her eyes, and lightning flashed. Thunder and wind and rain suddenly broke out outside the hall. Suhi shook his head like a rattle. No one can kill you. You have opened the 7th level of heaven in 5,000 years. And then you jumped out of the Bay's list. No one in the world wants to be your enemy. You are seeking death yourself. And you suddenly announce to everyone that you don't want to. Live! Then die! Sounds like a lunatic. Bai Yin was stunned and burst out laughing. As expected of me. Beautiful! Only she can do this. The weather outside suddenly became clear, and a rainbow appeared. She looked at Suhi. Then you have recruited 2 top fairies in the world. But you didn't give me. Do you have any regrets? Or? She puffed out her chest and said proudly, Shall I let you hug me? Suhi jumped up. But his body was still stiff when he came over. He fell to the ground with a plop. But he didn't care. He looked at the woman in front of him in horror. Bai Ling! Damn it! You are Bai Ling. Only Bai Ling can do this. Bai Yin blinked. Didn't you say Bai Ling was dead? But this look has obviously been teased by his own reincarnation. Sorry! Suhi shook his head and sat up again. At that moment, I really thought it belonged to Bai Ling. It's okay. Bai Yin's eyes lit up. Even though he is reincarnated, he still counts as himself. Right? Anyway, if you beat her to death, you will keep the memory of this life after reincarnation. Just change a new skin and continue living. Suhi was silent for a moment, shook off the strange thoughts in his mind, and asked, Sister Clan, what did you mean when you just said that the fusion is complete and will leave a mark in this era? Bai Yin broke off a piece of cake and handed it to Suhi. He also took a big bite and said inarticulately, This is my own guess. After all, No one can travel through time except those old guys from Taiku. Arrive. She swallowed the pie and explained. The ancient times I am talking about are not your ancient times, but a long, long time ago. The era of heaven. There were rumors that someone could reverse time at that time. But I think it is nonsense. She waved her hand and formed a river in front of Suhi, pointing to the lower reaches of the river. He said, "You are here." And then, a fishing rod swung over from the upper reaches of the river and dragged a small man from the lower reaches back upstream. But the little man struggled to swim upstream and almost drowned. Now I've got you back. But the water upstream is too strong for you to survive. So you need an island. Bai Qing Song Yu pointed, and an island appeared in the upstream. The little man she dragged upstream landed on the island and was immediately safe. The imprint is this island. Or you can call it the anchor. Or any other name. Anyway, I just picked it up casually. In fact, it is the connection with this world. The anchor of heaven and earth is difficult to anchor. But it can be anchored by human beings and anchored by feelings. You can find someone important enough to borrow a large amount of money. Or you can give up on everything and let this important enough person remember you forever and leave a mark on you in this era. Let this mark remain in this era. As she spoke, she turned to look at Suhi with a bit of contempt in her eyes. Is that little white dragon your anchor? Suhi was stunned and immediately backed away. Sister Clan said this. It sounds like I really have become a scumbag. Zip. Bain pulled out a machete from the air, his eyes shining brightly. Do you want us to help you? Suhi. Chapter 347 The Path of Xuanwu. Suhi could feel it. If he really said, need help, Bain would immediately chop him into pieces, reassemble him, and then chop him into pieces again. With the Immortal Lord's method, even if it is broken into mud, Suhi can live well. Suhi subconsciously ducked back, a sign waving on his chest. Looking down, he saw the original divine card, with a portrait of Emperor Zhenwu as a mighty and handsome figure. The sign is still there, but no one has taken it away. Looking down from the divine card is a naked body. I'm used to being a turtle. I haven't put on clothes for decades, and I've just traveled through time. The two bodies are merging, so I'm a little slow to react. He didn't react for a while. Suhi looked at Bain. Sister Clan, can you lend me a set of clothes? Bain curled his lips. You have been here with me for 2,000 or 3,000 years. After all the experiments, I haven't touched that part of your body? She was acting like a rogue, but she still snapped her fingers. And a black boy shirt fell on Suhi, with a hair crown on his head and a folding fan in his hand. Bain's eyes lit up. He was used to seeing this guy lying naked on his back. He suddenly got up and dressed up. From this angle, he looked quite handsome. Bain came closer and asked with shining eyes, what is your name? Tell me about your original world and the world in the future. People who are not from this world have endless Tao charm, just like the source of the Tao, but also like the Tao itself. This is not something ordinary people can have. But this body is indeed immortal, not at all magical. Before seeing this corpse, she had never thought that there were other worlds outside of the universe. Suhi straightened his clothes and replied at the same time. My name is Suhi. The original world was very ordinary. It was an ordinary world full of mortals. When he said this, he reacted. If the clan sister is talking about me, the Tao charm on my body should be related to the Tao scriptures in my mind. Suhi tried it and shook his head. But I can't recite this sutra. And I can't speak it when I open my mouth. Even in this era, even in front of the Immortal Lord, I still couldn't recite the Tao Te Ching. Bain nodded, touched the pie with his chin, and took a bite casually. The Great Road is invisible. How can words express it? That Tao Sutra must be terrifying. And it cannot be described before reaching that state. Bain said with a hint of curiosity. You were just a mortal in your previous life. Where did you get such a Taoist scripture? After feeling the charm of Taoism for thousands of years, Bain felt deeply about that Taoist scripture. Even the immortal who pushed open the immortal gate could not carry such Taoist scriptures. How could a mortal carry this guy? Suhi smiled and replied. In my previous life, this book was sold in bookstores all over the street. Anyone who wanted it could get it. I didn't see anything magical at that time. Bain was stunned and looked Suhi up and down. What the H.L. is this only the mortal world? Isn't it possible that the streets are full of immortals and kings? Are there even higher levels of existence? Such Taoist scriptures were placed everywhere. Bain laughed a few times, not knowing what kind of emotion he should express. Why did she try her best to gather Suhi's true spirit and reincarnate him. The Taoist rhyme brought by the Taoist Sutra is like the source of the Taoist Tao. As long as the Taoist rhyme is there, the monks will never stop. Su He was reincarnated with such a Tao charm. And he is here when he is on the Tao. Su He will live forever. And the Great Road will live forever. The Yuanzun clan will no longer be able to spread among monks. She even wondered whether she and Tantai would be reincarnated in the future to protect the Tao. Otherwise, why stay with him? As a result, everyone can read the Taoist scriptures. She suddenly didn't know what to say, and even her temper was suppressed. Su He looked at Bai Yin, who was lost in thought, and felt a trace of power rising in his body. This should be the fusion of the dragon turtle's true body and his previous body. A hint of strength is revealed. Wait a moment. Su He looked at Bai Yin. Sister clan, I have merged with my previous body at this moment. What will you do after I leave? Judging from the situation in the main hall, there are no witches and others who have turned into stone statues at the moment. Right? There may still be corpses in the divination screen. Moreover, there is always his body in the Changyu mansion suppressing the evil palace. Bai Yin waved her hand and said nonchalantly, It's okay. There are plenty of spare bodies. She waved her hand, and Su He saw 7 identical corpses appearing behind the main hall. Bai Yin said proudly, I can grow a corpse by just cutting something from your body. Although it is not as useful as your body. The real experiment has been completed, and the remaining clone corpses are enough. It was Su He's turn, and he didn't know how to speak. Does this mean that besides the corpse in Jinxiadao Palace, there may be his corpse in other places? Me. With corpses everywhere. Sorry. Bai Yin patted him on the shoulder. In fact, there were more. And some even failed experiments and became deformed. But this matter must not be mentioned. Bai Yin patted Su He on the shoulder. Don't worry. The main body has been repaired for you. At worst, I will give you some compensation. Tell me, what do you want? How about, I call Tantai. What is the name of her reincarnation? Su Huanyan. Su He replied. Bai Yin glared. Already have your last name? Are we really married? You are a dragon turtle. You don't even have a human body. Is my Bingtuozi really so enlightened in reincarnation? When Su He mentioned the human body, he suddenly remembered, pulled Bai Yin and asked, Sister clan, tell me honestly, after cultivating Xuanwu, will you have a human body? Huh? Bai Yin was surprised. Are you going to follow the path of Xuanwu? But the path is broken. The Yuanzun clan has polluted the soaring snake, a good divine beast, and it has become like a ghost that came out of the netherworld. It can no longer be the same as the dragon. The turtle clan lives in harmony with each other. If we cannot refine the breath of turtles and snakes, we will not be able to follow the path of Xuanwu. The 4 holy beasts were the first source of the Yuanzun clan to be cut off. Su He laughed. Yes, I have already refined the soaring snake, and now I am in the state of a turtle-snake fusion. But I have no appearance. But I don't know how to follow the path of Xuanwu. I kept this magic tablet and turned it into a visualization in the sea of consciousness. It exists like a picture. But I don't know how to use it. He pointed to the Jinwushan card on his chest that was being played with by Bai Yin. Bai Yin was stunned for a moment. Who was so powerful that he could actually continue the path of Xuanwu? Sure enough, we should not underestimate all sentient beings. There are also those who will ascend to heaven in future generations. She looked at the Su He divine card. What does this thing have to do with Xuanwu? This brand must have been brought by Su He from the original world, and it has been infiltrated by Tao Yun for countless years, making it somewhat magical. But it has nothing to do with Xuanwu. Right. Su He smiled and replied, This is Emperor Zhenwu. In the mythology of my original world, Emperor Zhenwu is the incarnation of Xuanwu. So you can understand that they are the same person. Is that so? Bai Yin's eyes lit up, as if he wanted to do something extraordinary, but his eyes dimmed and he held back. No, I can't leave now. Try to explore and wander somewhere else. The Xianwang world cannot live without her. But even things like Xuanwu exist in both worlds at the same time? She was quiet for a moment, then suddenly stood up, pulled Su He and ran out of the hall. Su He had a question mark on his head. Bai Yin laughed and said, I almost forgot that when you come here, you will merge with your previous life. When you are all integrated, won't the consciousness sea visualization map also have to merge with this brand? If it really merges, it will be a paradox. In this era, there is no magic card left for future generations. She pulled Su He to cast a spell, but stepped out of the hall. He smiled and said, I have done an experiment with your corpse before and made a small place. Come on. Let's suppress the magic card there, and help you absorb the star essence. Sui let her lead him away, but looked up at the sky above him. This is still the Xinhuang world, or the Xinhuang world. But outside the big world, there are several phantoms floating in the sky. The big drum that covers the sky and the earth. The military flag that covers the sky and the sun. The scimitar that seems to tear the whole world apart. These phantoms press on the Xinhuang world, as if they want to suppress the entire world. But in the Xinhuang world, a turtle L phantom holds up the sky. And next to the turtle L there is a willow tree standing in the sky. Is that the Yuan Zun clan? Sui asked softly. Yes. Baiyin replied casually. In your era, were they still so rampant? Sui shook his head. Nearly extinct. Baiyin burst into laughter and was overjoyed for a moment. That's good. Otherwise wouldn't our hard work for so long be in vain? The moment Baiyin said the words, your era, a ray of divine power suddenly descended from the sky and rushed straight towards Sui. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be trying to kill him. The calamity clouds condensed and covered the entire sky. The heavenly punishment gathered together, aimed at Sui, and struck straight at him. Bai Ling, who was walking, suddenly raised his head. At this moment, there was no joy in his eyes. There was murderous intent in his eyes. He opened his mouth and shouted coldly, "Get out!" The voice was cold, as if coming from the underworld. Like a sharp sword piercing the sky, the heavenly punishment hit the sound waves, like the flowers dispersed by a goddess. Even the calamity clouds in the sky rolled, shocked by this shout, break into pieces. The sound echoed across the blue sky, as if nothing had happened. Even the power of heaven that fell on Sui had dissipated. There were only stone drums outside the world, trembling and making drumming sounds, as if to eliminate the white sound. Scolded, Baiyin turned around. With all his murderous intent gone, he stuck out his little tongue playfully at Sui. Sorry. I forgot. You can't talk nonsense after leaving Baiyin Palace. The power of this world has been stolen by the Yuan Zun clan. If I knew your existence and origin, I would kill you. Baiyin Palace? Su Huqi asked. Sister clan? Is Baiyin Palace your dojo? No wonder the main hall is in the Xianhuang Cave Sky Baiyin Palace. If the dragon turtle is in the Baiyin Palace, does it count as going home? No. My eldest daughter is really home. What? Baiyin turned around. Want it? I'll give it to you. Suhi smiled. I was in Baiyin Palace before I came. Now half of us there are half our own people, and half our enemies. There must be many people in Fenghuang Palace secretly waiting to hunt me. Baiyin blinked and asked a little confused. What is Fenghuang Palace? I have never heard of this force. If you can hunt dragon turtles, you must at least be able to line up with the four spirits. Such an existence cannot suddenly appear. In this era, it must be at least a big force. Suhi was silent. Didn't Fenghuang Palace come out at this moment? It was about 20 to 30 million years ago, when the world of Emperor Feng was in trouble. Which means he was at least 20 to 30 million years ago at this moment. Suhi thought for a while and said, Fenghuang Palace is our biggest enemy. He wears a jailer's uniform, and has iron ropes in his palms to appear. He can also use punishment to seal his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. The prison clan? Baiyin stopped talking. According to the younger clan brother's description, it was the prison clan. The prison clan are actually jailers, pushing up to the ancient times of their time. The heavenly court period. They were the jailers of the heavenly court. Just this kind of thing, which can kill a slice of cake with one bite. Can it still become the formidable enemy of the dragon turtle clan? Just kidding. She suddenly felt that it was okay if the dragon turtle didn't do it. Suddenly I lost interest. Suhi could see what she was thinking. Although this person was an immortal, he didn't hide his thoughts at all. It was all written on his face. Suhi whispered. After all, it has been too long. Anything can happen. You were reincarnated in that era, and there was no way to stop this kind of thing. Doesn't it mean that this is the general trend? Baiyin pouted. What he said was true, but he was still very unhappy. The Hell Clan would be destroyed in a short while, and I wanted to see how they became king. She snorted and stopped talking about the topic. She turned to Suhi and said, Hold my hand and don't let go. You haven't set an anchor or left a mark. If you let go, you will be discovered. Suhi was already holding her hand, but he held it tighter. Baiyin took a step forward, but without any spatial power. He had already landed on an ice field. With a touch of his hand, a strange space opened up. Enter with Suhi. This is just a very, very small world, with a radius of less than 10 miles. But there are many suns, moons, and stars above it. This is a complete world, with a small pond in the center of the world. Bain pulled Suhi and spun around on the ground twice, dancing like a butterfly. How is this little world? Isn't it beautiful? Suhi nodded. Isn't it beautiful? Bain raised 3 fingers and said slyly. It was made with 3 of your corpses. Suhi. Dot. Bain burst out laughing. This did not lie to Suhi. He originally wanted to create a world where Tao Yun would forever envelope him. But he failed. The copy corpse is refined into a world, and it no longer has that Taoist charm. Perhaps if it is refined with Suhi's original body, the Tao Yun will still be there. But Bain couldn't bear it. But if Suhi hadn't been summoned today, she would have planned to do this. Don't worry. In order to refine this world, I have worked hard to completely cut off the connection between your body and this place. She smiled. Follow me. Pulling Suhi and jumping into the central pool. It was like a mirror world. When he came out, he was already on the other side. And it was still the same small world. The world was originally created to be inhabited by people. This place imitated the world of Yang and the underworld. And the pond imitated the 2 entrances. Unfortunately, it failed. She turned to look at Suhi. This place shields the world. You can let me go. Suhi nodded. Oh. Bain's eyes were playful. If you don't want to let go and continue to hold her, I don't have any objection. Suhi silently let go of her hand. Her eyes told him that she absolutely agreed. But she would definitely run to Tantai Shinzuin to show off. Suhi wanted to live. TCH. Bain sneered. Coward. As she spoke, she stretched out her green jade fingers and tapped lightly. A formation appeared in front of her. It was not that the formation disc was opening, but that it was shaping the formation out of thin air, without any materials. Just rely on true energy and immortal power to build a large formation. The formation reflected the stars. The formation condensed, and all the stars overhead disappeared, as if they were sucked into the formation, leaving only a bright moon in the sky. Bain hooked his fingers, and the magic card on Suhi's chest landed in the center of the formation. Bain explained. Your magic card came with you, and it is already somewhat magical. It is just used to absorb the power of the Xuanwu star. After you complete the fusion, I will take a look at your specific state and help you change the Xuanwu act. Decide. Xuanwu Yin Dao Ju. You will know what it is just by the name. Suhi raised his head and was instantly surprised. Sister, my Xuanwu path is going smoothly? Is it that easy? Bah! Bai Ling spat at him. At this moment, I am the only one in the world who still masters the art of Xuanwu Dao. I don't know how many turtle demons have broken their legs on their knees, but I haven't even taught it. Do you think it's that simple? She turned around and glanced at Suhi. If the Tao Yuan you brought had not been of great help to the Xianwang world, how could I have passed it on to you casually? At least I have to call her Sister Qian Yin. She waved her hand and waved rocks flying from all directions, covering the formation, turning into a Xuanwu statue, and fell to the ground. With the formation's wanton spiritual power, no breath was leaked in an instant. Bain clapped his hands, looked at the stone sculptures with satisfaction, and then looked at the sky above where there were no stars but a bright moon. Okay, no problem. It's me as expected. She turned to look at Suhi. Do you want to leave a trace here? Suhi blinked. How about keep a monkey? Bain frowned. Would you like to capture a monkey beast to help you guard it? That's not impossible. She touched her chin, wondering what to grab. Zhu Yan definitely can't do it. That thing is naturally rebellious. How about grabbing one end and growing a right one? But it's almost extinct. As she thought, Suhi next to her shook her head. Without the guardianship of mythical beasts, even pure loyalty will fade after such a long time. Just leave a statue that only I can recognize, and tell the future me that this is my own territory. A strange feeling arose in Suhi's heart, and he couldn't explain the reason. Tong Bain returned to the other side and looked up. Sure enough, the stars in the sky were gone, leaving only the bright moon. After describing it, he asked Bain to make a statue of a stone monkey. The stone monkey was wearing a golden chain mail, a purple gold crown with hair tied on its head, and writings on the golden hoop. It looked majestic and unruly. Looking at his masterpiece, stars appeared in Bain's eyes, and he suddenly turned to look at Suhi. You said I don't want to be a dragon turtle anymore. How about I become a female monkey? Suhi was silent for a long time. This person was thinking all the time. If you don't become a dragon turtle, where can you find a ghost as big as me? Suhi said quietly. Monkey. Red butt? Buying. Dot. Go. 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 This guy is so disappointing. Let Suhi take his hand and walk out together. Chapter 348. The Path of Cultivation. The moon is sparse. The snow reflects the moonlight, and the whole world is clearly visible. A figure ran happily on the snow, and the man she was holding was hung behind, swinging like a broken kite blown by the strong wind. His face was about to blow off the back of his head. Sister, please spare your life, Suhi yelled reluctantly, but as soon as the voice came out, it was thrown behind him, unable to catch up with Bayin in front of him. Suhi wondered if this woman had been imprisoned in Bayin Palace and never came out her whole life. As soon as he came out of the small world, he suddenly went crazy, as if he hadn't seen snow for a long time, running like crazy in the snow with bare feet. The stone drum that suppressed the Xianhuang world above her head was beating loudly, as if cheering for her. Bayin turned around and looked at Suhi, his eyes sparkling. Why are you so shameless and look unhappy? Suhi, how about you guess? I don't want to talk about it, but this body is just a mortal body. The dragon turtle's true body has not yet been fused. I am running all the way, and the hurricane blows. It is just good luck that I am not dead. No, this body is just a corpse. So why is it not dead? Suhi found Hua Dian. Bayin turned around and suddenly stopped. Suhi couldn't control it and bumped his head into her arms. His neck instantly fell back and almost broke, but with facial cleanser on my face, I am very happy. Suhi resisted the nosebleed and looked at Bayin in confusion. Bayin laughed. Let's go fishing for shrimps. I know a real treasure place not far from here. Catch a few big shrimps and go to Dishan, bribe the old turtle. Question mark. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to control water now, so I can't raise any question marks on my head. Dishan is the ancestral land of Dragon Turtle. According to Bayin, Dishan was not closed at this time. Where did Dragon Turtle still live? At this time. I wonder if Taizu is here. What are you going to do with Senior Dragon Turtle? Suhi asked. Bayin glanced at him up and down. You are worthy of being paired with that lump of ice. You don't even know a little bit about human nature. Do you? She poked Suhi. Do you think anyone can realize the dragon turtle without any reason? There are many people who have been reincarnated as turtles. But if they still want to be dragon turtles in their previous lives, are they not being fanciful? Of course they are asking Ming Lao Gui opened a back door and allowed us to naturalize. Those dragon turtles take inheritance very seriously. Although he longs for offspring endlessly, he can never tolerate sand in his eyes. Reincarnated and still want to become a dragon turtle. Maybe you think the power of the heavenly tribulation is not enough? Suhi was silent. It made sense. But for some reason, he just felt that Bayin just wanted to catch shrimps. How long have you gone out? Suhi asked. 3,200 years. Bayin blurted out. It doesn't count. The clone has also come out and done experiments. The small world just now is the masterpiece of the clone. After saying that, she looked at Suhi and sighed helplessly. Okay. It's so easy to meet someone who is not afraid of me. And I don't have to guard the Baiyun Palace to even leave. Let's go fishing for shrimps. The Yuanzun clan was determined to capture Suhi's body, and at least half of the suppression above Xianhuang world was directed at Suhi. Bayin has been by his side and never left once. Without an immortal to guard him, there is no way to save the body. At this moment, Suhi himself arrived. All the Taoist charms on his body were restrained. He no longer had to guard him, and it was inevitable that he would be a little distracted. Especially Suhi is not afraid of her. As soon as they met, he called me sister, which won her heart very much. Unlike other people in Xianhuang world, who were respectful to her when they saw her, they were like a mouse when they saw a cat, and they couldn't play together at all. No fun at all. She blinked and looked at Suhi. Suhi smiled and said, Okay. Bayin suddenly became happy. Come on. I know a treasure place that seems to be hidden in the mortal world. It is actually a fairy pond that fell from heaven. There are real treasures in it. She took Suhi and took a step forward. She was already out of the snowfield, surrounded by a desert, an oasis in the desert, and a prosperous lake. The lake looked a bit familiar. Two fishing rods poked out from nowhere and were fishing in the lake. Seeing Bayin coming over, his consciousness trembled slightly. Bayin waved his hand and said carelessly, I'll reserve the place for today. You two, stand down. The consciousness on the 2 fishing rods retreated instantly, without even a word being said. Only 2 empty fishing rods are left hanging here. Bayan chuckled, took out a fishing rod, swung the hook in a circle, and threw it into the lake. This fishing rod was so familiar. It was the one Qing Lei gave him. And it was the same one Bai Ling used to pull down the dark clouds and snatch the wine gourd in Yuan Emperor's inner treasury. It turns out this is Bayan's thing. There is also this lake. If you flick the fishing rod into the sky, it will poke out of the void and automatically land in the lake to catch shrimps. This is the lake in front of you. Sister Clan, who were those 2 people just now? Bai Ling waved his hands and said nonchalantly, don't worry about them. Who knows which character ran out of nowhere? They should have existed a long time ago. They are probably the old and young from the ancient heavenly court period. This lake was originally their first place. But they couldn't beat me. We fought several times in the air. They lost. So I took the next fishing position here. Bayan looked very proud. I have been guarding Baiyun Palace for all these years. Fortunately, I can fish for shrimps from a distance. Otherwise, I would not have guarded you no matter how beautiful you are naked. I can't bear the grievance. Suhi was ashamed. Haven't you thought about getting a soul beast to wander in the mysterious world? Bayan looked at Suhi like a fool. I am the immortal lord. What mysterious laws are so complete that they can withstand the consciousness of the immortal lord? Doesn't the mysterious world need to be solidified to be close to the real world? Or cut yourself into 7 or 8 parts and then enter the mysterious world. But if cutting open is not enough, how can we still study the corpse? Don't answer Suhi's stupid question. She shook the hand holding Suhi and said, let go. We want to catch shrimp. It doesn't matter if no one around this lake can eavesdrop. You don't need to take advantage of me. You can take the opportunity to ask anything you want. Suhi let go of her, sat behind her, leaned back and lay on the grass, and asked, Sister, what exactly is the Yuanzun clan? As soon as the Yuanzun clan appeared, everyone told Suhi that this was the enemy of life and death, and this was the person who must be killed. But why? Suhi is still confused. It's so secretive that no one can tell. Even Uncle Luo and Uncle Lei don't know much. Bayan smiled and did not hide anything. We don't know the details. But there are generally 2 theories. One is that the Yuan is the beginning and the Venerable is the ultimate. The ancestor of the Yuanzun family is one of the earliest monks in the world, occupying the power of heaven and earth, and want to control heaven and earth. And the monk who constantly understands the laws and absorbs the energy to achieve his own goals is like a mosquito sucking blood on his body. And he wants to get rid of it quickly. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled up her pole and threw a crayfish as big as a basin on the shore. She glanced at it but was not satisfied. So she threw it back into the lake. He shook off the fishing line again and turned around and said, another way of saying it is that the heaven and the earth have generated spiritual wisdom for a long time. If you want to completely break away from the shackles and become a living being, the practice of monks in all worlds is to constantly connect the heaven and the earth, just like nails nailing them to the world. Therefore, the Yuanzun clan was created to carry out the cleanup. This argument said that they were not trying to destroy all the monks, but were just clearing away obstacles. However, many people believed this and thought that joining the Yuanzun clan would prevent them from being swept away. She said and shrugged. Who knows what the situation is? Anyway, the entire Xinhuang world is a thorn in the side of the Yuanzun clan. Especially you. She looked at Suhi with gloating eyes. If you follow the path of Xuanwu, you will be directly hunted by the Yuanzun clan. Suhi was stunned. Am I being targeted again? He didn't know why. Why? Bayan chuckled. The 4 holy beasts rule the 4 directions and control all the laws of the 4-star regions. No matter which way you say it. The 4 holy beasts are the nails that the Yuanzun clan must remove. As long as the 4 holy beasts exist, the Yuanzun clan's magical power will be suppressed. This is real. Moreover, Suhi Daoyun will last forever, because he does not know how many powerful people will be born. Who will he destroy if he does not destroy him? Suhi was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It doesn't matter. In my era, the Yuanzun clan was almost extinct, and even those who were alive had their intelligence cut off. They had to rely on an ice heart crystal to maintain the intelligence of ordinary people. Wait for me after the fusion is completed. I will show my second body to my clan sister. I also have a crystal. My second body is a peacock. Very handsome. Suhi said proudly. Bayan seemed to have heard the unbelievable news, and was suddenly startled. A green shrimp on the fishing rod took the opportunity to escape. She quickly came to her senses and glanced at Suhi angrily. Surprised. You still have a second body? Can the dragon turtle also cultivate the beast chapter? Suhi chuckled. Uncle Clan helped me edit the beast transformation chapter. And with my talent, I completed it accidentally. Accidentally? This is how it was used. Bain felt that his cultural level had improved a bit. She looked at Suhi with a bit of sympathy in her eyes. She not only sympathized with Suhi, but also sympathized with the uncle Suhi mentioned. The beast transformation chapter is strange. It's not that it can't be changed, but it is connected with luck. Changing the beast transformation chapter will secretly reduce the luck. How is our clan uncle? Suhi was stunned. Is there such a thing? It's okay, Suhi said uncertainly. After revising the beast transformation chapter, I will go into seclusion and fuse with Soaring Snake, condense Xuanwu's true body, and then break through. No, Uncle Luo didn't take the initiative to break through the barrier. He was almost resurrected by the spirit tribe. Have you thought of it? Bain looked at him, gloating again, and at the same time his eyes became more sympathetic. Cultivation of Xuanwu can indeed lead to a human body. But this is the conversion between human body and Xuanwu. Once you have a second body, you will become a human body. If you are burdensome, you must either cut off the second body or condense the peacock body into a red bird. Otherwise, there will be problems with your body. She looked at Suhi and became more sympathetic. In the beast transformation chapter, you need all four bodies to gather together to achieve enlightenment. If you cut off the second body, you will never have the chance to achieve enlightenment. If you want to achieve enlightenment, you also want to condense all the four holy beasts into a human body? This is not a question of whether it is difficult or not. This is a question that will kill people. A holy beast body is already a must-kill target for the Yuanzun clan. And the four bodies are condensed into four holy beasts. Condolences. Suhi looked back at Bain, always feeling that this woman was thinking about something bad. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly let out a light sigh and his body fusion progressed. The aperture is here. The aperture opened and the majestic spiritual consciousness came out of the body. With the spiritual consciousness, Suhi could now wield a sword, cast various spells, see inside, and transmit sounds. Suddenly it became much more convenient. Suhi thought for a while, and then his mind moved. Toad jumped out of his eyebrows, with a confused look on his face, and turned to look at Suhi. He became more and more confused and blinked, wanting to ask him where such a big dragon turtle had gone. He was fine in the main hall, absorbing the charm of his previous life, and fell into the pool with a plop. After a flutter, the whole turtle disappeared. Even the connection between it and the dragon turtle was disconnected, and it couldn't go home even if it wanted to. Until just now, he was suddenly pulled over. Suhaichu is its real lair, the place where it will be resurrected after death. Nothing can prevent the toad from returning to its master's mind. The toad was silent for a long time, looked at Suhi and said quietly, "Are you rebelling in the past life and swallowing up the future life? Can you return my dragon turtle to me?" Suhi, "Dot!" He waved his hand. "Don't make trouble. How about the main hall? It didn't attract prying eyes." "Right." Suhi said a few thoughts to report what happened, and then asked about the situation in the main hall. The toad didn't say anything, but looked at Suhi carefully. He was convinced that the turtle was still under the human form. And then he jumped up and said, "It's your uncle. It turns out that's why my memory is confused." It suddenly roared. Its memory has been in a state of confusion, one by one like candied haws of apples, unable to be coherent, and it always thought that something big had happened to it. Result? Now that the turtle boy was pulling him over, the two candied haws began to fill up and connect. "It's your and your grandson's fault." The toad jumped up and hit Suhi on the head. Suhi hugged his head and ducked down. "I am only a mortal now. I will die if I rub it, and I will be injured if I bump it. Do you want to die with me?" The toad's claws couldn't strike anymore. He turned around and kicked a stone down into the lake, then sat aside with a groan. Bain looked at it with great interest and clicked his tongue twice. "Void frog. This kind of soul beast is not common. I know a male frog. Do you want me to introduce it to you?" The toad snorted and wanted to jump but didn't dare. At least he took Bain's identity into consideration and said quietly, "Thank you. But you may know my ancestor, and you don't dare to know him." It didn't lie. Void frogs are rarer than divine beasts, and they cannot be cultivated from other turtles like dragon turtles. It can only be passed down by blood from generation to generation. And the person Bain knows is not far away even if he is not his direct ancestor. TSK. What a pity. It also came to the door with a gift and asked me to help it find a little female frog. Bain said regretfully. Swung the fishing rod. And a prawn fell in front of the toad. Here. Let's treat you to it. Shrimp. You must be angry. Toad blinked and looked at Bain. Are all immortals so easy to talk to? He hooked his little paw and dragged the shrimp over. Suhi next to him smiled. I've eaten this shrimp before. It's very sweet and juicy. Toad snorted and ignored him. Tear off the SHL and devour the shrimp. His eyes suddenly lit up. Suhi smiled beside him and said, I didn't lie to you. Did I? Toad nodded. Bain frowned. This kind of shrimp is not unpalatable, but it has a bitter taste. When did it become associated with sweetness? What is the difference in taste between humans and turtles? She swung the fishing rod, and another shrimp landed on the shore. Suhi immediately smiled and said, Just eat it chilled. The coldness brings the fresh fragrance of the shrimp, with a hint of refreshing. Delicious. Bain said nothing. This shrimp is sour. Sure enough, being a turtle can taste delicious things that humans can't. The toads ate the shrimps, and the ones that couldn't be eaten were quietly put into the abdominal pockets. Bai Ling sat by the lake and fished, one after another, listening to Suhi's comments. His face became worse and worse, like an angry little girl. Even if you say it's something she can't taste, you actually let her. Like an immortal. Fish and serve people here? After 3,000 years in prison, he finally got out. Just for this? Thinking of this, the immortal lord became indignant. She wanted to go on strike, and she also wanted to be lazy. She swung the fishing rod, dropped it, jumped up, and shouted, I'm not a human anymore. I want to be a turtle and lie motionless on the bottom of the sea for 30,000 years. White clouds were fluttering in the sky, and Suhi looked embarrassed. What was the fuss about? He sighed quietly and replied, Believe me, I never lay down for a day as a turtle, and I only truly hibernate once. Suhi was very helpless. Thinking back on it, what he did was a complete failure. Chapter 349 Dragon Turtle Ancestral Land. Suhi felt that he might have been born with a hard life, but for some reason, he had been busy since he swallowed the demon transformation fruit. He actually only had a real rest in Fengzhong. He lamented that he was a turtle, and Bain next to him curled his lips in disdain. TCH. You are a fake turtle. If you are not a real turtle, how can you experience the joy of turtle life? That kind of laziness and comfort of lying on the bottom of the sea without even turning your body. Thinking about it makes people unable to control themselves. She looked down upon him, then suddenly turned her head and grabbed it forward, almost hitting Suhi in the face. Suhi was startled. What to do? Bain tilted his head, seeming to be thinking, but it was even more playful. I always feel like a thief is spying on me, but I can't catch him. This feeling, with the breath of time, is the trace of someone peeking into time. Bai's tower? Is this someone looking at her across time through Bai's tower? Go back and catch this generation of Bai's and beat him up. It is rumored that Bai's is the historian of the ancient heaven. Every generation of Bai's can inherit this position as long as he opens the 7th level of heaven. There are very few things in the world that Bai's doesn't know about, but Suhi's matter has too much to do with it. This kind of thing should not be made public. Bai's deserves a beating, so he should give him a good beating and then discuss how to deal with it. At the very least, if a younger clan member travels through time and space and lands in ancient times, his name cannot be listed on the Bai's list. The moment Suhi's consciousness appeared, Bain basically judged the strength of Suhi's combat power. This guy's foundation is not weak, and he is definitely the best among the 4 spirits. It's easy to get on the Bai's list. Bain put away the fishing rod, froze a few prawns with his fingers, picked them up behind the fishing rod, took Suhi's hand and walked out. Toad got a small package from somewhere, carried a package of shrimp meat and walked out. On its back is a kind of prawn that contains the power of space. It cannot be stored in the abdominal pocket. Otherwise the taste of the shrimp will completely change if the power of space changes. It jumped and followed the two of them in a flash, like a pet in an online game that would never be left behind. The flashing toad jumped and asked, Baiyang Palace is the territory of the Immortal Lord. Can the Immortal Lord grant a special privilege so that Turtle Boy can use the magical powers of space in it? I always feel that I will be targeted when I go back this time. Suhi occupies a large hall to himself. A dragon turtle that cannot use the magic machine is not a good dragon turtle. Dragon turtle that can use magic machine. Combat power x2. Bain didn't even look back. He drew a talisman in the air with his finger and landed it between Toad's eyebrows. Bayan Palace gives it to you. She doesn't care about an empty house. The most annoying thing is the palace that frames people. If it weren't for the experimental needs, she wouldn't even have Bayan Palace. The world is so big. Why imprison yourself in one place? Running unscrupulously in the heavy rain. Swimming with wild ducks. Racing with wild horses. Sleeping in the clouds when tired. Or robbing birds' nests. Or even drilling into bird eggs. Allowing the big birds to hatch once. And then break out of the SHL. Wouldn't it be interesting to fly away on a cloud in an instant and make the mother bird doubt the birth of the bird? She led Suhi and rushed out of the desert into the grassland. Seemingly aimlessly. Sometimes she lay on the ground watching dung beetles roll balls of dung. And sometimes she pulled Suhi to lie on the grass and watch the stars. When I smash the drum and knife above my head, I will take the whole Xianwang world to watch the stars together. Bain glanced at the stone drum above his head and snorted. Toad looked over and asked, "The Yuanzun clan is really that powerful?" Bain chuckled and said, "In addition to me and Tantai, there are also the Sifang Immortal Lord, the Demon Clan Emperor, the 4 Spirit Divine Beasts, and the entire Xianwang world. But you are being pressed at the door of your own house. Do you think they are great?" Toad was silent for a long time. "But I heard that the Xianwang world was once the first world in the world," Bain said matter-of-factly. "Of course, if you are not the first world, how can you make the Yuanzun family a thorn in the side? Xianwang preaches to all the worlds. This is what the Yuanzun family cannot accept." She spoke with pride. The Toad looked at the drum and knife above his head, at the turtle SHL and the willow tree. And for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Such an existence is much more domineering than Fengwang Palace. At least there is no existence in Fengwang Palace that can suppress the entire Xianwang realm. "What are those turtle SHLs and willows up there?" the Toad asked in a low voice. Bain's gaze came back from the starry sky and landed on the transparent turtle SHL. "The turtle SHL is the treasure of Dishan, and the willow tree is the true form of the demon emperor." The Toad's eyes widened suddenly. "Willow trees can also become monsters?" Bain was startled and asked curiously, "Why can't the willow tree become a demon?" The Toad was silent for a long time. "So, there is no demon transformation fruit yet? Can all living beings become demons?" Bain blinked, his eyes full of desire for knowledge. "So there is a limit to becoming a demon in the future?" she asked and suddenly waved her hand. Don't say! There are 6 years outside the law. Once you say something, it may not be known to others. The wilderness is no place for talking. Don't like to discuss these things." Bain suddenly pulled Suhi and jumped up. "There is a big city ahead. I will take you to the night market." She couldn't help but pull Suhi and ran forward. Sure enough, within 100 miles, a big city appeared. It is really a big city. Its scale is not smaller than that of Emperor Feng's great world capital. And it is even more lively, especially without the oppression of the imperial capital's military formation. This place is becoming more and more free. There are dangerous buildings hundreds of feet high, scattered here and there, high towers, and small markets. At this moment, the lights are brightly lit, and the night market is illuminated by torches and candlelight. "Mortals are so good!" Bain jumped. "Envious. Mortals cannot see the big drum in the sky, nor can they see the turtle SHL holding up the sky. Although he only has a lifespan of 100 years, he is content with himself. There is sorrow and suffering. There is joy and joy. This is life. Artisan, draw a portrait." Bain pulled Suhi and ran to a painting stall. He sat on a chair on one side and pulled Suhi behind her, holding Suhi's hand. It landed in front of Xiaoyao. The painter hurriedly swallowed the cake in his mouth, picked up the pen and ink and turned around. "Okay, master, please wait a moment. Xiaoka paints very quickly." The painter is dressed in ink and wash, with a slovenly appearance, but his temperament has the charm of a painter, which makes people trust him at first glance. He tilted his head and looked at Suhi and Bain. After looking at Suhi for a long time, he suddenly looked at Suhi with a smile on his face. "This young master rarely goes out with his wife." "Right." Suhi was startled and wanted to say that the painter had misunderstood. But in the end, he did not speak and just nodded. Not to mention Bain, whom they met for the first time. Su Huanyan and Ji Feishue. Suhi almost never went out with them. and mostly stayed at Changyu Mansion or practiced in the suppressed areas. The painter smiled and pointed at his eyes.
It can be seen that the young master must be busy with his career.
The painter has great faith in his own eyes. Although this young couple is extremely bold, they still dare to hold hands in the crowd. But it's obvious that this young man can't let go. This is a husband and wife. The wife is at home alone, seemingly serving her parents-in-law and being a prostitute. In fact, things are boring. And I miss you when I walk. And I miss you when I sit. Her husband lives in her mind all the time. So she is still close to him after not seeing her for 3 to 5 years while studying abroad. Men, on the other hand, are away, either in brothels, painting boats, or going on outings to make friends. They are nostalgic for other places, and even forget their wives' appearance after being out for a few days. The artist shook his head, took a piece of black cloth to cover his eyes, did not look at the drawing paper, only relied on his immediate observation, painted from the heart, splashed ink, and for a moment, stopped writing. His face was pale, and he suddenly found that he could no longer draw. The appearance of the young couple is clearly left in my mind, but I can't draw it anyway. This feeling is extremely awkward, as if there is a word on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. No, it's worse than this. The appearance of the young couple is clear and conceivable, but the stroke seems so critical that they cannot hold a pen to draw. It seems that with one stroke, heaven and earth will kill them. The painter was breathing heavily and pulled the cloth off his face, but there was nothing in front of him. The young couple had disappeared. The painter was stunned for a while, looking at the passers-by in the night market who didn't notice anything unusual. His face alternately worried and surprised. If what I encountered today is not a ghost, it is a god. He was stunned for a while, and then murmured,
Sir, Guansha is no match for your beloved wife. It is better to accompany her than to spend time with her. Don't regret it when you can't accompany her.
In the distance, Bai-yin, who was pulling Su-hee away, burst into laughter. Su-hee looked helpless.
Sister Clan, have you done something bad?
Bai-yin shook his head and smiled happily.
That guy almost became my apprentice in his previous life, but he was beaten to death because of me. I finally sent him to reincarnation. But that guy didn't cultivate immortality in this life, but he actually became a mortal painter.
Bai-yin jumped briskly, pulling Su-hee, jumping backwards and forwards face to face with him. And Su-hee started to trot along with him. He said playfully,
You know how special you are. If you leave a mark on his heart with you, he will be able to break through the mystery sooner or later.
Obstacles. Tread the road again. Su-hee shook his head and chuckled. Is this the immortal? Can you influence others by just arranging it? The artist's paintings are not painted on paper, but engraved in his heart. Bai-yin held Su-hee with his left hand, and touched a bunch of candied haws with his right hand from nowhere. He jumped and gnawed on it, immersed in it. The night market here is lively, with jugglers, performers, girls throwing handkerchiefs. Su-hee walked with her, but looked towards the dark place on the street. It was not a night market, and she couldn't see her fingers at the moment. The candied haws in Bai-yin's hand had been replaced by sesame candy, and he leaned close to Su-hee.
What? Are you cynical? Are you so fragile?
It was dark on the street, but in the darkness there was an 8 or 9-year-old boy, kneeling in front of a collapsed house, crying heartbrokenly. In front of him was a girl slightly older than him, who was already dead. Bai-yin moved his hand, and a picture appeared in front of him, as if he were going back in time, showing everything about the boy. The thing is very simple. The 2 children escaped from Yapo's hands through a battle of wits and courage, but because of the boy's negligence, he failed to hide it well. Let the 2 fall into the hands of a bunch of flowers. There is no bloody plot. It is just that the girl was harvested, mutilated, and died before she could survive. The boy took advantage of Hanako's territorial grab, fought outside, bit off the rope, stole the girl's body and ran out. At this moment, he was slapping himself, cursing, blaming himself for not hiding it well.
Sister Clan, can ordinary people be reincarnated?
Su-hee asked softly. Bai-yin shook his head.
If heaven still exists, yes, but heaven no longer exists, and there is not enough soul to be reincarnated.
Su-hee wondered.
But these 2 people have been reincarnated.
Zong Suanya. I don't know why, but I recognized it just by looking at it. This was the past life of the star-crossed young couple. I wonder if Uncle Lei succeeded in gathering the mountain gods. These 2 guys are born to be enemies, right? Born to be aggressive? In particular, is being hunted every time we meet. It's better this time. Completely dead.
Acquaintance?
Bai Ling blinked.
Then, because I helped them?
As she spoke, she had already pulled Su-hee and landed beside them. As soon as he pointed out, he saw an illusory shadow floating on the girl's body. It was turned into a golden bead by Bai Ying's gentle touch. Several talismans fell on the golden bead. The golden bead became illusory in an instant, and she didn't know it when she flicked it. Where to shoot? Then he turned and raised his eyebrows at Su-hee. During these 3,000 years, he tried his best to gather Su-hee's true spirit and help him reincarnate. And Su-hee, who traveled through time, was just a mortal. Still completely dead. Just a corpse. Over the past 3,000 years, Bai Ying has reached the ultimate level of research on mortal souls. It is extremely easy to help a recently deceased soul reincarnate.
What about this? Do you want to help him reincarnate?
Bai Ying looked at the boy, eager to try. Although he was still alive, it didn't matter. He could just stab him to death. Just treat it as a favor to the clan brother. Su-hee.
Don't make trouble.
The boy looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared in front of him in astonishment. When the woman looked at him, a transparent sister floated out from her body. Then it turned into a bead and flew away.
Fairy! Fairy! Fairy!
The boy cried loudly.
Master Fairy! Please save my sister. I hurt her. I didn't hide it well enough to let my sister be caught. I didn't hide it well. Trade my life for my sister?
He cried so loudly that half of his teeth were gone. This means breaking the rope and breaking the tooth.
Shoo!
Su-hee clicked his lips.
Dead people cannot be resurrected. But I have a way to let you see her again.
The boy looked up quickly. Su-hee said,
She has been reincarnated and will come back in the future. If you want to see her, practice cultivation. If you live long enough, you can see her.
The boy's eyes lit up, and he knelt on the ground with a plop.
Master! What is cultivation?
Not everyone knows this word.
Learn the exercises and become a god.
Su-hee said concisely. The boy was stunned for a moment and looked at Su-hee in astonishment.
Oh,
do you want to teach me the magic of the gods?
Almost. Su-hee smiled.
I'll teach you my spells, and you'll do something for me.
The boy nodded immediately. Gods are not important. As long as he can see his sister again, he will do anything. He hurriedly said,
Sir, as long as I can still see my sister, I will do anything.
Su-hee said in a deep voice.
After learning the technique, help me guard a forbidden area. Don't let anyone destroy it.
Although he didn't understand, the boy nodded immediately without any hesitation. Su-hee laughed.
Don't agree in a hurry. There is ice and snow all year round. So life is very difficult. And, as far as I can see, your talent is ordinary. Even if you are practicing, you may not be able to see your sister in this life. Maybe it's really going to be the next life.
Even for several lifetimes. With Su-hee's powerful spiritual consciousness at the moment, he could tell just how talented he was at a glance. I don't understand. But it sounds like I can still see you in the future?
The boy raised his head stubbornly. I'm not afraid of the cold.
What's so scary about the difficulty of living in the snow and ice? The coldest time was the rainy night when I escaped from Yappo's place, which almost froze him to death. But when my sister held him and stayed in her arms, he stopped being cold. The coldest day has passed. Are you still afraid of ice and snow?
Okay.
Su-hee let out a long breath.
What do you want to learn? Sword skills? Formations? Spells?
Su-hee dared to say this now. The former owner of Chanyu Mansion left behind many classics and even random techniques. Although Su-hee had never practiced this kind of thing, he had a strong spiritual consciousness and a photographic memory, and kept it all in his mind. Many of them can lead directly to the heaven-treading realm. The boy looked up. He couldn't understand those things, but he knew what he wanted.
Is there anything I can do to prevent others from seeing me?
If he hadn't hidden it well and been discovered, my sister wouldn't have been tortured to death. Su-hee was silent for a long time. Yes. Not only that, Su-hee also has the copyright. In Bai Ling's small world, he had been sparring with Su Huanyan for a long time. Su Huanyan created an invisibility technique based on his
snow hidden
magical power. It is much more subtle than ordinary invisibility. Body shape, breath, perception, everything can be hidden. Moreover, the root of the skill is snow hidden. In the world of ice and snow, the effect is even more enhanced. Before stepping on the sky, it is several small realms higher than it, and it is difficult to find it.
I'll learn this.
The boy's eyes immediately lit up. Okay. Suhi responded, pointing his halberd finger at the center of his eyebrows to elicit spiritual thoughts, and landed on Bai Yin's eyebrows. I'm not in the right state right now. If I'm not careful, my spiritual consciousness will explode in his mind. Sister Clan, help me pass it on in order. Bai Yin smiled, glanced at the boy, and transmitted the spiritual thoughts from Suhi to the boy's mind. Not a sudden burst, but like a trickle of water. No, a little boy couldn't bear such a large amount of information. Suhi said in a deep voice, learn the skills first, and then all kinds of magic. If you can walk step by step to the place I marked, the invisibility method will automatically unlock the seal, and you can practice it. His divine thought contained many things, including the location of the small world where the Jinwu God card was located. Bai Yin smiled, drew a talisman in the air, and landed it on the boy's hand. There is only one talisman. You can pass it on from generation to generation. The monks who reach the 7th level of the sky only have a lifespan of tens of millions of years, and they will not live up to the age of their clan brothers. Not surprisingly, this boy will create a sect that will be passed down from generation to generation. She saw that the boy's breath was clear, and he was not a treacherous person. You must be able to fulfill your clan brother's instructions, and it should be completed well. The clan brothers said that the divine card has been transformed into a visualization map in the future. The boy nodded solemnly, clenched his fists, turned around, picked up the girl, and walked north. Suhi blinked and looked at Bai Yin. He just left like that? I originally wanted to lick my face and ask my sister for some resources to give him. Bai Yin sneered and laughed. Let's go! Either this little guy will have a short life, or he will not get into trouble even if he goes through hardships. She pulled Suhi and ran out of the city, heading south. In the night market, Toad, who was feasting, looked at the man and woman leaving in shock. Me? Forgotten? It fell silent. He took a big bite of chicken and turned to look at the old turtle soup next to him, eyes sparkling. Suhi was pulled by Bai Yin and ran out of the city. Bai Yin seemed to have had enough fun. He laughed and hurried on. The environment was changing with every step he took. Finally, he settled down and found himself in a strange place. As soon as he landed, Suhi felt relaxed and happy. It was not because of the abundant spiritual power in this place, but it made him feel extremely comfortable. There are mountains and water, and there is a dragon turtle swimming happily in the water. The ancestral land of Dragon Turtle. Dishan and Disui. Chapter 350. She is the anchor. Hey! Turtle cub! Send us in! Bai Yin shouted to the little dragon turtle playing in the water. The aura of the dragon turtle was not strong, and it had not even opened up the first level of the sky. It was about the same level as Yaya. Suhi looked like he didn't even read the name of the little dragon turtle. This is a genuine dragon turtle, but the name is not revealed. Just like Hongzu was named by Taizu. The little turtle turned to look at Bai Yin and Suhi, blinked and said, Who are you? Little female turtle. Suhi was surprised. Female turtle. Alive. First time meeting? Girl, don't be rude. A voice came out. At the end of the river was a cliff. There was a hole on the cliff, and the water flowed out. The sound came from the entrance of the cave. It's so close, but it feels like it's far away. Suhi watched with interest. Huh? You look so stupid. In the future, there will be no Tianyao cave in Dishan? Bai Yin came over. Suhi responded. Dishan has been banned. Ever since I became a disciple of Dragon Turtle, I have never been to Dishan. He knew about Ancestral Deity Mountain, but he had never been close to it. If Ancestral Ancestor wanted to send Hong Ancestor back, he had to attack the realm in advance. Is that so? Bai Yin rolled his eyes and said, Tell you, Tianyao cave is strange. It seems to be right in front of you, but in fact no one can reach it, and no one can cross it except Dragon Turtle. This river will never end. Even the immortals from all directions can't get through. Introducing Dragon Turtle's ancestral land to Dragon Turtle seemed to have touched her point, and her interest was suddenly aroused. She said that she couldn't even play with the Sifang Immortal Lord. She blinked at Suhi and said, Tell you quietly, I can break it. Tianyao cave. She puffed up her chest proudly as she spoke. Suhi took a peek, and Bai Yin became even more proud. As he was talking, he saw a dragon turtle coming out of the Tianyao cave. It was so big that it was 3 points bigger than Huang Ancestor. The majestic dragon turtle's pressure spread away. If Suhi hadn't been accustomed to such momentum, he would have passed out. The dragon turtle came out and nodded slightly.
The immortal lord is here. But I didn't come far to greet you. I hope you will forgive me.
A gentle turtle, Bayan said, dissatisfied.
Hey! You're a turtle. You're not like those guys from the academy. Why don't you roast 2 turtles for me, when you talk a lot of words?
Gu is the most famous beast in Dishan besides the dragon turtle. It looks like a leopard. There is nothing magical about it. It is just delicious. Extraordinarily delicious. The dragon turtle laughed loudly.
That's enough. Immortal Lord and this one, fellow Taoist. Come with me.
He looked at Suhi curiously. This person is obviously immortal, but he has a divine will no less than that of a Kaition second-level dragon turtle. However, this divine will has not exploded in his mind, which existence possesses his own bloodline and is looking for the dragon turtle. But he felt an ethereal kindness from Suhi, as if he was seeing a descendant of blood. Suhi also looked at the old turtle in surprise. No name is displayed either. Dragon turtles are known to be named after seeing dragon turtles. But today I saw 2 dragon turtles, and neither of them knew their names. But looking at Bai Yin's appearance, it seems that this is the normal state?
Knowing the dragon turtle's name by looking at it. Is this a characteristic that only appeared later? The little turtle in the river rose up from the water.
Wenzu, if you have meat to eat, take me with you.
She jumped up, and the water waves rolled under her and landed on the back of the old turtle in front of her. The old turtle laughed. Dragon turtles never mind the little turtles rolling around on them. Bayan led Suhi and followed Lao Gui towards Tianya Cave. But Suhi clearly saw that she condensed a breath and fell into Wenzu's aura, hiding it from Wenzu's sense. However, he was 1 step behind and was not enveloped by Wenzu's aura. Then he took Suhi and walked inward step by step. As expected, he was fast and slow, not relying on the protection of the dragon turtle. And he broke in all by himself. Tianya Cave is nothing special, but walking inside it feels like walking in the passage of Jinxiadao Palace, with stars twinkling on the stone wall above your head. It reflects the stars in the water below. It's like a river of stars flowing in a starry sky. I can't tell whether it is the star reflecting the stone in the water, or the star reflecting the stone reflected in the water.
There is a starry sky sealed here,
Bayan explained via voice transmission.
It is not the heavens and the world, but a starry sky in the ancient heaven. When the Dragon Turtle clan can seal a real sun, it will really be invincible. A place of defeat.
This starry sky seems to have some kind of strange power. Intruders will be killed by the starry sky if they are not careful. Bayan steps on nodes with every step he takes. Later, he simply pulled Suhi to his side. When Suhi was dumbfounded, he picked him up like a princess, running and jumping on the stars, without Wenzu in front of him being able to notice him. But Bayan actually exuded the aura of a dragon turtle. A thin layer of aura that prevented Wenzu in front of him from sensing it, and was only connected to the Tianya Cave, preventing starlight from attacking. Suhi was dumbfounded. From his point of view, Bayan jumped, and her pride hit Suhi, along with the softness and warmth. A faint body fragrance came, which made people feel distraught. Before he could sense it carefully, Bayan had already successfully led him out of the Tianya Cave. As soon as he came out, he dropped Suhi, merged with the aura that fell on Wenzu's aura, and then turned to raise his eyebrows at Suhi. There was a light in his eyes.
What? Sister is so awesome!
If you say you can break the Tianya Cave of the Dragon Turtle clan, you can definitely break it. Suhi looked disappointed and gave a thumbs up.
Sister clan is my pride.
Bayan held his head high and led him inside. After crossing Tianya Cave, the scenery in front of him suddenly opened up, and Suhi was stunned. This place is very similar to the mysterious world of mountains and seas, with almost the same topography. Seas, islands, land, mountains. There is no limit as far as the eye can see. The only difference is that this is the real world. And Bayan did not turn into a turtle when he came in.
Awing!
With a long chant, a dragon turtle appeared in the clouds. And then dragon turtles appeared on the earth, mountains, oceans, and flames. When the immortal lord arrives, the dragon turtle clan welcomes him. At a rough count, there were no fewer than 40. Suhi was stunned, and his whole body was stunned. He was breathing rapidly and looked at Bayan in astonishment.
Sister clan, dragon turtles. How can there be so many of them?
So many dragon turtles, brought back to the Xianwang realm, are enough to level the world. Bayan turned around in surprise.
Dragon turtles live forever, and they like to sleep and rarely seek death. Isn't that natural?
These are not all. Plus the dragon turtles guarding other places. The total is even more than this. There are more dragon turtles than the other 4 spirits combined. These guys wouldn't even go out to Tizhan if nothing happened. If there weren't so many dragon turtles, how could the turtle LS of the dragon turtle clan be able to hold up the sky and the earth, blocking the Yuanzun clan from the Xinhuang world, preventing them from entering even an inch? After she finished speaking, she whispered and asked,
"How many future generations will there be?"
Suhi still hadn't woken up from the shock caused by the dragon turtles all over the world. His face trembled and he said,
"Before I attained enlightenment,
after your death, there will only be 7 heads.
This is not right. This is completely wrong. In the Dragon Turtle Heritage Palace, there are only 17 dragon turtles besides Suhi and Yaya on the back of the Heritage Dragon Turtle. Most of the dragon turtles here have never left a figure in the Inheritance Palace. Or all of them." Suhi looked around and didn't see a familiar-looking dragon turtle, until there was a long groan. A dragon turtle with its beard already hanging to the ground poked its head out from the horizon, looked down and smiled.
"Little Tantai, is there a Taoist companion?"
Suhi. Bai nodded like a fool.
Yes. Yes. I will bring my husband to see you. Long time no see. Old turtle.
The dragon turtle was stunned for a moment, and his dim eyes became a little brighter.
Baiyin? You little guy is teasing the old turtle again.
He turned to look at Suhi. His eyes suddenly condensed, and there was a bit of surprise in Gu Jingwubu's eyes.
Are you really alive?
Ordinary people have never seen Suhi's appearance. How could the dragon turtle ancestor not have seen it? Without them, Tantai Immortal Lord would not have been able to break into Yuanzun's lair alone and snatch Suhi's body. He dropped one of his paws, and a starry sky flashed past. The scenery in front of Suhi and Baiyin changed instantly. They were already in front of a big mountain, surrounded by starry sky. Like a big mountain in the starry sky, there was a faint passage on the mountain leading to an unknown direction, and half of the old turtle's body was leaning out of the passage. He looked down at Suhi and looked him up and down, as if he wanted to see him thoroughly. After looking at it for a long time, he murmured,
"Time. Cause and effect. Fate."
He turned to look at Baiyin.
3 avenues and 1.5 are restricted areas for monks. Girl, is it worth it?
When he spoke like this, his tone was filled with endless sadness and loneliness. Baiyin laughed loudly.
So, monks can't do it. Old turtle, we are no longer human beings. Can you take one in?
Suhi looked up at the dragon turtle. He has seen this turtle before. In the Inheritance Sea, there are 3 largest dragon turtles on the back of the Inheritance Dragon Turtle. One is Taizu, and the other 2 are not recognized by Suhi. This dragon turtle is one of them. Suhi listened to their words and turned to look at Baiyin.
You? Are you? Shoo.
Baiyin put a finger on his lips.
No one can stop us from doing anything we want to do.
Suhi was silent. He had never considered a question. In addition to difficulties, would it require paying a huge price to send a corpse from another world to condense the true spirit into reincarnation in this world? From what Lao Gui said, the price is probably not small. The old turtle was silent for a moment, and the smile actually rose in his eyes, getting stronger and stronger, and finally opened his mouth to laugh, laughing extremely happily.
Okay. Girl, follow the old turtle.
He smiled, looked at Baiyin extremely happily, and then turned to look at Suhi, his eyes full of love.
Little guy, please wait here for a while. Someone comes to see you. You?
Suhi was startled when he saw Baiyin let go of his hand and ran quickly towards the passage where the old turtle was.
Go quickly. Go quickly. That Bing Tuozi is unreasonable and will definitely hit me.
She swooped into the passage and disappeared. The old turtle nodded towards Suhi and shrank towards the passage. Another mystery? Suhi hurriedly asked.
Senior, which ancestor of Dragon Turtle are you?
In the passage, a voice came. Ming. As the sound fell, the passage suddenly collapsed, completely disappeared. A violent aura flashed across the passage. Ancestor of the underworld. Baze is as famous as Taizu on the list. Now that he knows more, Suhi looks at Baze Bang differently from when he first met him. Baize's ranking is very accurate, but this accuracy is limited to those outside the 30 places. For people like Uncle Luo and Uncle Lei, they can rely on the Baze list to judge their combat prowess. But the further you go, the harder it becomes to understand, especially the top 30, where there is no order of precedence. There are also people like Bai Ling and Ji Feishua who have been removed from the Baize list. Many things are difficult to understand. Judging from the situation just now, is this Ming ancestor not under the immortal lord?
When he looked at Baiyin, he seemed to be looking at the junior. Su he was thinking wildly when he heard turtles moaning from nowhere. He was dragged over by Mingzu, and all he could see was a starry sky, as if he was not on Dison Mountain, and no other dragon turtles could be seen. Hearing the long chant of the dragon turtle, he saw a sword light piercing the starry sky and shooting in, extremely sharp. In addition to stars, there is only sword in the whole world. A dull sword light seemed to separate heaven and earth. However, such a powerful sword light did not hurt Su-He at all. He is immortal. Even if the sea of consciousness has come over, he will not die when he sees the sword light. He should not be able to hold on. The people who come in have incredible control over their true energy and sword energy. The sword light fell and turned into a woman. A snowsuit swayed with the wind and fell under the stars, like a fairy from Guanghan stepping into the mortal world. The sword and ice and snow behind him have condensed into the illusion of a world, turning into a Dharma-like existence. She came in and looked down at Su-He. He has the same appearance as Su Huanyan. Tantai immortal lord. Su-He looked at her, suddenly at a loss. Just when I didn't know what to do, Baiyin's voice sounded in the starry sky.
Ming Tuozi, I gave you back your husband, but he took advantage of me. He is the first man in this world who comes within 3 feet of me. He was the first man to hold my hand and touch my body.
Su-He, stop making trouble. The following words don't matter. But Tantai immortal lord doesn't recognize him at all. With such an existence, the words, husband, will kill people. Su-He smiled bitterly, not knowing how to speak. I saw Tantai immortal lord soaring a little higher in the sky. A sword light flashed by, and the sound in the starry sky disappeared instantly. Even the starry sky above our heads has a faint tendency to turn into the sword world. She took one step forward and landed next to Su-He. She was neither angry nor unhappy. Just took out a big red brocade book from nowhere and floated in the air. Marriage certificate? This is the bridal marriage document that Ji Feishua tricked him into signing that day. There's no mistake. This is the one. This thing. A magic weapon? Tantai immortal lord looked at Su-He and said coldly,
put your hand on it.
Su-He was stunned for a moment and didn't know why. But he still put his hand on the marriage certificate. And then saw Tantai Shinzuan also put his hand on it. A light flashed on the marriage certificate, and 2 names were displayed. On the man's side was the word Su-He crookedly. On the woman's side, there are 3 characters, Su Huanyan, which is 3 parts beautiful and 7 parts sword-like. A red line implicated Su-He and Tantai immortal lord. But this red line seemed illusory but not real, as if it appeared across a world. Seeing the name and the red line, the awe-inspiring sword intent on Tantai immortal master gradually faded away. And when he looked at Su-He, his gaze was not repulsive. Even though they are still strangers, they are not going to draw their swords and kill people in the next moment. She looked at Su-He and her eyes narrowed slightly. She was indeed her husband in the next life. No wonder Baiyin wanted to tease her from an unknown distance away. This marriage contract is the first marriage contract between heaven and earth, and it has its own rules. Tantai Shinzuan just wanted to borrow the marriage certificate to personally test his relationship with this person. Unexpectedly, not only did the red line appear, but there was also a name on the marriage certificate. This is the next life when I personally sign the marriage document. Once you sign the first marriage contract, there will be no room for regret. Even if they are reincarnated, they will eventually come together.
Baiyin, you didn't sign it?
Tantai immortal lord looked at the marriage certificate and asked Su-He. Su-He was stunned, shook his head and said,
she was already dead when I was born.
Baiyin said that his body was snatched by Tantai from the Yuanzun clan. Tantai must know what kind of existence he is at this moment. No need to be secretive. It's just that Baiyin abandoned him and ran away. And this starry sky also separated the world, just like Baiyun Palace. So Bai Ling can let go and leave. Tantai immortal master frowned slightly.
Where is her reincarnation? He's dead too,
Su-He whispered.
She died 6,000 years before I was born. Maybe she committed suicide? She didn't want to live anymore.
Tantai immortal lord nodded.
That means he is not dead.
How could it be so easy to die? When the realm is reached, even if you lose it, even if you want to commit suicide, you can't achieve liberation. Su-He looked at her. Baiyin and Bai Ling gave Su-He the feeling that they were obviously the same person. But Tantai Shinzuan and Su Huanyan felt very separate. Tantai immortal lord glanced at him, and already knew what Su-He was thinking. He shook his head slightly.
Dot, I'm sorry. I'm not in the right state. I have too much of the origin of the Yuanzun clan in my body. Maybe you will feel better after I cut these things out. Some.
This is embarrassing for her. Before she became an immortal, she was an ice beauty and a sword fairy. No one except Bain dared to show off in front of her. After becoming an immortal, no one could ask her to speak more than 2 sentences. This was the first time in countless years that she had spoken such a long sentence.
The Yuanzun clan?
Suhi frowned. Why did they have to merge with the Yuanzun clan?
Is this why you were reincarnated?
Tantai Immortal Lord shook his head.
I don't know. Your past is my future. Even Bain can't predict the future.
She paused for a moment, as if remembering something, and there was a smile on her lips.
But if I took advantage of reincarnation to remove the aura of the Yuanzun clan from my body, if I reincarnate, the aura that was removed will also be reincarnated.
If their breaths are connected, they are either sisters, or they are likely to become husband and wife. But if she really wanted to cut it off, she would never allow that aura to be conceived with her. She looked at Suhi.
Husband and wife are of the same body. If that breath is reincarnated, it is very likely that there will be a chance of marriage with me. Even if I leave a backup, at least we will have the name of husband and wife. What should you do?
Although I have never experienced this, men are very concerned about this kind of thing. Right? Suhi was dumbfounded, and then jumped up.
Damn it!
So the root is here? He stared at Tantai Immortal, as if he wanted to see the shadow of another person on her body. When Tantai looked at Suhi's appearance, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes, and he forced a smile.
No need to think too much. He and I are the same body. Even if we have a reputation, we can only marry myself. You?
Suhi quickly waved his hand.
Daughter-in-law. Don't get me wrong.
He is dead.
I killed him.
He was just shocked by this, and didn't care about anything. Tantai Immortal Lord was startled. Dead? That's right. Husband and wife are one body. And the only ones who can cut off that aura are her reincarnation or the person in front of her.
Daughter-in-law. What do you mean by madam?
Tantai Immortal asked in a clear voice. Suhi was stunned.
Ugh. Sorry.
In front of her was Su Huanyan's appearance, with Su Huanyan's aura, and the word,
daughter-in-law,
rolled out of her tongue casually. Tantai Immortal Lord shook his head.
It doesn't matter.
Suhi was silent for a moment, then tentatively said,
Bain said that I need an anchor to leave a mark in this era so that I can stay here. That. Can you?
His voice grew quieter. The person who leaves a mark must be important enough. He is an indelible talent of this era. What's better than Immortal Lord? But I saw Tantai Immortal Lord gently shaking his head.
This time, Bain himself is the anchor. And there is no need for me. If you come back again, you can find me.
Although she had not participated in Bain's research, she was aware of the progress. Naturally, we know what anchors and imprints are. Bain is the anchor? Suhi was stunned. Chapter 351 Taizu. Egg? Bain is the anchor. And Suhi's subconscious reaction is, what do I owe her? Don't talk about feelings. Not to mention an immortal. Even Suhi himself could not be easily aroused by others. Tantai Immortal Lord glanced at him slightly and said nothing. For a moment, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Suhi saw her lips moving slightly. He hesitated for a long time without speaking. He smiled slightly and said,
She is very good. Her temperament is similar to yours. She doesn't like to talk and only loves to practice.
I have probably been with Su Huanyan for a long time, and I can tell what she wants to ask just by looking at Tantai Shinzuen's eyes. No one can be uncurious about their own afterlife. Immortal Lord is no exception. Suhi smiled.
When I came here, she had only entered the heaven-treading realm for 100 years. Now she is breaking through the limit. If nothing happens, she will be at the 3rd level of the heaven-treading realm.
However, after 100 years of walking in the sky, he advanced to the 3rd level of walking in the sky and broke through the limit. There are not many people in the world who can pick out such monsters. Tantai Immortal Lord Cave frowned slightly.
Wait a minute. Your talent in the next life will be so poor.
Suhi. He looked at Tantai Immortal Master in disbelief, feeling that this monk despised 99% of the monks in the world. Wei Wei hesitated and said,
Maybe, because the aura on your body was delayed?
Tantai Immortal was puzzled. Suhi said,
Because he has been absorbing the origin of our daughter. You have been wasting your time on replenishing it.
Tantai Immortal Master frowned slightly.
I have a daughter? What about you?
Didn't you ever stop someone from absorbing the essence of your daughter? Suhi opened his mouth, not knowing how to reply, and finally sighed.
I wasn't born yet.
My biological daughter is older than me. What can I do? Tantai Immortal Master's eyes narrowed, and her first reaction was that Suhi had a relationship with her, and had a daughter, while traveling through time and space. Is this person so irresponsible? Should I cut off his roots? There was danger in her eyes. Suhi suddenly woke up, and a spiritual thought passed between his eyebrows.
Hey! Hey! You don't have random killing intentions. You are an immortal, and I am immortal now.
What did this woman misunderstand? Suhi felt a chill in his crotch and was frightened. Tantai saw the thought and opened his eyes, recalling the news in Suhi's mind. After a while, under the sword intent in his eyes, there was a flash of doting that was the same as Su Huanyan's.
Ya?
She chuckled. Suddenly, she thought of something and laughed out loud. The ice fairy showed her face. In an instant, the spring blossoms bloomed, and even the sword intent above her head and the starry sky seemed to be smiling. Ya, should Buying call her mother? A reluctant response? She smiled, raised her sword and slashed at herself. When Suhi was stunned, the sword pierced the center of her eyebrows, and said,
Next time, don't transmit information directly with your thoughts like this. There are hidden dangers.
Suhi nodded, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the fairy's sword in her hand. It was a narrow sword with a bit of delicacy in its awe-inspiring sword. A small snake wrapped around the sword was hissing and spitting out snake messages. A passage opened behind him, and Mingzu's voice came out.
Chop Tantai. Come and help old turtle.
Tantai Immortal Lord raised his sword and stood up, walking to the entrance of the cave. He looked back at Suhi.
Follow me.
Suhi's current state, without the Immortal Lord by his side, was immediately exposed to the world. Only the Immortal Lord can form a realm of its own, and can block the induction of heaven and earth. The Yuanzun clan has the power in this world. How could they allow Suhi to exist? Suhi jumped and chased after him. As soon as he approached the passage, a violent aura rushed out. When he entered the passage, the aura became calmer. As soon as he entered, he felt as if he had ascended, as if he had attained enlightenment and become an immortal. This feeling became stronger and stronger as it went upwards, and the brilliant power of heaven came from the other end of the passage. Majestic and solemn. It seems that there is heaven over there. In the second half of the journey, Suhi had no choice but to stretch his consciousness out of his body and cover his whole body. Now this body can't resist such aura at all. Taking one step forward, there was a galaxy in front of them. They walked out of a whirlpool in the galaxy. Not far ahead was a continent. Tantai Immortal Master flicked his sleeves and let him hold his hand, leading him to fly towards the continent. Suhi looked down at the sleeves of his hands. Tantai Immortal Master was silent for a moment and said,
When I come back this time, Buying will be my anchor. If I get too close to you, I will also become an anchor. I won't be able to be an anchor next time I come back.
Suhi blinked and suddenly laughed.
No, I'm just curious about the sleeves. Your sleeves have no seams.
Tantai Immortal was startled, and he had the urge to pull back his sleeves and throw him out. Suhi chuckled and said,
Just kidding. I said just if I find enough anchors. Can I wait indefinitely and slowly return to normal time as time goes by?
Tantai Immortal Lord glanced at him. This person actually still has such thoughts? She shook her head.
You can't go back to normal time. Time is like a river, flowing at the top and also at the bottom. As long as you stay here, reality will pass. How can you catch up one day?
That's right. Even the toad said. He has been away for a long time.
Huh?
Suhi suddenly remembered. Where is the toad? How dare this guy run around in the ancient times? Aren't you afraid of losing yourself?
Suewa!
Suhi shouted in his heart. The toad didn't respond. Suhi forcefully summoned him, and the toad came out from between his eyebrows holding a bowl of old turtle soup. Following him, and looking at him resentfully, Suhi looked at it and stroked the frog's head.
Don't run around. If you lose it here, you can never go back.
Toad. Where is the face? Tantai Immortal Lord glanced at the toad curiously. According to the aesthetics of the void frog, this female frog was quite beautiful. I'm afraid this person is not a playboy. Even the soul beast is looking for a beautiful one. She tapped her feet lightly, and ripples appeared in a river of stars. Her figure quietly landed on the mainland, and she flashed forward and was already in a mountain forest. It was like a natural altar. There was a dragon turtle egg in the center of the altar. Buying was banging on the turtle egg, which aroused great interest. There were 2 dragon turtles on both sides. One was Mingzu, but the other made Suhi's eyes widen. It is the dragon turtle that protects the inheritance palace in the image of the Jinxia Dao Palace, and the dragon turtle that fights with the Yuanzun clan's army with a blocking army. Every drop of Qianjun is a part of the world. Suddenly seeing an acquaintance, a feeling of intimacy arises spontaneously. Perhaps this is the characteristic of dragon turtles. That is, they don't know each other, and they will naturally trust each other as long as they are of the same race. I don't know much about Suhi, the mythical beast next to him. This is probably the case for the 4 spiritual beasts. Even when Feng Qiaofei died because of her, Yunli probably had a secret existence. Otherwise, why go to Fengzhong in person and fight to the death to resurrect Yunli? Suhi didn't believe it was just a mere consciousness. She couldn't destroy it. The 2 dragon turtles also looked at Suhi at the same time. The light in their dark eyes flickered and disappeared for a moment. The sense of intimacy on Suhi became even stronger. Maybe, as Baiyin said, this little friend is really reincarnated as a dragon turtle. Tantai Immortal Lord fell down and nodded towards Ming Ancestor and the dragon turtle next to him.
Ming Ancestor called me. What's the matter?
Mingzu smiled and gestured to the dragon turtle egg in the center of the altar.
This egg has been moving a little recently. I was thinking about taking out a portion of the true blood and blending it into it. Xiao Baiyin happened to come to me and wanted to give 2 copies as a gift. True blood. But you know my body is small.
Mingzu laughed. His body, even without the use of external appearance, has reached the point where it is difficult to be damaged by any means. Even he himself cannot break through the defense. I originally planned to force out 2 drops of blood, but it was too harmful to my body. Xiao Baiyin just wanted to incorporate a portion of the true blood into the true spirit to ensure that he would be reincarnated with the blood of the dragon turtle. So there was no need for such luxury. There is nothing sharper than a sword in the world, and an immortal who practices the art of swordsmanship can be of help. Tantai Immortal Lord nodded. The immortal sword suddenly came out of his body and stabbed Mingzu between the eyebrows with one sword. Ming Ancestor's face was filled with astonishment. No, it's just to break open the scales and draw blood. Is it necessary to prick the center of the eyebrow? Have you absorbed too much of the origin of the Yuanzun clan and become polluted? So you want to take the opportunity to take the old turtle's life? He was shocked. Tantai Immortal Lord had already stabbed him with his sword. Ming Ancestor's body flashed with light, and the foreign minister wanted to protect the lord, but he forcefully suppressed him. A splash of blood spurted out. The blood shot into the air and turned into a team of sergeants, wielding their swords and spears to kill in all directions, forming an army of true blood. However, with a wave of her hand by Baiyin, the 2 groups of sergeants were filled with blood and she collected them. A drop of blood touched the center of his eyebrow, and he found a ball of fluorescence from nowhere, and touched another drop of blood to the fluorescence. As soon as the fluorescent light appeared, Suhi felt an endless attraction and instantly merged with the fluorescent light. Tantai Immortal Lord looked back and slashed between him and the fluorescent light with a sword, temporarily cutting off the connection. Baiyin stuck out his tongue and glared at Suhi. Suhi was stunned. Is this his true spirit in this era? Not sent to reincarnation yet? It's a wonderful feeling to travel through time and see yourself as a child. Baiyin fused the true blood of the dragon turtle, and Mingzu also fused the true blood into the turtle eggs. Suhi came to the side of another dragon turtle, bowed and asked,
Dare I ask my ancestor's name?
The dragon turtle looked at Suhi with a smile.
My name is Wu.
Martial ancestor? Suhi was stunned. Doesn't this have the same name as the founder of the martial god path? He was surprised in his heart, but he did not show it. He only asked martial ancestor.
May I ask martial ancestor, is there a dragon turtle named Tai in the dragon turtle clan?
I didn't see Taizu along the way. Huangzu once said that Taizu was hung up and whipped by Tantai Immortal Lord when he was a child. It should not be too far ago. Wu Zu shook his head. Even Mingzu closed his eyes and seemed to be searching for all the dragon turtles in his huge memory. He shook his head and smiled.
This is a good name. If there is a dragon turtle born, how about recommending this name?
As he spoke, the dragon turtle eggs on the altar buzzed and trembled.
Broken SH. L?
Suhi's eyes lit up. If it breaks its SH. L. This will be the second time he has seen a dragon turtle break its SH. L. The first time was Yaya. But that one can't be counted completely. Mingzu shook his head.
It's just a simple shake.feel movement.
He chuckled.
This turtle egg is special. It's probably no younger than me in terms of age. It was discovered by the old turtle in the hometown of Heaven 3 million years ago. It is clearly a living egg, but it has not broken out of its SH.L to this day.
Ming ancestor sighed. The energy provided for this guy to break his SH. I had already exceeded the total of 8 or 9 dragon turtles. But so far, there are no signs of breaking out of the SH.L. He only trembles from time to time to prove that he is still alive. Another special dragon turtle. The higher the top ethnic group, the easier it is for some strange beings to be born. The same is true for the human race. The longer the bloodline is, the easier it is for many Tao bodies to appear. This is the accumulation of blood from generation to generation, and is beyond the reach of ordinary monks. If anything, any dragon turtle is special. It can even be said that any four-spirit beast is special. There are almost no four spirits with the same talents. Suhi thought. His lower abdomen trembled slightly, and a majestic momentum spread from his body, sweeping in all directions, but was suppressed back by Tantai's gentle press. To an ordinary monk or even a fifth-level monk, it is a majestic aura. In front of the immortal lord, he is no different from a little hamster. Suhi was pleasantly surprised. The world pearl is here. The moment the world pearl appeared, the dantian in his lower abdomen transformed into his dragon turtle dantian, and traces of true energy were born and flowed to the body along the meridians. As soon as this true essence is born, it is divided into 2 strands, occupying 2 major areas in the body. It turned out that Gu Yuan and Feng Yuan were born at the same time. Bai's eyes lit up, and he came over, as if looking at something rare.
TSK. TSK. I knew there would be a problem. How could anyone in the Dragon Turtle Xiaohuan Beast chapter transform into a human body with just 2 bodies?
She smiled and drew a triangle in the air, with the 4 vertices of the triangle emitting light. Just like this thing. It needs 4 points to be stable. You have to have 4 bodies gathered together in the same realm to be stable enough. Only then can you transform into a human body. She looked at Suhi sympathetically. The speculation came true. I imagined the human form. And as expected, the blue dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise Suzaku were all achieved. However, at this moment, Feng Yuan and Gui Yuan did not form a rivalry in the body, and even tended to complement each other, which was rare. From this, it can be deduced that even before the human body is completely obtained, the deformed human body may appear, and the combat power may be doubled. This is a good research point. Bai's eyes sparkled. The eyes of Ming ancestor and martial ancestor fell on Suhi at the same time, and Gui Yuan appeared. So there was no need to doubt his identity. What a dragon turtle! Descendants from tens of millions of years later? This suddenly surprised the 2 dragon turtles. But at this moment, Suhi's expression changed, and he looked at the turtle eggs on the altar in astonishment. When the world beat comes, the inner world will naturally follow. The small Taigua in the inner world starts to flutter and tremble, trying to absorb the Taoist charm of Taigua from the turtle egg. The Taigua is in this turtle egg. Taizu? Suhi was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what expression to put on. After a long while, his consciousness transmitted to Bai and Tantai Immortal Lord at the same time.
Daughter-in-law, I have a special ability that can detect the existence of hexagrams and absorb the hexagrams. The Tai hexagram is in this turtle egg. Now I am the world pearl. What should I do if I am secretly absorbing the Taoist rhyme of Taigua?
Bai blinked and looked at Suhi.
Little brother, you don't think that your voice transmission can be concealed from these 2 old turtles, do you?
They are the truly top-notch existences in all the worlds. The Ming ancestor is not under the immortal lord. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw 2 dragon turtles looking at him with strange eyes. The dragon ancestor of the underworld shook his beard and asked with a smile.
Little guy. Old guy. Can I see your world pearl?
Suhi.
Dot.
He didn't say that it was the boundary pearl that absorbed the hexagram's Taoist rhyme. Feeling a strange feeling in his body, he turned around and saw Bai's eyes were shining brightly, staring at him eagerly, as if he wanted to see it too. If you don't agree, I'll knock you out. At worst, I'll do the experiment again. Anyway, she has been experimenting with this body for 3,000 years, and every part has been cut open. Suhi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Bai, Tantai and the 2 dragon turtles must all be completely trustworthy. Especially Bai. Suhi's inner world is closely related to her. Suhi shook his head and smiled.
Come on! I will lead you.
For thoughts fell on Suhi at the same time. In fact, Wu Zu was 1 step behind. But based on Suhi's level, he couldn't tell the difference at all. His spiritual consciousness led him with 4 thoughts towards the dantian of his lower abdomen. Before he reached the Dantian, Mingzu and Wuzu were already amazed.
The second heaven has just opened, and all the mountains, rivers, and paintings have been dragged into the inner world. What a talent!
The two turtles marveled at the same time. The four of them had been pulled into the inner world by Su He and turned into two fairies and two shrunken dragon turtles. As soon as the four beings appeared, they looked up at Mount Tai at the same time.
Innate Holy Land. 64 hexagrams.
At this moment, the little 64 hexagram is shining brightly, and the aura of Taigua flows in gurglingly from the outside world. And the misty light turns into a ray of light in the sky, falling towards the little Taigua. Baiyin tilted his head and looked at Tai Mountain. The mountain's sacrificial techniques and the 64 hexagrams were so familiar. Moreover, the mountain was naturally close to her, as if it was wrong to use a clone, as if a part of the body was cut off for sacrifice. She turned to look at Su He suspiciously, and Su He nodded. Baiyin blinked in shock and asked Su He in a low voice,
"You are not my clan brother. You are my biological son."
"Right. There is no such thing as a biological son. Such an innate holy land. Such a small hexagram. She really couldn't imagine how to achieve it in the next life. Compared with condensing Su He's true spirit to send him to reincarnation, this difficulty is not at all small. Even worse, the 64 hexagrams are the foundation of this world. There are also lichens outside, which are helping Su He condense a perfect world."
"Do I owe you anything in this lifetime?"
Baiyin felt a little aggrieved for a moment. The fairy pouted slightly. "Extremely cute." Su He quietly hooked her finger.
"I don't know. Maybe I will suffer even more."
"Who knows what you are secretly planning?" Baiyin rolled his eyes at him.
"Little brother, you have to have a limit even if you don't want to be shy."
She left Su He aside, pulled Tantai Immortal Lord over, and ran towards the interior of the inner world. Mingzu shook his head gently, looked at Su He inside.
"Besides, the stability of your inner world, among all the divine beasts that have just entered the second level of Kaitian, is the only one I have seen in my life, which is the ordinary dragon turtle Kaitian. The second limit is not so stable."
He sighed.
"Who left that aggregation of laws above?"
Su He looked at the law body above his head that looked like a second sun, with a smile on his face.
"It was left by my second mother. She is a beautiful and gentle peacock."
Ancestor Ming nodded.
"Meditate carefully, and don't waste it if you have such conditions. Each heaven has more laws than others. The accumulation is an immeasurable gap."
His eyes fell on the Kaitian Bai and cannon on the top of Tai Mountain. He saw that Kaitian Bai was fine, but his expression immediately turned strange when he saw cannon. At his level, basically everything can be understood at a glance as to its purpose and usage. The rules of the sky cannon itself are as clear as an instruction manual in his eyes. When he wanted to make a joke, he saw Baiyin running out of the ground, holding a ghost object in his hand. Looking at Su He, there was no doubt in his eyes.
"Give me one of these ghosts."
Seeing that Su He was about to speak, she immediately said,
"Don't refuse. I can change. Just ask for whatever you want. I don't have the money."
All the treasures of heaven, materials and earth were used to condense Su He's true spirit. She looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. "I don't have money, but I can grab it. As a dignified immortal, there is nothing that I can't grab." Su He smiled.
"If you want it, sister clan, you can take it. It's just that I summoned this thing in the real world. If you take it out, it will span time. Will anything happen?"
All the time involved should not be attempted lightly. Baiyin raised his eyebrows. Is she afraid of this? Several people exited the inner world under Su He's tug. Baiyin was afraid that the ghost in his hand would affect the turtle eggs on the altar. So he stepped back instantly, flashed out of the mainland, and landed in the galaxy. At the same time, formations and runes in his hands fell towards the ghost. Almost instantly, hundreds of thousands of different formations fell at the same time. Tantai Immortal Lord came out of the air and stood by her side, looking at the ghost in her hand.
"Is this a heavenly soldier?"
Baiyin nodded. The remaining armor and weapons of this ghost all indicate its identity in life. The heavenly soldiers move when I see them for the first time. Chapter 352. See the hexagram again.
"Ancestor Ming, is this the Sea of Stars?"
Su He stood by the altar, letting Xiao Taigua absorb the rhyme of Taigua, and asked Ancestor Ming,
"Xinghai? Has this name become popular in later generations?"
Mingzu chuckled.
"Only a few people call it that now. This is where the heaven was in the ancient times."
Su He heard this name more than once. He asked out of curiosity,
"Jade Emperor, Queen Mother? Mingzu was obviously startled.
What is that? It's okay. Just keep talking.
Suhi shook his head. So it turned out to be the same myth. Mingzu chuckled.
There is nothing to say. It is said that there were countless people who opened the gate of immortality here. And there were dozens of immortals. However, this must be an exaggeration. It is said that the immortals at that time could also span the long river of time. Leah.
He looked at Suhi and laughed.
But how is this possible? Sifang immortal, Bain, and Tantai are all immortals? They can't do it.
This little guy is special. He is not from this world and is not subject to the time constraints of this world. It is natural. Mingzu's dim old eyes looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the long river of time. He murmured,
probably just like your time. The rumors about us must be exaggerated and indescribable. Does it mean that in our time, there are hordes of immortals, and the sky is full of mythical beasts?
Suhi was stunned for a moment and shook his head slightly. Quite the opposite. In later generations, countless people do not know the existence of the immortal lord. And even whether the immortal gate can be opened is doubted. There are almost no records of this era. Mingzu looked at Suhi, and the dragon's beard stirred.
Isn't it?
They fight to the death with the Yuanzun clan every day. In the past 300,000 years, 3 dragon turtles have died. Will future generations even be willing to brag about them? Inexplicably heartbroken, he sighed, and then said after a while,
Heaven does exist. The ghost that Xiaobain just caught from your inner world should be the ghost of the former heavenly soldier. She probably discovered something. So she robbed you of a ghost.
There is no need to think too much about the rarity of the heavenly soldiers. I don't know how the little turtle got it in the future. It is extremely difficult to imagine. But he sent it out without blinking an eye. He also doesn't appreciate Bain's contribution to him. As Suhi absorbed the Taoist rhyme of Taigua, the turtle eggs fluttered and trembled, trembling more than in previous years. Everyone's eyes fell on the turtle eggs. Mingzu thought thoughtfully. There are 64 small hexagrams in the inner world of Suhi, and it is natural to be able to discover the hexagrams in the outside world. An egg is born with a hexagram. Whose egg is this? Is there something else in the dragon turtle clan that he doesn't know about? Mingzu was puzzled, looking at the turtle eggs on the altar. His eyes suddenly lit up. The dragon's whiskers moved, and a piece of starlight flew from nowhere, intertwined with each other in the air to form various runes, and flew to the top of his head to form a huge hexagram. Hexagram. This is a completely condensed hexagram. In the inner world, in addition to the cheerful Xiao Tai hexagram, even the Xiao Yu hexagram became happy. Holding hands, the Xiao Tai hexagram simultaneously transformed into the head of the 64 hexagrams, spinning around Tai Mountain. It is necessary to absorb the Taoist rhyme of Yugua. Mingzu looked back at Suhi. The dragon's beard touched the Yu hexagram and immediately stopped the absorption. He laughed loudly.
Don't be anxious, little guy. You can't give me anything for nothing now.
He smiled, and the 2 dragon whiskers pressed down like hands, and the Yugua fell on the top of the turtle egg. Stars fell from the Yugua, like rain, falling into the turtle egg. The martial ancestor next to him frowned slightly.
Ancestor wants to split the Taigua into 2 halves?
Mingzu laughed and nodded.
Yes. A hexagram is not something that an egg can bear. This little guy is born with a hexagram. Although it is expensive, the hexagram also hinders his development.
The energy required to cultivate hexagrams is too great. How can one egg provide it? The dragon turtles could easily support it. But Dan couldn't bear the amount of energy and Yuan force being sent in. Suhi came today, but it was not God's will. It's not Suhi. Unless the Taigua one day takes the initiative to break away from the turtle egg, it will be impossible for the egg to hatch even if the world dies. The hexagrams are self-hiding and cannot be discovered unless they appear on their own. There is an ancestor of dragon turtle here, and neither of the 2 immortals have noticed it. Hexagram you.
Go with the times and follow the trends. But wasn't he born just for this moment? The Yu hexagram fell, and a rune shimmered in the turtle egg. Suhi couldn't understand the complicated runes at all. But he had seen its upper body. In the Tai Zu Tai hexagram, the lower column has been condensed and completed. But the upper column still looks like runes. It is 70% similar to this rune. The stars of Mingzu Yugua fell on Taigua. And he said in a low voice,
Open!
The Tai hexagram was like a pair of jade pendants being broken into pieces. The main hexagram and the guest hexagram separated instantly. The hexagram seemed to sense the crisis. As soon as they separated, they immediately burrowed into the turtle eggs. but were half suppressed by Mingzu's claws. But this hexagram was stubborn and struck at the tortoise's claws several times, trying to burrow into the tortoise's egg. Mingzu shook his head and used the U hexagram to suppress the Tai hexagram and the Ku hexagram. Looking at the turtle egg again, I saw the misty aura in the turtle egg spreading towards the Tai Gua Ku Gua under the Yu Gua. Even if they are separated, it cannot stop Tai Gua from absorbing the power of the turtle eggs. This is the strange thing about the hexagrams. Each hexagram has its own temperament and characteristics. Unless you study it in depth, it is difficult to grasp it. The Tai hexagram changes with the times, changes itself at any time, and responds differently to different environments. Separating the subject and guest hexagrams turns out to be useless. Ming ancestor pondered for a moment and flipped his paw, then printed the Tai Gua Ku Gua on Suhi's body with a snap. Pressing it inward, a ray of light flashed through. The Ku Gua followed Suhi's breath and penetrated into his body, falling into the boundary pearl. I still want to go out, but I can't find my way in. The aura flowing towards the Tai Gua Ku Gua on the turtle egg outside was cut off. Suhi's previous life did not belong to this world, and Dragon Turtle's real body did not belong to this era. Intertwined and fused together, the two Tai Gua are nowhere to be found. The Ku Gua jumped around in the inner world and was stunned for a long time. As if unwilling, it floated up and landed on the Shao Tai Gua. This is the only familiar existence in this strange world. The Shao Tai Gua carries the Tai Gua Ku Gua, just like a playful dog. The dog angrily spins around Tai Mountain to get it. Ming ancestor looked at the turtle egg again, and it suddenly became much more pleasing to his eyes. The turtle egg no longer trembles as before. The power brought by the altar merges into it, allowing it to continuously improve itself. If this continues, it will eventually be able to break out of the SHL. I don't know what kind of evil this egg has done. It fell into the Tai Gua and was conceived in this way. It naturally controls the Tai Gua innately, like a companion magic weapon that cannot be taken away by others. But the Tai hexagram is burdensome. But it also means that the turtle egg will never break out of its SHL.
Next time I have the opportunity to come back, wait until the turtle breaks its SHL, and then return the guest hexagram to him.
Ming ancestor said to Suhi. Just taking away the guest hexagram will not affect the turtle and the egg's future control of the hexagram. Suhi nodded faintly. But I don't know that Taizu's Tai hexagram is just a condensed main hexagram into a hexagram image. And the guest hexagram is still in the shape of a rune. Does it have anything to do with him taking away the guest hexagram? Suhi had something in mind when he saw the Yu Gua floating above his head and landing in front of him. The underworld dragon's beard swings. As if you are casual. Suhi hesitated slightly.
Ancestor Ming, if I absorb the hexagrams, I will condense the heaven-opening artifact. The sky has just been opened a few days ago.
It's both Tai Gua and Yu Gua. If you inhale it, something will happen. The current inner world is not enough to support him to open the sky again. Ming ancestor smiled.
Your hexagram is like an ordinary dragon tortoise, comprehending the laws and condensing the great road. Who stipulates that if there is a great road, it must be condensed to open the sky artifact? Isn't it good for me to see it there?
This reminder was like a spring thunder falling in Suhi's mind. Something seemed to be coming out. But there was a layer of fog, so he couldn't catch it. Before he could think about it carefully, Baiyin and Tantai Ling were already in the distance. Come back in a flash. The ghost has been sealed by Baiyin for some time. Looking at the U hexagram floating in the sky, Baiyin blinked.
Is this the benefit of recognizing your ancestors and returning to your clan?
She turned to look at Mingzu.
Hey, old turtle, where's mine?
We, today, can be regarded as recognizing our ancestors and returning to our clan. Mingzu burst out laughing. With a flick of his beard, a bead landed in front of Baiyin. He had watched Baiyin grow up, and Master Baiyin and he were close friends. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of the Yuanzun clan in his early years. Along the way, he took great care of Baiyin, and Baiyin could be regarded as his half-disciple living outside. Without that layer of identity barrier, we get along more harmoniously. Baiyin laughed, put the beads into the pouch at his waist with great satisfaction, patted his belly and snapped his fingers, turned to Suhi and said with a smile,
Let's go!
This place is a sea of stars and a continent. What's the point? The stars should still be viewed from a distance, not up close. Suhi looked at Yu Gua in front of him. Mingzu shook his dragon beard.
Take it! Take it!
The U hexagram has been condensed and perfected by him, and it is his property, and no one can take it away. When Suhi has finished absorbing it, he will return. He has to guard the passage, but cannot leave easily. Wu Yao was guarding the turtle egg. This turtle egg was strange. It could withstand the aura of the star sea before it broke out of its SHL. The elemental energy here seemed to be of greater help to the turtle egg. Bai Yin laughed and slapped Su He on the back of the head.
Let's go!
Su He flew towards the galaxy like a shooting star. The U-hexagram kite usually hangs beside him. Bai Yin shouted.
Hey! Who dares to steal my hexagram?
She jumped in pursuit. Tantai Xianzuan shook his head, stepped out in front of the two of them, ignored the childish two, and entered the Xuanwu passage first. A repulsive force in the passage prevented her from returning to Dishan through the passage. Entering the Sea of Stars means ascending to the upper realm. How can you return at will if you have no official business? There was a flash of light on Tantai Immortal Lord. The repulsive force in the passage had disappeared, and the aura of the entire passage became respectful. Immortal Lord is not only a realm, but also an identity. Even in the ancient heaven, the Immortal Lord was free. Bai Yin dragged Su He and rushed out of the passage. Su He felt that the scene in front of him flashed, and he was no longer in the Sea of Stars. Not even in front of that big mountain with its own starry sky. This was Dishan. Su He wanted to see if there was any missing dragon turtle he knew. But he was dragged by Bai Yin, and fell outside through Tianya Cave in an instant. The speed was so fast, as if he was afraid that he would come into contact with the dragon turtle. Tantai glanced at him and said,
The boundary pearl has arrived. If you have less contact with the Dragon Turtle Clan and Phoenix Clan, you will be able to spot clues.
Some things are better as fewer people know about them. Bai Yin jumped out, looked at Dongfang Yubai, and stretched. He casually slapped a palm in the air. Chapter 353 History cannot be changed. With a light palm, he tore open the clouds and soared into the sky, blasting away the stone drums, military flags and scimitars that suppressed the Xianwang world, poking a hole in the sky, and rushing straight out of the Xianwang world. There was only a huge, palm-shaped hole left in the sky. In the whole Xianwang world, all the monks looked up to the sky at the same time, and there was a chorus of astonishment. It's that existence from Bai Yin Palace. Which one breaks through? In the past 2 days, they had taken action one after another. I didn't know what one of them had done before, but the punishment from heaven was actually taking shape. But she stopped him with one word. Who are you going to fight now? Tantai looked at Bai Yin in confusion. Why is this woman so crazy? Bai Yin, however, acted as if nothing had happened. After the slap, she ignored him and looked at Su He, who naturally stretched out his hand to her, with a look of astonishment on his face, and instantly backed away.
Tantai! He wants to take advantage of me.
Su He, sister, stop making trouble. We're out of Dishan. Without protection, heaven and earth will notice. Tantai glanced at him.
Stay with us, and you won't be discovered by heaven and earth.
Su He had a question mark on his head. He looked down at his hands, and then at Bai Yin's hands. Bai Yin looked at the sky. He looked like he wanted to fly. Outside the great world of Xianwang, there is a nameless and broken world. An unknown war broke out at this place, and chaos rolled back to engulf the world. But there are still people alive in the world at this moment. In a city, there were people standing ready, waiting for the arrival of the Yuanzun clan. At this moment, there are only 2 groups of forces in the world: the Xianwang world and the Yuanzun clan. The great world of Xianwang is the place where Tao originated. The roots of all martial arts in all the worlds originate there. It is the holy land of monks. But the Yuanzun clan is the most powerful race in the world. It even suppressed Xianwang for a time. And now there is a Jin clan treasure that suppresses Xuanhuang's world for 3,000 years. But Xianwang has never broken through. As time goes by, no matter how noble the Holy Land is, it will inevitably make people hesitate. And many forces in the world have fallen to the Yuanzun family. The prison clan is also one of them. However, the prison clan maintains its own identity. In any case, it has been passed down from the ancient heaven. Those with official status cannot just bend down and kneel down like ordinary country folk. Even if they have soft bones, soul hooks in their hands, and torture tools in their hands, they will not agree. Today, a prince general from the Yuanzun clan came to discuss joining the gang. The prison clan elder looked indifferent and was still drinking tea in the cave. But in fact, the entire prison clan has been mobilized. Just wait for the general to arrive. But at this moment, the clan elder suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. His face suddenly turned pale. A palm print suddenly appeared outside the broken world, crushing the world's fetal membrane. As if it wanted to destroy this broken world and suppress it directly. The clan elder screamed,
Immortal Lord!
"This is the immortal lord of the Xianwang world." "Why? Why?" "The Xianwang world is the ancestral land of all heavens, and has never committed genocide against other races in all heavens and realms." "Why? Just because the prison clan took refuge with the Yuanzun clan?" "But other races who took refuge with the Yuanzun clan were not exterminated by the Xianwang world," he shouted. And where the entire Hell clan was, great formations rose up from thousands of miles away, turning into huge iron ropes across the sky, intertwined layer by layer, blocking the big world, and bursts of screams emerged on the iron ropes. "That's a prisoner being tortured." The whole world turned into a big formation, crashing into the sky and the sun-shielding palm. This is a large formation guarding the heavenly prison, and its power is unimaginable. But the formation that had been supporting them for tens of millions of years suddenly collapsed like paper in front of this delicate and beautiful palm print, unable to stop him even for a moment.
Yuanzun!
The clan elder looked up to the sky for help, and saw the prince of the Yuanzun clan driving from the horizon. Before he reached the broken world, he walked away without looking back, without even stopping for a moment.
"No!"
the clan leader shouted.
"We are from heaven, and heaven is from Xianwang. We know many secrets of Xianwang,"
he roared heartbreakingly. But the frame seemed unable to hear him. The leader of the clan shouted, and slapped the suppressing palms from the sky with one palm after another. All the monks of the 6th and 7th levels of the entire Hell clan were hitting the sky. But it doesn't help. The moment the hand came down, the outcome was already decided.
"Open!"
the clan elder shouted, and countless clan members shattered on the ground and turned into chains that shot up into the sky. But the palm in the sky also fell with a crash and slapped on the ground. No sound came out. The whole world fell into silence. The sky was torn and the earth was shattered, but no sound was heard. It's just like a mirror being shattered and everything turned into ruins. Mountains, rivers, earth, rivers, lakes and seas, everything collapsed, and chaos rolled in. The world collapsed and the palms dispersed. This palm cut off the source of blood, and everyone, whether they were here or not, was shattered. Seeing the clan members being shattered, the clan elder screamed, but was unable to do anything. The laws of collapse rose up on their own, and even he himself was about to die. The palm of an immortal lord is worthy of being treated by an extraordinary person, stepping on the 7th level of the sky, knocking on the gate of immortality. "You are still immortal." The clan elder looked ashen. But at this moment, a light flashed in the clan's land, and the clan's punishment altar, and the remaining clan members disappeared in an instant. The clan elder only felt his eyes darken as he appeared in a cave. This must be the underground of a big world somewhere. There is an altar in front, and the shadow of a white tiger appears on the altar. A majestic voice appeared.
"In the heaven and earth, all the jailers are dead. Who will rob the prison?"
This white tiger phantom exuded terrifying power, and the method of cutting off the bloodline roots of everyone present was actually wiped away. Everyone was suppressed by the power of the white tiger's phantom and crawled to the ground. But they felt like they were surviving a disaster. The elder's eyes flashed with surprise, and he climbed down.
"Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. The prison clan will never forget it."
On the white tiger in front, a mechanical voice made a voice.
"In the center of heaven, all the jailers are dead. Who will rob the prison?"
The clan elder knelt down motionless, his voice filled with tears.
"It's Xianwang."
"Wrong." He raised his head in astonishment and looked at the phantom of the white tiger in front of him. Just listen to the voice coming again.
"Heavenly Court. Jailer."
This is not a real creature, just a remaining law. The prison clan were the guards of the heavenly prison. Strictly speaking, they are not of the same race, but they have the same occupation and have the authority of a jailer, as well as iron ropes and torture instruments. After the death of Heavenly Court, they gathered together and became the current Hell clan. Therefore, there are pure humans in the Hell clan, and there are also people with bull heads and human bodies. If in the heavenly period, all the jailers died, wouldn't this mean that someone was robbing the prison? The shadow of the white tiger in front of them did not mean that someone powerful was here to summon them. Is it just a rule when someone robs the prison? He looked around and saw the cells falling behind him. The aura of the prison was so gloomy and majestic that even if one looked into it, one would be imprisoned in the prison. Someone robbed the prison, and the entire heavenly prison and jailers were teleported here. So the person on this altar was originally the one who controlled the heavenly prison. The elder bowed his body and did not dare to be rude at all.
Sir, someone robbed the prison and all the jailers died. What should we do?
As he spoke, he slightly raised his head to look at the altar, and saw that the altar was empty. There was only one tiger bone in the center, and only one toe bone on the tiger's claw. The pressure to suppress all the jailers came from the tiger bone. In front of this tiger bone, a body of magical power, whether iron rope or punishment, is hidden in the body, and it dare not make any mistakes. The clan elder looked at the tiger bone and was stunned. In the big world of Xinhuang, Sui followed the two immortals, walking aimlessly. I don't know why these two people are so crazy. Even if they don't fly or use spatial powers, they actually walk like this on foot, and they don't even have a destination. Walking. Bain suddenly raised his head.
What?
Sui asked. Bain's eyes immediately shone brightly, as if he had encountered something extremely interesting.
Not all the prison clan are dead, but more than 100 people were rescued? And they stopped our murderous intention?
To be able to cut off her methods would require almost the same level of strength. This is nothing. She just slapped it casually, and even Zen Wuzu and Wenzu were able to break it. But she couldn't sense where those people had gone. This is interesting. The place where Heavenly Court hides Heavenly Prison will not be easily found. Her eyes flickered, and she always felt as if she had helped the prison clan. In the future, the prison clan would be given the title Emperor. Could it have been her slap? Right? Is this history? You think you are changing history, but in fact you are just making history? She was quiet for a moment, laughed, and looked at Sui.
Ignore him. I have a strong fist, and I can do whatever I want.
Don't worry about this emperor or that emperor. The Yuanzun clan is extremely tyrannical. The entire Xinhuang world is sealed. But wherever Bain wants to go, which one can be sealed? The little clan brothers said that no matter how powerful the emperor's great world is, can it be compared to the Yuanzun clan? She smiled slightly. Her gaze fell on Sui, and her eyes were bright.
I suggest you cultivate the white tiger in your third body. I know where there is white tiger essence and blood. Do you want me to help you?
Although she has never seen Gu Luo's revised beast transformation chapter, she has reached this stage of her realm and has only seen Sui's two true essences, so she naturally understands everything. This is not about condensing the shadow of the mind orifice to achieve a second body. It's refining blood essence. I just don't know how Sui refined the blood essence to completely match his own. She couldn't tell at all.
White tiger?
Sui asked. Bain blinked his starry eyes and nodded like a fool.
The dragon turtle is in charge of defense, and the peacock is in charge of control. Naturally, he must have a powerful body to attack.
Those with strong attacks would be dragon bodies or white tigers. But, for some reason, she didn't want Sui to have a dragon body so early.
The white tiger that the tribe's sister mentioned is not the white tiger among the four holy beasts. Right?
Sui asked in a low voice. The four spirits are different from the four holy beasts. The four spirits are dragons, phoenixes, turtles and lins. But the four holy beasts are the red bird, white tiger and so on. Sui's status in his previous life was not the same, and it was even more different here. Do you want to turn into Xuanwu even if you don't see Taizu? Bain glanced at Sui like a fool, with disgust in his eyes. She looked like she wanted him to withdraw from the group and stay away. The white tiger, the holy beast, is an honorable person and a god. It just looks like a beast, just like an immortal. Can this be transformed into a beast? I don't want to talk to this ignorant person. Tethai glanced at Bain and said,
I didn't get to eat in Dishan. Do you want to eat Donghu?
She also knows where the white tiger's essence and blood is. There is a guard there, and the food is very delicious. Bain was startled and looked at the sword fairy in disbelief. Caught by, after she was stunned, she suddenly pulled Sui and ran away.
Let's go! I know how to make it more delicious. Eating both eyes can break the illusion.
She laughed loudly, took Sui and ran away. Her figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the sword fairy, and Bai Yin's silver bell-like laughter in the forest. Chapter 354. I am a professional thief.
Where are you, frog?
Bain asked Sui while running. Sui turned around and found that the toad had not followed. Wrong. When entering the Star Sea, the frog did not go in. Suihua was a frog with only quality. She knew that the Immortal Lord and the Hades ancestor in the Star Sea had secrets, so she did not pry. The guy didn't know where he was running at this moment.
I told it to come back. I don't want it.
Bain stuck out his tongue and ran, turned around and pointed at the center of Sui's eyebrows. instantly ending his intention to call the toad.
If you want to be a thief, don't bring a squawking toad with you,
she said with a playful face.
Believe me, we are professionals in being thieves. Don't be noisy. Just be quiet.
She raised an eyebrow at Suhi.
But in the reverse flow of time, you dare to run around like a frog. Sooner or later, you will be lost in time.
Suhi.
Dot.
Bain is Bai Ling. And Yaya is the reincarnation of the white soul beast. Bain doesn't have the crow's mouth that Yayan must hit.
Right?
With Su Huanyan, Yaya was one of the important topics. Suhi knew very well about Yaya's ability to follow her words. That girl is like the law of cause and effect. What is said is what is said. Speaking of toads, Suhi suddenly remembered something and asked curiously,
Sister,
don't you have a soul beast?
When he asked, Bain suddenly had a pitiful expression on his face, as if you were picking up the pot if it didn't open. He glanced at Suhi and said aggrievedly,
I didn't find the right one when I was practicing. It's so easy.
I caught one, but before I could subdue it, it accidentally turned into an immortal. No soul beast can withstand our sea of consciousness now.
Some things are missed forever. The immortal lord has a soul beast. Unless it is cultivated from an early age and advanced together, it will never be possible again.
Not in Tantai,
Suhi asked in a low voice. Bain curled his lips.
Swordsmanship or ice attribute. Do you know how much that guy is? What she thinks has no practical significance is useless. She can transmit sound to any place in the world with just one thought. Zune can't enter the mysterious world. The soul beast is useless. She never signed it at all.
That Bingtuozi, like all swordsmen, focuses on practicality. Don't understand the joy of life. In the embankment mountain, a toad sat on the head of a dragon turtle. The dragon turtles didn't know why. This toad was clearly the soul beast of the person who came with the immortal lord. But none of the dragon turtles resisted it. Seeing it was like seeing a junior. Generally, the toad looked at the dragon turtle's soul beast in front of him. It was also a toad, but its skin was red and burning with flames. At this moment, the flame frog is opening up the mysterious world. It's not just one soul beast that is opening up the mysterious world. The dragon turtle clan's mysterious world is so tight that many soul beasts are opening up it at the same time. Every soul beast that reaches the 9th level is opening up the same mysterious world. No wonder the mountain and sea mysterious world in later generations is so stable that it is almost like the real world. The dragon turtle clan can even build its treasure house in the mountains and seas. At this moment, it seems that this mysterious world has not yet been completely formed. In fact, it could have been formed long ago. A 9th grade soul beast can independently open up a mysterious world. This mysterious world has not been formed. It was the dragon turtle clan who used special means to prevent it. The cohesion of the mysterious world requires gathering all the 9th grade soul beasts of the dragon turtle clan to open up the strongest mysterious world at once. In the unformed mysterious world at this moment, the world tree appears, and the normal mysterious world is opened. Only at the moment of opening, the world tree will appear, and then it will be integrated into the mysterious world. The world tree here has been exposed for a long time, and its beard-like roots are all over the mysterious world. There are soul beasts that have opened up this mysterious world. Wandering in it, cutting the roots. Snapped. A ball of roots was smashed over and hit the toad's head. A mantis soul beast put its arms on its hips and laughed.
Hey! That frog is looking at it so seriously. Want to learn to open up the mysterious world? Let me teach you. Ah!
The toad scratched his head and stuffed the world tree roots into his belly pocket with his claws.
Am I not level enough?
The toad didn't know what level it was. Its level was in a state of confusion, and even its memory was chaotic. It guessed that something else must have happened to it. Otherwise, the memory will not be confused, and the truly clear memory is only 3,000 or 4,000 years old. And under normal circumstances, one shouldn't go back to the ancient times. As a result, the middle of the memory is filled in, but it should be extended downwards along the memory sequence. Now that I think about it, it was possible before. Perhaps? Blame the wrong person? Maybe it's just that this period of time in ancient times is special, and it can just make up for the gap in a deleted memory? Go back to Bain to check and ask Xianzun to do a checkup. Speaking of the immortal lord, Toad looked around. Where is the immortal lord? It seemed to flash for a moment and then disappear. These guys are so mysterious. I don't know what they are doing. But Turtle Boy had already left it at the night market once, and he definitely wouldn't lose it again this time. He must not have left yet, but was just helping Ming Zhu. Toad is full of confidence. Bai's figure flashed, and he had pulled Su He out of the Xianwang world. There were 3 drums floating in the sky above the Xianwang world, and one drum sounded. Before the sound was completely heard, a sword light shot out from behind Su He and Bai, and a sword struck the drum, killing the sound. The sound of the 3 drums stopped. After the 3 drums, the military flag and the machete. One person appeared each, but did not surround them, and allowed the 3 of them to leave. After walking far away, Su He asked in a low voice,
Sister, those people don't recognize me.
Bai said that the Yuanzun clan was the first to discover him after traveling through time. Xianwang Great World snatched his body from the Yuanzun clan. Bai chuckled and gestured to hold Su He's hand.
You don't think I'm taking advantage of you, do you? They can't see you.
As she spoke, Su He and her figure flashed away. They were no longer in the starry sky, and landed in a world that Su He didn't recognize. This world is special. Even the vegetation is much more primitive and lush than other worlds. Su He looked up and saw that this boundary membrane gave Su He a thick feeling, like the appearance of a dragon tortoise. The defensive power of the boundary membrane itself was no less than that of a large boundary protection formation. And it is extremely smooth and complete, without even a little damage. This is not normal, even if the boundary membrane of Xianwang world is not damaged at all, especially when the sun is rising outside. It is daytime, but here there are stars all over the place, and it's still late at night. It's as if we don't have the same starry sky.
Where is this?
Su He asked. Bai happily replied,
Waxianji, you haven't been here before?
The girl was very happy as soon as she came here. Even though she was so happy, she didn't forget to look down at Su He despite her busy schedule. He has already reached the 2nd level of heaven opening, and is still extremely stable. He has never ventured into such a realm before. As soon as she entered the sky, she was filled with stars. Su He shook his head.
I've never heard of it.
Su He has basically never been to the 3,000 big worlds, and the 100,000 small worlds in the universe. But there are not many special worlds that he has never heard of. Bai was silent for a moment. This sentence represents too much. Will the non-destructive world be shattered in future generations? The Wushuja Baiyan clan has accumulated merits, and does not participate in the disputes in the heavens and the world. This is really not participating. How could there be an accident? She was silent for a moment and said,
When I think of a way, you can leave me the current situation for future generations.
There may be accidents when transferring memories directly with thoughts. Even once Su He leaves, the thoughts may be broken and the information left behind by thoughts may be erased. And the language. The Yuanzun clan has not really reacted yet. Once they react, they will definitely mobilize the general trend of the world to test Su He. And the words he left will most likely be lost. Even divination is locked up by heaven's secret lock. How can someone be allowed to tell the story of future generations in person? It is very difficult to leave all the information for future generations. At this moment, even Mingzu only asked a few casual questions, and would not pursue too much. Su He thought for a while and said,
Sister, there is a kind of puppet in later generations that can interpret the stories told. Do you know?
Yaya also has a puppet of Little Man King. If you can't tell the story of future generations, can't you make up a story to reflect it? Bai sneered and laughed.
The world controlled by others cannot be hidden by changing the name or telling a story.
Bai waved his hand and threw this matter aside. Just adding a research topic. She is good at researching this kind of thing. Baiyan Palace is used for this.
Ignore that. Let us hypnotize the Baiyan clan first. Otherwise it will be difficult to enter their ancestral land.
Bai pulled Su He and ran forward when he saw a Chijo. A woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake was returning to a cave carrying a flower basket and picking fruits. Real caves. Like sharks. They live in caves.
Nuwa.
Su He looked shocked.
What is Nuwa?
Bai asked in confusion. Suddenly her little tiger teeth clenched together, and she looked at Su He.
Do you recognize the girl from the Baiyan clan just now?
You are so old. And you still have many acquaintances? Su He was startled and shook his head hurriedly.
How could that be?
How could we know each other after at least tens of millions of years? He chuckled and said,
Nuwa is a saint in the myths and legends of my previous life. A real saint. Her appearance is similar to that girl, with a human body and a snake tail. It is said that the human race was created by her.
Bai was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing.
So you are just mud dumplings? We are different. In the myth of the Xianwang world, we are 2 great gods who fought and shed their divine blood to become the first ancestor of Xianwang.
She giggled. as if she had heard the happiest thing.
It is a great merit to create a human being from the soil. The Buttian clan does not have such merit, but they can naturally repair all the damage in the heavens and the world. So the merit is not small, and this the origin of the family must be quite high.
Bain looked into the distance.
Even I can't peep into the situation in their ancestral land. Their clan has at least one immortal lord.
It is not an exaggeration for a race that can give birth to immortals to occupy a large world. But the Buttian clan shrinks in the non-destructive world and rarely goes out. Mending the sky. Suhi hesitated and whispered.
It is said that Empress Nua once quarried stones to mend the sky.
Bain was stunned for a moment, then laughed when he saw Suhi's cautious look.
The world is so big. Coincidences are nothing. Or is there some influence behind them? The four holy beasts are all the same.
Suhi smiled. When he turned around, he didn't see Tantai appear. So he asked curiously,
Where is Tantai?
Bain shrugged.
Just deal with the guy who wants to follow you. The two immortals left at the same time. I will scare them to death.
She laughed loudly as she said this.
Actually, we can go through the passage where all the heavens and worlds used to pilgrimage to Xianwang. But we don't.
The Xianwang world is the place where Tao originated. Basically, all the heavens and worlds have passages here. But at this time, they have been completely blocked and turned into a wasteland. Different wastelands are the passages for pilgrimage to Xianwang in different big worlds. If it is opened, the two worlds will be immediately connected. She just laughed and raised a finger to Suhi.
Shoo!
A rune condensed on her hand and pointed at the girl just now. The girl who had just returned home suddenly yawned, put down what she was doing, stretched herself, walked back to her bed, laid down with her clothes on, and fell into a deep sleep in a moment. Under this guidance, not only the girl, but also the entire Buttian clan in the indestructible realm that Suhi saw put down what they were doing, returned to their beds, and fell into a deep sleep. Even the people in the wild found a safe place to sleep. After doing all this, Bain nodded with satisfaction.
Our bloodline magical power has indeed improved again. I will go to the Yuanzun clan after I advance a few more times.
Pointed out and kill his clan. A cold voice came from behind.
What are you going to order? Remember to let me know, and I will collect the body for you.
Tantai Immortal Lord ducked down and glanced at Bain. What do you think of the Yuanzun clan? There is more than one Immortal Lord there, who can wipe out a clan with one finger. Why wait until this time?
TCH.
Bain snorted dissatisfiedly.
Sooner or later, I'll give them a thumbs up.
As she spoke, the white clothes she wore turned into a set of night clothes, tightly wrapped around her body, and vividly outlining her proud figure. Even Suhi's clothes were changed into night clothes. Suhi!
Dot!
Bain waved his hand and whispered.
We are here to be thieves. And thieves must be professional. If we go in openly, won't we become robbers?
She handed a black scarf to Suhi and looked at Tantai Immortal Lord. The Sword Immortal Lord took a step back. His eyes were like swords, and he shot at Bain. He dared to change her into a thief's clothes. Today, Xianwang lost the posture of an Immortal Lord.
Being too osy,
Bain snorted.
If you don't want to go, then just keep watch outside.
She is a professional thief and makes arrangements clearly. Then he pulled Suhi involuntarily and ran towards the ancestral land of the Buttian clan. The road is familiar. Obviously this is not the first time. Suhi chuckled.
Sister, you only hypnotized the Buttian clan. What if there are outsiders here?
Bain waved his hands and said with a nonchalant expression.
The Buttian clan hates other races in the heavens. The more powerful they are, the more disgusted they become, because the battles between other races will always destroy the heavens and the world. Therefore, there can be no outsiders in the harmless world. No outsiders can come in.
Suhi looked helpless.
Then why are you changing into night clothes?
There is only the Buttian clan, and the entire Buttian clan is in a coma, so they can do whatever they want.
Right?
Bain looked at him with contempt and didn't bother to explain. Pulling him, his figure flickered, like a mortal warrior using light skills, moving forward ups and downs, but the speed was terrifyingly fast. In a moment, he landed in the ancestral land of the Buttian clan. In a flash, he had already brought Suhi with him. Rush into the ancestral land. Then he was stunned. Two members of the Yuanzun clan in the ancestral land had just broken through the Buttian clan's ancestral land formation, and were stuffing various treasures from the ancestral land into the stored magic weapons. The ancestral land of the Buttian clan is special, and even the Immortal Lord cannot peek inside. It was not discovered in advance. Suhi turned to look at Bain and raised his eyebrows. The meaning is self-evident.
Look, this is called professionalism.
They have never hypnotized anyone, lurked in their ancestral land openly, and committed blatant thefts. But the Butt-Ian clan has never discovered it. Bain was stunned for a moment, and before the two of them could react, he snapped his fingers, causing their bodies to shake and turn into ashes at the same time. The two of them were at the 6th level of the sky, but they didn't even make the move of resurrection. Bain looked delighted and showed off to Suhi.
Look, be professional. If you don't touch anyone along the way, you are called a thief.
A cold light flashed in her eyes. If Suhi dared to object, she would snap her fingers. Suhi glanced at the storage bags left by the two Yuanzun clan members and nodded hastily.
Yes, you are right. I didn't meet anyone.
Bain laughed loudly and put his hands on his hips proudly.
In the future, we will create a special door for stealing. If you meet them in the future, take care of them.
Suhi.
Apart
from anything else, the patriarch's expertise was at this level, and he was afraid that the theft would not be spread until the time when he existed. Bain smiled and pulled Suhi forward, jumping over many protective formations and stopping in front of a small cup.
Hey!
Bain signaled.
There are not many tiger beasts left. They became extinct millions of years ago. This is the only drop of the essence and blood of the tiger beast that I know of.
Suhi didn't think too much, put his hands together and prayed, then reached out to grab the little goo. What quality? Must be quality. Only quality points can transform items into ones that are most suitable for Suhi and can be used in the beast transformation chapter. Grab it, and the dice will fall. The little goo in his hand turned into 2. Suhi was startled and looked at Bain. Bain glared back.
Thieves have their own ways. Don't try to get anything else.
Chapter 355 Dance. Suhi chuckled.
What are you thinking? Sister clan? Have you ever seen a dragon turtle being a thief?
Dragon turtles are all for grabs. But it was okay if he didn't say it. But the way Bain looked at him became even more wrong.
Suhi
was shocked. In this era, Long Gui's tutor was so bad, as if she was really afraid of what he would do. Bain pulled him and dodged. He was already at the place where he had just fallen into the non-destructive realm. Bingzhou Immortal stood under the green bamboo, looking motionless into the distance, letting the wind blow and mess him up. Clothes. The belt of his clothes was thrown behind him, and the clothes in front of him were weighed down by the wind. Suhi took a glance and found that he was exactly the same as Su Huanyan. Even the shape of the distant mountains was the same. Bain blocked his eyes with one hand and gritted his teeth in his ear.
Hey! This is not your wife. She's not dead yet.
Suhi smiled and suddenly realized that the two people in front of him would die one day. It won't be long before he returns to the world and both of them will be dead. Not to mention Bain. Even Bai Ling has disappeared, seemingly noticing the change in his expression. Bain put her face in front of him and teased.
What? Are you afraid that we will die?
She pointed at Suhi and laughed loudly, then patted Suhi on the shoulder.
Don't worry. Ever since we accidentally proved the Taoist Immortal Lord, we have been dying even if we want to. Bai Ling is us. We are Bai Ling. Just change it.
Skin.
Suhi's sad atmosphere was interrupted by her appearance. Bain smiled.
Looking at how interesting you are. Wait here. I'll catch a few for you to keep as paws.
She smiled and pointed a finger between her eyebrows. Her aura suddenly dropped, and all her magic power was blocked. The female thief rubbed her hands and chuckled.
Don't use magic to capture the gangsters. Otherwise the taste will be bad.
As she spoke, her body flashed, and she ran into the bamboo forest like a wild girl, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Tetai glanced slightly and said,
No need to worry about it. She just hasn't gone out for thousands of years, and is going crazy.
If you don't use your magic power, you have to block your own magic power? What is the power of mind used for? Even throwing a stone without any magic power can destroy the damage-free world and kill them all. Bain just wants to play.
Let's play with her.
Tantai Shinzuan said softly. Suhi?
Question mark.
Tantai Immortal Lord glanced at him, and gently tapped a silk thread to reveal it, connecting Suhi from Bain's body deep in the bamboo forest. It was the overlap of cause and effect in marriage, and the red thread was condensed and radiant like a torch. Suhi was even more doubtful. Tantai Immortal Lord's voice was cold.
You have no trace in this world. Your true spirit is condensed, as if it were created out of nothing. She has been trying for 3,000 years without success. This time, she will use special means to bind you with affection. Only by pulling the thread can you succeed.
Not just love, but everything. Love is just the lead. Bain has almost completely bound himself to Suhi. The talent, luck, future. Everything of the immortal lord has been bound together. In other words, he chopped off half of what he had and melted it into Suhi's body to forcibly condense his true spirit. If it were just an ordinary corpse from another world, there would be no need for such trouble. But Suhi's memory carries Tao. It is impossible to condense his true spirit by ordinary means, let alone send him into reincarnation. Suhi was silent for a while, then asked in a low voice, "Why?" He doesn't understand. They met by chance. It was completely illogical not to refine his body and extract Dalian, but to go to great lengths to resurrect him. Moreover, the Yuanzun clan seemed to have known what Bai Ling was going to do for a long time. In the scene of the Jinxia Dao Palace, the Yuanzun clan said that they would definitely destroy Suhi in the next life. Tantai looked at him without hiding anything. Your body contains the Tao. If you just feel the rhyme of the Tao, you will know that the Tao expounds the principles of heaven and earth. If you can get it, Tianzuan may be able to go one step further. But the Tao is hidden in your corpse. You can't get it. It cannot be transformed through refinement. If you want to get this way, you are the only one who can come back to life and preach it. She looked at Suhi. Originally, it doesn't matter whether you live or not. Seal it elsewhere. The Yuanzuan family can't get it. And we can't get it either. Everything remains the same. Xian Wang will win this battle. But Bain is good at divination and is an immortal. She is the only person among you who can break through the secret lock. I don't know what she saw, but she is determined to save you. Saving him was not enough, and he refused to resurrect him directly. Instead, he wanted to embed Suhi's true spirit in this world and send him to reincarnation. Bain will definitely succeed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recruit Suhi from later generations. But after reincarnation, Suhi's Tao has been covered up, and he may not be able to tell it even if he wants to. What's the picture? The way Tantai Immortal Lord looked at Su, he became more and more strange. Not only Bain, but also she herself would be surrounding Suhi in her next life. But she didn't know why. She shook her head. No matter what, Bain is betting everything on you. Taking yourself as the bet and love as the tie. I don't know if you go back and continue this period of time. Or at other times. I don't know if you can see her again. At this moment, she loves to play. Why not spend some time with her? Suhi was silent. Riddler? He hated the Riddler the most. To Suhi, it didn't matter if his relatives needed him to die immediately. But no riddles. He doesn't like the feeling that everything is planned. Suhi turned to Bain, who came back carrying 2 golden pheasant-like pawns and shouted, "Hey! Why are you saving me?" Bain raised her head and laughed. She didn't hide anything. Because I'm good at divination. I saw the future. I saw the sky falling apart. I saw the old turtle die. I saw the old loach die. I saw Tantai die. See the world die. She looked at Suhi and Tantai with a smile on her face. There are countless billions in the future. But no matter how I predict the result, the time of arrival is different, and the way of death is different. The result is exactly the same. Exactly the same. It is destined and cannot be changed. She looked at Suhi. But if I throw you into the future, everything will become invisible. The future is in chaos. Suhi does not belong to this world. And his destiny is truly unpredictable. Everything can happen to him. It may be better. It may be worse. And maybe nothing will change. But how bad can it be? Bain looked at Suhi with twinkling eyes. I pinned me on you. And if nothing else happens, Tantai is also pinned down by me. And maybe that little dragon is too. You figure out what to do. She looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. Suhi was stunned. What does Tantai have to do with you? He pursued Su Huanyan based on his ability. Ji Feishua thought the details are unclear. But Bain should not be involved. Wrong! He looked at Bain suspiciously. You just said that ever since you accidentally became an immortal lord, you have been dying even if you want to. Bain was startled, bared his teeth, and rushed towards Suhi, as if he was going to bite him to death. Tantai, don't stop me. I'm going to bite him to death. Are you looking for loopholes in me? The world is dead. And even 10 immortals cannot survive. Tantai Ling took a step back, indicating that she was not stopping him. Bain was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. With a face full of disbelief. He is your husband. Tantai Immortal Master's voice was cold. Not yet. Bain lost everything, including her emotions. But she really saw Suhi for the first time. She is not Su Huanyan. Bain snorted angrily. bared his teeth at the two of them, ignored them, walked to the side of the stream, and killed the chicken and plucked its feathers. Suhi was silent for a moment and looked at Tantai, his eyes indicating, "Is what she said true?" Tantai's voice remained calm without any change. "I don't know." When Bain speaks, she can never tell the difference between true and false. Suhi looked at Bain and saw the female thief clumsily pulling at the chicken feathers. He let out a sigh of relief and walked over and took the pawn from her hand. "Go catch bamboo rats. I'll make them for you when you get back. It tastes good too." Bain's eyes suddenly lit up. He ran out in a hurry. After running halfway, he turned back and looked at Suhi suspiciously. "You know how to handle a guard?" Suhi looked at the golden pheasant in his hand. This thing was not a mythical beast, a strange beast, a demon, or an ordinary beast. Suhi didn't know which category it should be classified into. He raised his head and looked at Bain, plucking the hair and removing the internal organs, pinching off the head and tail, wrapping it in lotus leaves and burning it to eat. Bain ran away excitedly, then came back with a look of disgust and looked Suhi up and down. "Just return the dragon turtle. Retire your clan. You don't have any knowledge at all. You might as well just eat it raw." He snatched the golden pheasant from Suhi's hand and continued to pluck the feathers. But he did not remove the internal organs, and did not even drain the blood. He only plucked the feathers and washed them. Then he stuffed the bare chicken into Suhi's arms, collected the feathers, washed them, and brought them back. "Bamboo forest. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't pick off the internal organs. Use their hair to roast them. The internal organs and blood will melt directly into the meat. Don't add any seasoning. The offal is the most suitable seasoning for them. Even the saltiness is just right." Bain shook his head and showed off. "Don't cut it open. Don't bleed it. The fragrance will dissipate when you open it. It's just an ordinary pheasant." As she spoke, she took out the flint from the brocade pouch at her waist and lit the dry bamboo leaves to ignite the chicken feathers. When the chicken feathers burned, they became colorful, as if a golden pheasant was dancing. Bain threw the washed bald chickens into the flames. The two fat chickens did not even fall to the ground, but rolled in the flames. Suhi was shocked. "This chicken evolved to be eaten by humans? Everything from seasonings to flames is prepared by yourself. All you have to do is jump to the table." Dancing flames. Suhi suddenly remembered something, looked up at Bain and Tantai, and said seriously, "Help me shield the world. I will show you something." Although he didn't know what he was going to do, Tantai still shook his head and said, "The non-destructive world is independent. The laws of heaven and earth cannot enter here. Even the starry sky here is different from the outside world." "Understood." Suhi nodded, and as soon as he closed his eyes, a picture unfolded in front of him. The technique, retrace. Recall the memory and display it in front of you. It's not a magical power. It's just a magic technique. It doesn't require the fusion of the dragon turtle's true body and the previous body. And it can be used without blood. A voice as sweet as a silver bell echoed in the picture. "Brother, this is just this once. Read it and remember it. Don't forget it." Then a quiet song sounded, and under a ray of moonlight, on the water, an alluring woman danced solo barefoot. There is a phantom of Xuanwu behind her, which is beautiful in the moonlight. The dancing Bai Ling. When he went to Bai Ling's small world for the second time, the dance left by Bai Ling. Suhi also danced in front of Su Huanyan once. Su Huanyan thought it looked like a skill, but he couldn't see through it. Chapter 356, Eat, Sleep and Play Beans. Tantai looked at the dancing Bai Ling and Bain. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's not that it's eye-catching, but it's too beautiful, and it doesn't fit in with Bai Yin's temperament at all. Will Bain change his gender in the next life? Bain was stunned for a moment, then nodded with satisfaction, as if it was a matter of course. It was indeed her. Such a woman. So charming. Who else could she be? As she watched, her expression became solemn again, and she did not speak until the dance ended. After a long time, he suddenly laughed, his face full of joy. "As expected of me. And he has such means." Suhi was puzzled. She put her hands on her hips and proudly said, "The dance is for you, and the music is for me." I was still thinking of finding a way to remove the memories from Suhi's mind, but I don't need to do that now. The soundtrack brings enough news. This soundtrack is not a message brought by Bai Ling, but a different way of showing what Suhi heard, saw, and knew to Bain. It was like a monitor that captured what Suhi knew and passed it on to Bain. Suhi nodded thoughtfully. He asked curiously, Then give me this dance. Is there anything special about it?
Bain sat on a tree branch and looked down at him.
Isn't she beautiful? Huh?
Suhi was puzzled.
Am I beautiful when I dance?
She asked again. Suhi nodded. It was so beautiful that it was beyond belief. Bai Ling, whether in a turtle body or a human body, was the only one Suhi had seen in 2 lifetimes. Bain snorted at him.
Then what else do you want?
She patted Suhi on the shoulder. People's hearts are not as good as snakes swallowing elephants. To be a turtle, you must know how to be satisfied. Suhi muttered softly.
Kung Fu?
Bain looked at him with disdain, not knowing how to appreciate Moo Moo. Tantai beside him nodded seriously.
There are skills in dancing, such as charm, but only women can practice it. Do you need my help?
The fairy sword in her hand flashed with cold light, and she raised it slightly. Suhi subconsciously protected his little brother, but felt that the crisis was extremely serious at that moment. He hunched his neck and pointed at the golden pheasant rolling in the fire, changing the subject.
It's time to cook.
During the dance, when the chicken is cooked, the flames of the chicken feathers below have just burned out, and a faint smell of burnt aroma comes. The golden roasted chicken is shiny and translucent, making your index fingers move. Bain immediately became interested. With a flick of his finger, 2 pawns jumped out. One landed next to Suhi, and the other was held in his arms.
Don't be polite to Bingtuozi. She never eats meat.
Tantai closed his eyes slightly, and when Suhi and Bain turned their attention to their companions, they were already in a state of cultivation. Each of these people can retreat anytime and anywhere without caring about their surroundings. Suhi tore a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes widened immediately. The moment the chicken entered his mouth, an indescribable fragrance filled his tongue. For a moment, the human body's taste buds were no longer enough. Suhi could not wait to finish the recombination immediately, and the dragon turtle's huge tongue rolled up the entire chicken. A taste I have never experienced before. Bain raised his chin and raised an eyebrow at Suhi.
What? Isn't it delicious?
Suhi nodded and gnawed on the chicken in his hand. His eyes fell on Bai Yin's guard. A murderous look instantly appeared in Bai Yin's eyes, and his teeth revealed a pair of tiger fangs, like a little white tiger protecting food. He glanced at Suhi and said with murderous intent,
If you dare to challenge me, I will beat you to death.
No! Suhi immediately shook his head.
I just want to ask you, if the internal organs of the animal are not removed, it's excrement.
Boom! Before Suhi could finish his words, Bai Yin's hand flashed with light, and the guard had already thrown it out. A chicken head flew over and was stuffed into Suhi's mouth, and the whole chicken was swung in front of Suhi's chest. Bain had a dark look on his face. He had been thinking about delicious food for 3,000 years, but he lost interest in it with just one word from this guy. With her powerful consciousness, she could tell at a glance that the chicken had no impurities at all, and it was completely clean the moment the flames burned it. But if you can't stand it, Suhi will make people's imaginations run wild, no matter how fragrant it is. I have no appetite.
Disappointment. Go home. If I go out again, I won't take you with me.
Bain bared his teeth at Suhi. Tantai, who was practicing next to him, slightly curved his mouth.
It doesn't matter to me whether I can go out or not. I've always been a turtle. If there is a pond, I can sleep forever.
Suhi took a big bite of meat and chewed it deliciously. There is a chicken in each hand, and they are eating happily. Bain felt his teeth itching. He kicked Suhi until he hit a huge bamboo. He was lying on the bamboo. Before he could get up, he felt his body sinking. Bain turned around and was lying on top of him. On your back. Pin him down.
Don't move. Don't disturb her practice in Tantai. Just take a nap and wait for her to wake up.
Tantai, who had just opened his eyes, thought for a while and then silently closed his eyes. Suhi's hands were hanging on the ground, and his 2 pawns were already splashed with forest mud, and ants and insects crawled up smelling the smell. Suhi sighed, placed the 2 roast chickens on the ground, and washed away the oil stains with a flash of water on his hands. Once the boundary pearl comes over, the true essence will be born and many methods can be used. Feeling the impressive warmth on her back, Suhi whispered,
This position is too uncomfortable. How about, I'm coming over?
Snapped. A stick of green bamboo hit Suhi's forehead, and a red mark suddenly appeared. Bain snorted coldly.
I think you are beautiful.
Suhi gritted his teeth. Women can't be spoiled. He turned over and got ready at the same time to shake Bain up. Turned over and caught it again, but his body straightened. He failed to turn over. Bain lay motionless on his back. not heavy and even a bit soft. But the immortal lord used suppression methods. Even if a world was suppressed under her, it would be impossible for her to resist. Let alone Suhi.
Don't move,
Bain whispered.
I haven't carefully observed the starry sky in the damage-free world. Let me study it.
The starry sky above our heads is bright, and it seems to be the same as the starry sky outside. But in an inconspicuous place, it is somewhat different from the outside world. Some stars that have been shattered still appear here, like a greedy wolf. There is a clan of mythical beasts called Greedy Wolf, but they are not born as divine beasts like dragon turtles and phoenixes. Instead, the greedy wolf star shattered and fell into a group of wild wolves. It caused wild wolves to mutate and then formed over a long period of time. The greedy wolf star in the outside world has long since disappeared. But the greedy wolf star in the starry sky here is still there. The starry sky here is not natural. Someone blocked the outside starry sky and created another starry sky here. Have you studied the world like she has? She made the ice-filled small world to use Suhi's corpse to create an independent world with lasting Taoyuan, and to create a non-destructive world. And for what purpose? Suhi moved and found that the suppression on his body had dissipated, and Bai Yin's breathing was light on his back, as if he was sleeping. With a stroke of his fingers, a pool of clear water gushes out. He lifts Bai Yin up and turns around. The clear water turns into a water bed and falls gently. Suhi slips through the water bed and lies beside Bai Yin, following her gaze towards her. Look at the stars. From here, the starry sky is similar to the starry sky on the earth. A star river stretches across it, dividing it into 4 fields. And there are 4 saints. At this moment, the waning moon is like a hook, and the sky is filled with stars. Suhi pointed at the 2 stars on both sides of the galaxy in the sky and said softly,
In my hometown, those 2 stars are the Morning Cow and the Weaver Girl. Huh?
Bain turned around and looked. Suhi was so close that she could see every detail clearly. This face was so familiar. She had guarded this face for 3,000 years and never left it. But this was the first time I saw him alive and alive. Looking past Suhi, he saw the Tantai in the bamboo forest, where he was truly in a state of cultivation. There was a small sword spinning around the Tantai. Tantai is just falling into a state of understanding. If he really practices, the small lossless world is not enough for her to absorb. This is also the reason why the immortal lord ascended to heaven in their ancient times. Suhi didn't know that Bai Yin had already thought a lot. He looked at the starry sky above his head and whispered to her the story of the Morning Bull and the Weaver Girl. The story unfolds gracefully. Bai Yin looked incredulous.
The daughter of the immortal emperor. Can someone take her clothes away while bathing? Isn't this planned by someone? No. It was her own plan. Right. Otherwise, the daughter of the immortal emperor will be spied on and her clothes will be stolen. If you don't beat that man to death, why would you turn around and marry him? Unless everyone in your hometown behaves like this.
Suhi shrugged.
Who knows? It's just a story.
Bai Yin hated the iron and said,
We are already married. If we don't take the opportunity to escape, we still wait for the fairy queen to find out. How stupid we are.
You don't want to see it every day, but you have to see it only once a year? Suhi laughed out loud. If according to the myth of the previous life, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were everywhere in heaven and earth, how could there be any place to escape? He just laughed and murmured softly,
How many times have the Morning Cow and the Weaver Girl passed through the autumn? But how many times have they shed tears?
Bai Yin turned around and said in surprise,
You can also recite poetry?
Suhi had a black line on his forehead and gritted his teeth and replied,
I went to school.
Tisk, Bai Yin sneered. Had you ever gone to school to call the windy and rainy sea area the vast sea? Bai Ling's score has no intelligence and simply records what Suhi sees and hears, including his field. Suhi inexplicably felt that he was being despised again. He took a long breath and changed the subject, and asked in a low voice,
Sister, in my time, there was a demon-transforming fruit. If you swallow it, you can condense the shadow of the mind orifice, and you can turn into a demon or a walking divine beast.
The path. In this era, there is no demon-transforming fruit. So how can all the beasts advance to the level of divine beasts?
This question puzzled him for a long time. When he asked, there was no answer from Bai Ling. When he turned around, he saw that the woman's eyes were once again in the starry sky, and they had lost focus, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. Tantai's cold voice came from next to him.
I don't know what the demon-transforming fruit you are talking about is, but I guess it is a way of enlightenment.
She opened her eyes and looked at Suhi.
Everything can become a demon at this time. And there is no need for external objects to condense the Tao shadow in the heart. The Tao shadow is there, and it will appear on its own as the blood is tempered and advanced step by step.
Sui suddenly remembered that there was no inheritance palace in this era. Each inheritance is directly hidden in the bloodline, and there is no need to go through a catastrophe to see the inheritance palace like later generations. But every time the bloodline advances, you can get some inheritance. The magical powers of the young turtles don't matter. The experience of those seniors is priceless. There can be dozens of dragon turtles in the Dragon Turtle clan, which may have something to do with this. It's just that I don't know what they went through, forcing the Dragon Turtle clan to build the Inheritance Palace, and the Phoenix clan to build the Phoenix Nest. As Tantai spoke, the breathing beside him became increasingly vague. Suhi turned his head and found that Bain had closed his eyes and had fallen asleep gently. He hasn't closed his eyes for 3,000 years, even though the Immortal Lord doesn't need to sleep. He is a little tired in his heart. I had a good time with Suhi today. Although I wasted my time, I was still happy. I looked at the stars, felt the breeze in the forest, and fell asleep unconsciously. The atmosphere was quiet for a while, with only the chirping of insects in the forest and the sound of bamboo rats eating bamboo shoots. The whole world fell into a deep sleep. The Butyin clan slept deeply and Bain slept beautifully, until the sky turned slightly white. Bain, who was sleeping, and Tantai, who was practicing, opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the Xianwang world. A murderous intention rose in his eyes at the same time. Bain held Suhi's hand, looked at each other, and walked towards the outside of the non-destructive boundary with Tantai. Suhi sensed the change in the atmosphere and asked, "What happened?" Bain sneered, "Nothing. Just go fight and kill. Normal." Chapter 357. Do you dare to fight? Outside the big Xianwang world, 3 drums sounded one after another, and the flags rolled like waves. Spaces opened one after another, and the troops of the Yuanzun clan came through the air and lined up across the starry sky outside the Xianwang realm. The sound of swords resounded in the Xianwang Great World, and the sword light shot straight into the sky. Some disciples of the sect rose up with their swords, forming a sword formation to confront the military formation outside the Great World. Neither side provoked. They just looked at each other with murderous intent. Countless years of fighting are on the verge of breaking out at any time without provocation. At this moment, the space shook, and a chariot burst out of the sky, its wheels rolling. All of a sudden, there was a heavy storm, thunder and lightning in the starry sky, and the cart was actually being pulled by 4 Kuei oxen. Rumor has it that Kuei Nyo was once a divine beast, one of the few that could open the 6th heaven, and even had the chance to open the 7th heaven, but it was lost to the Yuanzun clan tens of millions of years ago, and now it is like a strange beast, without any intelligence left. The Kuei Nyo roared. The chariots rolled out, and the stone drums and military flags that suppressed the black and yellow world gave way at the same time and stepped aside, and the scimitar whirled with a roar and fell into the hands of the charioteer. The charioteer stopped the chariot and bowed aside. Inside the chariot, a Yuanzun tribesman with 1 horn but no hooves sat with his eyes closed. The heavy rain brought by Kuei Nyo roared towards the Xianwang world. The rain was not rain, and the mountains and seas seemed to collapse the Xianwang world. In the big world, the turtle LS and willow trees remained as motionless as the mountains. But there was a dragon roar. An indescribably large black dragon circled up, thinking of the sky, and let out a long roar. And the heavy rain falling on the black and yellow world was like a waterfall, flying up, bringing it with it, with endless killing intent. He rushed back to the Yuanzun clan's military formation. Crack! A thunderbolt broke the heavy rain and illuminated the night sky. The young man in the chariot opened his eyes and looked at Songlong. Qingjai. Hand over Bain and Tantai Ling. This battle can be avoided. The young man's eyes were downcast, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Bain and Tantai Ling will die today. Even if half of the Yuanzun clan was lost here, even if he died here himself, there would be no compromise. Something happened to the Yuanzun clan. Just now, the power of heaven and earth controlled by the Yuanzun clan was completely torn away. It is the authority related to Ban and Seal, reminiscent of Bain, who had been in seclusion for 3,000 years, and suddenly came out of seclusion. Immediately afterwards, divine punishment came. Isn't this a sign that the authority of heaven and earth has been touched? Moreover, Bain killed the former heavenly jailer with 1 palm. Jailers are closely related to forbidden and sealed. Once upon a time, the Heavenly Court was in charge of the heaven and the earth, and it had much more power than their Yuanzun clan. The Xianhuang world is also the birthplace of heaven. It can be said that more than half of the immortals in heaven come from Xianhuang. Baiyin and Tantai must have gained something in the past 3,000 years by snatching the Dao body. They took the opportunity to destroy the Hell clan and take away the power of the Yuanzun clan. This has shaken the foundation of the Yuanzun clan. How can we just let it go? If you can seize one power from Yuanzun, you can take away everything. Today, Baiyin and Tantai must either abolish the ability to seize power, or fight to the death with Yuanzun and his family. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the green dragon below. Qi Long glanced at him and snorted coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get out. Qi Long snorted coldly. Like a signal, there was a cry of an axe in the big Xianhuang world, and a huge axe soared into the sky from the 100,000 mountains. Old Loach, you have too many words. People are coming to the door. How can you still endure such a bit of a bird-like attitude? A barbaric man with muscles all over his body and his upper body only covered with animal skins around his waist rose into the sky. A barbaric aura seemed to come from eternity before, shattering the heaven and earth and coming with a crash. Straight bitch. Isn't it, Baiyin? Who needs your bird thing to keep Xuanwang's head in check? I'm going to put up with your bird spirit for 3,000 years? Dogs. The barbarian looked at the young Yuanzun with contempt, as if he were looking at a thin dog and chopped it off with an axe. There was the roar of the mountain, and the meaning of the mountain had already been transformed into a law, condensed into a Tao, and fell under this axe. Open everything. In the eyes of a barbarian, whatever is in front of him, whether virtual or real, is a mountain. When he meets a mountain, he opens it, feeling the barbaric aura rushing toward his face, as if it was about to trample the world under his feet. The young man in the car's face darkened, and with a backhand move, the scimitar held by the charioteer in his arms instantly fell into his hands, and he went towards the barbarian. His sword did not block the giant axe. The tip of the sword turned with the morning light and pierced the barbarian's heart. Star kill. With one strike, it was like two stars collided and strangled. Nothing could survive under the power of God. The barbarian man seemed unable to see this strike, which seemed like the power of heaven, and the axe struck down as usual. Boom! With a loud noise, the scimitar stabbed into the barbarian's chest. The military formations in front of him, and the chariots merged together in a strange gesture, turning into a huge mountain, which was chopped down by an axe and exploded with a bang. Open the mountain! Everything that stands in my way is a mountain. With an explosion, the power of heaven collided with the aura of wildness, rolling and swinging in all directions. Even the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang world was blown down, and countless mountains and rivers below suddenly collapsed. At this moment, the illusory turtle L in the sky suddenly condensed, supporting the collapsed boundary membrane, like a white jade pillar holding the sky, supporting the boundary membrane again, outside the big world, where the Yuanzun clan is. A 10-meter-long stone tablet came through the air and pressed down, blasting the opposing force towards the Xianhuang big world. However, it was brushed by the willow tree below, and the endless power disappeared in an instant. The willow branches brushed with all their strength, and they continued to brush forward, brushing against the stone tablet, and instantly brushed the stone tablet backwards. A figure emerged from the willow tree, but it was a majestic man wearing an imperial crown. There was a sound of drums, and outside the Xianhuang world, a Yuanzun tribesman with red skin appeared on the 3 drums. The drums roared, and the morale of the entire Yuanzun tribe soldiers doubled in an instant. One by one, the Yuanzun tribesmen with one-horned hooves roared, beat their chests and screamed at the Xianhuang world. Immediately afterwards, a man tied with iron ropes was suppressed under the mountain that held up the sky. But he appeared in the military formation of the Yuanzun clan with a mountain on his shoulders. He came out without saying a word, just looking at the Xianhuang world. This mountain seems to have been carried on its back from the underworld, and the aura of decay and death is thick and spreads into the black and yellow world into a mist. If this mist falls down, no grass will grow anywhere it goes. In the big world of Xianhuang, a cow brayed, and an old farmer carrying a hoe came up on the back of the cow. The old cow swung its tail and slapped the gadflies on its buttocks. It was not driving away the gadflies. Instead, he would kill several of them with one swipe of his tail, and the decaying aura in front of each one would disperse.
The two parties completely confronted each other outside the Xianhuang world. Su He was pulled by Baiyin, and in a flash, he had left the harmless realm. Baiyin, Tantai, and Ji Feishua all had the ability to suddenly reach another place from one place. But it seems that it is not a spatial method. Su He has never sensed the existence of spatial power at all. Ji Feishua, that big liar, promised to teach him spatial magical powers. But she hasn't taught him yet. It was already daytime in the damage-free world. But the outside world had turned into night instead. There was no sun above our heads. And the entire starry sky was pitch black, like an abyss with no bottom. Baiyin and Tantai looked at the direction of Xianhuang world at the same time. Tantai's fairy sword trembled and was about to throw it at Xianhuang. But Baiyin reached out to stop it. How could the Yuanzun clan attack Xianhuang without any warning? Hush! Baiyin made a silencing gesture, took out 2 tortoise SHL cups and threw them forward. It's like a mortal making a fortune. But here is the starry sky, and the straw cup thrown casually will not fall down at all, and it will roll with no intention of stopping. Baiyin didn't care at all. The pair of goblets rolled over, shattered, and turned into powder with a bang. It's like Baiyinbu has calculated the unpredictable things. Su He was still worried when he saw a bright aura rising from Baiyin's body. He took out a piece of tortoise SHL and snapped his fingers. The tortoise SHL burst into flames. In a moment, the tortoise SHL made a crackling sound and shattered into pieces. Baiyin didn't even look at the broken tortoise SHL, letting it completely shatter and dissipate. And the aura on her body became more and more clear. It's like making sacrifices using cups and tortoise SHLs. Then, there are copper coins. Yarrow. After the set is completed, Baiyin's emptiness has reached its extreme. She is so misty and unpredictable that she is clearly right in front of you. But it feels like she is far away. There was a smile on her lips. And the longer she looked, the farther away she became. In front of Baiyin, a phantom compass unfolded, with dense golden runes rising one after another. The symbols gathered more and more, and a rune ball was formed in the center. As soon as it appeared, it expanded rapidly, like a golden planet hanging in the starry sky. There are Bagui images, like star rings appearing all around. This is Baiyin's real divination method. But at this moment, black runes appeared from the void, turning into lightning and locking towards the planet and Bagua. Secret lock. Baiyin stretched out his green jade fingers and pointed towards Tianji lock. Not only did he not repel the Tianji lock, but he himself was melted into the lightning. But the lightning seemed to have touched one of its own, and it turned around in a circle without paying any attention to Baiyin's calculations, and shuttled away. Tantai Immortal Lord rolled Su He to his side with a flick of his sleeve, but his eyes were looking at Baiyin. In the past, Baiyin's divination didn't have to be so troublesome, as it required sacrifices and brewing. At that moment, he smashed the Tianji lock with a slap and opened his eyes to see what was going on. Resurrecting Su He took a greater toll on Baiyin than she imagined. After an unknown amount of time, the rune ball of light turned into starlight and dispersed. Baiyin appeared in the starry sky. Surprise and amazement appeared in his eyes at the same time. He laughed and jumped in front of the two of them like a rabbit. Tantai! You go back to Xianhuang. Kill the Yuanzun clan, and try your best to keep them in Xianhuang. By the way, when you get back, inform everyone immediately that the Yuanzun clan has lost their authority. Okay. Tantai Xianzun stiffened and looked at her again. What about you? The Yuanzun clan had lost its authority. She didn't know how much of a sensation this news would cause. She didn't doubt what Baiyin said. After getting along with him for a long time, I naturally know that Baiyin has never had the habit of being a riddler like other divination masters. To put it bluntly, it must be shockingly accurate. Baiyin smiled happily. Those idiots were robbed of their rights by the prison clan. But they thought it was me. I want to take them for a walk in the sea of stars. As she spoke, she turned to look at Su He. Brother, do you dare to risk your life? Su He was startled and didn't understand why, and replied, It's okay to fight hard, but I can't use any magical powers now. The only magic that can be used in combat is the gluttonous eating method. Baiyin smiled and waved his hands confidently. Don't worry. I have a solution. She whispered in Su He's ear. I will use special means to restore you to your true dragon turtle form first. But the future fusion will be extremely painful. The Yuanzun family thought that she had seized the power through means, and Tantai fought back to try to prevent Yuanzun from leaving. They would definitely be more convinced that Tantai was delaying time for her, so that she could completely integrate the authority. I won't think of the prison clan for a moment. If he takes other members of the Yuanzun clan for a walk, Suhi can take advantage of this time to kill the prison clan and seize the power. The prison clan is in a special place, and the area opened up by White Tiger is not accessible to just anyone. Only Suhi's Xuanwu appearance has a chance. Bayan looked at Suhi with a sly smile in his eyes, and raised his hand to point between his eyebrows. Suhi was startled and felt a sharp pain coming from his limbs. This pain was not the same as the previous swallowing of Snow Lotus. He held his head and gritted his teeth to endure. Holding her, I felt like I couldn't hold her anymore. My arms became shorter and turned into my own tortoise claws.
It turns out that your body in the future life slowly swallows and merges with the body in the previous life. When the body disappears, the dragon turtle's true body will appear. Now it's the other way around. So the little clan member should be quick. Grab the treasure and leave. Otherwise, you will really be swallowed by the body. With the body of the dragon turtle, everything is over.
Bayan chuckled. Chapter 358 Tiger Bones. It has turned into a turtle body, but the severe pain is still there. It probably turned out that the dragon turtle absorbed the corpse of the previous life. What's so painful about a corpse? Now it's changed. Even the spirit snake on its back was throbbing in pain. Bayan blinked his curious eyes, poked Suhi's spirit snake, and said with a click of his tongue,
Xuanwu. Alive! It's the first time I've seen him.
In the ancient times, the 4 holy beasts disappeared after the heaven collapsed. At this time, not many people knew about the existence of the 4 holy beasts. Suhi's snake tail wrapped around her body, and Snake Xian spat out.
It hurts. It's okay.
Bayan patted him 3 inches.
I don't feel any pain.
This snake feels so good to the touch. Cut it into a section and make snake soup. A bit cruel. Bayan shook his head and laughed.
Pain is a good thing. It can stimulate potential. Originally, there are still immortal pure hell tribes. Maybe there are people who are at the 7th level of the sky.
She looked at Suhi gloatingly. Speaking of the 3-party battlefield, the Xianwang world is undoubtedly the bloodiest. But there are countless powerful people in the Xianwang world, so it is safe for the real top level. Nothing happened in Tantai. If she goes to lead the remaining power of the Yuanzun clan, there will definitely be danger, but it will be exciting. Besides, there is no one in this world who can hurt him. On the contrary, Suhi may be in real danger. The Hell tribe is very weak, but there are also existences at the 7th level of the sky. But I don't know how much combat power they have left after being killed by her bloodline. It's a pity that Suhi got involved in this battle, so she couldn't predict anything. Suhi hissed in pain, looked at his paws, and wagged his tail. As time went by, it turned out that the dragon turtle true form became easier to use.
The second body cannot appear.
Suhi suppressed the pain and said. Bayan nodded eagerly.
The first body and the second body are absorbed by the previous body at the same time, and wonderful things may happen. Do you want to?
Her eyes were shining and full of desire for knowledge. A turtle-headed man with wings? Or a phoenix turtle? Suhi's dragon head shook like a rattle. At this time, the peacock's real body's combat power is much worse than that of the dragon turtle's real body. The power of God's death is too weak, and the only one who can really take advantage of it is the Phoenix True Fire. But Phoenix True Fire has a healing effect, and if it is used on the fused body, I don't know what unpredictable things will happen. Forgive him for refusing.
Coward!
Bayan sneered. He pointed his finger, and a space passage appeared. He turned around and kicked Suhi on the turtle SHL, kicking him into the passage.
Let's go!
Looking back, Tantai Immortal Lord had already walked towards the starry sky, heading towards the Xianwang world. Bayan chuckled, and when he turned around, there was a horn sticking out of his head, and callous feet underneath him. The aura of the Yuanzun clan is vigorously born. He turned around and transformed into a Yuanzun clansman who reached the 7th level of the sky. She glanced at the corner of her mouth, with a hint of arrogance and cruelty, and imitated the expressions of the Yuanzun clan so vividly, kicked the space away, and shouted inside.
3 drums. Men! Follow me to attack Xianhuang. A sergeant from the Yuanzun clan rushed out of the space.
Promise.
The flags were unfolded and waved, and sergeants lined up among the flags, following the leader to kill Xianhuang. The 7th level of the sky is the true top level in any era. Even if the heaven is still there, outside the big world of Xianhuang, there was a sound of drums. The young man on the chariot and the barbarian disappeared at the same time, and I don't know where they went. A 1,000-foot-long stone tablet was placed in the military formation of the Yuanzun clan. and a wave of thought spread in all directions.
Qianwang. Hand over Baiyin and Tantai Ling.
The thought surged out, like divine thunder, rushing towards the black and yellow world. In the starry sky, there are clouds like waves, and black clouds are sweeping towards the big black and yellow world. There are wailings everywhere in the clouds, and endless ghosts are haunting. The willow tree swayed and was about to brush against the cumulus clouds. But at this moment, a sword light appeared in the starry sky, and a thin line was drawn across it. The entire starry sky was like being cut apart. The rolling clouds were cut open by a sword. The clouds in the sky rolled back and rushed back to the stone monument. Then a thin sword pierced the heaven and earth and entered the battlefield. In an instant, there was only this thin sword left in the sky and the earth. The sword was suspended in the air and suppressed the world. The sword that cut off the cumulus clouds did not stop, but pointed directly at the stone tablet. Wherever the sword light passed, it was covered in ice for thousands of miles. Even the stars in the sky were frozen. The stone tablet buzzed, soared into the sky, and faced the fairy sword. But at this moment, a white plain hand appeared at the hilt of the sword. A fairy appeared quietly. Not even the powerful people present noticed how she appeared, as if she came out of thin air. Holding the fairy sword, he sent it forward, as if piercing the flesh.
The blade of the sword went straight down along the top of the stone tablet, stopping without the handle. Tantai Immortal Lord stabbed the stone tablet with his sword. His eyes filled with coldness.
"I am coming!"
A shrill scream sounded from the stone tablet, like the wailing of endless wronged souls. And the shrill scream spread across the starry sky. The sound ripped apart souls and bodies, and countless Yuanzun monks exploded before they could even react. The turtle L of the black and yellow world below was completely opened, blocking out the wailing. With the wailing, the fairy sword that had penetrated the stone tablet was forced out bit by bit. Tantai Immortal Lord stepped on the hilt of the sword, and the sword, which was about to be forced out, was completely submerged into the stone monument. The stone tablet screamed, and there were writings on the tablet that were about to appear. But every time they were about to appear, a sword light flashed on the stone tablet. Covers the font. The stone tablet crashed down, flying horizontally towards the rear of the Yuanzun clan's military formation. We must first find a place to force out Tantai's sword. As soon as they fell behind the military formation, they saw another tribesman coming from behind. The leader was the 7th level Tatian, his horn shining brightly.
"Ancestor is mighty! Seize the Immortal Master's magic sword, and ask Ancestor to take advantage of the opportunity to suppress Tantai."
The eyes of the tribesman behind him immediately shone.
"Ancestor, please kill the Immortal Lord."
The icy coldness was raging on Tantai Immortal Lord's body, and his eyes were like swords as he glanced at the stone drums and military flags.
"Yuanzun has lost his authority and can be killed."
Suhi's figure rolled out of the passage, and crashed to the ground. When he looked up, he didn't know where he was. This was a world of ice and snow. There was not even a single weed in the whole world, let alone a living being. But I didn't feel the heavenly punishment condensing on my head either. I don't know if Baiyin did something to him, making the world unchecked. Or, this place is special. Suhi lowered his head and looked down. For some reason, there was a strange feeling under the earth, both affectionate and disgusting. This feeling is so wonderful, just like having brothers when you were a child. Just as Suhi's feeling arose, he heard a faint roar of a tiger coming from below. The roar was as majestic as the abyss, and the sound shook the sky. But Suhi faintly sensed a hint of weakness. There's something underground. Suhi lowered his claws and dug hard. The earth parted, and Suhi ducked in. I dug the soil all the way, and went down for dozens of miles. I dug something with my claws, and made a squeaking sound. It was like an iron basin rubbing against a water tank. The fingertips of my claws seemed to be broken. It hurt terribly. This claw seemed to have struck something. Suhi was rushed by a wave of water. But he didn't find anything unusual, or the strata, or the earth and rocks. With a little more digging, the rocks were like tofu under his claws, breaking into pieces as soon as he dug them. My spiritual sense came out, and I searched everywhere, but found nothing. Suhi concentrated on alert and dug downwards. The roar of the tiger came from overhead again. "Gone!" Suhi raised his head, returning to the place where the nail hurt just now. Still found nothing. But soon there was a roar of a tiger, right next to him, right in front of him. But Suhi couldn't see anything. The roar of a tiger is not in this world. His spiritual sense came out. carrying the aura of the barbarian king's world refining technique. But he still found nothing when he looked forward. But the feeling of intimacy and disgust became more and more obvious with the roar of the tiger. The tiger's roar came towards the face, and the Qiu Zhenwu statue flashed slightly. Zhenwu's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, as if they overlapped with Su He's eyes. A double image appeared in front of my eyes, and another invisible world emerged. Just like the inner world of Su He, the world of the sun and the underworld overlap. Behind the real world in front of you, there is another world appearing. It was a prison, and once you glanced at it, your whole body felt like you were being imprisoned. There is an altar and an execution platform in the jailer's hall where the prison is guarded. Su He recognized this torture platform. Later generations were shattered by him. The execution platform was suppressed on the altar, suppressing a tiger bone on the altar, and a tiger roar came from the tiger bone. Shock in all directions. The clan elder personally sat on the execution platform and controlled the execution platform to suppress the tiger bones. More than 100 tribesmen from all over the world tried their best to cooperate. There are runes on the tiger bones that have been forced out, connecting heaven and earth, and are taking back part of the power between heaven and earth that was stolen by the Yuanzun clan. But the recovered authority did not fall into the tiger's bones, but was intercepted by the execution platform.
Ningxin!
The clan elder gritted his teeth and read words between his teeth.
The power of this tiger bone has long been exhausted. It dragged the prison here and removed the power of Bai Ling left in our bodies. It has long been exhausted. Gather us together.
With strength, you will succeed.
Because the Yuanzun clan held the power of heaven and earth. Even Xian Huang did not dare to provoke him lightly. Given this opportunity, how could the prison clan give up? As long as they succeed, the prison clan will be able to get rid of the despicable title of jailer, hide and escape the war between the Yuanzun clan and the Xian Huang world, and come out later. Even being the master of that big world may not be impossible. Su He's eyes fell on the tiger bone. White tiger. That aura of intimacy and disgust comes from the tiger bones. Among the 4 sacred beasts, the relationship between White Tiger and Xuanwu must be complicated. The owner of this tiger bone is not the holy beast White Tiger, but he is also about to prove the existence of the White Tiger. Su He closed his eyes slightly. This thing is mine. The toe bones left by a White Tiger should naturally belong to Turtle Xuanwu. Su He's eyes immediately became dangerous when he looked at everyone in the prison clan, with the White Tiger at his side. The power of Zhenwu's statue did not disappear in a flash, but gurgled. Su Hishu had disappeared. Mobilizing this power, he tried to take a step forward. The Xuanwu power collided slightly with the White Tiger power that overlapped the world. Authentication successful. Taking this step is like walking into water. Straight into the prison world. Feasible. Ningxin. The clan elder's voice came from the execution platform. This execution platform has been accumulated by our clan for hundreds of millions of years. And with the blessing of the heavenly prison, it will definitely succeed. The clan elder shouted, making everyone concentrate on blessing it. He bit his hands into claws and grabbed onto the gallows. The entire execution platform was emitting a penetrating light. Forbidden. Sealed. Imprisoned. It turns out that this is authority. This is the general trend of heaven and earth. It is power that replaces Tao. Take control and exercise authority on behalf of heaven. Tiger bones. This is the basis for the Hell Clan to gain authority. Can the Hell Clan get this authority? But not the Dragon Turtle? Su He became invisible and jumped in. Chapter 359 Obtaining Tiger Bones. The elder of the clan descended with a heavy heart and hooked himself to the execution platform, condensing the magical power of the whole clan, blocking the tiger bone perception. If there is a white tiger on the altar, not to mention a living white tiger, it is a slightly complete bone claw, and the soul consciousness contained in it cannot be shielded by just the Hell Clan. But the inch-long toe bones, called phalanges, are actually not as big as a fingernail in life, and their strength tends to dry up earlier with the passage of time. The only trace left was exhausted by the previous actions. The clan elders are not trying to steal the power of heaven and earth out of thin air. The immortal lord cannot bear such authority, and not all members of the Yuanzun clan have the authority. But they are prison tribe. He was once the prison guard of heaven. They already have authority, but this authority does not come from heaven and earth, but from the former heaven. Heaven carries or seizes the authority of heaven and earth, and then distributes authority to various departments. All tribes in heaven are descended from their fathers, and it was only then that the line of jailers came into their hands.
forming the current prison clan. Therefore, the Hell clan is different from the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan's authority belongs to themselves, while the Hell clan's authority belongs to the former heavenly court. If any heavenly officials appear, their authority will be overthrown. At this moment, they are just infinitely amplifying the original power of the Hell clan. Originally, the jailer's authority could only be directed at everyone in the prison. After today, authority is like supernatural power. All people in the world can be targeted by their authority. Naturally, Xian Huang and Yuan Zun would not let them go easily. The clan elder felt the aura of the clan members surrounding him, and his heart ached. Hundreds of millions of clan members were instantly annihilated in the palm of a hand. As soon as he takes over the authority, he will avenge the genocide. The clan elder gritted his teeth, but suddenly froze. His expression suddenly became sluggish. The one who killed the Hell clan was the Xian Huang Great World Being Immortal. That was an existence that the Yuanzun clan held many powers and had never harmed. Even if he elevates his power to the extreme, what can he do? He was so exhausted that he pushed open the immortal gate. But was there any difference between being in front of Being and stepping on the 7th level of the sky? From bedbugs to mice? No longer thinking about the clan elder, he suppressed the pain in his heart, devoted himself wholeheartedly, and tried his best to increase the clan's power by a few points. At the same time, there is a little bit of ambition, hoping to get a little bit of other authority. Even a little bit is great. But at this moment, boom, boom, suddenly, 6 pure golden dice came crashing down and hit the formation set up by the Hell tribe. All of the dice came towards him. If he hadn't been the eye of the formation, he would have been bombarded by 6 dice. Each dice was more powerful than the other, and the cave collapsed in an instant. It's like the earth is falling apart. Except for the altar and the 4-sided cage, the entire underground cave collapsed. What White Tiger cares about is this space, not just a cave. If the cave collapses and the space is intact, nothing will happen to the teleported prison. The clan elder's eyes suddenly froze. This breath. Mountain God Seal. The Mountain God Seal of the Dragon Turtle clan. Does the Mountain God Seal still have this shape? Open! The clan leader shouted loudly, and the Mountain God Seal attacked. But the entire Hell clan's iron ropes were entangled together, forming a large formation to help him carry his authority. He was unable to dodge for a moment, and 6 Mountain God Seals struck down, and half of the clan members turned into powder in an instant. Walk! The clan elder's first thought was not to fight back, but to evade. That's a Dragon Turtle. Dragon Turtle. One of the 4 spirits. Any one of the 5th level of open heaven can destroy the existence of their clan. The clan elder let out a loud roar, collected the execution platform, rolled up the clan members, and was about to escape. He broke through the space and jumped away, only to realize that he couldn't get out of this place. No matter how he breaks through the space, he can only travel between cages in this cave world, and cannot even enter the inside of the cage. That's not the authority a jailer should have. This space is like a cage, imprisoning the prison clan here. The clan elder's expression changed drastically, and while he was frightened, his body had already realized one step ahead and punched in all directions. The iron ropes of the dead tribesmen instantly shattered and shot in all directions. Suhi ducked out of nowhere and dodged. The space was stirred, and the clan elders, who had already drawn their attention, couldn't possibly miss it. Transform your fist into a palm and strike forward. Boom! Suhi took a few steps back, was knocked out of the hidden state, and spit out a mouthful of blood. So weak! Very strong! 2 voices appeared at the same time. This elder of the prison clan was much weaker than the Feng Huang clan of later generations, and could not be compared at all. Not to mention the existence of Emperor Luan. Even ordinary 7th level heaven-striking people of ordinary races are somewhat inferior. He clearly has the aura of the 7th level of Taotian. Now that he was seriously injured by Being, he should be able to exert the combat power of the 6th level. He should have been barely able to survive. However, the palm of the prison clan leader only penetrated the outer minister and shocked the internal organs. This kind of injury can be cured by sleeping for more than 10 years. It's heavy, but this clan is much weaker than imagined. The elder of the prison clan on the opposite side stared at him. The dragon turtle of the 2nd level of open heaven, and it exudes the aura of the newly opened world. But it is so strong. Although even if he was seriously injured, he could still kill the dragon turtle before he was close to death. But all other divine beasts of the 2nd level of opening heaven, including monks of 5th level of sky reaching,
will definitely not be able to please this dragon turtle. Fortunately, there is only one dragon turtle. Although this dragon turtle was obviously abnormal. When he looked at it, his name appeared in his mind. When he couldn't see the enemy, he knew that the opponent was a dragon turtle, and the fear of the unknown drove him to escape. When he saw the dragon turtle, he was immediately convinced that there was only one dragon turtle in this space. Court death. Kill. He turned over and struck Suhi with a palm. How could a dragon turtle at the second level of heavenly creation become invisible in front of him? Suhi understood his eyes, and a joke flashed in his eyes. He didn't know about this either. I don't know if Bain did something, but Suhi didn't know why. This time Shuin actually had the invisibility effect that Yunli gave him that day. Yunli is a peacock at the 7th level of the open sky, and even Gu Luo and Emperor Luan have concealed his invisibility. This time the invisibility was not so unreasonable, but he was careful enough to still hide it from the seriously injured 7th level Tao Tian. Even if the 7th level is placed in later generations, it will be the most common 7th level of heaven stepping. He was still seriously injured, which was enough to make Suhi proud for a lifetime. The clan elder struck out with a palm, which instantly landed where Suhi was. Suhi walked away with a sudden thought, and landed where the clan elder was just now. The enemy and ourselves changed positions. As soon as the clan elder settled down, he followed the trajectory of space and chased Suhi with his palm. And where he was, a mountain god seal crashed down above his head. Boom! Two muffled sounds sounded at the same time. Suhi's turtle SHL cracked, and the clan elder was struck by the mountain god seal on his head, and his whole neck was retracted into his chest. But this little injury is not even a skin injury to the 7th level of Tao Tian, and it is impossible to add a single injury to the serious injuries Bain inflicted on him. Suhi felt something fishy in his mouth and almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but he held it back. With a flash of his body, the divine machine was used again. The clan elder struck with his palm and followed the fluctuations in the space. However, Suhi appeared among the prison clan. Mean! The clan elder's palm turned upward and hit the top of the cave. Two of the Hell clan, who were at the 6th level of the sky, struck Suhi with their palms at the same time. They were both at the 6th level of heaven stepping, and their power was equally weak. After being injured, they were even inferior to the Buddha's Yuanxiang. But when they hit Suhi was shattered to pieces with one palm. Doppelganger. Just now, the divine machine and Shuang were used at the same time. The dragon turtle's true form was Shuang, but the identity of the divine machine fell into the group and misled him. The clan elder turned around and left, but it was too late. A mountain god seal had crashed into the void. With a bang, he was knocked away and hit the cave wall hard. With a loud noise, the entire cave collapsed. The collapsed cave was only supported by the cage. If this place wasn't special and was left by the white tiger, this space would have been shattered by the Suha Mountain divine seal. The clan elder blasted away the rubble with his palm, and saw the dragon turtle turning back to kill the clansman. His eyes were split open, and he roared and smashed the space away before killing. But at this moment, a shadow flashed by his feet. A spiritual snake with a gluttonous dragon head on its head bit him on the calf. With a snap, it tore off everything below the knee. Then the body flashed and the magic machine disappeared. This snake actually knows the magical powers of the dragon turtle clan. Wrong. There is only one dragon turtle here. He is a prisoner. He is a direct descendant of the heavenly jailer. He can't even determine the number of people. So how can he prevent thieves from hijacking the prison? This turtle is wrong. Kill it as soon as possible. The clan elder didn't seem to notice the broken calf. He probed with the iron rope and shot towards the spirit snake in front of him. The snake's figure flashed and landed on the dragon turtle's back. The turtle and snake looked back at him at the same time with their eyes intertwined. Tianxian said in his mouth, "Fall?" The iron rope hitting Suhi trembled. Although it did not fall, it was almost uncontrollable and unable to maintain itself. The prison clan of this era is closer to the jailers of the ancient heavenly period, and they have no authority at all in front of Xuanwu. If Suhi can really prove Xuanwu, even if his combat power is weaker than it is now. In a word, the clan elder will have no room for resistance and all authority will be lost. It was probably the 7th level of treading heaven. A secret feeling. And from the beginning to now, the clan elders have not used iron ropes or punishments. After being bitten off part of his existence by the gluttonous eating method, he felt confused and used the iron rope. Sensing something strange about the iron rope, the clan elder was stunned. Xuanwu. The Hell clan comes from heaven
and has information that ordinary people don't know. This is Xuanwu. Don't let it go. If it were still the heavenly court period, he would naturally be as respectful as he was, and immediately knelt down to worship. In fact, the jailer at that time was not even qualified to see Xuanwu. But now, if this dragon turtle really advances to Xuanwu, it will be useless for the Hell clan to have such great power. Kill him! The clan elder threw off the iron rope, jumped up with one foot on the ground, and struck Su-He with a palm that broke through the void. Su-He dragon turtle and spirit snake turned around at the same time, roared and hissed, and charged towards the clan elder. They collided with each other. And then, Su-He exploded. Explode. An explosion exploded in the small prison space. The clan elder only had time to jump in front of the clan members. There were only 2 seriously injured Tishan 6th level people there who still had the strength to fight. But they were of little use under such self-destruction. The clan elder suppressed the power of the explosion and was immediately disgraced. His clothes were completely torn, and he stood naked in the air. He waved his hand to disperse the vapor that exploded, and saw a figure flash past on the altar where the white tiger was stored. The little Xuanwu's body flashed with light. The space fluctuated, and he took away the tiger bones. Damn it! This is a sacred object of our clan. The clan elder was furious and punched Su-He, but saw Xuanwu retreating from the space. Although it is still visible, it is no longer here. 2 overlapping spaces. If you take 1 step back, you will be on the other side. The fist wind passed through the shadow of the dragon turtle and hit the rocks behind, completely smashed the cave that has been broken into pieces into powder, but still can't break the space. The cage floats in space. The clan elder was stunned. The tiger bone was gone. He was stunned when he saw Su-He, who had basically withdrawn, suddenly dived into the space again, bit down on a cage, dragged the cage backwards, and retreated with it. True prison robbery. Chapter 360 Fighting Daodu. The moment Su-He touched the tiger bone, the fight in the Xianwang world suddenly stopped. It was originally a trial before the war. It had never really started fighting, so it was easy to stop. All the powerful minds felt something, and turned their heads to look into the depths of the starry sky. Even the young men of the barbarian Tong Yuanzun clan came out of the void. The barbarian's naked chest had a bloody hole poked by a machete. There was a crack from an axe between the young men's eyebrows. They all looked deep into the starry sky. There was nothing there. Not even stars. At this moment, a world of ice and snow appeared. And at the core of the world, there was an increasingly complex space. There are remnants of the prison clan inside, as well as a Xian who is a thief. Dragon turtle. The little dragon turtle already has the appearance of Xuanwu. But the Xuanwu aura is too weak to be felt even across the world. But there is such a thing as Xuanwu, as long as there is a trace of breath. That is, if you embark on the path of Xuanwu, you will have a chance to achieve success. Especially on the road is a dragon turtle. Dragon turtle lives forever. This chance is much greater. When this dragon turtle was connected with the disappearing authority of the Yuanzun clan, the entire Yuanzun clan went crazy. That space was filled with brilliance. It was the condensation of authority. It was not Bai Yin who condensed the authority, but the dragon turtle clan. The dragon turtle clan uses the remaining Hell clan and the white tiger bones to gather power. This kind of thing can be understood at a glance. The prison clan is just an abandoned son. Isn't it impossible to get out of that space imprisoned by the dragon turtle? As soon as the young man fighting against the barbarian appeared, he raised his hand and slashed at Su-He without saying a word. Just like the Buddhist cause and effect technique, this knife struck immediately, without any way of stopping it. Just like a knife stabbing a barbarian, even the open mountain cannot be moved away. But when the light of the sword fell on the world of ice and snow, it didn't even create the slightest ripple. The Eastern Earth, which looked like ordinary earth under Su-He's claws, became strange under this knife. Only the snow was drifting. So he rolled up the sword light and put it into the east soil. Just like the dust shield of the Emperor Feng clan, it absorbs all attacks, and the effect is many times more powerful than the dust shield. How could this place where the heavenly prison was transferred be easily breached, without the corresponding official body in heaven, and without the bloodline and divine status of the 4 holy beasts? It is impossible to fight in. The young man cut out the sword and knew that nothing could be done. He pressed down with the scimitar and instantly turned into a black dragon. The dragon's power swayed and blocked the black and yellow world. At the same time as him, stone drums, military flags, and mountains suppressed the Xianwang world at the same time. A few people couldn't suppress Xianwang. But only a moment was enough. While they were suppressing it, a light flashed on the stone tablet outside the battlefield. A translucent figure appeared on the stone tablet, with a sword shadow embedded in his body. He held the sword shadow with one hand and grabbed forward with the other. As soon as he emerged from the ground, he felt that the scenery in front of him changed, and the entire starry sky was grabbed by someone. Authority. Xuanwu. No matter which one. This turtle will die. Danger. Sui's soul was gone in an instant. And Bai Yin's method of transferring him was not Bai Yin. This method is full of malice. As if he is going to be killed at any time. The starry sky flashed before Sui's eyes, and he saw the scene on top of the black and yellow world. And his heart skipped a beat. This surprise was no small matter. The people in front of him suppressed Xian Wang, and their energy was completely released, filling the starry sky. These were not the seriously injured 7th level heaven-treading one from the Hell clan. The auras of these people were powerful, as he had never seen before. Even more terrifying than the ancestral ancestor who broke out of his SHL and the Luan Emperor who controlled the formation. In such a presence, he couldn't even make a splash when he bumped into it. To die, King Su Heeman used his world-refining technique and divine machine at the same time, trying to break out of the starry sky. But it was of no use at all. It couldn't even scratch the skin of the starry sky that imprisoned him. Danger! Danger! A strong crisis arose, and Suhi's turtle I couldn't help but tremble, facing the irresistible fear. His whole body was in a state of excitement, and his perception, strength, and explosion reached their peak at this moment. But this explosion is of no use to the stone tablet. Suhi instantly fell into the battle formation of the Yuanzun clan. The young man glanced back at the stone tablet, his eyes filled with fierceness and questioning. If you can catch him, why not kill him halfway? As for the method of the dragon turtle seizing power and taking up Xuanwu, killing it does not mean that it cannot be investigated again. The stone tablet said nothing and grabbed Suhi. Idiot! Can't you see how special this dragon turtle is? It has its own name, and its fate is unpredictable. It is not certain that Bai Yin got something from that corpse and melted it into the body of this dragon turtle. The relationship between Bai Yin and Long Gui is known to everyone. So to a certain extent, the dragon turtle can be said to be the first group of Xin Wang. In addition to the old turtle, there is also an immortal like Bai Yin. This little dragon turtle has never been seen before, and there is no record in the clan. If you kill it directly, maybe some things will never be found out. Anyway, he was seriously injured and was useless. It's time to leave this battlefield. The translucent shadow on the stone tablet said nothing. Taking advantage of the moment when others were blocking the Xian Wang world, he grabbed the starry sky where Suhi was, opened the passage, turned around and left. But at this moment, a turtle claw tore through the passage, and a mountain god seal crashed in, hitting the stone tablet with a clang. Suhi felt that the entire starry sky was trembling. I saw a dragon turtle crashing directly into the space passage. But it was the martial ancestor who was guarding the turtle eggs in the star sea. And he didn't know how he arrived. As soon as he appeared without saying a word, he opened his mouth and shot out a mountain god seal. Wuzu's mountain god seal is neither a mountain nor a seal. Like Suhi, it is a mutated mountain god seal. But it is a golden fist. Just like when Suhi was wearing the Buddha's coat. He punched the stone tablet and knocked it out of the transmission channel instantly. The shadow on the stone tablet turned its head, roared, and looked at the dragon turtle that suddenly appeared. Wuzu chuckled. Old turtle can't beat you normally, but you are seriously injured. If I don't take the opportunity to keep you, will I still be considered a dragon turtle? Martial ancestor roared, stood up and struck down with his paw. There was a loud bang, making the stone tablet tremble. The stone monument hummed and retreated. There was a flash of light on his body, and another inscription was about to appear. But it was still wiped out by Tantai Xianzun's thin sword. There is no magic. Town! There was a shadow on the stone tablet and a roar. The 10,000-foot-long stone monument rose into the sky, crashed down, and headed straight for the martial ancestor's turtle SHL. Martial ancestor stepped forward to meet him and crashed into the stone tablet. The light from his body swallowed up all the suppressive power of the stone tablet. It bounced back instantly. Magical power, hidden Feng. A magical power that can only be mastered by the second level of Kaitian. It absorbs damage and counterattacks. Wu Zu's original creation. It's just that this era has not yet been placed in the Sea of Inheritance. Killing back with Zong Feng was also a mountain god seal. There was a flash of light on the stone tablet, and it was able to block the attack. Then I saw the old turtle roaring, and the heavy rain fell. There was a world in every drop of rain, and one after another crashed into the dim light of the stone monument. When a drop of rain hits, it's like a small world exploding. The stone tablet is undaunted by the dim light. If Ming, that old turtle, used such extreme odds, he would turn around and leave. It's just martial arts. Why should we be afraid? But at this moment, there was a sword sound inside the steel, and the dim light shattered instantly, and the raindrops that came from the bombardment hit the steel in pieces. Bitch. The phantom on the stone tablet looked back. Although it was knocked out of the passage by martial ancestor, it was far away from the Xianwang world. But Xianwang was still clear from here, as if it was right in front of you. The blockade imposed on Xianwang by others was broken instantly. But he did not take this opportunity to leave immediately as planned. Surprise! The face of the shadow on the stone tablet darkened, and he pinched the starry sky in his hand with a fierce heart. If you can't take this turtle away, kill it! Suhi, who was trying his best to break through the starry sky, put away the boundary-breaking pearl and suddenly raised his head. The breath of death suddenly gathered. Not even the boundary-breaking pearl can escape from this starry sky. The moment the phantom pinched towards the starry sky, a space passage appeared behind it, and a guy with a single horn rushed out. That was a Yuanzun clansman who reached the 7th level of the sky. Ancestor! Xuanmu and me! Hurry! It was the guy who just shouted about the might of the ancestor, snatched the immortal lord's sword, and encouraged him to kill Tantai. The reaction was very quick, and he actually came after me. The shadow hesitated for a moment, and the martial ancestor from the opposite side roared and jumped to kill. I'm gone! Seeking death! A mountain god seal spurted out from his mouth and hit the starry sky in Su Ying's hand. He looked like he would rather kill the turtle than allow it to be taken away. The phantom of the stone tablet no longer thought about it, and immediately threw the starry sky in his hand towards the same clan. The stone tablet moved horizontally with a muffled sound, suppressing the starry sky, trying his best to damage himself to block the mountain god's seal and block the martial ancestor's path. Go quickly! A voice came from the stone tablet, and the 7th level Tatian grabbed the starry sky and turned around to leave, in the direction of the Xianwang world. Tantai Immortal Master pointed his halberd. A sword energy pierced the military flag lying in front of him, and his body flashed through the air and chased after the 7th level sky trading man. The murderous intent in his eyes was like waves, but the frozen starry sky was not unsealed even after he left. The young man who was fighting against the barbarian had a cold look in his eyes. He slashed forward with the scimitar in his hand, slashing the barbarian towards the military flag. He followed Tantai in a flash. The barbarian roared, John! Rat! Rats! Don't dare to fight with me. But the young man seemed unable to hear the abuse and chased after Tantai. The starry sky changed, and the Yuanzun tribesman, who was holding Su, he had a look of panic on his face, as if he was afraid that someone was catching up from behind. While chasing, he was cursing. Where are those old guys in the clan? Are these the only people in the battle between the two parties? Are you not afraid of the Xianwang world coming out? Su he struggled and looked at the Yuanzun clan members outside. Something seemed more and more wrong. The Yuanzun's figure had shattered the space in a flash, rushed out of the passage, and his whereabouts were no longer known. He had clearly escaped, but his face was still pale, as if there was an irresistible presence chasing him behind him. This look that only feels exciting when being hunted. Sister clan? Su he whispered. The Yuanzun clan looked down at him and snorted coldly. Are you blind? Although we are mortal enemies, I have to admit that your clan sister is as beautiful as a flower in jade. With soft jade and the fragrance of soft jade, she can conquer the country and conquer the city like nothing else in the world. Is he a rough guy like me? He puffed out his chest, showing off his muscles. Suhi. Your level of education is too low. My clan sister is much better than you said. The fall of the concubine and fairy into the world is not something you can describe in just a few words. The Yuanzun tribesman nodded, extremely agreed, and gave Suhi an encouraging look. Not bad. Not bad. Although you are an ugly turtle, you still have good eyesight. As he spoke, Suhi said leisurely, Sister clan, are you going to seduce Yuanzun and other powerful people? Bah! You're the one who wants to seduce me. This Yuanzun tribesman had a sigh on his face. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Making plans for others succeeds every time, but making plans for yourself never follows the plan. No.
Who is your clan, sister? Yuan Zun of the Sa family, a subordinate of the Northern Lord, General Yuan Xian.
As if to prove his identity, with each step of his ox hoofs, a golden light flashed across the sky, and huge formations were arranged in an instant. This formation is filled with the aura of the Yuan Zun clan. The starry sky surged behind him, and two figures rushed out, one behind the other. Tansai was chasing after him. As soon as he came out, he saw the formation of his 7th level treading sky under the starry sky. The formation enveloped the entire starry sky, and he and Tanai crashed into the formation as soon as they came out. A flash of light flashed in Sun's eyes. This is the heaven-prisoning formation of the Yuan Zun clan, and it cannot be passed down unless the direct lineage. Good. This little guy from Brother Beifong's family is quite smart, and deserves to be cultivated. The credit for bringing Xuanwu back is almost equivalent to giving him the authority to help him open the immortal gate. Chasing after Tansai, Chun jumped into the formation with a glint in his eyes. Tansai lost his sword. It is impossible to say that he can kill an immortal today. Chapter 361 2 Quality White Tiger Bones. Yuanjin rushed into the formation and frowned slightly. This formation gave him the feeling of being very weak. It's no wonder that it's extremely rare for formations set up by ordinary juniors of the 7th level to achieve this kind of effect. He stepped down, and abundant endless power instantly poured into the formation. The entire formation suddenly lit up, locking the sky and the earth. Tansai Immortal Lord, who originally regarded this formation as nothing, immediately stood in the air, condensing several fairy swords in his hands, and frowned slightly as he looked at the formation. He looked back across the starry sky. This formation. He has seen it before, right in the ancestral land of Fengwang Palace, when he was bombarding the ancestral land while wearing the Buddha's coat. Such a formation appeared, but the power of the formation at that time was for some reason terrifyingly weak. But there is this formation, which is slightly different from this one, but it is definitely in the same vein. Yuan Zun, the general who was holding him, Yuan Yin, suddenly left him behind and dodged toward the formation.
My ancestor is fighting against the Immortal Lord alone. How can I not help him?
As he spoke, he jumped into the prisoning heaven formation.
Jinzu slays the Immortal Lord. I will use the formation technique,
Yuan Yin said loudly as soon as he entered the formation. Yuanjin raised his head.
Okay.
The 7-layer sky-trading palm imprisoning heaven formation could also help him. After he finished speaking, he saw Tansai Immortal Lord leaping forward and pointing his sword towards Yuan Yin. Yuanjin's eyes narrowed, and he raised his scimitar and slashed towards Tansai from behind. Murderous intent struck from behind, and the sword struck out by Tansai Immortal Master suddenly turned back to stab him, and the swords collided. There was a shocking collision, and the two of them were separated at the first touch, and they retreated at the same time, evenly matched. But the fairy sword in Tansai Immortal Master's hand instantly shattered. Her natal immortal sword is still inside the stone tablet. Yuanjin looked a little more relaxed. Although Tansai and Baiyin are the youngest among the immortals, these two guys, one is good at divination and the other is a swordsman with unparalleled combat power, are not easy to get along with each other. But today is a rare opportunity. It wasn't until the fight between the two was over that Yuanjin realized what he was doing. His expression changed drastically, and he waved a military flag in his hand. The prison formation changed continuously, and attacks came towards Tansai one after another. Tansai Immortal Lord dodged in a flash. Yuanjin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice,
There is no need to attack. Just activate the formation. Just restrict it.
Yuanyin nodded.
I accept your orders.
He waved the big flag in his hand, and the heaven prison formation turned into clouds of chains and cages, falling downwards with a crash. This time it was not an attack like a flying sword, but the space was reduced from large to small. Tansai Immortal Lord could not escape. The sword energy slashed on the cloud and missed cage, but shot out through the cage, unable to kill him at all. To average, there were chains of clouds and mist in the cage, instantly restricting her movement. Tansai Immortal Master's expression changed, and another fairy sword floated out from his halberd finger. He swung his sword towards the chains. The sound of gold and iron clashing appeared, and the chains broke one by one. Just as he was about to escape from the trap, Yuanjin suddenly came towards him in a flash, his scimitar stabbing Tansai with all his strength. Starlight flashed across the blade, and in this starry sky, the stars in all directions were forcibly pulled over at this moment, condensing the blade, turning into the power of stars and pointing towards Tansai. With such an all-out blow,
Even the immortal lord didn't dare to strike lightly. But Yuanjin frowned. There are too few suitable stars in this starry sky. It is impossible for him to pull those huge planets and turn them into attacks. The half-sized stars are too few. This place Yuan Xian chose is not good. However, it is understandable that it is impossible for Yuan Yin to plan the battle of the immortal lord. He stabbed with the knife, and his expression suddenly changed. Tantai, who was originally imprisoned in the cage, stepped back, as if he had penetrated the clouds and mist, and actually floated out of the cloud and mist prison, regarding his imprisonment as nothing. Yuan Jin's complexion changed, and he retreated suddenly, but it was too late. The cloud and mist imprisoned him at the moment he bayoneted the knife. Some beings have never been imprisoned, but Yuan Jin is not happy at all. His arm shook, and he was about to drag the scimitar into the cage. Countless cloud chains jumped out and wrapped around his arm in an instant, preventing him from moving even half a minute. Yuan Jin was startled, and saw the retreating Tantai immortal lord suddenly turned around. A sword light formed an arc, and a waning moon flashed past, bringing with it a piece of snowflake. My wrist hurt, and my palm fell down to my wrist. Yuan Yin! Yuan Jin suddenly raised his head. How could there be a traitor in the Yuan Zun clan? He roared, mobilized his strength, and was about to forcefully break the formation. But he saw Yuan Yin, who was in charge of the formation. As soon as the formation flag was inserted, a majestic force came from the formation. The bound cloud chains instantly turned into iron ropes, completely binding the formation. He binds. This uses the power he just entered into the formation. Damn it! You are not Yuan Xian! Yuan Sun looked directly at his fellow clan members above him. This Yuan Yin has not really mastered the heaven imprisoning formation at all. How could the heaven and earth imprisonment formation, which imprisons the heaven and earth, only have such simple things as prison cells and iron ropes? Previously, I thought that the purpose of trapping Tantai with prison iron ropes was to ask him to cooperate in the killing. At this moment, he has been trapped. So he should use soul calming and soul refining. How can the prison be materialized if he is completely suppressed? Yuan Yin didn't say anything. He raised a hand and grabbed the sky, and the endless space was torn away by him. It turned into a bead as big as a grain of rice in his hand. He condensed it with his fingers. He put his left hand on the wrist of his right hand and flicked down. The beads of rice came and shot into the prison instantly. They shot through Yuan Jin's chest and hit his heart. Then they exploded. Open. Yuan Jin groaned, and his chest suddenly turned into a piece of rotten flesh. The immortal energy on his body was in chaos, suppressing the power of the barbarian above him to create a mountain. He was powerless, and the crack between his eyebrows exploded in an instant. An axe flashed and struck down between his eyebrows. It's like cutting him in half alive. Get up! Yuan Jin shouted, and the palm of his hand that fell outside the prison controlled the scimitar to rise into the sky and strike towards the prison. But at this moment, Yuan Yin pointed a finger above his head, instantly suppressed the power of his palms, grabbed the scimitar, and rushed out of the formation with his palms. He laughed and came towards Su He. He grabbed hold of the starry sky where Su He was and fled into the distance. Sister clan, how is Tantai? Su He asked in the starry sky. He saw the large formation tumbling, but Su He couldn't see what was going on inside. Bah! Who is your clan, sister? Yuan Yan's horn flashed on his head. After scolding him, he couldn't help laughing. His smile turned into a white voice, and he waved his scimitar and palms that couldn't help trembling. My heart was broken by the suppression of my great formation. One of his hands was cut off and his weapon was missing. And he was also hit by an axe. Tantai still couldn't kill him. So it's okay if I don't want this wife. We can't afford to throw it away. This guy! Shua is a barbarian who broke out of the 100,000 mountains. It is said that he has a close relationship with the barbarian king. He is either a direct descendant or a reincarnated person. Su He turned around and saw that the swords in the formation were soaring into the sky and roaring continuously. Baian's belt flew out, tying the starry sky that wrapped Su He, letting the starry sky float behind him like a balloon, and ran among the stars. As he ran, magic spells landed on the scimitar and palms of his hands. But the scimitar buzzed and vibrated, as if it was about to fly away. This sword is controlled by Yuan Jin, but it does not belong to him. It is the most precious treasure of the Yuan Zun family. If it were not for the constant influence of the power of the Xian Wang world for 3,000 years, Baiyan would not be able to suppress it for a while. Behind the scenes,
Suhi floated in the balloon with a helpless face. Watching Bain suppress the scimitar, he suddenly thought of something. Took out the cage from the foreign minister and said,
Sister, this cage seems to be a world of its own. Sealing everything. Can I help you?
Bain turned around to look. His eyes lit up. And with a wave of his hand, the cage flew out.
The heavenly prison, no. B was originally only able to hold beings of the 7th level of the sky. But now its quality has improved by more than 5 times. I'm afraid it can also hold immortals.
That's enough. Give it to me?
Suhi was startled and said with a smile.
It's useless for me to bring it. I don't have the ability to knock down the immortal and imprison him.
Bain laughed loudly.
That makes sense.
She smiled and patted the prison, which opened, threw the machete and her palm in, and closed the prison door. The Tianlao automatically shrinks and instantly turns into a scabbard, sealing the knife inside. It's just that the general scabbard only protects the blade, but this scabbard seals the handle and the hand holding the knife together. Like a sculpture, Bain landed one after another talismans and large formations on the scabbard. Hundreds of thousands of talismans and large formations fell before he stopped. Then he watched with satisfaction as the formation turned into a lock-shaped seal. With a little finger, a ray of light fell on Su. On the grass. He only felt that he was connected to this formation and could open the seal that Bain placed on it at any time. Bain chuckled.
There are no perfect formations and seals in this world. Even the heaven and earth are lacking. So how can there be a perfect formation seal? So most formations have keys and formation eyes to break the ban. Hee hee. I will put the key to this life-killing scimitar on you. And when you return to your time, I will see who can snatch the key from you across tens of millions of years.
Without the key, the killing scimitar will be absolutely banned for tens of millions of years. It doesn't matter whether Yuanjin dies or not. Banning this sword is much more important than killing Yuanjin. He also has his authority taken away by the prison clan. The younger clan brother is indeed the lucky star of this era. The two forces have been facing each other for hundreds of millions of years and have not changed. When Suhi came, he banned their life-killing scimitar because he had reduced the power of the Yuanzun clan. If Suhi could be kept for a longer period of time, wouldn't he be able to directly cripple the Yuanzun clan? She looked at Suhi with her big eyes shining. With a shock in his hand, the space was shattered and the scimitar was teleported to an unknown location. Suhi was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice,
Sister Clan, was that a random teleportation just now?
Well, Bain nodded and said matter-of-factly,
if we take back the Xianwang world, those guys will definitely be like today, fighting Xianwang every day. Xianwang is not ready yet, and it is not the time for a decisive battle. Throw it anywhere randomly. They can't. There are no hexagram masters who can break through the secret lock, so let them find it slowly.
Bain was very happy. He glanced at the formation behind him and saw the sword light covering the sky, and the Yuanzun clan's one-horn light rising into the sky. He stuck out his tongue and said,
Quickly go. Otherwise, that guy from Tantai will chase us. She grabbed the belt holding Suhi, kicked open the space, and jumped in. Suhi, ? Why avoid Tantai?
Bain turned around and stuck out his tongue at him.
This time you come to me. Don't share it with others.
She laughed out loud as she said this, and pulled down her belt, pulling down the entire starry sky wrapping Suhi. Bain stretched out his hand to touch Suhi's body, and the ever-present pain in Suhi's body suddenly intensified. After a heartbreaking moment, the body returned to its human form. The dragon turtle's real body still absorbed the body of the previous life, but the severe pain in the dark has not disappeared. It is still there, but it's not in person,
but in the background, in the body of Long Guasian. The two transformations allowed Suhi to sense where the dragon turtle's true body was. Just like when the peacock's true body appeared. It was in the background. Looking at Suhi, who was naked in front of him, Bain's cheeks turned slightly red.
Ah! So ugly!
I have obviously seen things for 3,000 years, and studied all the parts countless times. But once I come back to life, I feel a little regretful. She snapped her fingers, and a suit of clothes appeared on Suhi. But it was not the original young man's clothes, but a scholar's robe, with a book basket on his back. With his face now slightly pale due to pain, he looked like a man with no hands. He is like a scholar who has the power to bind a chicken. Suhi shook his head and stood up. His expression suddenly changed.
Sister Clan, I still have something in the outer dimension of the dragon turtle body.
Bain was stunned for a moment.
Is it White Tiger's blood? Isn't it useless?
Although Suhi didn't say it. Who was Bain? One glance showed that the stolen white tiger blood was of no use. Suhi smiled bitterly.
Tiger bones! Can the tribe's sister find a way to extract some tiger blood from the tiger bones?
Suhi didn't know whether he was lucky or bad. Just now, both the tiger bone and the cage rolled out quality points. But the cage rolled out 5 points. But the tiger bone only had 2 points. Bain looked at him with contempt.
Are you stupid? Can you squeeze blood out of your family's bones that have withered for tens of millions of years? You are scarier than a slave owner.
Besides, those are the bones of the holy beast white tiger. You won't be able to use them even if you squeeze out the blood. Although she said this, she still walked up to Suhi. She reached forward with her soft jade hand and inserted it into Suhi's mind. She didn't know where to go. When she pulled it out, there was already a tiger bone in her hand. The natural patterns on the tiger bones sparkle like the most exquisite talisman array. Chapter 362. Work hard on your own. Face to face to explore the tiger bones. Bain exhaled through his nose like blue, and the gentle airflow brushed Suhi's chin. The white face is close at hand, and the clear eyes are looking forward to it. Suhi didn't dare to breathe normally, fearing that the rough breath would hurt the skin of the beauty in front of him that could be broken by a blow. I have never seen Bain so close up. She is really beautiful with snow-skin flowers. She is a rare beauty in the world. But she is a little more out of place. Even the corners of her eyebrows have a naughty look. Especially those starry eyes. She is extremely beautiful. But the way she looks around always makes people think that this woman is evil. It's not like a vicious woman is bad. Just a bit playful and a bit naughty. Adds endless charm. Suhi's breath shortened. Sensing Suhi's abnormality, Bain raised the corners of his mouth and raised his eyebrows.
Do you have thoughts about me?
Suhi was startled and nodded honestly.
Yes.
Bain's beautiful eyes looked at him expectantly. Like a beauty in autumn water. Suhi's heart twitched. Her breathing quickened. And she lowered her head slightly and leaned towards her. And then dot bang. Bain raised her toes and hit him on the forehead, knocking him staggering.
We treat you as a clan brother. But you have evil thoughts about us?
She gritted her teeth.
It's our business to show affection to you. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to gain something, just work hard.
Suhi.
Dot.
Is it okay to feel at a loss? Bain said, laughing loudly, grabbing Suhi's book basket, and dragging him out of the space passage. As soon as he came out, he saw a strange starry sky. Looking around, Suhi couldn't see any big world. This is the true depth of the starry sky. As soon as Bain came out, he became excited, pulling Suhi and running in the starry sky, as if nothing had happened just now, which made Suhi feel very uncomfortable. But I saw the woman taking out the fishing rod again, rounding it and throwing it towards the starry sky. Fishing for stars. The fishing line is long, and I don't know where to go. Suhi sighed and sat next to her. Suddenly he remembered something and asked,
Sister Clan, why is there still air in the space passage?
Bain kicked his feet and fished for stars while supplementing his knowledge of practice.
General space passages tear apart the space and go directly through it. But there is no defense in such a passage.
And anyone with the means can pierce it. Passage. Insert it horizontally. Just like Wu Laogui's passage into Fu.
When Bain said this, he straightened his pride and said proudly,
Our passage is different. We break open the space and throw in the magical power that we have practiced long ago to turn it into a passage. Not only can there be air in our passage, but we also want to you can raise fish.
Suhi had a flash of inspiration and remembered that in the Emperor's world, the prince teleported him from the altar to the Imperial City. The passage was unusual, with strong barriers. He relied on the barbarian king's world refining skills to get out of trouble. It was probably a similar method. But Uncle Luo's and Uncle Lei's channels don't have this function. It is instinct for divine beasts to tear apart space. And the four spirits can teleport over long distances. It is just ordinary to go from one big world to another. But Suhi can't do it now. The second level of Tian's Eye is still too weak. Suhi looked at Bain, who kept swinging the pole, and asked,
Is it okay if Sister Clan doesn't go back?
There is a war going on in the Xinhuang world. Bain waved his hand nonchalantly.
Don't be afraid. Once you show up, the Yuanzun clan will know that it's not us who stole the power. They will definitely realize when they turn around that it's the prison clan who really stole the power. If you can't beat them harshly, they'll be done with it after a while.
The Hell Clan has stolen power. But the Hell Clan cannot be killed now. Wouldn't killing the authority return to the hands of the Yuanzun clan? Just be imprisoned in the white tiger space. At this point, she burst out laughing.
The Yuanzun clan has suppressed Xian Huang for 3,000 years. Those old guys can't hold it in any longer. Let them have a fight. Otherwise, all the world will forget Xian Huang's methods.
Got it. Xian Huang is the place where Tao originated. Suhi nodded, although he didn't quite understand. But if Baiyin says it's okay, then it must be okay. He looked at the fishing rod in Baiyin's hand and asked curiously,
"What is the clan's sister doing fishing for stars? Let's make a family."
Baiyin said matter-of-factly.
Xian Huang can't go back now, and he will have to fight if he goes back.
She turned to look at Suhi and looked around.
Little weakling.
Suhi couldn't participate in such a battle, and had to be protected by an immortal. So she had no choice but to do it.
Because of you, we have to wander in the starry sky.
Baiyin sighed. After sighing, his interest suddenly rose again, and he said mysteriously to Suhi,
"Did you know? According to my research, in fact, every star has the opportunity to carry life. In this starry sky, there is actually no big world or small world. Only by leaving it all to the stars and letting them run on their own can we become more prosperous."
Suhi was silent for a moment.
If there is life on every star, do you think they will be brainless?
Baiyin blinked and burst into laughter. This word was used well. War and plunder are the instincts of living creatures, starting from the moment of birth. If the sky is really full of stars, each race may die faster. As she was talking, the fishing rod jumped, and Baiyin jumped up immediately.
"I'm hooked."
She pulled back, and the fishing line was retracted, pulling a star. Planets are rolling in. The planet was so small that Suhi felt that it wouldn't take an ordinary person half a month to walk around it. But it gave Suhi a very comfortable feeling. If this planet hadn't been fished by Baiyin, I'm afraid it might have had a chance to breathe simple life. Baiyin pulled Suhi and jumped up. He looked around with satisfaction, pointed at the sky and raised his eyebrows at Suhi.
"It's going to rain."
Suhi smiled and snapped his fingers. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it began to rain heavily. Baiyin looked at his fingers in disbelief.
"Learn from me."
Suhi laughed loudly, and saw that Baiyin had already pinched his fingers and was about to snap them, then pulled them back nervously, and clapped his palms. There were vegetation sprouting on the ground, growing with the help of the heavy rain, and in the blink of an eye there was a lot of vegetation. Greenery. In a moment, the flowers bloom, the fragrance is overflowing, and the beauty is overwhelming. On the side, Baiyin looked at his hands tangledly, feeling awkward and unbearable. Finally,
he gritted his teeth and snapped his fingers several times, but still felt awkward. He turned to look at Suhi and jumped over.
"Repay my feelings. I'll bite you to death."
Suhi turned around and ran away. "You would be a fool not to run. Your family talks about love and chases people away with a meteor hammer." He also looked like he was going to smash my head in with a hammer. Suhi suspected that Tantai had lied to him. How could he be so murderous? Baiyin's figure flashed and stopped in front of Suhi. He turned around and hit the sky spirit with a hammer. Suhi only felt a buzzing in his mind and lost track of who was going on. When I woke up again, the heavy rain had stopped due to the white sound. The grass was growing and warblers were flying, and there were insects and birds chirping all around. Suhi suspected that Baiyin had gone to some big world to grab a piece of land while he was unconscious. Otherwise life would not be so complicated. Suhi shook his head, and his body felt relaxed, and the pain from the fusion of the two bodies disappeared. Looking around, Baiyin was barbecuing, with two pans rolling in the flames, and a pile of chicken bones next to them. Seeing Suhi wake up, Baiyin was the first to speak.
"Don't speak. If you dare to affect my appetite again, I'll beat you to death."
Suhi smiled, came over and sat next to Baiyin.
"Thank you."
The relaxation on his body must be the effect of Baiyin's hammer. Baiyin puffed up his chest and looked proud.
Baiyin? Omnipotent. What are we doing?"
Suhi looked around and asked. The stars beneath him were like a flying boat, racing rapidly through the starry sky. This was not the movement of the stars in the starry sky, but Baiyin's driving through the starry sky.
"Wandering,"
Baiyin said matter-of-factly.
"This speed is like a starry sky pirate. Are you going to rob?"
Suhi smiled. Baiyin's eyes lit up, then dimmed.
"Pirates are very interesting, but robbing those little ones doesn't arouse the interest, and there is no excitement at all."
When she said this, she suddenly opened her eyes.
"How about, let's go wandering in the territory of the Yuanzun clan?"
Suhi, giving him such a big stimulation right after he woke up?
Sister, stop making trouble. You've been exposed.
By Yin's disguise, General Yuan Zun took the initiative to attack the ancestor of the Yuan Zun clan, Immortal Zun. Bai Yin looked at Su He in astonishment and looked at Su He in surprise.
Where did I get exposed? Yuan Jin can't beat Tan Tai. What does it have to do with me? Yuan Yin? That is the battlefield of the Immortal Lord. How can I get close? Tan Tai is the world's best, the most talented Immortal Lord in all worlds. Ancestor Yuan Jin risked his life to stop him. Isn't it natural for me to escape at the 7th level of the sky?
When she said this, her eyes became brighter and brighter. This was a very good reason.
Besides, we don't necessarily have to look like the Yuan Zun clan.
She turned around and looked at Su He with disdain. She transformed into the Yuan Zun clan, and even their immortals couldn't see it. But this stupid turtle doesn't even know the art of transformation. This is a common problem among force spirits. He is born with extremely strong combat power, but his appearance is almost impossible to change. He can only change the size, or change the color, a slight touch up, from the appearance of one dragon turtle to the appearance of another dragon turtle. This is the limit. Going to the territory of the Yuan Zun clan, any dragon turtle is looking for death. The Yuan Zun clan is not only the Yuan Zun clan itself, but also many beings enslaved by them. Bai Yin was free and easy, and immediately decided to do it as soon as he thought of it. He pulled Su He and ran out of the planet. Su He was stunned.
No! Our planet has just been built, and I haven't even eaten the roast chicken. It's okay,
Bai Yin said indifferently.
I'm full.
Su He was speechless. Bai Yin laughed loudly.
Come back when you've had enough fun. Since you have nothing to do. You don't think that I brought you from the future to die in the ancient times, right?
The war here has nothing to do with Su He. It's enough to be able to slightly influence the development of the times with your own specialness. Su He couldn't participate in such a battlefield. It was enough to come back and experience the ancient customs and gain insights. She ran with a smile, smashed into the starry sky and disappeared. Su He looked helpless, and as she rushed out of the passage, she was already in a big world. This was a study room, which was clean and tidy.
Hush!
Bai Yin made a silent gesture.
This is the place where Yuan Xian secretly raises her in the outer courtyard. Yuan Zan's wife is the great-granddaughter of the Northern Lord, and he only dares to raise the younger ones.
Su He chuckled.
Have you ever lived with him? Who is the child he raised?
Bai Yin puffed up his proud chest.
Me.
Su He had a black line on his face, and his whole face was pulled down. Bai Yin laughed loudly and poked his face.
Stingy guy. Don't worry. Yuan Zan is me too. I support myself and make a living. Do you have any opinions?
Chapter 363 Chapter 171 Appearance. What kind of hobby is this? Su He's head was covered with black lines.
Hush!
Bai Yin whispered.
This place is under surveillance. Yuan Zan is still fleeing across the starry sky with the dragon turtle, so he can't show up. Follow me.
She raised her fingers at Su He. He gently turned the flower pot in the study room and moved the screen on the wall to reveal a passage. It was an ordinary passage, just like a mortal tunnel. But Su He didn't notice anything when he appeared.
This villa was originally built by a Titian 6th leveler. He was very ingenious and refused to sell me. My clone took the opportunity to throw him to the front line and was killed by his real body.
Bai Yin said it was natural. You can go to any lengths to kill Yuan Zun. If you had not obtained Yuan Yan's identity so easily, you would have been reluctant to throw it away like this. Bai Yin would have dared to kill Yuan Zun within the clan. Drilling out of the passage is another courtyard, small and unique. As soon as he arrived here, Bai Yin relaxed completely, rushed to the bedroom, threw his whole body on the bed, stretched hard, and moved his limbs like a pig wallowing in the quagmire. Feeling comfortable enough, he jumped up suddenly.
Take a bath! Take a bath! This is the great world of Hafeng. It is said that during the heavenly period, it was the residence of the god of Bath. The water here is very effective for bathing. I have set up a small formation. The bath water that has been refined for 3,000 years cannot be wasted.
She smiled and ran towards the backyard. Halfway through, she suddenly turned to look at Su He and raised her eyebrows.
Do you want to come together? Okay. Okay.
Su He chuckled and followed. Then, Bai Yin actually didn't become a demon. He actually invited him to take a bath together. It was just a Tai Chi-shaped pond with a partition in the middle. Not to mention his gaze. Even his spiritual consciousness couldn't pass through. Su He lay in the pool, feeling the water moisturizing his body and feeling refreshed. There was the sound of rushing water next door, and the sound of Bayin chewing big cakes. This woman had prepared so many big cakes that she could never finish them.
"Want it?"
Sensing Suhi's weirdness, a big cake jumped over the partition and flew over, firmly wrapping it around Suhi's neck. Bayin's entire body was soaked in the water, and even his pride was slightly lifted by the water, swaying gently with the current. Only her head and one hand were exposed, while the pie floated in the air and actively threw itself into her mouth. He held the tiger bone in his left hand and observed it carefully. In addition to the original lines on the tiger bones, there are also seals that Bayin has imprinted along the way. This is not the tiger bone of the holy beast white tiger. This white tiger died the moment it became a holy beast. The whole body was destroyed, and only this tiger bone was left. Not even the soul consciousness remained. There is no possibility of resurrection. But it is also this that makes the impossible a little bit possible.
"Don't take this tiger bone away. Stay here and I will study it and try to extract the blood. If I succeed, I will put it in Bayin Palace. When you return, I will search in Bayin Palace,"
Bai Ling said softly. Suhi nodded. There are some things that are not meant to be eaten softly, but that Suhi really can't do without Bai Yin's knowledge and her methods. How could it be possible to extract blood from the bones of a white tiger? Those are no ordinary bones. Even if all the power in the tiger bone has been dissipated, the residual power it exudes is not something ordinary people can approach. Suhi didn't even touch Suhi Xuanwuora, but directly took it away from the foreign minister space.
"Sister, there is a big gap between monks now and in my time?"
Suhi took a bite of the pie and asked the question in his mind. Bayin should know this question. The music she mentioned about the dance was actually telling what Suhi saw and heard in later generations. It is not beyond Suhi's knowledge, but it is enough to clearly show some things in future generations. Bayin chuckled.
"It's huge when you say it's big. It's small when you say it's small,"
she chuckled.
"The oldest turtle in your family is also the top existence at this time. If it is a life and death battle, Tantai and I will lose without any accident. Huang and Wu are on the same level. But it won't be long before he will probably surpass Wu. Others."
At this point, she pondered for a moment.
"The average 7-level heaven-striking people are not much different. But the top group are too special. They have never pushed open the immortal gate but found a new way. In terms of combat power, they are very strong. But that kind of strength is obtained by giving up the immortality of the immortals and the authority of the immortals. But the advantages and disadvantages are difficult to measure.
Moreover, he has no fighting power, but does not have all the abilities of an immortal. He is like a castrated immortal." She glanced at Suhi and said,
"You've seen too little of me.
This turtle is too weak, and has never seen those powerful men in later generations actually take action. It is impossible to judge many aspects, and can only make general inferences.
However, that white dragon of yours is very strong. Ridiculously strong. Incredibly strong,"
Bayin said quietly. Birds of a feather flock together? No wonder he became her reincarnated best friend.
"If she comes across time, she can even influence the situation of the battle."
Bayin glanced at the next door more faintly, then quickly turned his head, his cheeks slightly red. It's a pity that the one with the ability to transcend time is a turtle with the second level of heaven. Moreover, the time is special. Even if Suhi is not restricted by time in this world, he cannot enter the same time twice. Not affected by the world, but affected by himself. He has had his time period, and there will never be another.
"Can't come. Is Ji Fei Xue?"
Suhi was slightly dazed. He hadn't seen her in Fengzhong for a long time, and finally they saw her only for a few days before they were separated again. As soon as she mentioned it at this moment, the enchantress's tingling, little husband, seemed to be whispering in her ears, especially this time across time. Suhi knew that there was no past life. It was the debt he had incurred, and he felt an inexplicable debt to Ji Fei Xue in his heart. Thinking of this, Suhi turned to look at the next door and whispered,
"Sister Clan," Tantai said, "you used love as a tie to condense my true spirit. After the true spirit is reincarnated, can this love be cut off?"
For Bayin, emotions are just a means. Not that the two of them will be in love for a long time. There is something different after all. Bayin was startled, a little panicked for a moment. His heart suddenly tugged, and he felt an inexplicable pain, and turned to look at Suhi. Just listen to Suhi whisper,
"Ji Fei Xue. You know, she has been waiting for me for countless thousands of years. And here, it will be even longer."
Bayin laughed loudly and waved his hand.
"What are you afraid of? We are dead anyway. I will cut off this memory when I am reincarnated.
She doesn't care. Died? He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the present world, there is Xianwang Cave's sky and Baiyun Palace. A river hangs across the sky. Ji Feishue is sitting on the boat, and Yaya is sleeping deeply beside her. A phoenix feather shines brightly in the eldest princess's hand. This is the messenger flying sword that was delivered through the clouds just now. It was sent a long time ago. Her husband asked her to save her rival sister, but Su Huanyan had been rescued by his young husband himself. Chuan Shu Feijian had gone through so many hardships, and it was too late. Moreover, just a few days ago, she could no longer sense her husband's breath. My little husband has left Xianwang Cave. But very confused. Just 3 days ago, the marriage certificate in her hand suddenly shone with light, revealing the names of her husband and Su Huanyan. The name is looming, and the power of time is permeating it. Not at this moment. Someone touched the marriage certificate from eternity ago. My husband is in the past. It turns out that this was not the first time he met her and traveled through time. To judge the marriage, both parties must be present. Did he meet the legendary Tantai immortal? It couldn't be Su Huanyan himself. Su Huanyan was less than 400 years old. This marriage certificate was accidentally obtained when she was a child. It has never been touched by outsiders for hundreds of thousands of years. The time that her husband is now will only be earlier than her own time. Ji Feishue closed and opened her eyes, looking under the clouds. The clouds and mist obscured her vision, making it difficult to see clearly. This is the law of Baiyun Palace. It does not mean that it cannot be broken through forcefully. Baiyun Palace has been in existence for I don't know how many years, and the rules have long been worn out. But breaking through forcefully will cause trauma to Baiyun Palace. This is your own thing. How can you damage it? Ji Feishue turned around and held the sleeping Yaya in her arms, connected her energy, and then looked down. All the obstructions disappeared. After a brief look, he found Su Huanyan in the main hall. The formation remains the same, without any problems. Ji Feishue withdrew her gaze and looked into the distance again. There, the Xianwang realm and the Fengwang world were fighting fiercely. Someone discovered the remains of a sacred beast, although the person who discovered it didn't know what it was. The power, which was like the power of heaven, made even the 7th level of the Sky Treader tremble with fear. Most people don't know. But how can they not know about Fengwang Palace and Guiwang Mountain? White Tiger. The relics of the White Tiger appear in the world, and the two sides are fighting fiercely, and the killing is inextricable. Ji Feishue looked at the battlefield and did not take action. At this moment, the relics of the White Tiger have not yet been born, so it is useless to grab them. However, the first real war in Xianwang Cave Heaven was undoubtedly within the White Tiger ruins. Should this thing be snatched or destroyed? It is far more difficult to seize it than to destroy it. Whichever party seizes it will be remembered by the other party. Ji Feishue looked at the camp in the Emperor's world. Emperor Luan did not show up, but there were demon ancient guards and ministers from all sides. They kept a vague eye on her. As long as there was any change in her, the ministers would immediately form a battle formation with Emperor Luan. The battle formation formed by a group of 7th level monks who reached the sky was naturally different from what he had seen before. Even Emperor Luan might not be able to control such a battle formation. But Emperor Feng came prepared. Feng Chaofei reminded him that Emperor Luan came with the mountain and river cauldron. Ji Feishue hugged Yaya, supported her spine, and let her sleep in the crook of her elbow, making her sleep more comfortable. I wonder if Yaya can mobilize the power of Baiyun Palace. If she can mobilize it, she can suppress the battle formation. Yaya was extremely sleepy these days. An invisible power poured into her body from Baiyun Palace. But it's not a bad thing. It's a special elemental power from the ancient times that has long been extinct in the outside world. Ji Feishue frowned slightly as she looked at the military camp in Fengwang world. There is always a feeling that in addition to the mountain and river cauldron and the military formation, there must be other means to seal the imperial palace this time, especially used against her. Without equal means, Fengwang Palace should retreat early. He has the record of killing the Bodhisattva Mahavatar. If the ancestor does not come out, Ji Feishue will be the only one in the world. Ji Feishue rubbed Yaya's head. But fortunately her husband was not there. That guy has a destiny to seek death, and will always participate in wars far beyond his level. Do you want to steal this thing too? He has repeatedly destroyed the good things in the Emperor's world. If he appears again, I'm afraid the Emperor's world will be the first to target him. If he was really targeted like this, how many people could protect him all the time? Chapter 364 Mahu. The sound of water next door was clear. He could even judge the dynamics of the water flow from the length and reverberation of the sound. It sank first, then slipped and then became brittle. It must have landed on a high tower, and then bounced off the high tower. The water droplets bounced into the pool water. The image of an uncontrollable beauty bathing was sketched in my mind. This is a very easy ability. Even a blind man among mortals can do it. He was suddenly frightened, and retreated suddenly to the other side of the bath. He looked at the partition wall and frowned slightly. What? Bain's pleasant voice came. He took a long time to reply.
Sister Clan, I'm not in the right state.
Even if the mythical beast has never cultivated its mind. After decades of practice, especially in the Phoenix Tomb, the repetitive work of hunting down ghosts and absorbing the yin energy every day, after 10 years of boring work, the mind should have calmed down long ago. But the moment I saw Bain, my self-control ability failed. There are even some obscene thoughts at this moment. This is not normal. He is not such a person. Otherwise, with his status as the crown prince of the Dragon Turtle clan, what kind of tricks can he do? As long as everyone in the world knows what the Dragon Turtle is, and hears that he likes human women, there are countless people who want to get close to him with their heads sharpened. There was only Jifashua standing in front of her, so that no one dared to act arrogantly. Otherwise, even if He doesn't want to, as long as there is no clear objection, there will be many people around him, rushing to brush his SHL from Changyu Mansion to the place of suppression.
Sister Clan.is, there's something wrong with my body?
I have been around Bain for too long in my previous life. And have I left traces of it? Even if you are in retreat in one place for a long time, it will leave traces on the retreat. The body in the previous life was just a mortal, and it has been parked next to Bain for more than 3,000 years. Unless there are some accidents, it does not seem to be normal. Bain hummed twice. Who could blame him for his unstable heart?
Kill! Killing is the best way to vent your anger. How about I throw you into the Yuanzun clan's military camp? Do you want to do whatever you want?
There was actually a bit of excitement in Bai Yin's voice. Many psychological problems can be solved through killing. It's another thing to be possessed or not. At least you will feel free. He shook his head.
Forgive me for refusing.
In the territory of the Yuanzun clan. Attack the military camp of the Yuanzun clan. Crazy? He still want to see the sun tomorrow. Besides, as long as he knows what the problem is, it doesn't matter. He is a dragon turtle. Why is he worried about Daoxin? Dragon turtles are straightforward and can do whatever they want. That's all there is to the immortality seed. You don't have to work hard like a monk to maintain and temper your Taoist heart. If the Dao mind is unstable and the skills go awry, lifespan and combat power will all be affected. Divine beasts are different. Everything depends on bloodline. The upper limit is indeed not as endless as that of a monk. But stability is more important. Which monk can achieve true infinity? There are very few monks who can reach the dragon turtle level. Uncle Lei is the weakest among the adult dragon turtles, and he has easily made it into the top 100 on the Baizé list. Bain snorted.
Coward!
As she spoke, she turned her head and looked to the east. Her eyebrows furrowed and murderous intent arose. He felt the vibration of the pool water. What? He asked quietly. At the same time, he grabbed his clothes, put them on his body, and jumped out. The Tai Chi pool shrank up. The partition disappeared, and Bain appeared on the opposite side. The fairy changed into aqua blue clothes. Her slightly damp hair moved freely without wind, and was dry and light. It floated lightly on the back of her head, and was automatically braided into a hairstyle with angular temples. She actually looked a bit peaceful.
Come with me to kill people,
she said, as she grabbed Suhi and turned around and left the courtyard. Jumping out of the alley is the main street. Real main street. This is a place where immortals and mortals live together, where strange beasts of several feet walk around at will. And there are people walking with swords in the air. It is the territory of the Yuanzun clan. But there are only a few dozen Yuanzun clan members in the street from beginning to end. However, he has a high status, and everyone bows down wherever he passes by, regardless of immortality. Just like a certain dynasty in Suhi's previous life. Most of the people in the surrounding cities are human, with a few exceptions such as spirits, giants, and some demons. There are hundreds of tribes prospering.
Sister,
Suhi said. The scene here was completely different from the Yuanzun clan Suhi knew. Bain looked around and said with a smile.
This is just the periphery of the Yuanzun clan. How many other races do you think there are in the core of the Yuanzun clan? Have you ever seen races other than the Yuan-Zun clan on the battlefield?
Are the Yuan-Zun clan so kind? Go to the battlefield yourself. But let other races sit back and enjoy the gains? Other races are not allowed to go to the battlefield to be cannon fodder. Naturally, there are things that are more valuable than being cannon fodder. Bain snorted coldly, grabbed Suhi and flashed a few times, and jumped into a mansion. The mansion was located on the central axis of the city. Unsurprisingly, it was the official residence of the city lord, or prefect. Bain dragged Suhi around the house openly, but no one could see him. Everyone performed their duties. No one glanced at them, until the two of them walked from the front yard to the backyard and arrived at a secluded courtyard with mountains and water. Elegant and refined. But there was a faint smell of blood. Turning around the hill, there was a wave of magic power, and a stone gate was embedded in the mountain peak. This should be the place where the owner of this place practices retreat. Bain pulled Suhi directly towards the stone door, walked in head-on, and walked through the wall. The stone gate covered with formations did not cause any obstruction to them. Sure enough, there was a quiet room inside, and there was noise. A high-pitched voice sounded a little anxious.
Senior brother Ma, if you and I were captured and surrendered to the enemy, we would just surrender to the thieves. Why? This is an old friend of Xian Wang. How can we use it to practice martial arts?
Suhi followed by Yin and saw two people arguing. There were 5 dead bodies on the ground. A majestic middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a futon. Opposite him was a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, looking at the dead bodies on the ground, clenching his fists. The two of them were not even aware of Suhi and Bai Yin's arrival. The middle-aged man threw away the withered body in his hands, opened his eyes slightly, and looked at the junior brother with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. With a bit of helplessness, he shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Junior brother son, surrendering to the enemy is surrendering to the enemy. You should completely separate yourself from the past. How can you do that?
You vote half and keep the other half? If you are in Yuan-Zun and your heart is in Xian Wang, you will die miserably.
The junior brother gritted his teeth.
Senior brother Ma, even if your heart is not in Xian Wang, you shouldn't smoke Xuan Huang's old friend. Master, you and I are Xian Wang orthodox.
The middle-aged man chuckled.
Sitting in this seat, there are some things that are beyond our control. Junior brother, go ahead. I will keep your share of the reward. I know that junior brother is obsessed with Xian Wang and cannot do this. Things. My brother has taken care of it for you.
The skinny junior brother's breathing became heavier and heavier. And finally, he took a deep look at the senior brother, turned around and left without looking back. The stone door of the quiet room opened and closed, and the senior brother sealed it completely with a wave of his hand. Brother Ma backhandedly pulled out another fairy corpse from the storage bag, a half corpse. The soul had dissipated, but the body was not completely dead. Senior brother Ma laughed mockingly.
My old friends from Xian Wang. But I wonder where these old friends were when I was arrested and imprisoned.
He sneered, arched his body, and sucked it into the corpse. This was a method similar to the gluttonous eating method, but much inferior. Just as he was walking towards the corpse with a face full of intoxication, a cold voice sounded in front of him.
Have you ever thought that maybe one of the corpses you sucked is here to save you? The intoxicated senior brother Ma suddenly raised his head. This surprise was no small matter. Someone had lurked into his quiet room. He never discovered it. He looked forward but saw no one in front of him.
Who? Who broke into the city lord's mansion without permission?
Senior brother Ma looked cold as he reached for the magic weapon at his waist, which was a pair of shrunken millstones. As soon as I grabbed it, the pair of millstones couldn't be taken off no matter what. When Xingji met an expert, Senior brother Ma immediately backed up. A secret door opened behind him. He was about to escape through the secret door. He dived in, but hit an air wall with a bang and was bounced back. Turning around in horror, he saw a man and a woman behind him. The man is handsome, and the woman is gorgeous. But they all look at him like a dead person. Middle-aged face changes drastically. It's Sun Yuan. Only that evil beast can enter his retreat quietly.
You too. Let Ma explain this matter.
Bain chuckled and nodded.
Okay. Don't worry. I won't kill you for a while. You can quibble.
As she spoke, her green point pointed forward. and a ray of light fell on the middle-aged man. His eyes suddenly widened, and the blood vessels in his eyes were red, bursting one by one, and 2 lines of blood and tears burst out. He opened his mouth and screamed, but what came out was a donkey howl. Ah-hum! Ah-hum! Screams came, unable to maintain his human form any longer. He lay on the ground with big blood-red eyes, looking at Soo-hee and Bai-in in horror, wanting to beg for mercy, but unable to utter a single word. But Soo-hee could also understand the donkey's braying. It's just a quibble that doesn't match the preface and the follower. Spikes emerged from his body. These were not ordinary spikes. These were Bai-in's fingers. They tore his soul apart. The torn soul turned into needles and pierced his heart and lungs, crushing his body. Bone. The middle-aged man could no longer maintain his human form and collapsed on the ground, turning into a red-skinned male donkey. Fear and severe pain were revealed in his eyes at the same time, cutting off the soul bit by bit. Such severe pain is simply not something ordinary people can bear. But it cannot die or faint. It is still awake and abnormal. And even the perception is infinitely amplified. In order to gather the true soul for Soo-hee, Bai-in's research on the soul has reached an incredible level. The donkey demon screamed and howled, kicking its hooves in a miserable manner. Bai-in lowered his head and watched quietly. Soo-hee held her hand and held her tight with slight force. Bai-in turned around and smiled sweetly.
What? Do you think I'm cruel?
Soo-hee shook his head.
Let me do this next time.
This kind of thing is supposed to be done by men. Bai-in burst out laughing, took his hand and shook it.
Okay.
Hearing Soo-hee's words and the donkey's braying, Bai-in seemed to be in a much better mood. Bai-in rolled up his sleeves and put the donkey into his own storage bag, and threw it on Soo-hee with disgust.
Let's go! Go back and open a shop. Sell donkey meat and burn it tomorrow.
In the storage bag, the donkey demon trembled and struggled. He didn't know whether it was because the storage bag that could not store living things made him suffocate, or because he was terrified by Bai-in's words. Bai-in didn't care what he thought. The more he resisted Bai-in, the happier he was. Before Soo, he could collect all the treasures in the quiet room. She had already pulled Soo-hee out of the quiet room and jumped to the other courtyard. She looked left and right on the road, ran away for a moment, and came back soon. She already had a bunch of keys in her hand. She actually bought a store in the downtown area and was going to cook donkey meat on fire. In the evening, even the signboard was delivered.
Soo's Donkey Meat Restaurant,
with 5 shining big black characters. This was specially made to order from monks. And there were many monk shops nearby. Soo-hee stood in the store that was about to open with a wry smile on his face. He turned to look at Bai-in, who was eager to try on the stove, and said,
You can't eat on the stove! Bah!
Bai-in glared at him. Soo-hee chuckled.
Sister Clan, can you cook?
Baking donghu doesn't count. Donghu means making it yourself. Bai-ling waved his hands carelessly.
Aren't you here?
She glanced at Soo-hee up and down. If you are not good at cultivation, not good at fighting, and can't even cook, what's the use of you? Soo-hee was silent and sighed.
Sister, go pick the donkey meat. I can't do this job.
That is a 6th level donkey demon that reaches the sky. Unless the true form of the dragon turtle is revealed, it cannot be dealt with. Bai-in cheered, grabbed Soo-hee's storage bag, and turned around to go to the killing room. After a while, an illusory shadow waved and delivered piles of donkey meat. Soo-hee took a glance and saw that Bai-in was not in the killing room at all. She was having fun on the swing in the backyard. In the killing room, only half of the donkey demon's soul was condensed. He took out the knife and stabbed his body, cutting off a piece of donkey meat. The pain immediately caused the whole soul to roll on the ground. A formation floated above the slaughtering room. A ray of light flashed, and the wounds on the donkey demon's body squirmed and recovered visibly. Then another stab. After he had collected a basket, he tremblingly brought it to Soo-hee, where he washed, bled, blanched, and stewed. Watching the donkey meat being stewed thoroughly, Soo-hee had already come to the yard, standing behind Bai-in and pushing her on the swing. There was only room in the kitchen to knead noodles, beet cakes, and bake them in the hanging stove.
Sister, what are we doing in the territory of the Yuanzuan clan?
Soo-hee asked, turning around and walking in front of her, looking at her steadily. Eyes warned Bai-in, don't say it's exciting. It's still fun. If you dare to say that donkey meat is cooked over fire, I will be the first to stuff it into your mouth. There must be something wrong with Bai-in coming here. Bai-in responded with a look of disdain, and a stupid hair was raised on the top of his head. You are such a weakling. I only have one hair that can put fire into my mouth. I will not object to whatever you want. Soo-hee stopped talking, turned back behind her, and honestly pushed up the swing. I don't know who Bai-in bought the shop from. The previous owner was very sentimental. Even the swing had a double saddle. Soo-hee pushed it for a while. Bai-in patted the saddle behind him, and Soo-hee got on the saddle and sat close to Bai-in behind her, moving the swing quietly with the force of his mind. Neither of them spoke. Only the sound of chopping meat could be heard in the kitchen. After a while, Bain leaned back and bumped the back of his head between his eyebrows. A huge message came over, and at the same time he said,
Xuanwu Yin Dao Ju. What I got is the fragment. I studied Xuanwu before and deduced it casually. Supplement it completely. This is a recombination based on your Xuanwu real body in the past 2 days. You can let I take a look when you go back. He understands dragon turtles better than me. If there are any problems, you can modify it yourself.
The message came, and in Suhi's mind, it turned into a Xuanwu roaring up to the sky. A tortoise and a snake, both heroic and handsome, facing such a technique. Even his consciousness trembled.
Thank you, clan sister.
Suhi thanked her sincerely. Bain waved his hands nonchalantly, grabbing the swing and making a horse-riding pose.
Rack!
The swing jumped instantly. There was even a translucent white horse appearing underneath them, carrying them up and down. This is not Bain's joke. It is the function of the swing itself. The original owner of this place is also a monk. It was probably specially made for children. Suhi was immersed in the Xuanwu Taoist skills, and suddenly his body flashed forward and fell backwards. He subconsciously reached forward and hugged Bai Yin's waist. Nephrite is in your arms. It is quiet and warm. Bai Yin's body suddenly stiffened, and the fine hairs on his neck stood up. Do it on purpose. How could a dragon turtle of the second level of Kaitian be disrupted by a sudden acceleration? Or even if the space was suddenly shattered? Suhi stopped and said,
This body is still immortal. It has only been nourished by the true energy for a short time. It is a bit inconvenient to use.
Bai Yin ignored him, and the white horse turned back into a swing, swaying gently in the breeze under the starry sky. In the outer kitchen, the scent of donkey meat has spread, attracting people on the street to watch. This aroma is completely different from ordinary donkey meat. It is mellow and rich and lasts for a long time. Drifting into the alley with the wind is eye-catching. A group of people gathered around. When the hanging stove is opened, cakes float up and fall into the bamboo basket. There are 2 types of cakes. The direct donkey meat roasting and donkey meat steamed buns have attracted many people, looking around to see where the store is. But he saw a fire stick floating in the air and wrote on the door frame and pillar,
3 coins and 1 cake. You can help yourself.
This is a shop opened by a monk. This kind of thing is not uncommon here. Everyone immediately knew what to do. Most of them left silently. 3 coins. Enough for the whole family to eat for several days. But there are also those who are not short of money, who take bread and put money. I turned around and walked out of the queue, took a bite, and my eyes immediately changed. It wasn't that my skill in making the cake was so good, but that the donkey meat was so fragrant. The meat itself is extremely delicious, but the way it is prepared has brought it down to a lower level, which is a waste of natural resources. But it still smells good. The man immediately returned to the team, dropped 30 coins, picked up 10 cakes and ran away, for fear of being snatched away. There are not a few people who do something similar. In one fire, more than 300 cakes were sold out in an instant.
Sister clan, that's the meat of a donkey demon of the 6th level. Is it okay for a mortal to eat it?
Suhi asked, sitting behind Bai Yin and swinging on the swing. Bai Yin waved his hand.
Don't worry. I've dealt with all the demonic power and demonic energy.
Ordinary people don't understand the grudge between Xian Wang and Yuan Zun. Life only lasts 100 years. This place has been ruled by Yuan Zun for tens of thousands of years. What do they understand? Bai Yintang, Immortal Lord, will not care about these mortals and ordinary monks who cannot see the sky. The donkey meat roasting business is surprisingly good. One batch after another, and each batch is sold out in less than half a quarter of an hour. Until dawn, a scream came from the city lord's mansion. The city lord's wife spat out the meat pie in her mouth in horror. Seeing the donkey meat in the pie, her whole body felt bad. The demonic power and demonic aura were completely eliminated, but she could still sense the man she spent day and night with at first sight. It was very different from the usual entrance feeling, but it was him. The madam flashed and ran toward the quiet room in the mansion, swinging her hooves. The door of the quiet room was well sealed.
Husband!
The city lord's wife called out. There was no response in the quiet room, and a bad premonition arose. Although the husband wanted to use her status to gain power, he was really nice to her. She moved her fingers together, opened the quiet room and rushed in. It was empty, with only a few mummies and blood on the ground. The blood exudes the aura of the donkey demon. Most of the treasures commonly used by men in the quiet room were also looted. In the distance, Inside the burning shop, Bain suddenly jumped up, pulled Suhee up and laughed.
Come on! Hurry up! Something happened!
Chapter 365 Purpose. Suhee's face was filled with questions. So what if something happened? You, a majestic immortal, want to pack up your clothes and run away? Just run. What are you doing with this excited expression? Bain pulled Suhee and laughed, then ran forward, rushing left and right, and saw two generals leading the team heading straight for the meat restaurant. It was the junior brother, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. There is also a Yuanzun clan member beside him. Seeing a man and a woman running away, their faces darkened at the same time.
Take it!
The sergeants rushed towards him from behind, and Bain snorted coldly. He immediately hid behind Suhee with a timid look on his face. Suhee? What's the fuss about? He was still confused. He didn't know when he had a fairy sword in his hand. He slashed forward uncontrollably. A flash of sword light flashed, and the sword split the street in half. The sword energy was raging and everyone could not move forward, blocking a group of soldiers outside. Especially the thin junior brother, who was thrown away by a sword and landed in front of the young Yuanzun. Everyone looked like they were jumping forward, risking their lives to protect the master. They threw themselves in front of the young Yuanzun, and just opened their arms and hit the sword light. The sword slashed down diagonally, instantly cutting him into two pieces. The sword had the ability to cut back to the source, and the sword wound burned to both parts of his body in an instant. But the sword light was completely blocked by him. Suhee, with a confused look on his face, he turned around and pulled Bain to jump up into the sky, in the direction of the city lord's palace. A woman with a horn on her head and an ox's feet was seen galloping up with a team of guards, chasing after her. Suhee pulled the fairy sword in his hand, turned around and struck out with his sword. A wave of water swept across and hit the woman from the Yuanzun clan, blocking her instantly. Suhee smiled evilly and said to the city lord's wife,
Yuan Yu? I told you that you can't marry anyone. Kill that donkey demon today. I'll give you time to do the funeral. I will kidnap you in 7 days. My wife's wife.
This position belongs to you.
Suhee, the city lord's wife, who was slashed away by a sword, was suddenly startled. Then get furious. He didn't know this thief at all. He rushed over shouting, but the thief had already pulled the stunning woman and flew away. Judging from the woman's struggle, it was obvious that she was a good family member who had been robbed. Damn it! The city lord's wife shouted coldly. She lowered her head and saw the boy on the street treating Sun Yuan, who was broken in two. He was my husband's younger brother, and he had the same background.
Sister, this person belongs to me.
The younger brother raised his head. The Yuanzun clan has conquered all the worlds, and there are countless people who want to rush towards them. But there are only a few who can sacrifice their lives to protect their master, even if the purpose is to climb up. He wants this house slave to be a house slave forever. No matter how high he climbs, he will at most have an impact on other house slaves and not affect them.
This matter has nothing to do with me.
Yuan Yu's voice was cold.
Assemble the Yushin guards to capture this thief.
The young man shook his head.
Sister, don't act rashly during this time. If something happens to our ancestor, our army will not be able to mobilize.
Is my sister stupid? How did a donkey demon really capture her? A few days ago, Ancestor Sun had a battle with Xian Wang Great World Tantai Immortal Lord, but he was defeated and suffered personal injuries. However, the unique resurrection ability of the Yuanzun clan did not allow the ancestor to reunite with his natal stars. That is to say, the ancestor was either completely dead, or not yet completely dead. Part of the body was sealed by Xian Wang and could not escape, and can't be resurrected. The elders of the clan wanted to curse the ancestor and ask him to resurrect him, but the curse failed. This is the worst-case scenario. There may not be any military orders from above at this time. Who dares to mobilize the army easily? Suhee's figure flashed, breaking through the space and disappearing. Appearing again, he was already in the starry sky, landing on an uninhabited star. He sighed and pulled Bain behind him to him.
Sister clan, this is not good.
Is this the first time someone has controlled your body? And this is how it feels to be resurrected by a spiritual tribe?
No wonder you will be called by Ling in your next life.
Bain chuckled, bared his teeth at him, and threw out a figure, which was the donkey demon.
Why are you taking him with you?
Suhee was confused. Wasn't he tortured enough? Bain's heart shouldn't be so dark. Bain poked the donkey and frowned slightly.
His previous method of sucking the essence of the body came from the Yuanzun clan.
He was puzzled. The donkey demon had taken refuge in the Yuanzun clan and was loyal. Isn't it natural that he was rewarded with the magical powers of the Yuanzun clan? There was a meaningful smile on Bain's lips. The spirit-eating technique, the root of which I cut off with my own hands 30,000 years ago, has been completely lost and cannot be recreated. It was the immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan who took action. Impossible. Although her voice was soft, it was decisive. After speaking, he pondered for a long time and then said softly, "Unless the magical power is pulled out again from the long river of time." She fiddled with time and paid a heavy price. It's so big that it's unbearable. If you lose yourself in it, you'll be the smallest one. It is impossible for the Yuanzun clan to make such a big sacrifice just for a mere spell. And it's not that Bai Ling despises them. A group of guys who rely on blood and authority can't even take the road. Do they have the ability to plan time? Goal +1 for this trip. After checking the Yuanzun clan, Yuan Yin, who is at the 7th level of the sky, cannot get close to the real core of the Yuanzun clan. If you want to get close to the real core, you need to at least have your immortal gate half open and become an elder of the Yuanzun clan. Yuan Yin has to work hard. How about handing over little Xuanwu? She turned her head and looked at Suhi. This achievement was enough to obtain a power control. She pretended to push the immortal gate, and pretended to be a little bit more like it. It was not impossible to completely push the immortal gate. Suhi shivered and took a step back. Sister clan, we are one of our own. I always felt that at that moment. This woman had evil intentions. You disgusting fellow. Bain rolled his eyes, and with a backhand, he collected the half-dead donkey into a leaf, and then waved it away. The leaf jumped out 10 feet and broke through the space, disappearing without a trace. Collect research materials. No need to make a fuss. It will automatically go to Baiyin Palace. There was a hint of envy in Sui's eyes. How wonderful. This kind of person, who has high moral standards, and can do whatever he wants, is so handsome. He wanted it too. So free. Bain gave him a white look. Which of your eyes has seen freedom? True freedom is doing whatever you want. What about her? With great difficulty, the real body ran to the Yushin dojo and escaped without even finding the remains of the Yushin. There used to be immortals in that place, and they were immortals from the Heavenly Court period. The Yuanzun clan must have some backups at this moment. She couldn't really show up. Otherwise the excitement would be a bit too much. With a little jade, the stars half a mile below him drag out a beautiful tail in the starry sky. Heading deep into the starry sky, Suhi sat on a piece of gray stone, looked at the stars, took out the things he had snatched from the donkey demon retreat from the book basket behind his back, and placed them in front of him for inspection. Bain glanced at his mouth. The Dragon Turtle clan had this problem. They plundered wherever they went. Maybe it's because their foreign minister and mountain god seal consumed too much. This habit of searching the heavens has been formed in his bones. Suhi casually handed the 2 volumes of exercises to Bain with disdain. Bain's eyes widened. His white fingers pointed at himself, and he looked at Suhi in disbelief. Me? Immortal Lord. You want me to pick up rags? A donkey demon who reaches the 6th level of the sky. Do you think there is something about him that catches the eyes of the immortal? Suhi was startled and threw the technique on the ground. Some duplicated elixirs and forging materials. It was useless for him to bring it now. Bain casually opened a space and threw these things in. Suhi picked up another jade slip. This thing was lucky, and it rolled 3 points of quality. His consciousness peered inward, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a map. A star map. It is the overlap of the star map and the map, and the recorded range is very large. Not only the sphere of influence of the Yuanzun clan, but also some other areas. It is originally a star map. A phantom of the great world is floating in the jade slip. Once the spiritual consciousness detects it, the great world will unfold and turn into a map of the great world. The effect is not small. At a glance, there are actually more than 300 people in the big world controlled by the Yuanzun clan. Neither the Emperor's Great World nor the Xianhuang world in later generations did this. The 10 major immortal sects in the Xianhuang realm all control the big world. But few are like the Xiantian sect, which can only control 2 or 3. There were as many as Jixia Academy, but not so many that it was outrageous. The top 10 immortal sects together don't control much. Suhi quickly found the current location on the star map, and then found the previous world of Hufeng. But the small planet that Bain and I had previously transformed could not be found. Suhi raised his head. Sister clan, where was our fishing star? Bain looked at a tortoise SHL with curiosity in his eyes, wondering what he was studying.
Hearing Suhi's question, he casually replied,
The forbidden land of Fuha was once the entrance from the lower realm to the heavenly galaxy. The entrance has long since disappeared, but occasionally stars appear from the heavenly galaxy.
Suhi rummaged through the map and found it in a moment. A long line connects Fuha Forbidden Land, Huffing World and the current location, spanning most of the star map. Looking at the direction, they are actually still going deep into the territory of the Yuanzun clan.
In this direction, sister clan. To be honest, do you want to use me to receive the reward?
This is throwing yourself into a trap. To put it bluntly, Suhi is worth a lot of money now, regardless of the past life or the future life that spans the long river of time. The Yuanzun family wants to get it at any cost. Bain turned around, nodded fiercely, and gritted his teeth.
Have you discovered all this? Hey, I'm very good at selling people.
She raised her eyebrows and pointed in the direction of the donkey demon that had just flown away. Suhi chuckled, moved closer to her and whispered,
Sister clan, tell me what you have to say. It doesn't matter if you go through fire or water, but the Riddler is not.
I don't like being involved in things without knowing anything. Bain poked Guijia's hand, stopped, thought for a while, nodded and said,
I also hate the mist in the mountains and clouds, but I'm afraid that if I say it, you won't do it.
Suhi smiled bitterly.
Oh my great immortal! You are the immortal! What are you going to do? Can I stop you? If I dare to run, is your meteor hammer a vegetarian?
Bain's eyes suddenly lit up, and he picked up the meteor hammer in his hand.
That's right. If it falls into my hands, you can't run away.
She put her hands on her hips and laughed. She just laughed and grabbed Suhi's star map, pointing to a world at the core of the Yuanzun clan. She said,
Here. You came here and landed here. In your previous life, the integration with this life cannot be perfected elsewhere, and only by returning here can the perfect integration be achieved.
This is the conclusion Bain arrived at after deducing it tens of thousands of times. That place is like Suhi's birthplace. It is extremely special to Suhi. Suhi was startled.
The core of the Yuanzun clan?
He raised his head and looked at Bain in disbelief.
Sister, your identity was recognized as soon as you showed up there. Right. That's a dead end.
Suhi didn't know how strong Bain was, but he was definitely not strong enough to run wild at the core of the Yuanzun clan. Suhi is a means of resurrection. Bai Ling left behind a backup plan in the tomb, although he didn't know if he could be resurrected across tens of millions of years. But at worst, he could be resurrected to the present world. Where is Bain? Did he die here and be reincarnated?
Otherwise, let's think of other things.
Boom! Before Suhi could finish speaking, there was a muffled sound, and his mind trembled, and he knew nothing. Bain threw away the meteor hammer and curled his lips.
I know you don't agree. Do you think that my meteor hammer is a vegetarian?
It took us 3,000 years of hard work to achieve reincarnation, but we even lost it ourselves. How can we stop at this tremor? If the past and present lives cannot be perfectly integrated, how can we travel through time again? 3,000 years ago, the whole Xianwang world launched a war, and the body they snatched was not just for this time travel. The Yuanzun clan may really have some power at some time. This is the closest guess to the truth after taking into account the information that Xianwang world has received for so long. Time is a monk's forbidden zone. But eliminating all impossibilities and leaving the most improbable is the definite answer. Without corresponding power, how can the Xianwang world win? After one blow, Suhi felt the waves roaring in his mind. It was chaotic, as if the boat was about to capsize. Feeling groggy, I felt a little spiritual light in the darkness. There was a sound of frogs croaking in my mind, like a green frog floating in the sea. It took a while to see clearly, but Toad had a troubled look on his face.
I'm just learning to open up the mysterious world, but I feel like someone wants to demolish my house. Are you teasing Bain?
Otherwise, my majestic immortal, why would I hit you? Bain's kind of temperament is the easiest to get along with, and he can coax him to get whatever he wants. Suhi shook his head and gathered his consciousness to see the sea rolling like a wolf and toads rising and falling in the waves. The hammer was struck so hard that even the sea of consciousness was shaken. Suhi let out a long sigh.
Are you here? Wait a moment. I'll go find Bain first.
Suhi woke up leisurely, and his consciousness escaped from the sea of consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at Bain, who was holding his chin and looking bored. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the meteor hammer rolling towards Bain's side. Magnify infinitely before your eyes. Boom! He immediately became unaware of the situation again. The sea was rolling, and the boat was about to capsize. The toad raised its paws and emerged from Hee's eyebrows in a gesture of surrender. It looked at its owner, who was like a dead dog, and then looked at Bain.
Don't hit the fairy. I'm not familiar with him. If he offends the fairy will just beat him.
He's fine. I'll cheer for the fairy.
Bain glanced at Toad. This frog was interesting. She rolled her eyes and said,
How about I find a way to resolve the contract between you and him, and we sign a contract? I think you can bear the consciousness of the immortal lord.
In Bain's realm, he could tell at just one glance that this void frog was special. It's not just as simple as following He through time and space. There must be some secrets in it that haven't been discovered yet. Bain's eyes sparkled, and he wanted to poach someone. Toad rubbed his fingers and said coquettishly,
I also like fairies very much. How about waiting for fairies to reincarnate and give it a try?
Bain looked it up and down. Does this frog think she will die one day? Hey! Really good at judging people. One person and one frog fell into silence again, and the stars below them were moving non-stop. At this point, even Bain couldn't use his spatial magical powers casually. Although a complete plan had been made, Yuanjin died, and even if the Yuanzun clan did not mobilize in full force, most of them would definitely be able to gather in the Xianwang world, so the pressure on her here would be much less. But at this time, we cannot relax. I don't know how long it took for He to wake up again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a meteor hammer coming directly. He had no time to shout, and his consciousness rushed out of his body.
Don't hit. I agree.
Boom! There was a muffled sound, and he fell into coma again. Bain looked at Toad and blinked.
Did he agree?
Toad nodded timidly.
You know I'm going to beat him. Why don't you say hello to me first?
Bain was confused for a while.
Is the beating stupid?
When the sun rose above his head, He woke up again. Without waiting to open his eyes, He smacked his body downwards and flew back suddenly.
Haha. I can't hit you.
Boom! So soft and fragrant. Did you change the hammer this time? But not dizzy. He opened his eyes and saw Bain, who was bored and throwing out a fishing rod to catch shrimps in the starry sky, and was hit by him. Bain glanced at him with a half-smile, then took a step back slightly to release his squashed pride. He turned to Toad and raised his eyebrows.
You lost. And he still didn't summon you for questioning.
The Toad opened its mouth. This is a shame. I made a bet with an immortal who is good at divination. As expected, there is no possibility of winning. Even Hee's escape direction was clearly calculated. Bain raised a finger and made a negative gesture.
It can't be calculated. This guy's fate is unpredictable. We are purely relying on his intelligence.
This frog is so funny. Just like her. His words are written on his face. He touched his forehead, and there was still a hint of warm fragrance on his forehead. He glanced at Bain resentfully. This woman is really fighting. Bain puffed up his chest proudly. He stopped struggling pointlessly on this and sighed and asked,
So the clan sister has already made a complete plan?
Bain nodded proudly.
3 plans.
He breathed a sigh of relief. Bain smiled sweetly. Although she had never gone according to plan when it came to her affairs since she started practicing, she had a complete plan every time.
Sister clan? Can you tell me?
He asked.
Of course.
Bain smiled. Although she was a fortune teller, what she hated most was being secretive and pretending to be mysterious. All the hexagram masters who say things cannot be said clearly are ignorant and incompetent. If you really have that ability, wouldn't you be more awesome if you say it exactly? Chapter 366, I'll pay you back in your next life. In this world, there is a dark and yellow cave. A blue dragon hangs across the sky, stirring up the clouds in all directions. On the opposite side of the Tianhe River, Ji Feishua stands in the sky. Songlong and Ji Feishua faced off. Both sides' momentum increased, but both still suppressed themselves. After Songlong's death, officials from the Emperor's world gathered together, officials from the 6 ministries, military ministers, bachelor's mansion, clan mansion. Almost all the top officials in the entire imperial world are here, and they have formed a small court, not to mention the 12 generals. Among these officials, there are even those whose official robes are in tatters, which is a sign of being eroded by the undercurrent of the Xianwang Cave sky. The Xianwang Cave sky is not the same area every time it is opened. There are undercurrents in places that have not been opened and should not be entered lightly. Among the officials of the Emperor's great world, Some of them had not gone out since the last opening of the Xianwang Cave Heaven. They had stayed here and been corroded by the undercurrent for a while. They only gathered together when the Xianwang Cave Heaven opened this time. Ji Feishu had glanced at the Sanlong in the sky. Sanlong Interluan Emperor held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. And inadvertently, majesty swept across his eyes. The top combat power of Fengwang Palace is not comparable to that of Xianwang Realm. They were not born for fighting. And they would not do anything other than practice like other sects in the mysterious realm. The whole big world of the Emperor, together with the many big worlds under his control, has so many things to do. This is the main business of these officials. The only people who are really obsessed with practicing are the retired old guys from the Zoran mansion. And there are also many here at the moment. There are also powerful people gathered here in the Xianwang realm. Among the 10 major immortal sects. Even the Tianqing Palace whose leader has fallen has a supreme elder coming in. Behind Ji Feishu, for dragon turtles were suspended in the air. And there were green dragons and phoenixes floating in the air. Behind the two worlds, the monks from the big world, both of whom have control, stand in line. In terms of number of people, not many. The total number of both sides was less than 500. But it basically condenses the top existences in all the worlds. This is not the last battle at Fengzhong, where there were only a few people. Compared with last time, this is the real battlefield lineup. Zhang Xiu took Yaya and escaped from the clouds at the top, heading towards the ground. He had just passed the main entrance test. As soon as he arrived at Baiyun Palace, he felt strong fluctuations on the top floor of Baiyun Palace, fearing that a treasure was about to be revealed. The two sides were already at war with each other. Ji Feishu held Yaya in the air like a sword. Yaya cannot control Baiyun Palace, but is not blocked by the ban of Baiyun Palace. The little turtle hatchling cannot participate in the battlefield. In the Sanlong battle formation of Fengwang Palace, Emperor Luan closed his eyes slightly and gently stroked the mountain and river cauldron. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, Princess Jinghe was limping with her legs and spinning around a cage. Emperor Luan's voice sounded in the Shanhe cauldron. Nani, are you afraid? If the ancestor had not come out, Ji Feishu would be number 1 in all the worlds. Princess Jinghe patted her chest, and the Shanhe cauldron made a dull thumping sound. Don't be afraid. Father will throw the person in, and I will lock her up immediately. Her father is here. What is she afraid of? Emperor Luan looked at his daughter in the mountain and river cauldron, smiled and stopped talking. The mountain and river cauldron was passed down from the ancient lineage of Fengwang. According to historical records, only the top 3 ancestors have truly mastered the mountain and river cauldron, and he is considered the 4th, although the method of mastering it is somewhat unexpected. Moreover, the mountain and river cauldron was once connected to the emperor's world by him. The connection has not been cut off at this moment. Basically, it cannot leave the emperor's world. Only the Xianwang Cave Heaven is special. It connects all the heavens and worlds, so the mountain and river cauldron can come and go freely. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and looked at the woman opposite. Today, the meaning of the white tiger suddenly broke out. It is very likely that the ruins will be opened, and the real war is about to break out. He had a dark look on his face. Even the toad next to him was dumbfounded. Baiyun, what the hell is this plan? Make it up now. Borrow Xuanwang's power to carry out a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Secretly infiltrate Shinseng. Borrow Yuanjin's body to hide and stow away the corpse and resurrect him. That's it. Although the success rate is horribly low, at least there is still half a hint of a plan. What the hell is a beauty trap? Baiyun's most proud plan is to lead him to create a series of accidents and send them to the hands of a temple of the Yuanzun clan, where he will naturally fall into the temple of the Yuanzun clan. Seeing Sui's face trembling, Baiyun curled his lips and really disagreed. Just know that her plan will never go down honestly. Sure enough, it's better to knock her out. And some people also like Sleeping Beauty. Her meteor hammer is ready to move. Sui waved his hands and sighed. Sister clan, don't make trouble. What on earth are you thinking? Seriously? Bai was silent for a moment and smiled slightly. That's the hinterland of the Yuanzun clan. And even the temple. How can you really have a plan? If you can really calculate the location of the temple, can the Yuanzun clan still be as powerful as it is today? Sui refused to be led by her, and watched her eyes look at each other for a while, then said in a deep voice, You want to show up behind the dragon turtle after I have almost fused, and go to the Yuanzun clan as Yuan Yin to offer treasures? Where is that? The temple of the Yuanzun clan is located, and only by offering a Xuanwu can we really have a chance to get close to it. Right.
Bai was startled. Then heard Su He whisper.
You have no plans to go back. So, you won't tell me?
Bai was stunned. Then laughed out loud for a while. And punched him.
When did you get a brain?
She chuckled.
Yes. You guessed it right. Are you too timid to go because you're afraid of getting stuck in it?
She patted Su He on the shoulder carelessly.
Don't worry. I am an immortal after all. I dare not say that I will bring you out safe and sound. If you are missing an arm or leg, there is no big problem.
Su He shook his head for a while.
You lied to me. Is the moment of perfect integration the same as when I return to this world? I leave, and then you are the only one left in the temple of the Yuanzun clan?
Bai was completely silent. He looked at Su He for a while and laughed out loud.
Since it's a dragon turtle, let's just be a turtle with a head. What's the purpose of growing a brain? How did you guess that?
Su He took a deep breath and said quietly.
Because this is the only way I can think of.
Bai.
Dot.
Why do you suddenly feel frustrated? She struggled for a long time, and then said,
How can you have a chance to enter the temple if you are a prisoner? You are not a real Xuanwu. You will only be beaten to death on the spot. Only by letting those people go through hardships and capture you. Will you be able to get back to the temple?
Only with various plans can we really have a chance.
What she said was complicated, but to Su He's ears it was almost the same.
What about you?
Su He asked. No matter how complicated it is, the moment his body fuses and he returns to the present world, Bai will stay. Bai was stunned, and after a while he murmured,
I am truly an immortal.
Without you as a burden, do you really think I can't escape? Su He didn't know how strong Shinzuin was, but he knew that this was the hinterland of the Yuanzun clan, and the Yuanzun clan had been enemies of the Xinhuang world for who knows how many years. There is more than one immortal. Su He looked at Bai. Bai felt uncomfortable, so he raised his hand and crossed his eyes with his fingers. Su He's eyes immediately hurt from being penetrated,
and he covered his eyes with tears.
Bai!
He yelled. Bai laughed loudly, turned around and ran. When he had finished running, he stepped down and the stars suddenly decomposed, leaving only a small piece that accelerated towards a water-blue planet in the distant starry sky. The planet is full of vitality, and is a planet that breeds living things.
Ha ha. Don't be angry. I will take you to the wedding of our era. Anyway, there is still some time before the final step of integration. Let's slowly figure it out.
She didn't care. Su He's eyes were filled with tears, and he gritted his teeth. The stars under their feet rushed into the atmosphere of the planet, and were burned clean. Only a man and a woman were left on the ground. Bai immediately pulled him and ran forward.
Go quickly! Go quickly!
Jumping into a big city. The sky is filled with red clouds. 2 monks who reached the sky are getting married.
Hush!
Bai whispered.
3,000 years ago, I was lurking here and commanding the war. Tantai made a surprise attack from here, and it was here that he gathered after returning from snatching your body.
This place has so many memories.
I was the one who brought these 2 guys together 3,000 years ago in the form of a fortune teller. At that time, I promised that when they got married, I would definitely come to have a wedding banquet. Even today's big day was decided by me 3,000 years ago.
The fortune-telling master is very accurate. Bai took Su He to find a corner table and sat down furtively. The marriage of a pair of monks in the heavenly realm caused a glow in the city, and not even a wedding cloth. So it was considered a simple matter. The ancestor of the Yuanzun clan has fallen. The wind has not yet come, but it will come soon. Su He sat aside, his consciousness sinking into the star map. Studying the star map, he was planning various retreat routes for Bai in his mind. But using his brain is really not his strong point. It is convenient to directly cross the space. But the Yuanzun clan is not a vegetarian. Once exposed or something unexpected happens, if you step out of space, you might be surrounded by the immortals of the Yuanzun clan. Su He frowned and couldn't think of a way to solve it. But I discovered another strange thing.
Sister clan, I found that there is no emperor world here.
According to the star map, the great world of emperors should be at the edge of the territory of the Yuanzun clan. But on the star map, the place where the emperors of later generations are located is empty. There is no such thing as a world of emperors. The emperor's great world was formed within tens of millions of years. Bai said casually. It's not that the star map is deliberately hidden, but that there really is no such big world in this era. Su He knew too little about the world of Emperor Feng, so he didn't bring much information. Biden had no time to deduce the title of emperor at the moment, and it was already extremely difficult to block the Yuanzun family's induction. If he did anything more, he would be dancing on the edge of a knife. She was also itching and couldn't bear it. She really didn't know how it could take just tens of millions of years to create a big world. Not to mention tens of millions of years. Even hundreds of millions or billions of years will not be able to condense a big world. While talking here, the wedding went on as usual, and all kinds of delicacies were served on the table. Biden was unceremonious and showed no signs of eating. He was carefree but not slovenly, and was actually a bit free and relaxed. After the feast, the wedding in the sky came to an end. The newlyweds frequently looked towards the customers, as if they were searching for someone, but always disappointed.
The auspicious time has come. Let's worship heaven and earth and enter the bridal chamber,
the master of ceremonies shouted in a high-pitched voice. The newlyweds lingered, looking outside the city, but in the end, there was no one waiting to come. Seeing the sun setting and night approaching, they had no choice but to bid farewell to the sun, worship the moon, pray to heaven and earth, and become husband and wife. Not a Taoist couple, but a husband and wife. Biden leaned close to Suhi's ear.
This is an ancient ritual from the heavenly court era. In the past, at this time, a projection of a marriage book would come to witness the marriage of the couple. If the marriage book was not drawn,
people would poke at it.
Her voice became even softer when she said this.
But since the marriage certificate was obtained by Tantai, no one has been able to extract the marriage certificate. It caused a lot of trouble at the beginning. I don't know how many male cultivators were chased and beaten by female cultivators.
If you can't get a marriage certificate, you are not sincere.
Biden chuckled.
And then he saw a flash of light in the sky, and the shadow of a huge brocade book appeared. The newlyweds were startled, then looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Sir, he was indeed not lying. They were made for each other. Otherwise, how could a marriage certificate have been issued? Today is indeed an auspicious day. She was so happy that she called her disciples to burn incense and pray so that their names could be left in the marriage certificate. I saw a name appearing crookedly on the groom's side of the marriage certificate. Suhi. The name was written in an ugly way, as if a lump of earth had written it randomly. The light on the woman's side flickered, as if she was calling her name. But it didn't show up after all. Biden threw down the chicken legs, grabbed Suhi and ran away.
That cheater from Tantai.
There is a couple whose wedding is in accordance with ancient rituals, and there is a stinky man next to him who left his name on the body of the wedding book. It is completely normal to call out the projection of the wedding book. But the marriage certificate appears, and the man has Suhi. Who will the woman write? Do you want the bride to leave her name on it? Or do you want her to leave her name in Biden? Let's not talk about whether it will be easier for this stupid turtle. Biden's name was left behind, and the light shone on the world in an instant. Is it because they thought they were living too safe? Biden pulled Suhi and disappeared in a flash. The marriage certificate followed closely. Only the newlyweds were left at a loss. They subconsciously searched for the guest seats, and saw the host leaving without saying goodbye on a table. How rude! However, there were 2 sword coins lying quietly on the table. When they saw it, their eyes immediately widened with surprise on their faces.
Sir is here,
they both said in surprise at the same time. These 2 sword coins were the hexagram gold they used when asking for fortune. Sir, you really trust people. It's just that Shalom came to their wedding but left quietly. In the starry sky, Biden and Suhi appeared on the original broken star at the same time, facing Toad's resentful gaze. Don't bring it with you. Suhi touched its head.
Don't run around next time.
Toad was stunned. Biden burst out laughing. Broken Star flew very fast and was far away for a moment, with the marriage certificate floating behind the 2 of them. Biden frowned and snorted.
I'll break you again.
The projection of the marriage letter trembled slightly, as if a little scared, and the figure disappeared in a swish. Suhi laughed.
Have you finished collecting?
Huh?
Did you discover it?
Biden was curious. He went to Hafeng World and attended a wedding. Of course, he was not running away aimlessly. They were all places where he had left behind a backup plan. Over the past 3,000 years, he had collected a lot of information about the Yuanzun clan, and he just happened to get it back quietly. Of course, there are other things that are not obvious to outsiders. Suhi smiled. He was lucky. Just now in the inner world, Xiao Taigua finished absorbing the Taoist rhyme of Taigua. At that moment, it was as if he had mastered half of Taigua in an instant, and he saw some things that he could not normally see. Buying was collecting information, which was what he knew at that time. Suhi said low to Buying, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. His consciousness sank into the world inside the Jia Pearl. Looking towards Tai Mountain, he saw the small 64 hexagram spinning on Tai Mountain. The small Tai hexagram was shining brightly, completely solidified. The Tai hexagram, which reveals the true form of the hexagram and resides in his inner world, is indeed different. It releases the Tao Yuan at an incredible speed. In just a few days, Xiao Tai Gua was completely condensed. The Yu Gua, which has also been advanced, is much more stingy. The small Yu Gua only condenses about 1/3. When the Xiao Tai Gua condensed, Suhi sensed something strange in the inner world. The Xiao Tai Gua wanted to condense the third heaven opening artifact. But Suhi had just opened the second heaven, and the inner world was simply not enough to support the gathering of the third artifact. His inner world is indeed terrifyingly stable. More stable than most of the divine beasts at the second level of the heaven opening. But similarly, the consumption required to condense his heaven opening divine artifact is also terrifyingly large. Sister clan, Xiao Tai Gua is about to start condensing the Kaiqian divine artifact. How should we stop it? Ming Ancestor had mentioned something that day. But Suhi had a flash of inspiration, and before it could be turned into a definite idea, he was stopped by Baiyin and Tantai. Interrupted. But at this moment, I can't find that feeling anyway. Baiyin tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, a beating? Generally speaking, divine beasts try their best to understand the great Tao and the law of condensation, and it is not easy to condense the heaven-opening divine artifact. Suhi's situation does not exist at all. Not to mention that it is basically impossible for the Kaiqian artifact to condense faster than the inner world. Even if it exceeds, who stipulates that mastering the avenues and laws requires condensing the heaven-opening artifact? Who stipulates that steamed buns must be made immediately after wheat is harvested? But Suhi couldn't control it and took back the wheat. The wheat ran to the mill on its own. But the mill was not ready yet. Suhi was silent for a long time. And then he really condensed a slap in the inner world and slapped it on the little Tai Gua. The little Tai Gua immediately became active, and the speed of condensing the heaven-opening divine artifact accelerated suddenly, and the speed of absorbing the origin of the inner world was even faster. Several times. Suhi was not surprised but happy. It works. Suhi's eyes lit up. With this slap, he could feel that his control over Xiao Tai Gua became more and more arbitrary. It was like taking pictures of hexagrams that were not on the same channel as him. Suhi slapped her again, and the feeling became stronger. After 5 or 6 consecutive slaps, a familiar feeling lingered in my heart. I looked at Xiao Tai Gua again. After a few slaps, a ball of consciousness remained on Xiao Tai Gua, squirming like a worm. A feeling arises, as if the consciousness is gathering in the mysterious world. The connection with Xiao Tai Gua is also getting closer. Suhi licked his lips, cut off a piece of consciousness, and placed it on the Xiao Tai Gua. He closed his eyes slightly and said, condensation! A small figure appears on the Xiao Tai Gua. Just like Tai Gua condensed the spirit of the weapon, his figure had already penetrated into Xiao Tai Gua's body in a flash. The progress of Xiao Tai Gua in absorbing the origin of the inner world and condensing the heaven-opening artifact suddenly stopped. Suhi comprehended the small consciousness body and the Xiao Tai Gua, and a wonderful feeling emerged spontaneously. The Xiao Tai hexagram was controlled by him, moving left and right, floating up and down. But it was completely different from the previous control. In the past, the master controlled the hexagrams, and the sword cultivator held the sword. Now he himself seems to be this hexagram. This feeling is amazing. The hexagram gave him the feeling that within the rules, everything was possible. It's just that Xiao Tai Gua is very hungry. It's like being malnourished and in urgent need of source replenishment. Suhi opened his eyes. Sister, do you have the origin stone? Lend me some, and I will return it to you in your next life. Buying. Chapter 367 Cage. Yuanzun's territory. The astrological domain and world of the Yuanzun clan are endless. The closer you go inward, the fewer foreign races there are, while the Yuanzun clan has more of its own clan. But the Yuanzun clan was strange. When they arrived in the hinterland, they lost the sense of prosperity of foreign clans and became lifeless. The further you go, the Yuanzun clan itself loses its breath of life. Practice, meditate, and exercise. There is not even a single mortal in this clan. The closer they go to the periphery, the closer the Yuanzun family is to the beings in the heavens and all the worlds, where they have marriages and lives.
The closer they go to the hinterland, the closer they are to the sergeants. Running like a machine. If Sui comes, he will definitely think of the legendary heaven in his previous life. There are countless immortals, but the rules of heaven are harsh. And the entire heavenly palace is in order. On the contrary, the monks and fairies in the lower realm, who have not yet become immortals, have more life. Bain's purpose is located near the core of the Yuanzhuan clan's hinterland. The continent here is either a big world or a continent. It doesn't look like it's native, but was forcibly moved from somewhere else. Countless soldiers were stationed on the stars in all directions outside, and each star was guarded by the presence of the Yuanzhuan clan, who pushed open the immortal gate. Unfortunately, there is not even a single sergeant on this continent. Instead, there was a group of people dressed like witches. They had no hooves and only had a horn on their head to identify themselves. There are 2 forbidden areas on the mainland. One is a canyon. It was not a forbidden area originally, but since a strange corpse appeared out of thin air thousands of years ago, this canyon has become a real forbidden area. No one can enter except the Great Witch. The other place is where the temple of the Yuanzhuan clan is located, far away from the canyon. An ancient temple that has experienced many vicissitudes of life stands tall. The appearance of this ancient temple is in tatters, but the Yuanzhuan family has tried their best to repair it. Any material dropped on the ancient temple will decay in an instant, as if it had gone through hundreds of millions of years. But just from the ruins of the temple, we can see how glorious and grand the temple once was. The temple is not very tall, only tens of feet tall. An ordinary palace or tower that reaches the sky is much taller than this. But any building or anyone standing in front of this temple will inevitably feel ashamed. It was like facing a powerful being who came from eternity. Decayed, but still powerful. There are only stone pillars in the temple that support the sky and hold down the earth. No other objects can survive here. There is no statue of God where there should be. Only a crack like a vertical eye. The crack is so weird that even if you look past it, it will be swallowed up by the crack. An old woman with gray hair and chicken skin stands in front of the crack with a respectful expression. She is the most devout believer. 2 figures fell outside the temple, but they did not enter the temple to disturb the old woman. Instead, they stood respectfully, not daring to overstep the mark. After an unknown amount of time, the old woman in the temple slowly stood up, leaned on crutches, and bowed out of the temple. She stepped out of the temple with 1 foot. When half of her body was still in the temple, the half of her body that had stepped out was like going back in time. The wrinkles on her body quickly regained moisture, and the luster was as bright as fresh. The beauty was not inferior to the white tone. When the old woman stepped out completely, she had transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, with bright and white teeth like a witch goddess. And even the horn on her head did not reduce her charm at all, but added a bit of coquettishness. But this coquettishness not only does not arouse people's evil thoughts, but makes people feel holy and inviolable. Come out of the mud without getting stained. Great Witch! The 2 people outside the door saluted immediately, not daring to show any disrespect. This kind of fear is not a fear of power and morality, but a true respect from the bottom of the heart. You haven't found that little Xuanwu yet? The woman's red lips parted slightly. The 2 of them saluted at the same time. Sorry, Great Witch. Yin never showed up. There was Yan's aura at the place where Shuzu fought, but he had broken through the space and escaped. However, the entire starry sky in that place was smashed to pieces, and it can no longer be traced back. The Great Witch pondered for a moment and said in a clear voice, Go in person. Bring back Xuanwu and bring back the legacy of Sun. No, the Yuanzhuan clan member said respectfully, turned around and left. It wasn't until he walked far away that the other person next to him saluted respectfully, stretched out his military flag, and paid tribute to the Great Wizard. The Great Witch sighed, put away the military flag, turned around and walked back to the temple. He was about to enter before turning back and saying, Be earlier next time. The man suddenly became frightened. The Great Witch chuckled. I don't blame you. It's just that earlier I could have entered the temple less often. This place is really annoying. The faces of the Yuanzhuan clan members instantly turned pale, and they did not dare to listen anymore. The Great Witch patted him on the shoulder, turned around and entered the temple. As soon as he entered, it felt like he had experienced millions or tens of millions of years. Time passed in an instant. His body quickly hunched over, and he turned into an old woman with chicken skin, astonishingly ugly. She walked tremblingly to the crack. The general's flag spread out, and streams of light flowed towards the crack. But no change was seen in the crack. The old woman sighed, looking at the cracks with a look of helplessness. Bain killed the spirit-eating technique. intentionally or unintentionally. Without the spirit-eating technique, I don't know how long it would take for this crack to expand enough for me to step into it. Even if the spirit-eating technique is restored at this moment, it is still too limited. And it is far worse than before. Bain looked at Soo-hee with an unkind expression.
Do you want to default on your debt?
Or borrow money and wait to pay it back in the next life? Soo-hee,
To be honest, what do you want the origin stone for in this life? Keep it for fun?
Bain nodded thoughtfully.
That's true. But I don't have it. I'm not a divine beast. And I don't cultivate a small world. What do I need the source stone for?
What's not exciting about you? Soo-hee snorted and felt numb all over his body, as if his soul was about to leave his body. He jumped up and a spiritual snake jumped out of itself. Two visions appear simultaneously. 360 degrees with no blind spots. Soo-hee smiled lightly. This perspective was more suitable for him. The Shout-I hexagram condensed and accelerated the fusion of the two bodies. And the spiritual snake was in place. Soo-hee swung his snake body and whipped his tail towards the starry sky. The starry sky was silent. And an asteroid with a diameter of more than 10 miles exploded with a bang. Brilliant fireworks illuminate the dark starry sky. Bain raised his eyebrows.
Oh, it's still a violent snake.
She picked up Soo-hee's snake body with her little finger and poked it again. It feels great in hand. Soo-hee's spirit snake does not have the fishy smell of snakes. It is cool and soft to the touch. And it is very relaxing to hold it. Soo-hee coiled himself around her body, put the snake's head on her shoulder, and hissed the snake message. Bai Ling slid a finger across the snake's body, and the whole snake softened instantly. She stared at Soo-hee with a half smile but not a smile.
You are still the first person in the world to take advantage of an immortal in such an upright way.
Soo-hee Lingxi trembled and rolled her eyes unconsciously.
There are not many opportunities. You are going to sell me. If you don't take the opportunity to collect some interest, you won't be able to collect it in the future.
Bain, has the great light been corrected? She sneered, turned her finger over the belly of Sua's spirit snake to reveal it, and flicked the sword light on her fingernails, touching the gallbladder of Sua's snake. Soo-hee trembled and suddenly woke up.
No, nothing else.
This woman is not lying. She really wants to peel off his snake gall.
Shoo!
Bain made a mute gesture.
Be good. Don't move. I will only peel off one snake gall.
Soo-hee's head is full of black lines. Is there any extra emotion? Bain's voice was filled with melancholy.
You are too special and your fate is unpredictable. I can't count you. Peel off a piece of snake gall and keep it with you. If necessary, I can use the snake gall to speculate on your fate and make some arrangements.
In fact, turtle SH. L works better. But peeling off the dragon turtle's SH. L is too harmful. The turtle SH. L she needs is not just 1 or 2 pieces of turtle SH. L. But a complete turtle SH. L, even Soo-hee, who was at the second level of Kaitian, had to lose half his life. I still have to use snake gallbladder. She wasn't kidding. She poked, picked, peeled and squeezed with her nails, and a green snake gall squeezed into her hand. In an instant, Soo-hee's entire snake slumped down and slid down from her body. Feeling completely weak, Bain took out a snow lotus, gently squeezed out the lotus juice, and applied it to Soo-hee's wound. The branches and leaves falling into the wound are like a seed falling to the ground and taking root, growing instantly, blooming and bearing fruit. The fruit is a living snake gallbladder. The snake galls grow from small to large, and when they grow up, the snow lotus will completely wither and dissipate, leaving only the snake gall in the wound, making up for Soo-hee's snake gall. The wound healed instantly. The lost power comes back again.
This snow lotus doesn't have a name yet. It was only cultivated by us in the past 3,000 years to use your body. It has endless magical uses,
Bain said proudly.
Soo-hee, thought I've eaten it. I've eaten both the dragon turtle and the peacock. Several of them. I know.
Bain chuckled.
Let me tell you, this lotus flower is not for eating. You have to cut the skin and squeeze out the juice. The effect is 5 to 6 times that of swallowing it. And you won't suffer. It is the true fire of the sun. How does it feel when you swallow it?
Soo-hee doesn't want to talk. Having a boss in the family is not very interesting. And the sense of accomplishment is very low. He robbed the emperor's inner treasury once, and got the most precious thing, which was brewed by his family sister's pet collection of stars. He broke into a dungeon once, and grabbed the snow lotus, and experienced the pain of internal destruction, before he ascended to the physical body. It turns out that it was cultivated by her in her previous life. Bayan laughed heartily, and was very happy to see Suhi's deflated expression. The exploding asteroids in the starry sky set off her smile, which was strangely beautiful. Bayan saw the look in Suhi's eyes, stretched out his green jade fingers, and tapped lightly. The asteroids and the explosion instantly dispersed, no longer dazzling, like bright fireworks reversing in the air. Astonishingly beautiful. No wonder I heard that some Taoist monks like to blow up stars. Just an asteroid is so magnificent. If it is a star. Suhi shook his head. With his current ability, if the star exploded at such a close range, he would probably die. If you want to commit suicide like that, you must at least open the 3rd level of heaven. Or the 4th level. Suhi smiled, while Bayan sat on the stone, holding the stone with both hands, watching the fireworks, kicking his feet, feeling rare tranquility. The spiritual snake coiled beside him, and the toad curiously poked at his snake's gallbladder. Suhi only felt an unbearable itching on his back. After shaking his body, a turtle SH.L burst out of his clothes. Suhi hurriedly pulled up the scholar's robe to cover his body. He turned to look at Bayan with a bit of pity. Bayan blinked, and did not help him immediately. Instead, he glanced at his back, as if he wanted to study it. How does it grow a SH.L alone? Isn't the turtle SH.L one piece with its dorsal and ventral parts? What now? Both a human spine and ribs, and a turtle SH.L? Two-skin face?
Stop making trouble. Clothes!
Suhi begged. Bayan chuckled, snapped his fingers, and a suit of clothes appeared on Suhi. It was no longer a scholar's robe, but a set of Prime Minister's clothes. Suhi didn't know what expression to use when facing Bayan, and glanced at her faintly. Bayan chuckled.
You're welcome.
After saying that, she puffed up her chest and said,
Would you like a hug? Looking at your condition, it won't take long for you to return to the dragon turtle form. If you don't hug me, you will have to cultivate a human body.
Suhi.
Dot.
In this world, there is a dark and yellow cave. A green dragon roared. The dragon's power shook, and white clouds rolled up in all directions and exploded. A vacuum is formed. It is rare that Bayan Palace is no longer cloudy, and it is extremely transparent from top to bottom. There was just a flash of red mist in the rolling white clouds, and I don't know how many unlucky people were accidentally caught in it. Ji-Fei-Shua turned her hand and struck it down with a palm. A shadow of a dragon claw flashed past, and with a dragon roar, the white dragon claws were imprinted on the back of the blue dragon. With a snap, a piece of flesh and blood was torn off, and they turned into 2 monks of the 7th level. It was smashed to pieces by her palm. It was just an ordinary palm without any magical power, but it beat people into blood mist. The 2 of them were at the 7th level of the sky, but they could not be revived. Instead of cutting back the source, the 2 exploded into blood mist the moment they were resurrected. Resurrected and exploded again. Repeat endlessly. Songlong roared, rolled up, and the Luan Emperor in Songlong slapped the mountain and river cauldron with his palm. A flame burst out from the mountain and river cauldron, and the whole body of Songlong was ignited. The flames rose and turned into a big sun that hit Ji-Fei-Shua. Ji-Fei-Shua glanced lightly.
Long Yen, that's not how it is used.
She turned around and turned into a white dragon. Her body coiled up, and in an instant, heavy rain fell from the sky. The rainwater fell in the air and turned into a water dragon. It circled and hit the Songlong sun with its head. It exploded with a bang, and the power of water and fire rolled back and attacked Songlong. Songlong's eyes slightly condensed, and he let out a long groan, opened his mouth, and leaned back. Songlong sucked the water. In an instant, he swallowed the power of water and fire into his belly, all within the Luoshan River cauldron. But when I heard a dragon roar inside the Shanha cauldron, the Shanha cauldron almost flew away. Emperor Luan's expression changed slightly, and he slapped the mountain and river cauldron with his palm. The entire Songlong suppressed the mountain and river cauldron, which could have restrained the mountain and river cauldron.
This is how Long Yen is used,
came Ji-Fei-Shua's voice. Fire dragons have dragon flames, and water dragons naturally control water, but the principles are similar. Emperor Luan nodded.
I admire you.
This water flow seems to be alive.
The Emperor's clan is not a divine beast and cannot master such finesse, but our clan's formation has its own subtleties. Fairy, please take my shot,
Songlong roared, and the dragon flames around his body gathered together again and pounced forward, sweeping towards the white dragon like water. The flow has just started here. And the bombardment has already arrived over there. It's not cause and effect. It's reality. It was clearly a flowing flame. But in Ji-Feishua's eyes, it was a spear, piercing forward with the power to annihilate everything. With one shot from the Emperor, the world will be leveled. This spear already has the power of the sword of the Bodhisattva Great Freedom. Even Ji-Feishua didn't want to take a hard hit. So she landed on the ground and transformed into a human form, taking a slight step back, south close to the end of the world. She was clearly right in front of her, half a foot away from the flames. But no matter how the flames rolled or how she drew the gun, she couldn't get any closer. Half a foot is between this side and the other side. Emperor Luan's spear could not hit Tomorrow or Ji-Feishua. It's not the magical power of time. It's better than time.
What a magical power!
Emperor Luan exclaimed. It would be difficult to defeat Ji-Feishua just by relying on the powerful formation of Fengwang Palace. The power may be enough, but the understanding of the great ways and laws is insufficient. Just like a strong man in fitness, facing a martial arts master of equal strength, it is difficult to have a chance of winning. Ji-Feishua took a step back, as if she was standing on the other side without the flames touching her. Raise your hand a little, and point one finger from the other side to this life. The Shanha cauldron flipped over in Emperor Luan's hand, and Song Long dodged to avoid it. But he didn't dodge the finger. Instead, it seemed like he jumped head-on into it. A finger was placed between Song Long's eyebrows, and his finger force fell on the mountain and river cauldron. The Shanha cauldron buzzed, and the three legs under the cauldron were unstable, and one leg suddenly collapsed. It was like a human leg dripping with blood in an instant. Song Long roared pitifully, and there was a bit of a little girl's cry of pain in his roar. Ji-Feishua looked at Shanha Ding.
So it was you who killed Joan.
It's a pity that the mountain and river cauldron is just repaired. If the power of the top three is used to repair it, there may be a chance to repair it completely. Emperor Luan's face darkened, and he lightly slapped the mountain and river cauldron with his palm.
Nani, are you afraid of pain?
In the mountain and river cauldron, Princess Qing's face was filled with tears, but she stubbornly covered her bone-white right leg and shook her head, following Emperor Luan's tap. His figure floated up and landed at the foot of the tripod. Waves of power surged in, tearing off the flesh and blood from her legs and integrating them into the mountain and river cauldron. Powerful repairing powers fell on Princess Qing's legs, and she tried her best to repair them. The shattered legs of the mountain and river cauldron gathered together again, and the Song Long roared and spoke in the voice of Emperor Luan.
Fairy has great magical powers, but I know how to break it. Fairy, please!
Ji-Feishua smiled softly, and was about to take action when she suddenly turned around and opened her beautiful eyes to look at the White Tiger ruins. The White Tiger ruins had just opened, and she started fighting with Emperor Luan. Most of the others had already entered the White Tiger ruins to compete for it. Someone has touched the true core. But that aura, my little husband? The White Tiger's power is mixed with the aura of a young man. Ji-Feishua flashed and rushed towards the White Tiger ruins. This move disrupted the advantage she had maintained. One Emperor Song Long roared and spat out the mountain and river cauldron. The mountains and rivers whirled towards Ji-Feishua. Concubine Ji-Shue frowned slightly, turned around and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron with her sword. The mountain and river cauldron spun around, and was knocked back by her blow. However, at this moment, a ray of light flashed through the mountain and river cauldron, and a prison cage burst out. Like he opened his mouth wide and bit Ji-Feishua in one bite. The cage was locked instantly. All the formations outside lit up, and no trace of breath could be revealed. The people in Xianwang who were still outside were suddenly shocked. All kinds of attacks hit the cage immediately. The Sunlong on the opposite side spat out the mountain and river cauldron, and could no longer maintain the battle formation. The dragon's tail swung and the battle formation separated, turning into dozens of imperial officials and rushing toward the White Tiger ruins. Emperor Luan looked at the people attacking the cage and smiled slightly.
This is the heavenly prison of the ancient times. It is the sacred weapon of our clan. Especially this heavenly prison. There is an immortal formation blessing outside the heavenly prison. Our clan, it has taken tens of millions of years to break it, so we can only make some use of it. At this moment, this prison is inaccessible and cannot be exited. Even our clan cannot release the prisoners inside.
He looked around at the people below.
Fellow Taoists of Xianwang, do you want to admit defeat this time in Xianwang Cave Heaven?
He looked calm, as if he was talking about a normal thing. But at this moment, a cold voice came over.
So, this is your backup plan?
Another Ji-Feishue in white clothes walked out of the clouds at some point, and looked at Emperor Luan quietly. Emperor Luan looked at Ji-Feishue, but did not panic. He smiled calmly.
The fairy had merged her clone last time when she was crowned emperor. Now that I know that the fairy has a clone, how can I dare to be careless? Does the fairy have any understanding?
Ji-Feishue nodded.
The boat capsized.
The ship has really capsized. The heavenly prison in heaven has its own strength. I originally wanted to use a clone to test out the former emperor's backhand. The goal was achieved. But I really screwed myself up. This day, the prison has imprisoned half of the body, and it is rapidly absorbing the power of this half of the body. It won't be long before even this half of the body will be sucked in. Even the clone outside the Xianhuang cave can't hold it anymore. In just a moment or 3, she will be completely imprisoned inside. What a big fall. Chapter 368. This knife is destined to me. Emperor Luan looked at Ji-Feishue in white and smiled lightly. Ji-Feishue's power has exceeded the scope of the lower world. Unless he is ready, Ji-Feishue takes the initiative to enter the Falwang Palace like last time. Otherwise there is no way to counter it. One emperor would definitely not be able to summon the ancestor. Emperor Luan would not summon them before he gained the power to talk to his ancestors on an equal footing. The cage shone brightly in the sky, and the formation outside shone in response to the Baiyan Palace. The power of the formation was actually strengthening. Emperor Luan smiled, his eyes passing over the people in Xianhuang and landing on Ji-Feishue in white.
It's a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the formation outside the prison was left by the master of Baiyan Palace.
He looked at Ji-Feishue and laughed.
You guys in Xianhuang. It's still too late to retreat now. The prison is our clan's divine weapon. This place was left by our clan's ancestors. You are all powerful. Why bother to rob my clan?
Treasure?
As he spoke, a light flashed in his eyes, and his power emanated. The white clouds that had just returned suddenly rolled up thousands of cloud waves. Ji-Feishue smiled sweetly. It's indeed a surprise. Let's just say that the prison formation and restraint techniques are somewhat familiar. But Nizi was quite domineering in her previous life. She touched the Xianhuang token of quality X5 in her hand, thinking about whether she should let that little girl Yaya borrow the Xianhuang token to take over the Baiyan Palace and give Emperor Luan a surprise. Taking over Baiyan Palace might have a chance to break the restrictions outside the prison. Try another way to jailbreak. Ji-Feishue chuckled, and everyone looked at her.
Eldest princess, could you break out of prison?
Ji-Feishue shook her head.
It's difficult. But it doesn't matter. This place has nothing to do with the title of emperor. It is reserved by my mysterious and wild power. You can explore it as much as you like.
As she spoke, she took a little Xianhuang ling in her hand and shot it into the depths of Baiyan Palace. Anyway, he stumbled, and he was tricked by his wife. This order was temporarily handed over to Xuanzhen for safekeeping. Surprisingly, Xuanzhen knew what to do. In terms of Taoism, the current headmaster of Gui Wanshan is not the best. But in terms of methods, even Ji-Feishue admires him a little. If Xuanzhen could have been born tens of thousands of years earlier, Ji-Feishue would not need to be troublesome to suppress the emperor. He Wangshan might be able to lead all the 10 immortal sects. Give Emperor Luan and Xuanzhen a stage, and the world will be wonderful. Ji-Feishue smiled, moved her lotus steps lightly, and blocked Emperor Luan, preventing him from entering the White Tiger ruins. Emperor Luan smiled calmly and grabbed a piece of cloud, turned it into a dragon chair and sat down, with Ji-Feishue's clone in front of him. He didn't dare to act rashly, but Ji-Feishue didn't expect to make any big moves either. It was just a stalemate. It won't be long before all of Ji-Feishue's clones will be sucked into the heavenly prison. So why bother arguing about this moment? Neither of them moved, and no one else dared to move. Only in the White Tiger ruins, magical powers and spells soared into the sky, and the roar of sword beasts filled the surrounding area. In the prison, Ji-Feishue, who was dressed in red with black stripes, slowly opened her eyes, with a smile on his face. He was struck. But it doesn't matter. She is not a god, and she makes mistakes many times. Thousands of years ago, when fighting against Bai Ling, unless the world was sealed off and fought with real swords and guns, he would be hit 8 out of 10 times. That Nizi's fortune-telling ability was beyond her reach. But it won't happen in the future. In this era, if she really signs a marriage contract with her young husband, she will be tainted by her young husband's spirit, and her fate is unpredictable. Even if Bai Ling comes back, it will be impossible to predict her. Ji Feishua sneered. But she was not at all worried about her situation. Instead, she looked at the prison with great interest. From the outside world, this heavenly prison is just an ordinary cage. But it is inlaid with formations to show a bit of glow. But looking inside the cage, this place is actually a secret realm. But this secret realm gives people a strange feeling. This was not formed when the heaven was sacrificed to the prison, but was later refined by the prisoners in it. This method, refining the corpse. There are prisoners who kill their fellow inmates here and refine their energy into this secret realm. And it's not just refining one person. Although the man never escaped from prison, he no longer had to live in a cage. Feel the breath. There are still living people here. Half-dead ones. The smell is extremely ancient. The person Bai Ling imprisoned in his previous life? Why not just kill him? Ji Feishua was curious, floating on the ground an inch without her feet touching the ground, and walked towards the secret area of the prison. But at this moment, a flash of sword light flashed by, and Ji Feishua dodged aside and looked towards where the sword light came from. A scimitar. Behind the scimitar was a young man from the Yuanzun clan, holding the sword and looking down at her. People from the Xianwang world. Hee. I haven't eaten it in a long time. It's still such a thin skin and tender meat. The young man grinned. His eyes were red, and there was madness in his eyes. After tens of millions of years of imprisonment, it is impossible for anyone to remain calm. Killing intent and ruthlessness appeared in his eyes at the same time. It's a pity that it's only the 7th level. It would be great if it were the little lady who pushed open the immortal gate. The meat is so chewy. Concubine Ji Shuadai frowned slightly, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And? This Yuanzun clan is not a complete person. This is a human hand that has forcibly condensed the entire body. But his body should have been completely cut off from its roots, and cannot be truly condensed at all. It looks specious at the moment, like a hand that has become a spirit. Generally. Bai Ling. No. Bai Yin slashed it? Did Xiao Nizi have such swordsmanship in her previous life? It's quite eye-catching. As soon as he heard Bai Yin's name, the young man fell into madness. Bai Yin! Bai Yin! It is indeed Bai Yin! It was Bai Yin who plotted against him. Such a large formation cannot be set up by an idiot like Yuan Zan. Only the immortal lord can do that method of tearing off the stars with his hands and turning them into attacks. Bai Yin transformed into Yuan Xian. And not only did Xuanwu deceive the idiot Fu, but he also used his tricks to surround and kill him. Although the prison is isolated, and I don't know what is happening outside. My entire body is gone. The root cause has been completely cut off, and it is impossible to resurrect. He, the dignified immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan, only has one hand left. How powerful can one hand be? He tried to commit suicide, but after he died and was resurrected, he still had one hand, and was still in prison here. Ji Feishua watched him go crazy quietly. This hand doesn't know whose hand it died in. It's really like Non-Nizi's behavior. You don't know how you died after beheading you. And you are even grateful to her. The young man gasped for breath for a long time, then looked at Ji Feishua with his blood-red eyes. And a few words popped out between his lips and teeth. Kill you! Even a pig in Xianwang world deserves to die. I'll kill you at the 7th level of treading heaven. Refine myself into the secret realm of this recipe. Use the secret realm to break out of the prison. And one day I can break out of the formation. He raised his hand and slashed at Ji Feishua with his sword. Ji Feishua took a step back. She escaped the light of the sword just a short distance away. A pair of beautiful eyes fell on the scimitar, and she praised, "What a great sword! What's its name?" The young man sneered. "Since you were killed by me, you should know my name. My name is Jin, the sword master of the Yuanzun clan." Ji Feishua was slightly startled and shook her head slightly with a bit of disgust. "Sorry, I didn't ask you. I asked for the name of the knife." Yuan Jin was startled for a moment, and his face was cold. "Tell me your name, and the knife that kills you will be named after you." How could the divine weapon of the Yuanzun clan leave its name behind in prison? Ji Feishua smiled sweetly. "Okay, then this sword will be famous as snow from now on." Unfortunately, it was a scimitar. Ji Feishua preferred a narrow horizontal sword. There was cruelty in Yuan Jin's mouth. "Okay, I'll kill you with a snow blade. You are only at the 7th level of sky treading, but you should be proud to die under my clan's divine weapon." He jumped forward and slashed with his sword. The sword flashed across Ji Feishua, but it still couldn't reach it. Yuan Jin frowned. "Not today? The law of time?
Has the Xianhuang world broken Yuanzun in these tens of millions of years? Got the authority of the Yuanzun clan? He was shocked. But when he saw Ji Feishue clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief.
No. It's specious. It's not the time.
What exactly is it? Yuanjun looked at it, but still couldn't understand it. Although he has the original appearance at this moment, he is still essentially a hand. It is difficult for a hand to be as knowledgeable and thoughtful as the main body. However, no matter how stupid he is, he can still see that this 7th level sky trading person is a true genius in the Xianhuang world. If he continues to practice, he will definitely have a chance to open the gate of immortality. How wonderful it would be to kill such an existence. He instantly became excited. The monks in the Xianhuang world were different from the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan relied on authority to push open the immortal gates much more than those in the Xianhuang world. But their combat power was much lower. Even Xuanhuang's heaven-defying 7th level heaven-stepping clan could defeat their immortal sect beings. The genius of the land of Dao is not just for fun.
The original name of this sword.
A genius should be treated as a genius. And he should know what kind of treasure he is dying in the hands of. Yuanjun's aura changed instantly, and the scimitar in his hand buzzed. It was no longer the same as the ordinary sword just now. The blade flashed with azure light, and it was like cutting into time. And it hit the other side directly towards Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue was not surprised but overjoyed. A hairpin flew forward a little, and hit the blade of the knife. With a crisp sound, the hairpin broke into 3 pieces. But the scimitar was also knocked back by the hairpin. Yuanjun flew backwards, and looked at Ji Feishue in shock.
Despicable. You are not at the 7th level of the sky.
It's just a hand that bullies him, not his eyes. Can't you tell? How can he have such power if he is on the 7th level of the sky? This woman is not far from being an immortal. Damn it! The Xianhuang world is plotting against his sword. Although this is an artifact of the Yuanzun clan, it has been trapped here for tens of millions of years, and its power has dried up. Which is when it is most vulnerable. Baiyan had planned how to snatch the original sword tens of millions of years ago.
It's called snow.
Ji Feishue chuckled, returned from the other side, and pointed one hairpin after another toward the scimitar.
You have the same name as me, and you are destined to be with me.
In this era, there are no materials for refining such a magical sword. We are short of a handy weapon. Yuanjun's expression changed. He slapped his chest with his palm, and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the scimitar. The scimitar instantly exuded a powerful and evil aura, and he slashed towards Ji Feishue. A cold light flashed in Ji Feishue's eyes.
You are wasting your natural resources and hurting my precious sword.
How can such a knife be used like this? Using essence and blood to stimulate the power of the artifact is to consume the original source of the scimitar and unleash the true combat power of the immortal. She snorted coldly, put a little hairpin in her hand, and pointed it at the scimitar. Yuanjun's eyes flashed crazily, and he beheaded her. As long as he beheads her, an almost immortal being, even if he is imprisoned for tens of millions of years, he will not be afraid of consumption. The scimitar slashed down, instantly shattering the hairpin and annihilating the strange woman. Yuan Yi was stunned and didn't feel the slightest bit happy. He was a hand, but he was not stupid. The machete's slashing power continued unabated, and he cut open a space with one strike, leaping into it. Even if you open a space in the prison, you can't reach the outside world, but you can avoid attacks. The woman who was chopped into pieces is fake. The real nature took the opportunity to attack him. He knocked out of the space, and was already at the very edge of the prison's secret realm. He rushed out. A red shadow appeared on the opposite side of the crack. The fingers of Ji Fei's snow halberd were nailed into his eyebrows one by one. It was like he broke through the space, and specifically hit the woman's hairpin. With one hit, Yuanjun's human form disappeared, leaving only one hand holding the handle of the knife. However, the hairpin picked up the whole hand, and the scimitar ding-ling fell with a clang. Concubine Ji Xuelian stepped lightly on the scimitar, hairpinned it a little, and stabbed the palm in front of her. A thought came from the palm.
I am the immortal of the Yuanzun clan. How can you kill me if you are not an immortal?
As soon as his thoughts came out, his entire hand was completely shattered and turned into ashes and dissipated. Ji Feishue flipped her hand, and the scimitar fell into her hand. She struggled to get rid of it, but Ji Feishue nudged it and suppressed it with talismans one after another. This sword is so magical that it is impossible to exert the true power of the scimitar with just one hand. It is precisely because this sword is so powerful that it is difficult to condense the spirit of the weapon. So she has the possibility to conquer it. There was a flash of light in the void next to him, and a hand reappeared. This hand was resurrected very quickly. A thought emerged from the palm of his hand unscrupulously.
Even if you try to reverse the source, you can't kill my Yuanzun clan. I will live forever. But you will not live forever. One day I will wipe you out.
Ji Feishua chuckled, pointed out again, and turned the palm into fly ash. But a moment later, the hand came back to life again. Looking at the scimitar in Ji Feishua's hand, a taunt came.
With the blood of the Wu Yuanzun clan, you still want to control my clan's artifact? It's a wishful thinking.
Ji Feishua raised her head and looked at him. She said nothing, but a smile appeared in the corners of her eyes.
I know why Bai Yin kept you.
She turned the scimitar in her hand and slashed it towards the palm of her hand.
The Yuanzun clan cannot be killed. I just refined the scimitar into it. I put the sword back into the furnace and remade it into what I like.
The hand was still taunting him. He turned around and walked away after hearing these words. But the light of the sword had already fallen. The sword struck his arm, but it did not cut him into pieces, but instead suppressed him. Ji Feishua flipped her palm, and there was an additional weapon refining furnace. In terms of combat power, there are Taizu, Fengzu, and the first ancestor of the Emperor clan. Ji Feishua may not be the strongest, but when it comes to weapon refining, Ji Feishua's elixir and weapon techniques as early as 200 to 300,000 years ago just stand alone in the world. I don't know how many powerful people wanted Ji Feishua to help her refine weapons and elixirs. The palm and the scimitar were thrown into the refining furnace at the same time. Several kinds of true fires rose in the refining furnace, including Sun True Fire, Phoenix True Fire, Dragon Flame, Unicorn Fire. A scream rose up in the refining furnace. Ji Feishua seemed to have not heard it. She threw each material into the refining furnace. After thinking about it, she took out a few more things. However, it was not her own reserves, but Su He's, earned from the inner treasury of Fengwang Palace. Ji Feishua chuckled. My husband should be willing to let her use some materials. But that toad will definitely be depressed for a long time. As materials were thrown in one after another, the screams and curses and threats in the refining furnace gradually became quieter, but they were still full of resentment.
I am the immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan, and this sword is the sacred weapon of the Yuanzun clan. During this trip, you will definitely know how to do it.
Trigger a war between the two races. Ji Feishua chuckled softly. If you can summon the surviving Yuanzun clan, I would like to thank you.
It would save trouble if they could be gathered together to annihilate them all at once. The palm of the hand in the refining furnace suddenly froze. At this moment, with the influx of various materials, the palm of the hand melted like ice cubes. But it could not feel it. One word lingered in the palm of the hand, lingering.
You lied to me.
A strong consciousness suddenly burst out from the palm of his hand. The dignified Yuanzun clan is immortal. How can they linger on? Ji Feishua smiled and stopped replying. A handful of gold sand was thrown in, and Yuanjin's whole palm melted. It turned into a stream of green energy and was refined into the scimitar. The scimitar buzzed, and intermittent thoughts came out. This is it. The artifacts of our clan are not immortal. Respect. Trying to refine. Court death. Before he could finish conveying his thoughts, he saw a woman dressed in white wearing a snow-like appearance, who looked exactly like Ji Feishua, suddenly appeared in the prison. She stepped out and merged with Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua's momentum suddenly soared. The thoughts emitted by Yuanjin trembled sharply. He was clearly at the 7th level of the sky. Why was he so powerful? This woman gave up her chance of immortality to improve her combat power? How stupid! As if she knew what he was thinking. Ji Feishua smiled softly and said, I am a divine dragon who has survived the catastrophe. After the catastrophe, you will have eternal life. Her immortality does not need to depend on the immortal sect. The scimitar could no longer convey any thoughts. It only buzzed and trembled.
Ji Feishua chuckled, danced with her fingers, and used the palm of the Yuanzun clan's immortal lord as a guide to refine the aura she didn't need in the scimitar bit by bit. Ancient, starry sky. The sun is rising, but darkness is still the theme in the starry sky. Stars were flying rapidly beneath him. Su He was sitting next to Bai Yin, carrying a turtle SH.L on his back and dressed in Prime Minister's uniform. The stars were shining brightly in front of him. Bai Yin chuckled. The starry sky like this is not beautiful. If you look at it too much, you will feel lonely. The starry sky must be seen on the ground to have charm. When you are in the starry sky, when you look at the stars, they are just a bunch of stones. Sometimes the eyes are too good or bad. and a lot of beauty will be lost. Just like a mortal woman, no matter how beautiful she is. In Suhi's eyes, her whole skin is lumpy and rough. Only a true fairy, nourished by the true spiritual power, can be perfect.
Let me show you something nice.
Bain smiled, stretched out his green jade finger, and swiped in the sky. The floating stars instantly started to move according to the rules. And the entire starry sky was moving, like a meteor shower, with stars all over the sky. The brilliance flashed across the head. Astonishingly beautiful. The silent starry sky is actually a bit sad and beautiful. Suhi and Bain lay back on the ground at the same time, looking at the stars quietly. The body of the spirit snake was used as a pillow, which was very comfortable. Suhi pressed the turtle SHL into the ground slightly, making himself lie down on the same level as Bain. In addition to Bain's pride, he still stood tall and proud even when he was lying down. The toad is like a frog climbing a tree, hanging on the neck of the spirit snake.
Sister clan, are you afraid of attracting the attention of the Yuanzun clan with such a big move?
Bain waved his hand and said nonchalantly,
Don't worry. It's just that the 10-year trajectory of the stars is condensed into this moment. Only you and I can see it. In the eyes of others, everything here is as usual.
It's not an illusion. It's an ability involving time.
Isn't time a restricted area for monks?
Suhi asked in a low voice, and Bain laughed.
So we can't be a monk anymore. We have to be reincarnated.
Even the immortal lord cannot afford the consequences of playing with time. This is also one of the reasons why Bain does not believe that the immortal lord can transcend time during the ancient heavenly period. If there really are immortals who can do this, why don't we see them now? When Bain said this, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the depths of the starry sky.
The temple guards are here.
Chapter 369 Success.
Run!
Bain laughed, pulled Suhi and ran away. He ran out of the star and raised his hand to point at the star where he was just now. Most of the traces they left on the stars disappeared, and a figure appeared. It was General Yuanxian. He looked injured, and he was still holding a piece of starry sky in his hand. And in the starry sky was a small Xuanwu. Xuanwu is struggling hard. Yuanzan suppressed it with a palm. But Xuanwu opened his mouth and hit the boundary of the starry sky with a mountain god seal, knocking the starry sky down and rolling on the ground. Yuanzan stepped down, and the whole sky was squeezed over, suppressing the starry sky, pressing the escaped Xuanwu to the ground, and putting it away again. After a moment, Yuan Yin broke through the starry sky and teleported away. He had already grabbed the starry sky and entered the teleportation channel. Then he stretched out a hand and punched the star. 1 day later, a group of figures appeared next to the exploding stars. The leader was a young man wearing temple costumes with a horn on his head. He stopped in the starry sky and looked at the scattered star fragments.
Yuanzan will stay here for a long time.
He looked at the starry sky and waved his hands repeatedly. And most of the star fragments that had flown to nowhere flew back to form the original stars again. He landed on the stars and looked around.
He is injured. Xuanwu almost broke out of control.
The young man walked back and forth on the stars.
The space that suppressed Xuanwu fell here, and he almost escaped. Yuanzan reacted, suppressed it again, and then opened the space to escape.
This is normal. It's just that for a 7th level sky trading being, with Zuzu's protection, he can escape from the fight between the two immortal lords. It's still normal, but it would be abnormal if he was not even injured. Another young man following him frowned and said in confusion,
Captain, since Yuan Yin has fled back to our clan's territory, he can contact the Elders Association or the temple. Why did he run away alone with Xuanwu?
The captain didn't speak, closed his eyes slightly, and several places flashed through his mind. Huffing World, Chimu Star Territory. And here, the traces of Yuan Xian are very light. But the passing geese leave traces. As long as you pass by, no matter how it changes, you can always find clues. Hunting the donkey demon, blowing up the stars, and escaping Xuanwu. What does he want to do? Healing? Is someone still hunting? Not understanding. The captain shook his head.
I don't know. And I don't need to know. I just need to catch up and retrieve Xuanwu.
The young man held up his hands and said hesitantly,
Captain, do you want to ask the Great Witch for instructions? Yuanzan is the great-grandson-in-law of the Northern Lord.
The Lord of the Four Directions corresponds to the immortal Lord of the Four Directions in the Xianwang world, and his status is not lower than that of the Great Witch. The captain shook his head.
The Great Witch knows everything.
The Lord of the North has more than 100 children. over 10,000 grandchildren, and countless great-grandchildren. Only by opening the immortal gate can one truly fall into the Lord's eyes. Yuan Zhan is not qualified yet. Besides, this is a task assigned by the Great Witch and has nothing to do with the Northern Lord. As long as Yuan Zhan does not send Xuanwu to the Northern Lord, the Great Witch and the Northern Lord will not face each other. So, no matter what Yuan Yin wants to do, win it as soon as possible.
Check all the temples and look for them,
the captain said solemnly. Someone immediately gave the order, and a group of figures left in a hurry. Not long after they left, Bai Ling appeared again in the space, dragging Su He with him. She raised an eyebrow at Su He.
How about our disguise?
Su He gave a thumbs up, but asked curiously,
Sister Clan, we have done many things in the starry sky, but you have dealt with the finishing touches and forged the traces?
Bai Ling waved her hand.
How is that possible?
She patted Su He on the shoulder.
Sister, please be good. You can't do things perfectly. If you really fake it step by step, 2 or 3 traces will be suspected.
She looked like she had rich experience in crime.
Only in this way can it be real for him to be aware of it, but still be confused at the same time.
Su He gave 2 thumbs up. Bai Yin chuckled, and both of them fell silent after feeling proud. The temple guards are here, and the day is not far when Su He will complete the integration and return.
Let's go! Hide from them before transforming into a dragon turtle, and get closer to the hinterland of the Yuanzun clan.
Bai Ling waved his hand, and continued flying forward with Su He. The Yuanzun clan is not monolithic. Just like there are many sects in the Xinhuang world, the Yuanzun clan naturally also has many forces. Bai Yin wants to ensure that Su He can reach the temple. As long as they are on the same continent, the integration will not be affected. The closer you get to the temple, the smaller the chance of an accident. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Bai Yin looked at Su He with some caution.
Can you do me a favor?
Su He turned around in surprise. The Immortal Lord actually asked him about something instead of directly arranging it. Su He was proud and wanted to straighten his chest. But with the tortoise SHL bandage behind his back, he couldn't stand tall and straight, and instead felt a bit wretched. He gave up his pride.
Sister, tell me, do you need me to bring something back to this world?
Bai Yin shook his head.
I don't know what kind of accidents will happen if you bring items across time. I want to leave some means on you. When you enter the temple, you can spy on the secrets of the Yuanzun clan for me.
She hesitated for a long time before making this request. It was Su He's first time crossing the long river of time. The main purpose of this time was to perfectly integrate his previous life. In fact, there should be no extraneous matters. But there is never a chance in a million years to pry into the secrets of the Yuanzun clan. Bai Yin whispered,
I will leave a backup plan. If there are signs of being discovered, you can immediately spy and return to the world.
There is no air of immortality at all. Su He nodded.
No problem. Okay.
Bai Yin suddenly became happy. He wanted to say thank you, but the word good came out of his mouth. Feeling relieved, a rune fell on Su He, pulling him to run forward in the starry sky. A warm touch came from her hand. As she ran, Bai Yin looked down and saw that the hand she was holding turned into a turtle claw. Su He was still human, but his limbs had turned into turtles.
It's about to merge,
Bai Yin said softly. She raised her hand and pointed at the center of Su He's eyebrows. The limbs that had turned into turtle claws turned back into human bodies, and even the turtle SHL on her back shrank back. Su He looked at her in confusion, while Bai Yin looked disgusted.
Human turtle claws are too ugly. I might as well grow a dragon's head.
She patted Su He on the shoulder and gave him a comforting look.
Don't worry. I didn't stop the fusion process. The fusion started a long time ago, and no one can stop it. I just threw it behind me without showing it. When the fusion reaches the final step, it will naturally totally revealed.
Su He moved his body, straightened his waist, and gave Bai Yin a resentful look. If he had this ability, he should have used it long ago. It is very strange to wear a turtle SHL and wear the clothes of a prime minister. Bai Yin covered his mouth and smiled evilly. With a slight tap, Su He returned to his original black robe.
You're leaving. Is there anything you want?
Bai Yin asked softly, a bit heavier than the original naughtiness. Su He glanced at her subconsciously. Bai Yin took a step back.
This is not allowed.
She pondered for a moment and looked up at Su He.
If Yuanzun has been destroyed when you come again, I will accompany you to wander the rivers and lakes, accompany you to see the countercurrent sea in Fufeng world, and take you to the Imperial Garden of Heaven to find the legendary end of time.
She said, and suddenly laughed.
But you probably refused at that time. After the fusion is completed, the mark left on your previous life will also dissipate.
The two of them have never gotten along at all. So where can their feelings come from if there is no imprint? After the integration is completed, he will probably only treat her as a friend. Or maybe he will be a little grateful. After all, I have done so much for him in this life and the next. In this life, I will give up half of my existence. Suhi opened his mouth to speak, but she pressed her lips with a finger.
Shoo! You don't know what state you are in. So don't talk nonsense.
You are not in the right state at the moment. What you say cannot be taken seriously to cause trouble, she said, and suddenly laughed.
Is Bai Ling beautiful?
Suhi was startled.
I've never seen. The turtle body is very beautiful. And the human body is the same as yours.
They are exactly the same. Even their temperaments are almost the same.
Sure enough.
Bai Yin chuckled.
I knew that my reincarnation would never be able to cut off my memory. Bai Ling is me. I am Bai Ling.
She looked at Suhi with a smile, pulled Suhi and ran forward, running forward in a flash, running past the sunset, past the moonrise, and when the starry sky turned dark, she arrived in front of a galaxy. The galaxy is not made up of stars. It is like a river. It is a real river of stars, just like the river of light in later generations. A river hangs across the starry sky. There is water-like power of stars in the river, and there are still newborn stars twinkling.
Let's go!
Bai Yin pulled Suhi.
In the past, when there was no Yuanzun clan, I heard that many Taoist couples came here to worship the moon and get married. The projection of condensed marriage letters can be seen everywhere on the river.
Bai Yin stepped into the galaxy with one bare foot, running forward, kicking and kicking. Every time a foot landed, a starlight splashed up.
When I become a dragon turtle in my next life, I want to get myself a sea. I want the sea to be covered with luminous algae. When I step on it, it will be a patch of starlight.
Bai Yin danced in the galaxy, spinning the silver bells to follow the sound. Divine consciousness was transmitted. There is no fear of outsiders hearing it. The sound of the starry sky can only be made through the cooperation of spiritual consciousness and thoughts. Even if someone is close to you, you can't hear it. This was only meant for Suhi. Suhi looked at her, and with a slight movement of his fingers, waves rippled in the galaxy. The magical power of water control could be used as usual in this galaxy. The real galaxy is also a river. Suhi smiled faintly, and the waves of the Milky Way rolled up, forming a wave seat. He sat in the waves, with a small table in front of him condensed, his elbows resting on the small table and supporting his chin, looking at Bai Yin, who was running unscrupulously. I remember someone said that a real fairy's every smile and every move is a dance, which is intoxicating. This is a trustworthy person, and he will not deceive me. Bai Yin is like this at this moment. Just watching her running and dancing happily is so beautiful. If such a fairy can dance again. Suhi was thinking wildly, and Bai Yin, who was running, stopped and turned around.
Hey! I am really an immortal. You can just think so unscrupulously in front of an immortal. Okay?
It's not that I'm trying to read minds. It's Suhi's thoughts that are like spears piercing her body. Can't stop it. Suhi was stunned. Bai Yin pondered for a long time.
Just this once.
As she spoke, she stepped back slightly, stepped on her jade feet lightly, and the waves of the stars were lapping at her feet. The sound of the water flowing one after another actually formed an elegant soundtrack. A wave of waves hit, and Bai Yin's clothes had turned into green clothes, and his water sleeves turned over, and he danced. Behind is the endless starry sky, with stars streaking across the sky, dancing and imaginary. Suhi saw grass growing and orioles flying in the galaxy, flowers everywhere, and a fairy dancing alone in the sea of flowers. It's so beautiful that it's indescribable. At this moment, Bai Yin and Bai Ling, who was dancing alone on the sea surface, seemed to overlap, and Suhi felt demented for a moment. After the dance, Suhi was stunned for a long time, searching for words, but couldn't think of a word to describe it. He looked at Bai Yin, who was blinking his big eyes, and after thinking for a long time, he could only hold back one sentence.
You are not allowed to dance for others.
After thinking about it, Suhi added,
not even women.
Bai Yin laughed out loud, smiling. He looked at Suhi again.
It's time.
She felt that Suhi's body was merging rapidly. After the initial running-in period, the fusion became faster and faster. If it weren't for her, he would have taken on the shape of a dragon turtle at this moment. It's just that the inner part has not been completely integrated, and the heart is still a human heart. The aperture has not yet arrived. Suhi smiled.
Will it hurt if we travel back in time? Will we arrive in a blink of an eye? Or will time pass slowly?
Bain shook his head.
I don't know.
She has never experienced time travel. Although she has mastered part of the power of time, she cannot use it on herself. Maybe she can fuse Suhi's snake gall into herself later, and be able to dabble in time a little bit? Simply half of the existence in this life is gone. And he has to be reincarnated no matter what. Why not be bold and give it a try? Thinking like this, Suhi's heart pounded. Boom! This is a sign before the heart fuses. And the time is really coming. In the past life and this life, two different bloods condensed and surged throughout the body at the same time. Just like being drunk. And a feeling of dizziness arose. Bain reached out to support him, and pointed at the center of Suhi's eyebrows. At this moment, it would be more comfortable to release the dragon turtle's true form. She stretched out her green fingers, but was grabbed by Suhi. Suhi shook his head.
Wait a moment. Huh?
Bain was surprised. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand, and pulled her forward. How could Suhi win over an immortal? Bain subconsciously wanted to remove this force, but he held it back. Suhi pulled her forward and grabbed her wrist with two big hands.
What do you need me to do when we arrive at the Yuan-Zun clan temple?
Suhi was dizzy and breathing rough. When Bain grabbed his wrist, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he tilted his head slightly.
You don't have to do anything. Your eyes are my eyes, and what you see is what I see.
Suhi listened to her words. His cheek slightly moved up, and his hot breath hit Bain's face. Bain's heart beat faster, and he wanted to run away in an instant. But Suhi reached out and hugged his waist, pulled him forward and took him into his arms. He was dressed in the immortal way, and his strength was instantly removed, and he couldn't use any strength at all. Then, there was a trace of warmth on the red lips, and a mouth covered them. Bain's hand immediately grabbed Suhi's sleeve. Feeling at a loss, she was about to resist, but she felt her mouth soften, as if a spiritual snake came in and lightly hooked her uvula. In an instant, the immortal lord lost all his strength. The whole child was paralyzed in Suhi's arms. His mind went blank for an unknown amount of time. His lips parted, and Suhi looked down at her. Sure enough, he was so drunk that he was so drunk. If he wasn't feeling dizzy, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. He looked at Bai Yin's beautiful eyes, and said in a firm voice,
I will definitely come back. If you are not here when I come back, I will find Bai Ling and beat her up.
Bai Yin sneered and laughed.
You can't beat me.
Bai Ling is her. She is Bai Ling. She must be reincarnated with her memories, and it won't take long for her to regain her immortal fighting power. Unless Suhi goes back to when Bai Ling was young. But at this moment, Suhi is already a real dragon turtle. When Bai Ling was young, he couldn't get close to Bai Ling. The dragon turtle Tao Yun in Su, he would dissipate the Tao shadow in Bai Ling's heart. Until the catastrophe is over, the dragon turtle cannot approach. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that there was really not much time to defeat Bai Ling. Suhi laughed as she did, and a light flashed across his body with a smile. And he turned into a dragon turtle and crashed into the galaxy. The integration is complete. Only the last step is left. Suhi could feel a strange power flowing in his body. This was not just time, but also a sense of detachment. It meant not transcending the other side. But Suhi didn't belong here in the first place. It's just that he was reincarnated and had a deep connection with this world. He returned to this state again this time. But there is still something lacking. This state is not perfect yet. It was as if there was a layer of glass that kept Suhi out of reach. Bai Yin stared blankly at the ferocious head of the dragon turtle in front of him. He didn't know what he thought of, and vomited a few times.
I'm telling you, you are not allowed to touch me before I turn into a human form.
Suhi grinned, stretched out his paws, and held her in his arms.
Looking for a fight.
Boom! There was a muffled sound, like a big bell. Bai Yin punched his turtle SHL. Suhi turned his head and looked into his arms, and immediately pushed the person in his arms out. Yuan-Zun's clan. Yuan Yin. Suhi gritted his teeth. Bai Yin laughed loudly, and Yuan Zan made a loud voice. He grabbed Suhi and said,
Turtle boy, follow me to the divine land. I want your Xuanmu authority. No one can take it away.
Bai Yin? Yuan Xian grabbed him. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. Roared and hit him with a mounting god seal. Boom! The fist seals intersected, and with a muffled sound, a space opened in the galaxy ahead, and a group of Yuan-Zun tribesmen wearing temple costumes came out. All they have is a single horn on the top of their head, but underneath their bodies are normal human legs instead of cow's feet. As soon as one person appeared, he grabbed Suhi's turtle body, and the other person punched Yuan Yin, who was transformed into Baiyin. At this moment, Yuan Zan's face showed that the joy of getting the treasure had not yet faded. The surprise at seeing the temple guards had already risen, followed by a bit of fear and a bit of anger. It was exciting for a while. Only Baiyin can interpret such a wonderful appearance in the first place. She seemed a little overwhelmed in her eagerness, and was stunned when the captain punched her in the chest, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out. Bai Yan's eyes suddenly widened, and he roared and hit the captain. But the captain grabbed the Suha spirit snake from him with a claw. Suhi roared, and the spirit snake bit the captain's wrist. Gluttonous eating. With one bite, the illusory gluttonous dragon head shattered with a bang. It's not the 7th level of the sky. It's the existence that pushes open the immortal gate. Still the strongest among them. Suhi felt a little like facing Huang Zhu. The dragon turtle's true form roared, and the mountain god seal blasted towards the big hand that was grabbing him like a barrage of cannons. One after another, they exploded in the palm of the giant hand. But it had no effect. Even the 6-fold mountain god seal can only be shaken by a big hand. The Yuan Zun clan member smiled calmly. There was a bit of disdain in the smile, and the big hand that grabbed it didn't stop at all. It remained the same. Suhi roared and roared. Hand? Just one hand. He couldn't even shake this man's hand. This sense of humiliation was extremely difficult for Suhi to accept. With a roar, the Zhenwu statue flashed in his mind, and the Xuanwu Yandao skills he had just obtained turned into Xuanwu. And in conjunction with the statue, he looked up to the sky and roared. Suhi's spirit snake flashed and landed on the turtle's back. The turtle and snake merged into one, facing the grasping hand, and opened their mouths to bite. Taotai eating method. But the Taotai dragon head is not visible. It has been hidden in the snake head and turtle head, and it will make a tearing sound when it is bitten off. Grabbing his big hand, half of the fingers were torn off. Chapter 370. Before returning. Broken fingers. Blood splattered into the starry sky. Still in midair, they have transformed into various strange beasts. Some running around, and some struggling to return to the big hand. The Yuan Zun tribesman who grabbed Su, he let out a cry of pain, and his big hand that was originally just for catching suddenly became filled with murderous intent. A palm fell. The captain who punched Yuan Zan away turned around and glanced at the team members with murderous intent. Xuanwu is what the Great Witch wants. The Yuan Zun clan member trembled, his hands filled with murderous intent. He no longer dared to act recklessly, and still grabbed Suhi. The Yuanzuan tribesman didn't see him getting bigger, nor did he shrink. Instead, the Yuanzuan tribesman, who was the size of an ordinary person, grabbed Suhi, who was more than 10 feet tall, in his hand. Size doesn't mean anything here. The man grabbed him, not daring to reveal his murderous intent, but squeezed slightly hard. Suhi let out a muffled groan. With a sweet taste in his mouth, blood almost spurted out, and he swallowed it alive. Yuan Yin, who was transformed into Baiyin, turned cold in an instant, and his murderous intent suddenly surged out. He looked at the Yuan Zun divine guards with eyes that were completely looking at dead people. He turned over and was about to be hit with a palm. At this moment, Suhi seemed to be unable to bear the manipulation, and a painful roar fell in Baiyin's ears, shaking her awake. This is not the time to be impulsive. Baiyin's version of Yuan Yin was startled. The murderous intent dissipated from his body, and then he changed into a look of reluctance, holding his chest with blood seeping out of his gums. He stared at the captain intently. The captain glanced at him expressionlessly and grabbed him. Baiyin looked angry and snorted coldly. A pearl exploded in his hand, knocking the captain's hand back a little. Try to steal my northern Xuanwu and return it. Want to detain this general? The temple is so overbearing. Baiyin took advantage of the power of the pearl's explosion and retreated instantly. At the same time, a token was crushed in his hand, and a wave of thought spread out in all directions, and the captain had no time to stop it. With a cold expression on his face, he grabbed Baiyin again. The thief is outrageous. Not only is he trying to hide Xuanwu secretly, but he also wants to cause a war between the North Supreme and the Great Witch. When Yuan Xian wanted to devour Xuanwu, they could hear clearly across the space. Capture this thief. The captain grabbed him and saw a fierce flash in Yuan Yan's eyes. A phoenix hairpin appeared in his hand and stabbed forward with a flash of light. The captain's expression changed. This is the hairpin of the Lord of the North. The hairpin issued by the Immortal Lord is driven by the 7th level of Tiantai.
which consumes the source. Temporarily irresistible. Let's go! The captain slashed out with his sword, shattering the starry sky in front of him, and blocked the hairpin. There were already team members behind them who opened the void, and a group of people filed in and fled away. A group of people grabbed Suhee and moved forward quickly. The shadow of the hairpin reappeared behind them, and the passageways collapsed. Yuan Yin was chasing after him. Captain! The Yuanzun tribesman, who was holding Suhee, looked at the captain. The captain remained silent, as if he couldn't see the pursuit behind him. Everyone else stopped talking. No one expected that the great-grandson-in-law actually had the Lord's hairpin in his hand. But Yuan Zhan actually wanted to activate the hairpin, even if he destroyed his origin. The authority contained in this Xuanwu is greater than they imagined. Otherwise, why didn't Yuan Yin hand over Xuanwu and wait for the reward from the clan? Go back. Return immediately. The captain slashed behind him with a knife, causing turbulence in the space and slightly blocking the hairpin. He turned around and punched the passage, blasting it open, and jumped out with everyone, only to see a hairpin constantly breaking the original passage as he moved forward. The captain's eyes changed slightly. Yuan Xian was just borrowing the power of the hairpin, and his own realm was not enough. Sure enough, he couldn't find them leaving for a while. Let's go! He opened another passage and immediately led people in. In the starry sky, a hairpin flashed away. It disappeared in an instant, and the stars still seemed as if there had never been a battle. Yuan Yin, standing in the starry sky, slowly changed back to Baiyin. They were just trying to scare two divine guards, who had just opened the immortal gate. Why should they really catch up? She stood in the starry sky and looked in the direction of the Yuanzun clan's divine enlightenment earth, which was rumored to be the birthplace of the Yuanzun clan. With the protection of the divine guards, the clan brothers should be able to walk there safely. Right? Suhee's location is unpredictable. Baiyin didn't know the outcome, so after thinking about it, a shadow came out of her body, transformed into Yuan Yin, smashed the void with a brutal look, and chased after the divine guard. Despicable villain of the temple! How dare you go astray and mislead me? The hairpin is back! He roared. The hairpin came from the void. Before Yuan Yin could catch up, he saw someone escaping from the void and chasing after the divine guard. Yuan Zhan was immediately furious. Southland rats! You also want to steal my Xuanwu! He roared with a crazy look on his face. But he didn't care and fought away with fists waving. After a great battle, he, alone at the 7th level of the sky, beat a group of guards into powder. However, Yuan Zhan himself was also missing an arm and a leg, but he was completely unaware of it. With the hairpin on his head, he chased the divine guards all the way. He exudes the aura that no stranger should enter. Xuanwu belongs to him, and no one is allowed to get close. Anyone who quietly touched them along the way was killed by him before they even got close to the divine guard. But in the end, he was seriously injured, and the divine enlightenment land was getting closer and closer. Yuan Yin was seriously injured, and he had a hairpin to absorb the origin, but he couldn't catch up. He watched helplessly as a group of divine guards pressed Suhee and rushed into the star field controlled by the temple. Yuan Yin could only stay outside the star field, unable to rage. After a long while, when he saw the shadow of a divine guard emerging in the star field, he roared hysterically and left with angry eyes. Really? I will never die with my eyes in peace. How many people will survive after the origin is shattered? In the starry sky in the distance, Baiyin stood quietly. A flying boat flew by her, but it turned a blind eye to her. The powerful detection magic weapon on the flying boat could not sense the slightest breath of her. I don't know how long it took, but a figure appeared beside her, standing quietly beside her. It was Tantai Immortal Lord. Baiyin looked at the starry sky and suddenly burst into laughter. Hey! Bingtuozi! How do you feel when you watch me dragging your husband around across the starry sky? Tantai glanced at her and felt that this woman was very childish. I haven't been reincarnated yet. What does Su Huanyan's husband have to do with me? Tantai Ling? TCH. Baiyin curled his lips in disdain. Why are you hiding if you don't care? It will also completely plunge oneself into a state of non-existence. Even the unique coldness and coldness of the Sword Immortal Master are deliberately hidden. The Immortal Master has completely suppressed his power, and does not dare to show it at all. For fear of arousing his desire to conquer? She didn't even dare to hold his hand. Aren't you afraid of becoming an anchor? Fear means it is very possible. Baiyin looked at Tantai provocatively. Tantai was silent for a long time. I will keep the memory of you and him in the next life.
Although monks don't pay attention to this. Su Huanyan is the official wife. Right? Tantai Immortal Lord glanced at Buying as he spoke. And Buying was stunned. Tantai ignored her again and looked toward Shinji Dadi.
What's there?
Calculating the time. Su He should be brought to the Divine Land by now. It is rumored that this is the origin of the Yuanzun clan. The myth of the Yuanzun clan. Ancestor Yuanzun was born in the void. He opened his left hand and pulled out a piece of earth, turning it into the ancestral land. With his right hand, he pointed at all the heavens and worlds and said the first words of his birth.
I am the only one.
Buying actually laughed out loud.
I haven't seen anything special there yet. But you have to be careful in the future. Your dragon and turtle show is really good. You must be the best at deceiving people.
The dragon turtle was very good at acting. And he didn't stop at all along the way. He tried every possible means to escape from the divine guards, causing a lot of trouble to the divine guards. Even that guy sneered and died to prevent the Yuanzun clan from gaining their own bloodline and power in order not to ascend to the divine land. Actually, committed suicide. He almost succeeded. This directly led to the divine guards completely suppressing him, making him unable to even think. Under the suppression, the divine guards tried their best to move on, afraid of a little accident. He had just landed on the divine land. The divine enlightenment earth cannot be teleported through space. And this team of divine guards is escorting Su He to fly to the temple at low altitude. Buying took out a big cake from nowhere and nibbled on it. A blurry image in front of him was playing what Su He had seen. This image has been processed in layers to prevent it from being noticed by prying eyes. In the image, Su He was floating in midair, being pulled forward like a human being. It's a pity that Su He was too capable on the way, and was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move, and couldn't even turn his head. Baiyin could only see a small area that he could see. Tantai Shinzuan looked at the picture and remembered everything on the picture. Perhaps every leaf here was related to the secrets of the Yuanzuan family. Maybe you didn't pay attention at the moment, but you will definitely gain something if you look back. As she watched, she suddenly thought of something and asked,
Is the Ming ancestors' hexagram still on Su He?
Baiyin nodded.
The old turtle did something to make Su He subconsciously ignore that the hexagram is still there. And he doesn't know what he is planning.
People grow into spirits as they age. And an old turtle that survived the heavenly era is even more of a goblin among goblins. Every piece of tortoise SHL is broken open. And there are countless hidden thoughts. Baiyin even suspected that the old turtle might have personally visited the divine land of the Yuanzun clan. But the old guy refused to say anything. And there was nothing she could do. Maybe the old turtle wants to use the Yugua to go to the future? Baiyin thought and shook his head. Probably not. The old guy changed his mind when talking about time, and almost never took the initiative to touch time. So he couldn't move and let people lead him forward. As soon as I set foot here, I felt the suppression on my body dissipate. At this moment, my consciousness has been relaxed, and I can even look inwards. Something strange arose in Su He's heart. This place gave him a strange feeling. As if he was afraid of being close to home. The feeling of transcending the other side and being unfettered is getting stronger and stronger. And the final integration of past and present lives is proceeding rapidly. Su He's consciousness shrank into the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the consciousness was very lively. The shadows formed by the statue of Zhengwu and the Xuanwu Taoist arc complemented each other. There is also a clear mirror hanging high in the center. The clear mirror shows Su He's current state. Status, estrus. Suppression. Fusion, 99.3%. It's still a little bit short. But the fusion speed is very fast. It started at 99% when I set foot on the land of divine enlightenment. But it was already 0.3 more in a moment. I'm afraid the fusion was completely completed as soon as I arrived at the temple. Su He looked to the side. The place where the inheritance palace should have been was empty. Instead, there was a hexagram hanging high. Yugua. After boarding the divine land, Su He suddenly noticed the existence of Yugua. I had previously paid attention to the progress of the little hexagram. But until I was caught, I never thought that I should return the hexagram to Ming ancestor. I didn't really think about it. This is not normal. Yugua has been tampered with.
Is the ancestor here?
Su He asked in a tentative tone, asking the Yugua. The person who could tamper with the Yugua didn't need to think about it. Yugua shook his head and made the voice of Mingzu.
Ah!
Exist.
Su He was silent.
Ancestor, this is not good.
Whatever you want to do. You can tell me openly like Baiyin. Ming ancestor was quiet for a moment and asked in a low voice.
In your era, we dragon turtles no longer tease the juniors?
Why are you so anxious? Suhi's conscious body opened his mouth but said nothing. And the image of Hong ancestor flashed in his mind. Not to mention, those bad elders not only teased the younger ones, they even dared to mess with the ancestors. Hong Zhu's name was picked up by Tai Zhu. Look, Yu Guo made a voice. Anyone can tease the juniors. But I can't.
I am old. So we can't have fun together?
Suhi. Dot. A ha-ha of laughter burst out from the Yu Guo. And a phantom of the underworld ancestor actually condensed in Suhi's sea of consciousness. As soon as it came out, he patted Suhi's turtle sh.
It's not that my ancestor wants to hide it from you. This place is special. If I don't hide it from you, then you can't bring me in. You can only bring me in without your knowledge.
He said this with an apologetic expression.
I'm sorry. If the old guy offends you, are you going to hit me?
Suhi. Mingzhu said, laughing even louder. And then said,
just kidding. Don't worry so much about the dignified dragon turtle. When you have juniors in the future, you can also tease them. It's really fun to tease the juniors.
This was good. When he was with Yaya, Suhi couldn't help but want to tease him from time to time. But if he was the junior, it wouldn't be fun.
Ancestor, what are you going to do here?
Ming ancestor smiled.
It is disrespectful to come back and not reciprocate. The 3 great artifacts of the Yuanzun clan have suppressed Xian Wang for 3,000 years. Old guys, you must give them a gift in return. Lest others say that we, Xian Wang, do not understand etiquette.
He smiled and waved his dragon beard.
Not to mention this, my ancestor is more worried about you than this. Tell me honestly, will all dragon turtles become extinct in the future?
Suhi opened his mouth but said nothing.
Sure enough.
Mingzhu sighed, with a bit of regret.
Looking at the coitus between you and Buying, I know that the dragon turtles in future generations will be very bad.
He looked at Suhi with contempt.
There is such a good fairy by your side. But you have done nothing. All you have done is hold hands for so many days. You are a dragon turtle.
Turtle. When turtles are in heat, they will have sex with every female turtle they meet. Even if the dragon turtle has already broken away from the category of ordinary turtles. It shouldn't be so cowardly. He dared to make a surprise attack just before he left. But he didn't dare to take any further action. Leave the group. Are all the dragon turtles in future generations like this? Wouldn't that mean he would be a bachelor? It's weird after a while. He bumped Suhi's turtle sh. And said earnestly,
remember, when you meet the girl you like in the future, don't care about anything else and get her first.
Relationships are replenished slowly. And if you miss them, they may really be gone. Suhi sweated evilly. Mingzhu smiled and quietly imparted a large set of theories before winking at Suhi.
Go. Go. We are at the temple. The great witch of the Yuanzun clan is a real beauty. Don't look around. Otherwise Buying won't be able to spare you.
He laughed and blew a breath. And Suhi's consciousness exited his mind and slowly woke up. Opened one's eyes. There was a half-collapsed ancient temple in front of him.
As if a great power had fallen here from eternity ago. Looking down at him full of vicissitudes of time, Suhi couldn't help but choked. In front of the temple, a coquettish and holy woman stood on the steps. Looking down at Suhi, this woman looked to be in her mid-20s. The best age. But her eyes were full of the accumulation of time. It makes people dare not look at each other. And it is like looking into a deep pool with no bottom. This is an existence that has survived for an unknown number of years. This look was so familiar to Suhi. All he had ever come into contact with was the existence of immortality. And every time he calmed down, it was this look. But neither Ji Feishu nor Uncle Luo was as calm as this woman. And they had no interest in anything in the world. Or maybe they never calmed down in front of Suhi? The Great Witch glanced at Suhi, opened his red lips slightly, and said in a cold voice,
"Too weak. Grow up with him."
A divine servant came up from the side, pointed his halberd, and the suppression on Suhi disappeared. And at the same time, a long river of origin rushed towards Suhi. Suhi's expression changed and he jumped away. But as soon as he flew up, he was caught by the servant of the god. The Great Witch looked at Suhi and said in a cold voice,
"You are a smart person if you can follow the path of Xuanwu. Do you think you can hide here?"
This is where the temple of the Yuanzun clan is located. Not to mention the dragon turtle who opened the second heaven. Even the old turtle from the dragon turtle clan cannot escape from this place. If he can't escape, he won't be able to hide from whatever the Yuanzun family wants to do. Suhi fell silent. A trace of consciousness sinks into the sea of consciousness and falls on Mingjian. Status, estrus. Fusion, 99.5%. The fusion wasn't over yet. He could already touch the feeling of detachment. But he couldn't use it, and couldn't leave here immediately. He was silent for a moment, and looked at the Great Witch.
I'll let you know what you want me to do.
The Great Witch smiled.
Yuan Zuan killed Shen Wang. Isn't it natural? What don't you understand?
Dragon Turtle is a natural enemy of the Yuanzun clan. The Great Witch stretched out his hand a little. And the rich world essence rushed towards He instantly. He gritted his teeth, and roared for the rest of his life. The tortoise essence rolled around his body. And he tried his best to expel the origin sent by the Great Witch to the outside. However, he was slapped lightly by the Great Witch. And the movement of his turtle element immediately became chaotic. And the origin of the world took advantage of it. He was shocked. After struggling hard, he heard the voice of the Ming ancestor in his mind aperture.
Keep struggling. But the source is pure. You can take the opportunity to absorb it.
Why not take it if it's beneficial? Following his words, he felt the U-hexagram flickering in his mind orifice. And the majestic hexagram image and Tao rhyme poured out, flowing into He's inner world along with the source. The small U-hexagram in the inner world was flickering. And I couldn't be happy anymore and ate too fast. Ming ancestor personally controlled the hexagrams, and helped cheating. The growth rate of Xiao Yugua suddenly increased many times faster. The Great Wizard's eyes were slightly focused. The dragon turtle in front of him was still struggling. But his body was very honest. The long whale sucked the water, and swallowed the source with a big mouth. She could sense that the dragon turtle's momentum was increasing. Ancestor Ming controlled the U-hexagram to cover it up. And the Xuanwu Dao technique flashed in the sea of consciousness, exuding Xuanwu aura. The Great Witch couldn't detect it for a while. The little Yugua was visibly condensed with the naked eye. Every time it flashed and circled Tai Mountain, it became a little more solid. In just half a day, when the fusion reached 99.8%, the little Yugua had completely condensed. He gritted his teeth and struggled to look at the Great Witch with a sneer on his lips.